The wind is going down, she replied calmly. The storm need not alarm you or keep you watching any longer, Helen. Ah, pardon may you know you are accustomed to these tempests, the younger woman rejoined. To me it still sounds more than sufficiently violent. Yes, but merely on this side of the house, where Richard's and my rooms are situated. The wind has shifted, and I believe on your side you will suffer no further disturbance. You will find it quite quiet. Then, moreover, you have to rise early tomorrow or rather today. You have a long journey before you and should secure all the rest you can. Madame de Valorbes gathered her silken draperies about her absently. For a moment she looked down at the tiger skin, then back at Lady Calmady. Ah, yes, she said, it is thoughtful of you to remind me of that. Today I start on my homeward journey. It should give me very much pleasure, should it not? But do not be shocked. Aunt Catherine, I confess I am not altogether enraptured at the prospect. I have been too happy, too kindly treated, here at Brockhurst, for it to be other than a sorrow to me to depart. She turned to Richard, her expression serious, intimate, appealing. Then she shook back her fair head, and as though in obedience to an irresistible movement of tenderness, stooped down swiftly over him, seeming to drown him in the shimmering waves of some azure. And thin, clear green, and royal, blue-purple seawell, she kissed him full and daringly upon the mouth. "Good night, goodbye, dear Dicky," she said. "Yes, good-bye, for I almost hope I may not see you in the morning. It would be a little chilly and inadequate, any other farewell after this. I am grateful to you. And remember, I too am among those who, to their sorrow, never forget." She approached Lady Calmady, her manner natural, unabashed, playful even and gay. "See, I am ready to go to bed like a good child, Aunt Catherine," she said, "supported by your assurance that my side of the house is no longer rendered terrific by wind and rain. But I am so distressed to trouble you, but all the lamps are out, and I am none too sure of my way. It would be a rather tragic ending to my happy visit if I incontinently lost myself and wandered till dawn, disconsolate, up and down the passages and stairways of Richard's magnificent house. I might even wander in here by mistake again, and that would be unpardonably indiscreet, would not it? So, will you light me to my own quarters, Aunt Catherine? Thank you how charmingly kind and sweet you are." As she spoke, Madame de Valorbes moved lightly away and passed on to the lobby, the heels of her pretty, cloth of gold slippers ringing quite sharply on the gray stone quarries without. And even as a little while back she had followed the heavy-headed and ungainly bulldog, so now Lady Calmady, in her trailing, black velvet dress, silver candlestick in hand, followed this radiant, fleet-footed creature, whose every movement was eloquent of youth and health and an almost prodigal joy of living. Neither woman spoke as they crossed the lobby, and passed the pierced and arcaded stone screen which divides the outer from the inner hall. Now and again, the flickering candlelight glinted on the younger woman's girdle or the net which controlled the soft masses of her honey-colored hair. Now and again, a draught taking the folds of her silken raiment blew it hither and thither, disclosing her beautiful arms or quick-moving slippered feet. She was clothed with splendor of the sea, crowned and shod, and girt about the loins with gold. And she fled on silently, till the wide, shallow-stepped stairway, leading up to the rooms she occupied, was reached. There for a moment she paused. "Pray come no further," she said, and went on rapidly up the flight. On the landing she stopped, a dimly discerned figure, blue and gold against the dim whiteness of high-paneled walls, molded ceiling, stairway, and long descending balustrade. "I have arrived," she cried, and her clear voice took strange inflections of mockery and laughter. "I have arrived. I am perfectly secure now and safe. Let us hope all other inmates of Brockhurst are equally so this stormy night. A thousand thanks, dear Aunt Catherine, for your guidance, and a thousand apologies for bringing you so far. Now let me trouble you no longer." The gun-room Catherine found just as she had left it, save that Camp stood on the tiger-skin before the fire, his forepaws and his great, grinning muzzle resting on the arm of Richard's chair. Camp whined a little. Mechanically, the young man raised his hand and pulled the dog's long, drooping ears. His face was still dead white, and there were lines under his eyes and about the corners of his mouth, as of one who tries to subdue expression of physical pain. He looked straight at Lady Calmady. "Ah," he said, "so you have come back. You observe I have changed partners." And again he pulled the dog's ears, while it appeared to his listener that his voice curiously echoed that other voice which had so lately addressed and dismissed her, taking on inflections of mockery. But as she nerved herself to answer, he continued hastily. "I want nothing, dear mother, nothing in the world. Pray do not concern yourself any more about me tonight. Have not I Camp for company? Lamps? Oh, I can put them out perfectly well myself. You were right, of course, perfectly right to come if you were anxious about me. But now surely you are satisfied. Suddenly Richard bowed his head, putting both hands over his eyes. Only now, mother, if you love me, go, he said with a great sob in his voice. For God's sake go and leave me to myself. But after sleepless hours in the melancholy, blear dawn of the November day, Catherine lying, face downwards, within the shelter of the embroidered curtains of the state bed, made her submission at last and prayed. Am helpless, O Father Almighty. I have neither wit nor understanding nor strength. Have mercy, lest my reason depart from me. I have sinned, for years I have sinned, setting my will, my judgment, my righteousness against thine. Take me, forgive me, teach me. I bring nothing, I ask everything. I am empty. Fill me with thyself, even as with water one fills an empty cup. Give me the courage of patience instead of the courage of battle. Give me the courage of meekness in place of the courage of pride. Book 4, A Slip Betwixt Cup and Lip. Chapter 1, Lady Louisa Barking traces the finger of Providence. The spirit of unrest, which had entered Brockhurst in the dim October weather, along with certain guests, did not Lady Calmady had foreseen as much leave with their leaving. It remained a constant quantity. Further, it engendered events very far away from, and at first sight, wholly at variance with those which had accompanied its advent. For example, Lady Louisa Barking, passing through Lowndes Square one bleak, March morning on her way from Albert Gate to do a little quiet shopping in Sloane Street, observed that the Calmady's house situated at the corner of the square and of street was given over to a small army of workpeople. During Richard's minority, it had been let for a term of years to Sir Reginald Aldem, of Aldem Revel in Midlandshire. Since Dicky's coming of age it had stood empty, pending a migration of the Brockhurst establishment, which migration had, in point of fact, never yet taken place. But now, as Lady Louisa, walking with a firm and distinguished tread along the grey, windswept pavements, remarked, the house was in process of redecoration, of painting within and without. And looking on these things, Lady Louisa's soul received very sensible comfort. She was extremely tenacious of purpose. And, in respect of one purpose at least, heaven had not seen fit, during the last 4 or 5 months, to smile upon her. Superstitious persons might have regarded this fact as a warning. Lady Louisa, however, merely regarded it as an oversight. Now at last, so it appeared to her, heaven had awakened to a consciousness of its delinquencies, with the satisfactory result that her own commendable patience touched on reasonable hope of reward. And this was the more agreeable and comforting to her because the Keel family affairs were not, it must be owned, at their brightest and best just at present. Clouds lowered on the family horizon. For some weeks she had felt the situation called for effective action on her part. But then, how to act most effectively she knew not. Now the needed opportunity stared her in the face, along with those high ladders and scaffolding poles surrounding the Calmady mansion. She decided there and then to take the field, but to take it discreetly, to effect a turning movement, not attempt a front attack. So, on her return to Albert Gate, after the completion of her morning shopping, she employed the half hour before luncheon in writing an affectionate, sisterly letter to Ludovic Keel. That accomplished young gentleman happened, as she was aware, to be staying at Brockhurst. She asked his opinion in confidence in the present very uncomfortable condition of the family fortunes, declaring how implicitly she trusted his good sense and respected his judgment. Then, passing adroitly to less burning questions, she ended thus. Pray let Lady Calmady know how really delighted everybody is to hear she and Sir Richard will be up this season. I do trust, as I am such a near neighbor, that if there is anything I can do for her, either now or later when they are settling, she will not hesitate to let me know. It would be such a sincere pleasure to me. Mr. Barking is too busy with tiresome, parliamentary committees to be able to allow himself more than a week at Easter. I should be thankful for a longer rest, for I am feeling dreadfully fagged. But you know how conscientious he always is, and of course one must pay a certain price for the confidence the leaders of one's party repose in one. So do tell Lady Calmady we are quite sure to be back immediately after Easter. Reading which sentences Mr. Keel permitted himself a fine smile on more than one count. Louisa reminds me of the sweet little poem of Bruce and the Spider, he said to himself. She displays heroic persistence. Her methods are a trifle crude, though. To provoke statements by making them is but a primitive form of diplomacy. Yet why be hard upon Louisa? Like my poor, dear father, she, more often than not, means well. It followed that some few days later, on his return to Whitney, Ludovic indited a voluminous letter to his sister, in his very best style. It is rather a waste, he reflected regretfully. She will miss the neatest points. The happiest turns of phrase will be lost upon Louisa. To recoup himself for which subjective loss, the young man amused himself by giving a very alarmist account of certain matters, though he was constrained to admit the pleasing fact that Sir Richard and Lady Calmady really had it in contemplation to go up to town somewhere about Easter. And truth to tell, the main subject of Mr. Keel's letter could hardly be otherwise than disquieting, for it was undeniable that Lord Shotover's debts were causing both himself and others serious embarrassment at this period. There was nothing new in this, that young nobleman's indebtedness being a permanent factor in his family's financial situation. This spring his indebtedness had passed from the chronic to the acute stage, that was all, with the consequence that it became evident Lord Shotover's debts must be paid, or his relations must submit to the annoyance of seeing him pass through the bankruptcy court. Which of these objectionable alternatives was least objectionable? Lord Fallowfield still stood in doubt, when, in obedience to the parental summons, the young man reached Whitney. Lord Fallowfield had whipped himself up into a laudable heat of righteous indignation before the arrival of the prodigal. Yet he contrived to be out when the dog-cart conveying the said prodigal, and Mr. Desise, of the 101st Lancers, a friend of Guy Keel, home on leave from India, whence he brought news of his fellow subaltern, actually drove up to the door. When, pushed thereto by an accusing conscience, he did at last come in, Lord Fallowfield easily persuaded himself that there really was not time before dinner for the momentous conversation. Moreover, being very full of the milk of human kindness, he found it infinitely more agreeable to hear the praises of the absent son, Guy, than to fall foul of the present son, Shotover. So that it was not till quite late that night, by which time he was slightly sleepy, while his anger had sensibly evaporated, that the interview did actually take place. Now then, Shotover, march off to the place of execution, Ludovic Keel said sweetly, as he picked up his bedroom candlestick. It was a deep and subtle thought, that of bringing down Desise. Only, query, did you think of it, or was it just a bit of your usual luck? Lord Shotover smiled rather ruefully upon his prosperous, and, it may be added, slightly parsimonious younger brother. Well, I do not deny it did occur to me it might work, he admitted. And after all, one mercy is there's no real vice about his dear old lordship. Lord Fallowfield fidgeted about the library, his expression that of a well-nourished and healthy, but rather fretful infant. Oh, ah, well, so here you are, Shotover, he said. Unpleasant business, this of yoursing, commonly disagreeable business for both of us. Deuced unpleasant business, the younger man echoed heartily. He closely resembled his father in looks, save that he was clean-shaven and of a lighter build. Both father and son had the same slight lisp in speaking. Deuced unpleasant, he repeated. Nobody can feel that more than I do. Cannot they, though? Said Lord Fallowfield, with a charmingly innocent air of surprise. There, sit down, Shotover, will not you? It's a painful thing to do, but we have got to talk it over, I suppose. Well, of course, if you're kind enough to give me the time, that's rather what I came down here for. So you did, though, the elder man returned, brightening as though making an illuminating discovery. Then, fearing he was forgetting his part and becoming amiable too rapidly, he made a gallant effort to whip up his somnolent indignation. It's very distressing to me to put it so plainly, but in my opinion it's a disgraceful business. Oh, I give you my word I know it, Lord Shotover replied, with most disarming candor. His father affected, with difficulty, not to hear the remark. It does not do for a man in your position to be owing money all over the country. It brings the aristocracy into contempt with the shopkeeping class. They are always on the lookout for the shortcomings of their superiors, those people. And they do pay their debts, you see. They have always got such a thundering lot of money, Lord Shotover put in. Do not know how they would contrive to spend it unless they did pay their debts. Oh, ah, yes, his father hesitated. It struck him Shotover was a reasonable fellow, very reasonable, and he took the whole matter in a very proper spirit. In short, it was not easy to blow up Shotover. Lord Fallowfield thrust his hands far down into his trouser pockets and turned sideways in the great, leather-covered chair. I'm not narrow-minded or prejudiced, he began. I always have kept on civil terms with those sort of people and always will. Courtesy is an obligation on the part of a gentleman and a Christian. I would as soon be rude to my tailor as eat with my knife. But a man must respect his own rank or others will not respect it, especially in these nasty, radical, leveling times. You must stand by your class. There's a vulgar proverb about the bird that fouls its own nest, you know? Well, I never did that. I have always stood by my own class. Helped my poor brother Archibald, you cannot remember him, weren't born at the time, to run away with Lady Jane Bateman. Lo, common fellow Bateman? I never liked Bateman. She left Ludovic all that money, you know. Wish to goodness she would left it to me, murmured Lord Shotover. Inquired his father. Then he fell into a moralizing vein. Nasty, disreputable things, elopements. I never did approve of elopements. Leave other men's wives alone, Shotover. The younger man's mouth worked a little. The nuisance is sometimes they will not leave you alone. Lord Fallowfield gazed at him a moment, very genially. Oh, ah, well, I suppose they will not, he said, and he chuckled. Anyhow, I stood by your poor Uncle Archibald. He was my brother, of course, and she was a second cousin of your mother's, so I felt bound to. And I saw them across the channel and into the Paris train. Dreadfully bad crossing that night, I remember. No private cabins to be had, and Lady Jane was dreadfully 99. Never take your wife to sea on your honeymoon, Shotover. It's too great a risk. That business cost me a lot of money one way and another, and let me in for a most painful scene with Bateman afterwards. But as I say, you're bound to stand by your own class. That will be my only reason for helping you, you understand, Shotover, if I do help you. And I am sure I hope you will. The young man rose and stood with his back to the fire and his hands under his coat-tails. He stooped a little, looking down pensively at the hearthrug between his feet. His clothes not yet paid for, or likely to be claimed admiration, so did the length of his legs and the neatness of his narrow hips. I can only assure you I shall be most awfully grateful if you do help me, he said quietly. I do not pretend to deserve it, but that does not lessen gratitude, or rather the other way. Do not you know? I shall never forget it. Will not you, though? And for the life of him, Lord Fallowfield could not help beaming upon this handsome prodigal. Uncommonly high-bred-looking fellow, Shotover, he said to himself. Do not wonder women run after him. Uncommonly high-bred, and shows very nice feeling, too. And then the kindly and simple gentleman drew himself up with a mental jerk, remembering that he was there to curse rather than to bless. He fidgeted violently. Not that I have actually made up my mind to help you yet, he went on. I am very much inclined to cast you adrift. It distresses me to put it to you so plainly, but you are disgracefully extravagant, you know, Shotover. Oh, I know, the young man admitted. You are a selfish fellow. Lord Fallowfield became relentless. Yes, it's extremely painful to me to say it to you, but you are downright selfish. And that, in the long run, comes uncommonly hard on your sisters. Good girls, your sisters. Never given your mother or me any trouble, your sisters. But money has to come from somewhere, and each time I pay your debts, I have to cut down your sisters' portions. Yes, I know, and that's what's made me so infernally unwilling to come to you about my affairs, Lord Shotover said, in tones of perfectly genuine regret. Is it, though? His father commented. Good fellow at heart, he added to himself, displays very proper feeling, always was a good-hearted fellow. I can only tell you, I have been awfully wretched about it for the last 3 months. Have you, though? Said Lord Fallowfield with sympathy. I got just about as low as I well could. I felt I was nothing but a nuisance and encumbrance. It was beastly to think of fleecing the girls, do not you know? I came precious near cutting my throatenly, that seemed rather a dirty way of getting out of it all. So it is, boy, quite right. Nasty mean way of shirking your responsibilities. Quite agree with you. I have never had any opinion of a man who cut his throat. Never mentioned such a thing, Shotover. He blew his nose resonantly. Never talk of such a thing, he repeated. And poor boy, I'll pay your debts. Only I tell you this really is the last time. There must be no misunderstanding about that. You must reform, Shotover, if it's only on account of your sisters. I do not want to take an unfair advantage of you in alluding to your sisters. Only you must understand clearly this is the last time. You see it's becoming too frequent. Do not want to press the case unduly against you, but you recollect, I'm sure you do, I paid your debts in '58, and again in '62 or '6 to 3, was it? Yes, it must have been 6-3 because that was the year my poor friend Tom Henniker died. Good fellow Henniker, I missed Henniker. And they wanted me to take over the hounds. Nice fellow in the hunting field, Henniker. Never saw him lose his temper but once, and that was when Image rode over the hounds on the edge of Tilpenny Wood. Rather coarse sort of brute, Image, put in Lord Shotover. And Henniker had such an excellent manner with the farmers, genial and cheery, very cheery at times, and yet without any loss of dignity. Great test of a man's breeding that, being cheery without loss of dignity. Now my poor friend Henniker. Ah, yes, where was I though? Your debt's now shot over. Yes, it must have been 6-3 because they all wanted me to succeed him as master, and I had to tell them I could not afford it, so it must have been just after I cleared you. He looked at his erring son with the most engaging air of appeal and remonstrance. Really, it will not do, Shotover, he repeated. You must reform. It's becoming too frequent. You would better travel for a time. That's the proper thing for a man in your position to do when he's in low water. Not scuttle, of course. I would not on any account have you scuttle. But 3 weeks or a month hence, when things are getting into shape, just travel for a time. I will arrange it all for you. Only never talk of cutting your throat again. And you quite understand this is positively the last time. I'm very much in earnest, my dear boy. Nothing will move me. This settlement is final, and we will just run up quietly to town tomorrow and have a talk with my lawyers, Fox and Goatway. Very civil and accommodating fellow, Goatway may be able to make some suggestions. Very nice, confidential-mannered person, Goatway, knows how to hold his tongue and does not ask unnecessary questions. Useful man, Goatway. Which things coming to the knowledge of Lady Louisa Barking moved her at once to wrath, and to deepened conviction that the moment for decisive action had arrived. It appeared to her that her father had put himself out of court. His weakness regarding his eldest son had practically delivered him into her hand. She congratulated herself upon the good which is thus beneficently permitted to spring out of evil. Yet while recognizing that a just providence sometimes, at all events, overrules human folly to the production of happy results, she was by no means disposed to spare the mortal whose individual foolishness had given the divine wisdom its opportunity. Therefore, when, some few days later, Lord Fallowfield called on her, after a third or fourth interview with Messrs. Fox and Goatway beaming, expansive, from the sense of a merciful action accomplished, received him in a distinctly repressive manner. The great, white and gold drawing-rooms in Albert Gate were not more frigid or unbending than the bearing of their mistress, as she suffered her father's embrace. And that amiable nobleman, notwithstanding his large frame and exalted social position, felt himself shiver inwardly in the presence of his daughter, even as he could remember shivering when, as a small schoolboy, he had been summoned to the dread presence of the headmaster. Very good rooms these of yours, Louisa, he began hastily. Always have admired these rooms. Capital space for entertaining. Barking was quite right to secure the house as soon as it was in the market. I told him at the time he would never regret it. Lady Louisa did not answer, but called after the retreating footman, who had just brought in a stately and limited tea tray, much silver and little food. I am not at home, William. Then, as she put small and accurate measures of tea into a massive teapot, she added severely, "What is all this I hear about Shotover, Papa?" "Oh, Jesper Shotover. Came up to town together again today. Good-hearted fellow, your brother Shotover, but thoughtless. However, I have had a most satisfactory talk with my men of business, Fox and Goatway. I know Barking does not think much of Fox and Goatway. Wanted me to go to his own lawyers, Hodges and Banquet. But if anyone serves you conscientiously, you should not leave them. It's against my principles to turn off those who serve me conscientiously. I told Barking so at the time, I remember. It came out of the business about your settlements, was not either the last time I paid Shotovers. He cleared his throat hurriedly. I see the Comedy's house is being done up, he continued. Nice young fellow, Comedy, but I never can help feeling a certain awkwardness with him. Takes you up rather short in conversation too sometimes. Terribly distressing thing his deformity and all that, both for himself and Lady Comedy. Hope perhaps she does not feel it as some women would thoughtful woman, Lady Comedy, and very good woman of business. Still, never feel quite at my ease with Lady Comedy. Cannot help wondering how they will do in London, you know. Rather difficult thing his going about much with that. Lady Louisa held out a small teacup. Her high penetrating voice asserted itself resolutely against her father's kindly, stumbling chatter as she asked, "Is it true you are not coming up from Whitney this season?" Oh, T.A.s, thank you very much, my dear. Noel, I think possibly we may not come up this year. Goatway believes he has heard of a very eligible tenant for the Belgrave Square house, very eligible. And so, nothing actually decided yet, but I think very possibly we may not come up. He spoke apologetically, regarding his daughter, over the small teacup, with an expression of entreaty. Every feature of his handsome, innocent countenance begged her not to deal harshly with him, but Lady Louisa remained obdurate. Shotover's conduct is becoming a positive scandal, she said. Not conduct, my dear, no, not conduct, only money, protested Lord Fallowfield. If money is not conduct, I really do not know what is, retorted his daughter. I do not pretend to go in for such fine distinctions. In any case, Mr. Barking heard the most shocking rumors at his club the other day. Did he, though? Ejaculated Lord Fallowfield. He was too considerate to tell me anything very definite, but he felt that, going out and seeing everybody as of course I have to, it was only right I should have some hint of what was being said. Everyone is talking about Shotover. You can imagine how perfectly intolerable it is for me to feel that my brother's debts are being canvassed in this sort of way. I am very sorry there should be any gossip, Lord Fallowfield said humbly. Nasty thing gossip, please, too, mostly all of it. Nasty, low, unprofitable thing gossip. And of course, your all not coming up will give color to it. Will it though? I never thought of that. You always see straight through things, Louisa. You have by far the best head in the family, except Ludovic and commonly clever fellow Ludovic. Wonder if I had better talk it all over with Ludovic. If you and he agree in thinking our not coming up will make more talk, why, if only on Shotover's account, I. But this was not in the least the turn which his daughter desired the conversation to take. Pray remember you have other children besides Shotover, Papa, she said hastily, and for everyone's sake run no further risk of impoverishing yourself. It is obvious that you must save where you can. If there is the chance of a good let for the Belgrave Square house, it would be madness to refuse it. And after all, you do not really care about London. If there are any important debates in the Lords, you can always come up for a night or so. It does not matter about you. Oh, does not it though? Lord Fallowfield put in quite humbly and gently. And Mamma would always rather stay on at Whitney. Only it must not appear as if we were the least uncomfortable at meeting people. I shall make it a point to go everywhere. I shall be dreadfully fagged, of course, but I feel it a duty to all of you to do so. And I should like the girls to go out too. People must not suppose they have no gowns to their backs. Maggie and Emily have had several seasons. I am less worried about them. But Connie must be seen. She is looking extremely pretty. Is not she, though? Lord Fallowfield chimed in, brightening. The picture of those reportedly gownless backs had depressed him abominably. Yes, and she must have every advantage. I have quite decided that. She must come up to me at once. I shall write to Mamma and point out to her how necessary it is that one of the girls, at least, should be very much in evidence this year. And I am most anxious it should be Connie. As I undertake all the fatigue and responsibility, I feel I have a right of choice. I will see that she is properly dressed. I undertake everything. Now, Papa, if you're going down by the 6:10 train, you ought to start. Will you have a hansom? Then, as she shook hands with him and presented an unresponsive cheek to the paternal lips, Lady Louisa clinched the matter. I may consider it quite settled, then, about Constance, she said. I mentioned it to Mr. Barking yesterday, and we agreed it ought to be done even if it entailed a little inconvenience and expense. It is not right to be indifferent to appearances. The other two girls can come up for a little while later. Alicia must help. Of course there is not much room in that wretched little Chelsea house of hers, but George Winterbotham can turn out of his dressing-room. Alicia must exert herself for once. And Papa, Connie need not bring a maid. Those country girls from Whitney do not always fit in quite well with the upper servants, and yet there is a difficulty about keeping them out of the housekeeper's room. I will provide a maid for her. I will write to Mamma about everything tomorrow. And Papa, I do beg you will discourage Shotover from coming here, for really I would much rather not see him at present. Goodbye. Pray start at once. You have barely time to get to Waterloo. And so Lord Fallowfield started, a little flustered, a little crestfallen on his homeward journey. Able woman, Louisa, he said to himself. Uncommonly clear-sighted woman, Louisa, but a trifle hard. Wonder if Barking ever feels that now? Not very sensitive man, Barking, though. Suppose that hardness in Louisa comes of her having no children. Always plenty of children in our family except my poor brother Archibald and Lady Jane. They had no children. Yet somebody told me she would had one by Bateman, which died. Never understood about that. Capital thing for Ludovic, she never did have any by Archibald. But it's always curious to me Louisa should have no children. Should not have expected that somehow of barking and Louisa. Sets her more free, of course, in regard to her sisters. Very thoughtful for her sisters, Louisa. I suppose she must have Connie. Nuisance all this gossip about Shotover. Pretty child, cannibist looking of the lot. People say she's like me. Wonderfully pretty child, Connie. That young fellow Desise thinks so too, or I am very much mistaken. Very much attracted by Connie. Fine young fellow, disesum fort to hear of Guy from him. Suppose she must go up to Louisa. Gentleman-like fellow, Desise, I should not care to part with Connie. And then, his reflections becoming increasingly interjectional, as the train trundled away southwestward. Lord Fallowfield leaned back in the corner of the railway carriage and fell very fast asleep. Chapter 2. Telling how Vanity Fair made acquaintance with Richard Calmady. There was no refusing belief to the fact. The old, cloistered life at Brockhurst, for good or evil, was broken up. Catherine Calmady recognized that another stage had been reached on the relentless journey, that new prospects opened, new horizons invited her anxious gaze. She recognized also that all which had been was dead, according to its existing form, and should receive burial, silent, somewhat sorrowful, yet not without hope of eventual resurrection in regard to the nobler part of it. The fair-colored petals of the flower fall away from the maturing fruit, the fruit rots to set free the seed. Yet the vital principle remains, life lives on, though the material clothing of it change. And therefore, Catharinian upspringing of patience and chastened fortitude within her, the result of her reconciliation to the divine light and resignation of herself to its indwelling set herself, not to arrest the falling of the flower, but to help the ripening of the seed. If the old garments were out of date, too straight and narrow for her child's growth, then let others be found him. She did not wait to have him ask, she offered, and that without hint of reproach or of unwillingness. Yet so to offer cost her not a little, for it was by no means easy to sink her natural pride, and go forth smiling with this son of hers, at once beautiful and hideous in person, for all the world to see. Something of personal heroism is demanded of whoso prescribes heroic remedies, if those remedies are to succeed. At night, alone in the darkness, Catherine, suddenly awaking, would be haunted by perception of the curious glances and curious comments, which must of necessity attend Richard through all the brilliant pageant of the London season. How would he bear it? And then self-distrust laying fearful hands upon her, how would she bear it, too? Would her late acquired serenity of soul depart, her faith in the gracious purposes of Almighty God suffer eclipse? Would she fall back into her former condition of black anger and revolt? She prayed not. So long as these evils did not descend upon her, she could bear the rest well enough. For, could she but keep her faith, Catherine was beginning to regard all other suffering which might be in store for her as a negligible quantity. With her healthy body and wholesome memories of a great and perfect human love, it was almost impossible that she should adopt a morbid and self-torturing attitude. Yet any religious ideal, worth the name, will always have in it an ascetic element. And that element was so far present with her that personal suffering had come to bear a not wholly unlovely aspect. She had ceased to gird against it. So long as Richard was amused and fairly content, so long as the evil which had been abroad in Brockhurst House, that stormy autumn night, could be frustrated, and the estrangement between herself and Richard, unacknowledged yet sensibly present, which that evil had begotten, might be lessened, she cared little what sacrifices she made, what fatigue, exertion, even pain, she might be called on to endure. An enthusiasm of self-surrender animated her. During the last 5 months, slowly and with stumbling feet, yet very surely, she had carried her life and the burden of it up to a higher plane. And, from that more elevated standpoint, she saw both past events and existing relationships in perspective, according to their just and permanent values. Only one object, one person, refused to range itself, and stood out from the otherwise calm, if pensive, landscape as a threatening danger, a monument of things wicked and fearful. Catherine tried to turn her eyes from that object, for it provoked in her a great hatred, a burning indignation, sadly at variance with the saintly ideals which had so captivated her mind and heart. Catherine remained always would remain, happily for others very much a woman. And, as woman and mother, she could not but hate that other woman who had, as she feared, come very near seducing her son. Therefore, very various causes combined to reconcile her to the coming adventure. Indeed, she set forth on it with so cheerful a countenance that Richard, while charmed, was also a trifle surprised by the alacrity with which she embraced it. He regarded her somewhat critically, questioning whether his mother was of a more worldly and light-minded disposition than he had heretofore supposed. There had been some talk of Julius March joining the contemplated exodus, but he had declined, smiling rather sadly. No, no, he said. To go would be a mistake and a weakly selfish one on my part. I have long ceased to be a man of cities, and am best employed, and indeed am most at my ease, herding my few sheep here in the wilderness. I am part and parcel of just all that which we have agreed it is wise you shall leave behind you for a while. My presence would lessen the thoroughness of the change of scene and of thought. You take up a way of life which was familiar to you years ago. The habits of it will soon come back. I have never known them. I should be a hindrance rather than a help. No, I will wait and keep the lamps burning before the altar, and the fire burning upon the hearth until and, please God, it may be in peace, crowned with good fortune I both come back. But the adventure, fairly embarked on, displayed quite other characteristics, is the way with such skittish folk than Catherine had anticipated. Against possibilities of mortification, against possibilities of covert laughter and the pointing fingers of the crowd, she had steeled herself. But it had not occurred to her that both Richard's trial and her own might take the form of an exuberant and slightly vulgar popularity, and that, far from being shoved aside into the gutter, the young man might be hoisted, with general acclamation, on to the very throne of Vanity Fair. The Brockhurst establishment moved up to town at the beginning of April, and by the end of the month, Sir Richard Calmady, his wealth, his house, his horses, his dinners, his mother's gracious beauty, and a certain mystery which surrounded him, came to be in every one's mouth. A new star had arisen in the social firmament, and all and sundry gathered to observe the reported brightness of its shining. Rich, young, good-looking, well-connected, and strangely unfortunate, here indeed was a novel and telling attraction among the somewhat fly-blown shows of Vanity Fair. Man-tongued rumor was busy with Dicky's name, his possessions and personality. The legend of the Mana thing, often so very other than the man himself grew, Jonah's gourd-like, in wild luxuriance. All those many persons who had known Lady Calmady before her retirement from the world hastened to renew acquaintance with her. While a larger, and it may be added less distinguished, section of society, greedy of intimacy with whoso, or whatsoever, might represent the fashion of the hour, crowded upon their heels. Invitations showered down thick as snowflakes in January. To get Sir Richard and Lady Calmady was to secure the success of your entertainment. Whatever that entertainment might be to secure it, the more certainly, because the two persons in question exercised a rather severe process of selection, and were by no means to be had for the asking. All these things Ludovic Kiel noted, in a spirit which he flattered himself was cynical, but which was, in point of fact, rather anxiously affectionate. It had occurred to him that this sudden and unlooked-for popularity might turn Richard's head a little, and develop in him a morbid self-love, that vanite demonster not uncommon to persons disgraced by nature. He had feared Richard might begin to plume himself as is the way of such personsless upon the charming qualities and gifts which he possessed in common with many other charming persons, than upon those deplorable peculiarities which differentiated him from them. And it was with a sincerity of relief, of which he felt a trifle ashamed, that, as time went on, Mr. Keel found himself unable to trace any such tendency, that he observed his friend's wholesome pride and carefulness to avoid all exposure of his deformity. Richard would drive anywhere, and to any festivity where driving was possible. He would go to the theater and opera. He would dine at a few houses, and entertain largely at his own house. But he would not put foot to ground in the presence of the many women who courted him, or in that of the many men who treated him with rather embarrassed kindness and courtesy to his face, and spoke of him with pitying reserve behind his back. Other persons, besides Mr. Keel, watched Richard Calmady's social successes with interest. Among them was Honoria St. Quentin. That young lady had been spending some weeks with Sir Reginald and Lady Aldem in Midlandshire, and had now accompanied them up to town. Lady Aldem's health was indifferent, confining her often for days together to the sofa and a darkened room. Her husband, meanwhile, possessed a craving for agreeable feminine society, liable to be gratified in a somewhat errant manner abroad, unless gratified in a discreet manner at home. So Honoria had taken over the duty, for friendship's sake, of keeping the well-favored, genial, middle-aged gentleman innocently amused. To Honoria, at this period, no experience came amiss. For the past 3 years, since the death of her godmother, Lady Tobermory, and her resultant access of fortune, she had wandered from place to place, seeing life now in stately English country houses, now among the overtaxed, underfed women workers of Whitecapel and Soho, now in some obscure Italian village among the folds of the purple Apennines. Now she would patronize a middle-class British lodging house, along with some girlfriend richer in talent than in pence, in some seaside town. Now she would fancy the stringent etiquette of a British embassy at foreign court and capital. Honoria was nothing if not various. But amid all mutations of occupation and of place, her fearlessness, her lazy grace, her serious soul, her gallant bearing, her loyalty to the oppressed remained the same. Chaste and fair as Artemis, experimental as the Comte de Saint-Simon himself, Honoria roamed the world fascinating yet never quite fascinated, enthusiastic yet evasive, seeking earnestly to live yet too self-centered, as yet to be able to recognize in what, after all, consists the heart of living. She and Mr. Keel had met at Aldham Revel during the past winter. She attracted, while slightly confusing, that accomplished young gentleman confusing his judgment, well understood, since Mr. Keel himself was incapable of confusion. Her views of men and things struck him as distinctly original. Her attitude of mind appeared unconventional, yet deeply rooted prejudices declared themselves where he would least have anticipated their existence. And so it became a favorite pastime of Mr. Keel's to present to her cases of conscience, of conduct, of manners or morals, usually those of a common acquaintance for discussion, that he might observe her verdict. He imagined this a scientific, psychologic exercise. He desired, so he supposed, to gratify his own superior, masculine intelligence by noting the aberrations and arriving at the rationale of her thought, from which it may be suspected that even Ludovic Keel had his hours of innocent self-deception. Be that, however, as it may, certain it is that in pursuit of this pastime he one day presented to her the peculiar case of Richard Calmady for discussion, and that not without momentous, though indirect, result. It happened thus. One noon in May, Ludovic had the happiness of finding himself seated beside Miss St. Quentin in the park, watching the endless string of passing carriages and the brilliant crowd on foot. Sir Reginald Aldham had left his green chair placed on the far side of the young ladies and leaned on the railings talking to some acquaintance. A gay maturity, Ludovic remarked with his air of patronage, indicating the elder gentleman's shapely back. The term old boy has, alas, declined upon the vernacular, and been put to base uses of jocosity, so it is a forbidden one. Else, in the present instance, how applicable, how descriptive a term. Should we, I wonder, give thanks for it, Miss St. Quentin, that the men of my generation will mature according to a quite other pattern? Will not ripen, but sour? Honoria asked maliciously. Her companion's invincible self-complacency frequently amused her. Then she added, but you know I am very fond of him. It is not altogether easy to keep straight as a young boy, is it? Depend upon it, it is 10 times more difficult to keep straight as an old one. For a man of that temperament, it cannot be very plain sailing between 50 and 60. Mr. Keel looked at her in gentle inquiry, his long neck directed forward, his chin slightly raised. Sailing, the yacht is. The yacht is laid up at Cowes, and you understand perfectly well what I mean, Honoria replied somewhat loftily. Her delicate face straightened with an expression of sensitive pride, but her anger was short-lived. She speedily forgave him. The sunshine and fresh air, the radiant green of the young leaves, the rather superb spectacle of wealth, vigor, beauty, presented to her by the brilliant London world in the brilliant summer noon was exhilarating, tending to lightness of heart. There was poetry of an opulent, resonant sort in the brave show. Just then a company of lifeguards clattered by, in splendor of white and scarlet and shining helmets. The rattle of accoutrements and thud of the hoofs of their trotting horses detached itself arrestingly from the surrounding murmur of many voices and ceaseless roar of the traffic at Hyde Park Corner. A light came into Honoria's eyes. It was good to be alive on such a day. Moreover, in her own purely platonic fashion, she really entertained a very great liking for the young man seated at her side. You have missed your vocation, she said, while her eyes narrowed and her upper lip shortened into a delightful smile. You were born to be a schoolmaster, a veritable pedagogue and terror of illiterate youth. You love to correct. And my rather sketchy English gives you an opportunity of which I observe you are by no means slow to take advantage. You care infinitely more for the manner of saying than for the thing said. Warazish broke off abruptly, and her face straightened, became serious, almost severe again. Do you see who Sir Reginald is speaking to? She added. There are the Calmadies. A break had come in the loitering procession of correctly clothed men and gaily clothed women, of tall hats and many-colored parasols, and in the space thus afforded, the Brockhurst mail phaeton became apparent drawn up against the railings. The horses, a noticeably fine and well-matched pair of browns, were restless, notwithstanding the groom at their heads. Foam whitened the rings of their bits and falling flakes of it dabbled their chests. Lady Comedy leaned sideways over the leather folds of the hood, answering some inquiry of Sir Reginald, who, hat in hand, looked up at her. She wore a close-fitting, gray, velvet coat which revealed the proportions of her full but still youthful figure. The air and sunshine had given her an unusual brightness of complexion, so that in face as well as in figure, youth still, in a sensible measure, claimed her. She turned her head, appealing, as it seemed, to Richard, and the nimble breeze playing caressingly with the soft white laces and gray plumes of her bonnet added thereby somehow to the effect of glad and gracious content pervading her aspect. Richard looked round and down at her, half laughing. Unquestionably he was victoriously handsome, seen thus, uplifted above the throng, handling his fine horses, all trace of bodily disfigurement concealed, a touch of old-world courtliness and tender respect in his manner as he addressed his mother. Ludovic Keel watched the little scene with close attention. Then, as the ranks of the smart procession closed up again, hiding the carriage and its occupants from sight, he leaned back with a movement of quiet satisfaction and turned to his companion. Miss St. Quentin sat round in her chair, presenting her long, slender, dust-colored lace and silk-clad person in profile to the passers-by, and so tilting her parasol as to defy recognition. The expression of her pale face and singular eyes was far from encouraging. Indeed, and why? Ludovic permitted himself to remark, in tones of polite inquiry. I had been led to believe that you and Lady Comedy were on terms of rather warm friendship. We are, Honoria answered, that is, at Brockhurst. Forgive my indiscretion, but why not in London? The young lady looked full at him. Mr. Keel, she asked, is it true that you are responsible for this new departure of theirs, for their coming up, I mean? Responsible? You do me too great an honor. Who am I that I should direct the action of my brother man? But Lady Comedy is good enough to trust me a little, and I own that I advocated a modification of the existing regime. Ludovic crossed his long legs and fell to nursing one knee. It is not breach of confidence to tell you since you know the fact already that fate decreed an alien element should obtrude itself into the situation at Brockhurst last autumn. I need name no names, I think. Honoria's head was raised. She regarded him steadfastly, but made no sign. Ah, I need not name names, he repeated, I thought not. Well, after the alien element removed itself, the two facts may have no connection. Lady Comedy very certainly never implied that they had, but, as I remarked, after the alien element removed itself, it was observable that our poor, dear Dicky Comedy became a trifle difficult, a trifle distrait, in plain English most remarkably grumpy, and far from delightful to live with. And his mother. It's too bad, altogether too bad, broke out Honoria hotly. Too bad of whom? Mr. Keel asked with the utmost suavity. Of the nameless, obtrusive, alien element, or of poor, dear Dick? The young lady closed her parasol slowly, and turning, faced the sauntering crowd again. Of Sir Richard Comedy, of course, she said. Her companion did not answer immediately. His eyes pursued a receding carriage far down the string, amid the gaily shifting sunshine and shadow, and the fluttering lace and gray feathers of a woman's bonnet. When he spoke, at last, it was with an unusual trace of feeling. After all, you know, there are a good many excuses for Richard Comedy. If it comes to that, there are a good many excuses for Helen de Valorbes, Honoria put in quickly. For, the young man repeated, relaxing into the blandest of smiles. Yes, thanks, I see I was right. It was unnecessary to name names. Oh, undoubtedly, innumerable excuses and of the most valid description, were they not swallowed up in the single, self-evident excuse that the lady you mention is a supremely clever and captivating person. You think so, said Honoria. Think so? Show me the man so indifferent to his reputation for taste that he could venture to think otherwise. Still she should have left him alone. Honoria's indolent, reflective speech took on a peculiar intonation, and she pressed her long-fingered hands together, as though controlling a shudder. I am ashamed to confess it, I do not like him. But as I told you, just on that account. Pardon me, on what account? Miss St. Quentin was quick to resent impertinence, and now momentarily anger struggled with her natural sincerity. But the latter conquered. Again she forgave Mr. Keel. But a dull flush spread itself over her pale skin, and he perceived that she was distinctly moved. This piqued his curiosity. I know I am awfully foolish about some things, she said. I cannot bear to speak of them. I dread seeing them. The sight of them takes the warmth out of the sunshine. Again, Ludovic fell to nursing his knee. What an amazing invention is the feminine mind. What endless entertainment is derivable from striving to follow its tergiversations. And you saw that which takes the warmth out of the sunshine just now? He said. Ah, well all is for Dicky comedy. Still I cannot bear anyone not to play fair. You should only hit a man your own size. I told Helen de Valorbe so. I am very, very fond of her, but she ought to have spared him. She paused a moment. All the same, if I had not promised Lady Aldham to stay Ona's, she's so poorly I should have gone out of town when I found the comedies had come up. Oh, it goes as far as that, does it? Ludovic murmured. I do not like to see them with all these people. The extent to which he is petted and fooled becomes rather horrible. Are you not slightly, I ask it, with all due deference and humility, just slightly merciless? No, no, the girl answered earnestly. I do not think I am that. The women who run after him and flatter him so outrageously are really more merciless than I am. I do not pretend to like him, I cannot like him somehow. But I am growing most tremendously sorry for him, and still more sorry for his mother. She was very grand, a person altogether satisfying to one's imagination and sense of fitness, at home, with that noble house and park and racing stable for setting. But here, she is shorn of her glory somehow. The girl rose to her feet with lazy grace. She is cheapened, and that's a pity. There are more than enough pretty cheap people among us already. I must go. There's Sir Reginald looking for me. If I could be sure Lady Comedy hated it all, I should be more reconciled. Possibly she does hate it all, only that it presents itself as the least of two evils. There is a touch of dancing dogs about it, and that distresses me, Miss St. Quentin continued. It is Lady Comedy's role to be apart, separate from and superior to the rest. The thing's being done as well as it can be, Mr. Keel put in mildly. It should not be done at all, the girl declared. Here I am, Sir Reginald. You want to go on? I am quite ready. Chapter 3, in which Catherine tries to nail up the weatherglass to set fair. It is to be feared that intimate acquaintance with Lady Comedy's present attitude of mind would not have proved altogether satisfactory to that ardent idealist Honoria St. Quentin. For, unquestionably, as the busy weeks of the London season went forward, Catherine grew increasingly far from hating it all. At first she had found the varied interests and persons presented to her, the rapid interchange of thought, the constant movement of society, slightly bewildering. But, as Julius March had foretold, old habits reasserted themselves. The great world and the ways of it had been familiar to her in her youth. She soon found herself walking in its ways again with ease, and speaking its language with fluency. And this, though in itself of but small moment to her, procured her, indirectly, a happiness as greatly desired as it had been little anticipated. For to Richard the great world was, as yet, something of an undiscovered country. Going forth into it he felt shy and diffident, though a lively curiosity possessed him. The gentler and more modest elements of his nature came into play. He was sensible of his own inexperience, and turned with instinctive trust and tender respect to her in whom experience was not lacking. He had never, so he told himself, quite understood how fine a lady his mother was, how conspicuous was her charm, and distinguished her intelligence. And he clung to her, grown man though he was, even as a child, entering a bright room full of guests, clings to its mother's hand, finding therein much comfort of encouragement and support. He desired she should share all his interests, reckoning nothing worth the doing in which she had not a part. He consulted her before each undertaking, talked and laughed over it with her in private afterwards, thereby unconsciously securing to her halcyon days a honeymoon of the heart of infinite sweetness, so that she, on her part, thanked God and took courage. And, indeed, it might very well appear to Catherine that her heroic remedy was on the road to work an effectual cure. The terror of lawless passion and of evil, provoked by that fair woman clothed as with the sea waves, crowned and shod with gold, whom she had withstood so manfully in spirit in the wild autumn night, departed from her. She began to fear no more, for surely her son was wholly given back to her, his heart still free, his life still innocent. And not only did this terror depart, but her anguish at his deformity was strangely lessened, the pain of it lulled as by the action of an anodyne. For, witnessing the young man's popularity, seeing him so universally courted and welcomed, observing his manifest power of attraction, she began to ask herself whether she had not exaggerated the misfortune of that same deformity and the impediment that it offered to his career and chances of personal happiness. She had been morbid, hypersensitive. The world evidently saw in his disfigurement no such horror and hopeless bar to success as she had seen. It was therefore a world rich in consolation and promise. It smiled upon Richard, and so she smiled upon it, gratefully, trustfully, finding in the plenitude of her thankfulness nowhere save honest ones set out for sale in the booths of Vanity Fair. A large hopefulness arose in her. She began to form projects calculated, as she believed, to perpetuate the gladness of the present. Among other tender customs of Richard's boyhood into which Catherine, at this happy period, drifted back was that of going, now and again, to his room at night, and gossiping with him for a merry yet somewhat pathetic half-hour before herself retiring to rest. It fell out that, towards the middle of June, there had been a dinner party at the Barkings on a scale of magnificence unusual even in that opulent house. It was not the second, or even the third, time Richard and his mother had dined in Albert Gate, for Lady Louisa had proved the most assiduously attentive of neighbors. Little Lady Constance Keel was with her. The young girl had brightened notably of late. Her prettiness was enhanced by a timid and appealing playfulness. She had been seized, moreover, with one of those innocent and absorbing devotions towards Lady Calmady that young girls often entertain towards an elder woman, following her about with a sort of dog-like fidelity, and watching her with eyes full of wistful admiration. On the present occasion, the guests at the Barking dinner had been politicians of distinction, members of the then existing government. A contingent of foreign diplomatists from the various embassies had been present, together with various notably smart women. Later, there had been a reception, largely attended, and music, the finest that Europe could produce and money could buy. Louisa climbs giddy heights, Mr. Keel had said to himself, with an attempt at irony. But in point of fact, he was far from displeased, for it appeared to him the house of Barking showed to uncommon advantage tonight. Louisa has no staying power in conversation, and her voice is too loud, but in snippets she is rather impressive, he added. And oh, how very diligent is Louisa. Driving home, Richard kept silence until just as the brougham drew up, then he said abruptly, "Tired? Not that's right. Then come and sit with me. I want to talk. I have not an ounce of sleep in me somehow tonight." It was hot, and when, some 3/4 of an hour later, Catherine entered the big bedroom on the ground floor, the upper sashes of the window were drawn low behind the blinds, letting in the muffled roar of the great city as an undertone to the intermittent sound of footsteps, or the occasional passing of a belated carriage or cab. It formed an undertone, also, to Richard's memory of the music to which he had lately listened, and the delight of which was still in his ears and pulsing in his blood, making his blue eyes bright and dark, and curving his handsome lips into a very eloquent smile as he lay back against the piled-up pillows of the bed. "Good heavens, how divinely Morabita sang," he said, looking up at his mother as she stood looking down on him, "better even than in Faust last night. I want to hear her again just as often as I can. Her voice carries one right away, out of oneself, into regions of pure and unmitigated romance. All things are possible for the moment. One becomes as the gods, omnipotent. We have got the box as usual on Saturday, mother, have not we? Do you remember if she sings?" Catherine replied that the great soprano did sing. "I am glad," Richard said, "and yet I do not know that it's particularly wholesome to hear her. After being as the gods, one descends with rather too much of a run to the level of the ordinary mortal." He turned on his elbow restlessly, and the movement altered the lie of the bedclothes, thereby disclosing the unsightly disproportion of his person through the light blanket and sheet. And if one's own level happens unfortunately to be below that of even the ordinary mortal, well, will don't you know? "My dear," Catherine put in softly. Richard lay straight on his back again and held out his hand to her. Sit down, do, he said. Turn the big chair round so that I may see you. I like you in that frilly white dressing gown thing. Do not be afraid, I am not going to be a brute and grumble. You are much too good to me, and I know I am disgustingly selfish at times. I was this winter, but the past is past, Catherine put in again very softly. Yes, please God, it is, he said, in some ways. He paused, and then spoke as though with an effort returning from some far distance of thought. Yes, I like you in that white, frilly thing. But I liked that new black gown of yours tonight, too. You looked glorious, do you mind my saying so? And no woman walks as well as you do. I compared, I watched. There's nothing more beautiful than seeing a woman walk really well or a man either, for that matter. Then he caught at her hand again, laughing a little. No, I am not going to grumble, he said. Upon my word, mother, I swear I am not. Here, let's talk about your gowns. I should like to know, shall you never wear anything but gray or black? Never, not even to please you, Dickie. Ah, that's so delicious with you, he exclaimed. Every now and then you bring one up short, one knocks one's head against a stone wall. There is an indomitable strain in you. I only hope you have transmitted it to me. I am afraid I need stiffening. I beg your pardon, he added quickly and courteously. It strikes me I am becoming slightly impertinent. But that woman's voice has turned my brain and loosed the string of my tongue so that I speak words of unwisdom. You enjoyed her singing too, though, did not you? I thought so, catching sight of you while it was going on, attended by the faithful Ludovic and little Lady Constance. It's quite touching to see how she worships you. And was not Miss St. Quentin with you too? Yes, I thought so. I cannot quite make up my mind about Honoria St. Quentin. Sometimes she strikes me as one of the loveliest women herein she can walk. If you like, it's a joy to see her. And then again, she seems to me altogether too long, and offhand somehow and boyish. And then, too, Richard moved his head against the white pillows and stared up at the window, where the blind sucked with small creaking noises against the top edge of the open sash. She fights shy of me, and personal feeling militates against admiration, you know? I am sorry, for I rather want to talk to her about, well, a whole lot of things. But she avoids me. I never get the opportunity. My darling, do not you think that is partly imagination? Perhaps it is, he answered. I dare say I do indulge in unnecessary fancies about people's manner and so on. I cannot very well be off it, you know, and everyone is really very kind to me. Morabita was perfectly charming when I thanked her in very floundering Italian. It's a pity she's so fat, but never mind, the fat vanishes, to all intents and purposes, when she begins to sing. And old Barking is as kind as he can be. I feel awfully obliged to him, though his ministrations tonight amounted to being slightly embarrassing. He brought me cabinet ministers and undersecretaries, and gorgeous Germans and Turks, in batches and even a real live Chinaman with a pigtail. Mother, do you remember the cabinets at home in the long gallery? I used to dream about them. And that Chinaman gave me the queerest feeling tonight. It was idiotic, but did I ever tell ya when I was a little chap? I was always dreaming about war or something, from which I could not get away. Others could, but for Mephram circumstances, do not you know there was no possibility of scuttling? And the little Chinese figures on the black, lacquer cabinets were mixed up with it. As I say, it gripped me tonight in the midst of all those people, and oh yes. Old Barking is very kind, he went on, with a change of tone. Only I wish Lady Louisa would warn him he need not trouble himself to be amusing. He came and sat by me, towards the end of the evening, and told me the most inane stories in that inflated manner of his. Verily, they were ancient as the hills, and a weariness to the spirit. But that good-looking young fellow, Desise, swallowed them all down with the devoutest attention and laughed aloud in all that he conceived to be the right places. A pause came in Richard's flow of words. He moved again restlessly and clasped his hands under his head. Catherine had seldom seen him thus excited and feverish. A sense of alarm grew on her, lest her heroic remedy was, after all, not working a wholly satisfactory cure. For there was a violence in his utterance, and in his face, a certain recklessness of speech and of demeanor, very agitating to her. Oh, everyone's kind, awfully kind, he repeated, looking away at the sucking blind again, and I am awfully grateful to them. But oh, I tell you, that woman's voices got me and made me drunk, made me mad drunk. I almost wish I had never heard her. I think I will not go to the opera again. Emotion that finds no outlet in action only demoralizes one and breaks up one's philosophy. And she makes me know all that might be, and is not, and never, never can be. Good God, what a glorious, what an amazing, business I could have made of life if he slipped a little on the pillows, had to unclasp his hands hastily and press them down on either side him, to keep his body fairly upright in the bed. His features contracted with a spasm of anger. If I had only had the average chance, he added harshly. If I had only started with the normal equipment. And as she listened, the old anguish, lately lulled to rest in Catherine's heart, arose and cried aloud. But she sought resolutely to stifle its crying, strong in faith and hope. I know, my dearest, I know, she said pleadingly. And yet, since we have been here, I have thought perhaps we had a little underrated both your happy gift of pleasing and the readiness of others to be pleased. It seems to me, Dickie, all doors open if you stretch out your hand. Well, my dear, I would have you go forward fearlessly. I would have you more ambitious, more self-confident. I see and deplore my own cowardly mistake. Instead of hiding you away at home and keeping you to myself, I ought to have encouraged you to mix in the world and fill the position to which both your powers and your birth entitle you. I was wrong, I lament my folly. But there is ample time in which to rectify my mistake. Richard's face relaxed. I wonder, he said. I am sure, she replied. You are too sanguine, he said. Your love for me blinds you to fact. No, no, she replied again. Love is the only medium in which vision gains perfect clearness, becomes trustworthy and undistorted. Instinctively, Catherine folded her hands as in prayer, while the brightness of a pure enthusiasm shone in her sweet eyes. That I have learned beyond all possibility of dispute. It has been given me, through much tribulation, to arrive at that. Richard smiled upon her tenderly, then, turning his head, remained silent for a while. The sullen roar of the great city invaded the quiet room through the open windows, the heavy regular tread of a policeman on his beat, a shrill whistle hailing a hansom from a house some few doors distant up the square, and then an answering rumble of wheels and clatter of hoofs. Richard's face had grown fierce again, and his breath came quick. He turned on his side, and once more the dwarfed proportions of his person became perceptible. Lady Calmady averted her eyes, fixing them upon his. But even there she found sad lack of comfort, for in them she read the inalienable distress and desolation of one, unhandsomely treated by nature, maimed and incomplete. Even the divine light, resident within her, failed to reconcile her to that reading. She shrank back in protest, once again, against the dealing of Almighty God with this only child of hers. And yet such is the adorable paradox of a living faith even while shrinking, while protesting, she flung herself for support, for help, upon the very being who had permitted, in a sense caused, her misery. Mother, can I say something to you? Richard asked rather hoarsely at last. Anything in heaven or earth's. But it is a thing not usually spoken of as I want to speak of it. It may seem indecent. You will not be disgusted, or think me wanting in respect or in modesty. Surely not, Lady Calmady answered quietly, yet a certain trembling took her, a nervousness as in face of the unknown. This strong, young creature developed forces, presented aspects, in his present feverish mood, with which she felt hardly equal to cope. Mother, I want to marry. I too have thought of that, she said. You do not consider that I am debarred from marriage. Oh, no, no, Catherine cried, a little sob in her voice. He looked at her steadily, with those profoundly desolate eyes. It would not be wrong, it would not be otherwise than honorable, he asked. If doubts arose within Catherine of the answer to that question, she crushed them down passionately. No, my dearest, no, she declared. It would not be wrong, it could not be so if she loved you, and you loved whomsoever you married. But I am not in love, at least not in love with any person who can become my wife. Yet that does not seem to me to matter very much. I should be faithful, no fear, to anyone who was good enough to marry me. Enough of love would come, if only out of gratitude, towards the woman who would accept me as I am and forgive that which cannot be helped. Again trembling shook Catherine. So terribly much seemed to her at stake just then. Silently she implored wisdom and clear-seeing might be accorded her. She leaned a little forward, and taking his left hand held it closely in both hers. Dearest, that is not all. Tell me all, she said, or I cannot quite follow your thought. Richard flung his body sideways across the bed, and kissed her hands as they held his. The hot color rushed over his face and neck, up to the roots of his close-cropped, curly hair. He spoke, lying thus upon his chest, his face half buried in the sheet. I want to marry Bicosibecos. I want a child, I want a son, he said. No words came to Catherine just then. But she disengaged one hand and laid it upon the dear brown head, and waited in silence until the violence of the young man's emotion had spent itself, until the broad, muscular shoulders had ceased to heave, and the strong, young hands to grasp her wrist. Suddenly Richard recovered himself, sat up, rubbing his hands across his eyes, laughing, but with a queer catch in his voice. I beg your pardon, he said. I am a fool, an awful fool. Hang Morabita and her voice in the golden houses of the gods, and beastly, showy omnipotence to which her voice carries one away, to talk sense some other just brutal common sense. My fate is fixed, you know. There's no earthly use in wriggling. I am condemned to live a cow's life and die a cow's death. The pride of life may call, but I cannot answer. The great prizes are not for me. I am too heavily handicapped. I was looking at that young fellow, Decize, tonight and considering his chances as against my own I know there's wealth in plenty. The pasture's green enough to make many a man covet it, and the stalls well bedded down. I do not complain. Only mother, you know I know. Where's the use of denying that which we neither of us ever really forget, and then sometimes my blood takes fire. It did tonight. And the splendor of living being denied me, I am tempted to say a black mass one must take it out somehow. And I know I could go to the devil as few men have ever gone, magnificently, detestably, with subtleties and refinements of iniquity. He laughed again a little, and hearing him, his mother's heart stood still. Verily, I have advantages, he continued. There should be a picturesqueness in my descent to hell, which would go far to place my name at the head of the list of those sinners who have achieved immortality. Richard, Richard, Lady Calmady cried, do you want to break my heart quite? No, he answered simply. I would infinitely rather not break your heart. I have no ambition to see my name in that devil's list except as an uncommonly ironical sort of second best. But then we must make some change, some radical change. At times lately I have felt as if I was a caged wild beast blinded, its claws cut, the bars of its cage soldered and riveted, no hope of escape, and yet the vigor, the immense longing for freedom and activity there all the while. Richard stretched himself. Poor beast, poor beast, poor beast, he said, shaking his head and smiling. I tell you I get absurdly sentimental over it at times. And then, happily, there came a momentary lapse in the entirety of his egoism. He turned on his side and took Lady Calmady's hand again, and fell to playing absently with her bracelets. You poor darling, how I torture you, he said. And yet, now we have once broken the ice and begun talking of all this, we are bound to talk on to the finish if finish there is. You see, these few weeks in London I've enjoyed them, but still they have made me understand, more than ever, all I have missed. Life calls, mother, do you see? And though the beast is blind, and his claws are cut, and his cage bolted, yet, when life calls, he must answer muster run matter dido you see. And you shall answer, my beloved. Never fear, you will answer, Catherine replied proudly. Richard's hand closed hard upon hers. Thank you, he said. You were made to be a mother of heroes, not of a useless log like me, and that's just why I want to be good. And to be good I want a wife, that I may have that boy. I could keep straight for him, mother, though I am afraid I cannot keep straight for myself, and simply because it's right much longer. I want him to have just all that I am denied. I want him to restore the balance, both for you and for me. I may have something of a career myself, perhaps, in politics or something. It's possible, but that will come later if it comes at all. And then it would be for his sake. What I want first is the boy, to give me an object and keep up my pluck and keep me steady. I, giving him life, shall find my life in him, be paid for my wretched circumscribed existence by his goodly and complete one. He may be clever or not-eyed rather, of course. He was not quite a dunce, but I really do not very much mind, so long as he is not an outrageous fool, if he's only an entirely sound and healthy human animal. Richard stretched himself upon the bed, straightened the sheet across his chest, and clasped his hands under his head again. The desolation had gone out of his eyes. He seemed to look afar into the future, and therein see manly satisfaction and content. His voice was vibrant, rising to a kind of chant. He shall run, and he shall swim, he shall fence, and he shall row, he said. He shall learn all gallant sports as becomes an English gentleman. And he shall ride not as I ride, God forbid, like a monkey strapped on a dog at a fair, but as a centaur, as a young demigod. We will set him, stark naked, on a bare-backed horse, and see that he's clean-limbed, perfect, without spot or blemish from head to heel. And once more Catherine Calmady held her peace, somewhat amazed, somewhat tremulous, since it seemed to her the young man was drawing a check upon the future which might, only too probably, be dishonored and returned marked no account. For who dare say that this child would ever come to the birth, or coming, what form it would bear? Yet even so she rejoiced in her son and the high spirit he displayed, while the instinct of romance which inspired his speech touched an answering chord in, and uplifted her. By now the brief June night was nearly spent. The blinds still creaked against the open window sash, but the thud of horse hoofs and beat of passing footsteps had become infrequent, while the roar of the mighty city had dwindled to a murmur, as of an ebbing tide upon a shallow, sand-strewn beach. The afterlight of the sunset, walking the horizon, beneath the pole star from west to east, broadened upward now towards the zenith. Even here, in the heart of London, the day broke with a spacious solemnity. Richard raised himself and, sitting up, blew out the candles placed on the table at the bedside. "Mother," he said, "will you let in the morning?" Lady Calmady was pale from her long vigil, and her unspoken, yet searching emotion. She appeared very tall, ghost-like even, in her soft, white raiment as she moved across and drew up the sucking blind. Above the gray parapets of the houses and the ranks of contorted chimney-pots, the loveliness of the summer dawn grew wide. Warm amber shaded through gradations of exquisite and nameless color into blue, while across this last lay horizontal lines of fringed, semi-transparent, opalescent cloud. To Catherine, those heavenly blue interspaces spoke of peace, of the stilling of all strife, when the tragic yet superb human story should at last be fully told and God be all in all. She was very tired. The struggle was so prolonged. Her soul cried out for rest. And then she reminded herself, almost sternly, that the kingdom of God and the peace of it is no matter of time or of place, but is within the devout believer, ever present, immediate, possessing his or her soul, and by that soul in turn possessed. Just then the sparrows, roosting in the garden of the square, awoke with manifold and vociferous chirping and chattering. The voice from the bed called to her. "Mother," it said imperatively, "come to me. You are not angry at what I have told you. You understand, you will find her for me." Lady Calmady turned away from the open window and the loveliness of the summer dawn. She was less tired somehow. God was with her, so she could not be otherwise than hopeful. Moreover, the world had proved itself very kind towards her son. It would not deny him this last request, surely. "My dearest, I think I have found her already," Lady Calmady answered. Yet, even as she spoke, she faltered a little, recognizing the energy and strength manifest in the young man's countenance, remembering his late discourse, and the pent-up fires of his nature to which that discourse had borne only too eloquent testimony. For who was a young girl but just out of the schoolroom, a girl in pretty, fresh frocks, last word of contemporary fashion, whose baby face and slow, witty gaze bore witness to her entire innocence of the great primitive necessities, the rather brutal joys, the intimate vices, the pharynging intellectual questionings which rule and mold the action of mankind. Who was she, indeed, to cope with a nature such as Richard's? "Mother, tell me, who is it?" And instinctively, Catherine fell to pleading. She sat down beside the bed again and smoothed the sheet. "You will be tender and loving to her, Dickie," she said, "for she is young and very gentle and might easily be made afraid. You will not forget what is due to your wife, to your bride, in your longing for a child." "Who is it?" Richard demanded again. "Ludovic's sister, little Lady Constance Keel." He drew in his breath sharply. "Would she and her people consent?" he said. "I think so. Judging by appearances, I am almost sure they would consent." A long silence followed. Richard lay still, looking at the rosy flush that broadened in the morning sky and touched the bosoms of those delicate clouds with living, pulsating color. And he flushed too, all his being softened into a great tenderness, a great shyness, a quick yet noble shame. For his whole attitude towards this question of marriage changed strangely as it passed from the abstract, from regions of vague purpose and desire, to the concrete, to the thought of a maiden with name and local habitation, a maiden actual and accessible, whose image he could recall, whose pretty looks and guileless speech he knew. "I almost wish she was not Ludovic's sister, though," he remarked presently. "It is a great deal to ask." "You have a great deal to offer," Catherine said, adding, "You can care for her, Dickie." He turned his head, his lips working a little, his flushed face very young and bright. "Oh yes, I can care fast enough," he said, "and I think I could make her happy. And you see, already she worships you. We would pet her mother and give her all manner of pretty things, and make a little queen of Haran she would be pleased as a child, such a child." Richard remained awake far into the morning, till the rose had died out of the sky, and the ascending smoke of many kitchen chimneys began to stain the expanse of heavenly blue. The thought of his possible bride was very sweet to him. But when at last sleep came, dreams came likewise. Helen de Valorb's perfect face arose in reproach before him, and her azure and purple draperies swept over him, stifling and choking him as the salt waves of an angry sea. Then someone it was the comely, long-limbed young soldier, Mr. Decis, whom he had seen last night at the Barking's great party, when Morabita Sangand, the soprano's matchless voice, was mixed up, in the strangest fashion, with all these transactions lifted Helen, and all her magic sea waves from off him, setting him free. But even as he did so, Dicky perceived that it was not Helen, after all, whom the young soldier carried in his arms, but little Lady Constance Keel. Whereupon Richard, waking with a start, conceived a wholly unreasoning detestation of Mr. Desise, while along with that his purpose of marrying Lady Constance increased notably, waxed strong and grew, putting forth all manner of fair flowers of promise and of hope. Chapter 4. A Lesson upon the 11th Commandment. Parents, obey your children. A family council was in course of holding in the lofty, whitened gold boudoir, overlooking the park, in Albert Gate. Lady Louisa Barking had summoned it. She had also exercised a measure of selection among intending members. For instance, Lady Margaret and Lady Emily, the former having a disposition, in the opinion of her elder sister, to put herself forward and support the good cause with more zeal than discretion, the latter being but a weak-kneed supporter of the cause at best, were summarily dismissed. It was really perfectly unnecessary to discuss this sort of thing before the younger girls, she said. It put them out of their place and rather rubbed the freshness off their minds. And then they would chatter among themselves. And it all became a little foolish and missy. They never knew when to stop. One member of the Keel family, and that a leading one, had taken his dismissal before it was given, and, with a nice mixture of defective moral courage and good common sense, had removed himself bodily from the neighborhood of the scene of action. Lord Shotover was still in London. Along with the payment of his debts had come a remarkable increase of cheerfulness. He made no more allusions to the unpleasant subject of cutting his throat, while the proposed foreign tour had been relegated to a vague future. It seemed a pity not to see the season out. It would be little short of a crime to miss Goodwood. He might go out with Desise to India in the autumn, when that young soldier's leave had expired, and look Guy up a bit. He would rather like a turn at Pigstickingan. There were plenty of pig, he understood, in the neighborhood of Agra, where his brother was now stationed. On the morning in question, Lord Shotover, in excellent spirits, had walked down Piccadilly with his father, from his rooms in Jermyn Street to Albert Gate. The elder gentleman, arriving from Westchurch by an early train, had solaced himself with a share of the by no means ascetic breakfast of which his eldest son was partaking at a little after 10:30. It was very much too good a breakfast for a person in Lord Shotover's existing financial position. So, indeed, were the room so, in respect of locality, was Jermyn Street itself. Lord Fallowfield knew this, no man better. Yet he was genuinely pleased, impressed even by the luxury with which his erring son was surrounded, and proceeded to praise his cook, praise his valets waiting at table, praise some fine old sporting prints upon the wall. He went so far, indeed, as to chuckle discreetly immaculately faithful husband, though he was over certain photographs of ladies, more fair and kind than wise, which were stuck in the frame of the looking-glass over the chimney-piece. In return for which acts of good fellowship, Lord Shotover accompanied him as far as the steps of the mansion in Albert Gate. There he paused, remarking with the most disarming frankness, "I would come in. I want to awfully, I assure you. I quite agree with you about all this affair, you know, and I should uncommonly like to let the others know it. But between ourselves, Louis has been so short with me lately, so infernally short, if you will pardon my saying so, that it's become downright disagreeable to me to run across her. So I am afraid I might only make matters worse all round. Do not, you know, if I put in an appearance this morning." "Has she, though?" ejaculated Lord Fallowfield, in reference presumably to his eldest daughter's reported shortness. "My dear boy, do not think of it. I would not have you exposed to unnecessary unpleasantness on any account." Then, as he followed the groom off the chambers up the bare, white, marble staircase which struck almost vault-like in its chill and silence, after the heat and glare and turmoil of the great thoroughfare without added to himself. Good fellow Shotover, has his faults, but upon my word, when you come to think of it, so have all of us. Very good-hearted, sensible fellow at bottom, Shotover. Always responds when you talk rationally to him. No nonsense about him, his lordship sighed as he climbed the marble stair. Great comfort to me at times, Shotover. Shows very proper feeling on the present occasion, but naturally feels a diffidence about expressing it. Thus, in the end, it happened that the family council consisted only of the lady of the house, her sister Lady Alicia Winterbotham, Mr. Ludovic Keel, and the parent whom all three of them were, each in their several ways, so perfectly willing to instruct in his duty towards his children. Ludovic, perhaps, displayed less alacrity than usual in offering good advice to his father. His policy was rather that of masterly inactivity. Indeed, as the discussion waxed hot, thy sister's voices rising slightly in tone, while Lord Fallowfield's replies disclosed a vein of dogged obstinacy, withdrew from the field of battle and moved slowly round the room, staring abstractedly at the pictures. There was a seductive female head by Greuze, a couple of reposeful landscapes by Moreland, a little constable waterways, trees, and distant woodland, swept by wind and weather. But upon these the young man bestowed scant attention. That which fascinated his gaze was a series of half-length portraits in oval frames, representing his parents, himself, his sisters, and brothers. These portraits were the work of a lady whose artistic gifts, and whose prices were alike modest. They were in colored chalks, and had, after adorning her own sitting room for a number of years, been given, as a wedding present, by Lady Fallowfield to her eldest daughter. Mr. Keel reviewed them leisurely now, looking over his shoulder now and again to note how the tide of battle rolled, and raising his eyebrows in mute protest when the voices of the two ladies became more than usually elevated. You see, Papa, you have not been here, Lady Louisa was saying. No, I have not, interrupted Lord Fallowfield, and very much I regret that I have not. Should have done my best to put a stop to this engagement at the outset before there was any engagement at all, in fact. And so you cannot possibly know how the whole thingany breaking off, I mean, would be regarded. Cannot I, though? Said Lord Fallowfield. I know perfectly well how I should regard it myself. You do not take the advantages sufficiently into consideration, Papa. Of course, with their enormous wealth, they can afford to do anything. Mr. Winterbotham's income was far from princely at this period, and Lady Alicia was liable to be at once envious of, and injured by, the riches of others. Her wardrobe was limited. She was, this morning, vexatiously conscious of a warmer hue in the back pleats than in the front breadth of her mauve, cashmere dress, sparsely decorated with bows of but indifferently white ribbon. It has enabled them to make an immense success. One really gets rather tired of hearing about them. But everybody goes to their house, and says that he is perfectly charming. Half the parents in London would jump at the chance of one of their girls making such a marriage, this from Lady Louisa. Mr. Keel looked over his shoulder and registered a conviction that his father did not belong to that active, parental moiety. He sat stubbornly on a straight-backed, white and gold chair, his hands clasped on the top of his favorite, gold-headed walking stick. He had refused to part with this weapon on entering the house. It gave him a sense of authority, of security. Meanwhile, his habitually placid and infantile countenance wore an expression of the acutest worry. Would they, though, he said, in response to his daughter's information regarding the jumping moiety? Well, I should not. In point of fact, I do not. All that you and Alicia tell me may be perfectly true, my dear Louisa. I would not for a moment attempt to discredit your statements. And I do not wish to be intemperate, stupid thing intemperance, sign of weakness intemperance. Still I must repeat, and I repeat clearly, that I do not approve of this engagement. Did not I prophesy long, long ago what my father's attitude would be, Louisa? Mr. Keel murmured gently over his shoulder. Then he fell to contemplating the portrait of his brother Guy, aged 7, who was represented arrayed in a brown holland blouse of singular formlessness, confined at the waist by a black leather belt, and carrying, Cupid-like, in his hands a bow and arrows decorated with sky-blue ribbons. Were my brothers and I actually such appallingly insipid-looking little idiots? He asked himself. In that case, the years do bring compensations. We really bear fewer outward traces of utter imbecility now. I do not wish to be harsh with you, my dears, never have been harsh, to my knowledge, with any one of my children. Believe in kindness. always have been lenient with my children. And as indirect consequence, thereof note my eldest brother's frequent epistles to the Hebrews, commented Mr. Keel softly. The sweet simplicity of this counterfeit presentment of him, armed with a pea-green baton and jointless fishing rod, hardly shadows forth the copious insolvencies of recent times. Never have approved of harshness, continued Lord Fallowfield. Still, I do feel I should have been given an opportunity of speaking my mind sooner. I ought to have been referred to in the first place. It was my right, it was due to me. I do not wish to assert my authority in a tyrannical manner. Hate tyranny, always have hated parental tyranny. Still, I feel that it was due to me. And Shotover quite agrees with me. Talked in a very nice, gentlemanly, high-minded way about it all this morning, did Shotover. The two ladies exchanged glances, drawing themselves up with an assumption of reticence and severity. Really? Exclaimed Lady Alicia. It seems a pity, Papa, that Shotover's actions are not a little more in keeping with his conversation then. But Lord Fallowfield only grasped the head of his walking stick the tighter, congratulating himself the while on the unshakable firmness both of his mental and physical attitude. Oh, ah, yes, he said, rising to heights of quite reckless defiance. I know there is a great deal of prejudice against Shotover, just now, among you. He alluded to it this morning with a great deal of feeling. He was not bitter, but he is very much hurt, is Shotover. You are hard on him, Alicia. It is a painful thing to observe upon, but you are hard, and so is Winterbotham. I regret to be obliged to put it so plainly, but I was displeased by Winterbotham's tone about your brother, last time you and he were down at Whitney from Saturday to Monday. At all events, Papa, George has never cost his parents a single penny since he left Balliol, Lady Alicia replied, with some spirit and a very high color. But Lord Fallowfield was not to be beguiled into discussion of side issues, though his amiable face was crumpled and puckered by the effort to present an uncompromising front to the enemy. Some of you ought to have written and informed me as soon as you had any suspicion of what was likely to happen. Not to do so was underhand. I do not wish to employ strong language, but I do consider it underhand. Shotover tells me he would have written if he had only known, but of course, in the present state of feeling, he was shut out from it all. Ludovic did know, I presume, and I am sorry to say it, but I consider it very unhandsome of Ludovic not to have communicated with me. At this juncture, Mr. Keel desisted from contemplation of the family portraits and approached the belligerents, threading his way carefully between the many tables and chairs. There was much furniture, yet but few ornaments, in Lady Lewis's boudoir. The young man's long neck was directed slightly forward, and his expression was one of polite inquiry. It is very warm this morning, he remarked parenthetically, and as a family we appear to feel it. You did me the honor to refer to me just now, I believe, my dear father. Since my two younger sisters have been banished, it has happily become possible to hear both you and myself speak. You were saying that you might very properly have written and told me about this business, and given me an opportunity of expressing my opinion before things reached a head. Mr. Keel drew forward a chair and seated himself with mild deliberation. Lord Fallowfield began to fidget. Very clever fellow, Ludovic, he said to himself. Wonderfully cool-headed, he became suspicious of his own wisdom in having made direct appeal to a person thus distinguished. I might have written, my dear father. I admit that I might, but there were difficulties. To begin with, in this particular shared Shotover's position. Louisa had not seen fit to honor me with her confidence. I beg your pardon, Louisa, you were saying, and so, you see, I really had not anything to write about. But this young man Lord Fallowfield was sensible of a singular reluctance to mention the name of his proposed son-in-law's young Calmady. You know, he's an intimate friend of yours. Difficulty number 2, for I doubted how you would take the matter. Did you, though? Said Lord Fallowfield, with an appreciable smoothing of crumples and puckers. I am extremely attached to Dicky Calmady, and I did not want to put a spoke in his wheel. Of course not, my dear boy, of course not. Nasty, unpleasant business putting spokes in other men's wheels, especially when they are your friends. I acknowledge that. I am sure you do, Mr. Keel replied, indulgently. You are always on the side of doing the generous thing, my dear father, when you see it. Here his lordship's grasp upon the head of his walking stick relaxed sensibly. Thank you, Ludovic. Very pleasant thing to have one's son say to one, I must say, uncommonly pleasant. Alas, he felt himself to be slipping. Deuced shrewd, diplomatic fellow Ludovic, he remarked to himself somewhat ruefully. All the same, the little compliment warmed him through. He knew it made for defeat, yet for the life of him he could not but relish it. Very pleasant, he repeated. But that's not the point, my dear boy. Now, about this young fellow Calmady's proposal for your sister Constance. Mr. Keel looked full at the speaker, and for once his expression held no hint of impertinence or raillery. Dicky Calmady is as fine a fellow as ever fought, or won, an almost hopeless battle, he said. He is somewhat heroic, in my opinion, and he is very lovable. Is he, though? Lord Fallowfield commented, quite gently. A woman who understood him, and had some idea of all he must have gone through, could not well help being very proud of him. Yet even while speaking, the young man knew his advocacy to be but half-hearted. He praised his friend rather than his friend's contemplated marriage, but his dear old lordship's not very quick. He will never spot that, he added mentally. And then he reflected that little Lady Constance was not very quick either. She might marry obediently, even gladly. But was it probable she would develop sufficient imagination ever to understand, and therefore be proud of, Richard Calmady? He is brilliant too, Ludovic continued. He is as well read as any man of his standing whom I know, and he can think for himself. And when he is in the vein, he is unusually good company. Everybody says he is extraordinarily agreeable, broke in Lady Alicia. Old Lady Martin was saying only yesterday, George, and I met her at the Aldams. Louisa, you know, at dinner that she had not heard better conversation for years. And she was brought up among Macaulay and Rogers and all the Holland House set, so her opinion really is worth having. But Lord Fallowfield's grasp had tightened again upon his walking stick. Was she, though? He said rather incoherently. Pray, from all this, do not run away with the notion Calmady is a prig, Ludovic interposed. He is as keen a sportsman as you erring as far, of course, as sport is possible for him. Here Lord Fallowfield, finding himself somewhat hard-pressed, sought relief in movement. He turned sideways, throwing one shapely leg across the other, grasping the supporting walking stick in his right hand, while with the left he laid hold of the back of the white and gold chair. Oh, ah, yes, he said valiantly, directing his gaze upon the treetops in the park. I quite accept all you tell me. I do not want to detract from your friend's merits, Spore. Mean sort of thing to detract from any man's friend's merits. Gentlemanlike young fellow, Calmady. The little I have seen of him reminds me of my poor friend his father. I liked his father. But you see, my dear boy, there is, well, there's no denying it, there isn't shot over quick. Of course, Papa, we all know what you mean, Lady Louisa interposed, with a certain loftiness and, it must be owned, asperity. I have never pretended there was not something one had to get accustomed to. But really you forget all about it, almost immediately every one doson can see that, don't they, Alicia? If you had met Sir Richard everywhere, as we have this season, you would realize how very, very soon that is quite forgotten. Is it, though? Said Lord Fallowfield somewhat incredulously. His face had returned to a sadly puckered condition. Yes, I assure you, nobody thinks of it. After just the first little shock, do not you know this from Lady Louisa? I think one feels it is not quite nice to dwell on a thing of that kind, her sister chimed in, reddening again. It ought to be ignored. From a girl, the speaker had enjoyed a reputation for great refinement of mind. I think it amounts to being more than not nice, echoed Lady Louisa. I think it is positively wrong, for nobody can tell what accident may not happen to any of us at any moment. And so I am not at all sure that it is not actually unchristian to make a thing like that into a serious objection. You know, Papa, there must be deformed people in some families, just as there is consumption or insanity. Or underbreeding or attenuated salaries, Mr. Keel softly murmured. It becomes evident, my dear father, you must not expect too much of sons or I of brothers-in-law. Think of old Lord Soakington, I mean the great uncle of the present man, of course off his temper, Lady Louisa proceeded, regardless of ironical comment. It amounted almost to mania. And yet Lady Dorothy Hellard would certainly have married him. There never was any question about it. Would she, though? Bad old man Soakington. Never did approve of Soakington. Of course she would. Mrs. Crookenden, who always has been devoted to her, told me so. Did she, though, said Lord Fallowfield, but the marriage was broken off, my dear. He made this remark triumphantly, feeling it showed great acuteness. Oh, dear no, indeed it was not, his daughter replied. Lord Soakington behaved in the most outrageous manner. At the last moment he never proposed to her at all, and then it came out that for years he had been living with one of the still-room maids. Louisa, cried Lady Alicia, turning scarlet. Had he, though, the old scoundrel? Papa, cried Lady Alicia. So he was, my dear. Very bad old man, Soakington. Very amusing old man, too, though. And, overcome by certain reminiscences, Lord Fallowfield chuckled a little, shamefacedly. His second daughter thereupon arranged the folds of her mauve cashmere, with bent head. It is very clear Papa and Shotover have been together today, she thought. Shotover's influence over Papa is always demoralizing. It's too extraordinary the subjects men joke about and call amusing when they get together. A pause followed, a brief cessation of hostilities, during which Mr. Keel looked inquiringly at his three companions. Alicia fancies herself shocked, he said to himself, and my father fancies himself wicked, and Louisa fancies herself a chosen vessel. Strong delusion is upon them all. The only question is whose delusion is the strongest, and who, consequently, will first renew the fray? Ah, the chosen vessel, I thought as much. You see, Papa, one really must be practical, Lady Louisa began in clear, emphatic tones. We all know how you have spoiled Constance. She and Shotover have always been your favorites. But even you must admit that Shotover's wretched extravagance has impoverished you and helped to impoverish all your other children. And you must also admit, notwithstanding your partiality for Constance, that I want to see Connie. I want to hear from herself that Shebroke out Lord Fallowfield. His kindly heart yearned over this ewe lamb of his large flock, but the eldest of the said flock interposed sternly. No, no, she cried, pray, Papa, not yet. Connie is quite contented and reasonable. I believe she is out shopping just now, too. And while you are in this state of indecision yourself, it would be the greatest mistake for you to see her. It would only disturb and upset her, wouldn't it, Alicia? And the lady thus appealed to assented. It is true that when she arrived at the great house in Albert Gate that morning, she had found little Lady Constance with her pretty, baby face sadly marred by tears. But she had put that down to the exigencies of the situation. All young ladies of refined mind cried under kindred circumstances. Had she not herself wept copiously, for the better part of a week, before finally deciding to accept George Winterbotham? Moreover, a point of jealousy undoubtedly pricked Lady Alicia in this connection. She was far from being a cruel woman, but, comparing her own modest material advantages in marriage with the surprisingly handsome ones offered to her little sister, she could not be wholly sorry that the latter's rose was not entirely without thorns. That the flower in question should have been thornless, as well as so very fine and large, would surely have trenched on injustice to herself. This thought had, perhaps unconsciously, influenced her when enlarging on the becomingness of a refined indifference to Sir Richard Calmady's deformity. In her heart of hearts she was disposed, perhaps unconsciously, to hail rather than deplore the fact of that same deformity. For did it not tend subjectively to equalize her lot and that of her little sister, and modify the otherwise humiliating disparity of their respective fortunes? Therefore she capped Lady Louisa's speech by saying immediately, "Yes, indeed, Papa, it would only be an unkindness to run any risk of upsetting Connie. No really nice girl ever really quite likes the idea of marriage." Does not she, though? Commented Lord Fallowfield, with an air of receiving curious, scientific information. Oh, of course not. How could she? And then, Papa, you know how you have always indulged Connie. Lady Alicia's voice was slightly peevish in tone. She was not in very good health at the present time, with the consequence that her face showed thin and bird-like. While, notwithstanding the genial heat of the summer's day, she presented a starved and chilly appearance. Always indulged Connie, she repeated, and that has inclined her to be rather selfish and fanciful. The above statements, both regarding his own conduct and the effect of that conduct upon his little ewe lamb, nettled the amiable nobleman considerably. He faced round upon the speaker with an intention of reprimand, but in so doing his eyes were arrested by his daughter's faded dress and disorganized complexion. He relented. Poor thing, looks ill, he thought. A man's an unworthy brute who ever says a sharp word to a woman in her condition. And before he had time to find a word other than sharp, Lady Louisa Barking returned to the charge. Exactly, she asserted. Alicia is perfectly right. At present Connie is quite reasonable. And all we entreat, Papa, is that you will let her remain so, until you have made up your own mind. Do pray let us be dignified. One knows how the servants get hold of anything of this kind and discuss it, if there is any want of dignity or any indecision. That is too odious. And I must really think just a little of Mr. Barking and myself in the matter. It has all gone on in our house, you see. One must consider appearances, and with all the recent gossip about Shotover, we do not want another Esclandreth servants knowing all about it too. And then, with all your partiality for Constance, you cannot suppose she will have many opportunities of marrying men with 40 or 50,000 a year. No, Papa, as Louisa says, in your partiality for Connie, you must not entirely forget the claims of your other children. She must not be encouraged to think exclusively of herself, and it is not fair that you should think exclusively of her. I know that George and I are poor, but it is through no fault of our own. He most honorably refuses to take anything from his mother, and you know how small my private income is. Yet no one can accuse George of lack of generosity. When any of my family want to come to us, he always makes them welcome. Maggie only left us last Thursday, and Emily comes tomorrow. I know we cannot do much. It is not possible with our small means and establishment. But what little we can do, George is most willing should be done. Excellent fellow, Winterbotham, Lord Fallowfield put in soothingly. Very steady, painstaking man, Winterbotham. His second daughter looked at him reproachfully. Thank you, Papa, she said. I own I was a little hurt just now by the tone in which you alluded to George. Were you, though? I am sure I am very sorry, my dear Alicia. Hate to hurt anybody, especially one of my own children. Unnatural thing to hurt one of your own children. But you see, this feeling of all of yours about Shotover has been very painful to me. I never have liked divisions in families. Never know where they may lead to. Nasty, uncomfortable things, divisions in families. Well, Papa, I can only say that divisions are almost invariably caused by a want of the sense of duty. Lady Lewis's voice was stern. And if people are overindulged, they become selfish, and then, of course, they lose their sense of duty. My sister is a notable logician, Mr. Keel murmured under his breath. If logic ruled life, how clear, how simple our course. But then, unfortunately, it does not. Shotover has really no one but himself to thank for any bitterness that his brothers and sisters may feel towards him. He has thrown away his chances, has got the whole family talked about in a most objectionable manner, and has been a serious encumbrance to you, and indirectly to all of us. We have all suffered quite enough trouble and annoyance already. And so I must protest, Papa, I must very strongly and definitely protest, against Connie being permitted, still more encouraged, to do exactly the same thing. Lord Fallowfield, still grasping his walking stick, though he could not but fear that trusted weapon had proved faithless and sadly failed in its duty of support, gazed distractedly at the speaker. Visions of Jewish moneylenders, of ladies more fair and kind than wise, of guinea points at whist, of the prize ring of Baden-Baden, of Newmarket and Doncaster, arose confusedly before him. What the deuce, he did not like bad language, but really? What the dickens had all these to do with his ewe lamb, innocent little Constance, her virgin white body and soul, and her sweet, witty prettiness? My dear Louisa, no doubt you know what you mean, but I give you my word I do not, he began. Here, here, my dear father, put in Mr. Keel. There I am with you. Louisa's wing is strong, her range is great. I myself, on this occasion, find it not a little difficult to follow her. Nonsense, Ludovic, almost snapped the lady. You follow me perfectly, or can do so if you use your common sense. Papa must face the fact that Constance cannot afford that we cannot afford to have her throw away her chances, as Shotover has thrown away his. We all have a duty, not only to ourselves, but to each other. Inclination must give way to duty, though I do not say Constance exhibits any real disinclination to this marriage. She is a little flurried. As Alicia said just now, every really nice-minded girl is flurried at the idea of marriage. She ought to be. I consider it only delicate that she should be. But she understands I have pointed it out to her that her money, her position, and those two big houses Brockhurst and the one in Lone Square will be of the greatest advantage to the girls and to her brothers. It is not as if she was nobody. The scullery maid can marry whom she likes, of course, but in our rank of life it is different. A girl is bound to think of her family as well as of herself. She is bound to consider. The groom off the chambers opened the door, and advanced solemnly across the boudoir to Lord Fallowfield. Sir Richard Calmady is in the smoking room, my lord, he said, to see you. Chapter 5 Iphigenia. Chastened in spirit, verbally acquiescent, yet unconvinced, a somewhat pitiable sense of inadequacy upon him, Lord Fallowfield travelled back to Westchurch that night. 2 days later, the morning papers announced to all whom it might concern, and that far larger all, whom it did not really concern in the least, in the conventional phrases common to such announcements, that Sir Richard Calmady and Lady Constance Keel had agreed shortly to become man and wife. Thus did Catherine Calmady, in all trustfulness, strive to give her son his desire, while the great and little world looked on and made comments, various as the natures and circumstances of the units composing them. Lady Louisa was filled with the pride of victory. Her venture had not miscarried. At church on Sunday she was really too busy socially, just now, to attend what it was her habit to describe as odds and ends of weekday services, and therefore worshipped on the Sabbath only, and then by no means in secret or with shut doors, repeated the general thanksgiving with much unction and in an aggressively audible voice. And Lady Alicia Winterbotham expressed a peevish hope that such great wealth might not turn Constance's head and make her just a little vulgar. It was all rather dangerous for a girl of her age, and Sheth speaker trusted somebody would point out to Connie the heavy responsibilities towards others such a position brought with it. And Lord Shotover delivered it as his opinion that it might be all right. He hoped to goodness it was, for he would always been uncommonly fond of the young un. But it seemed to him rather a pewed-up job all round, and so he meant just to keep his eye on Con. He swore he 999. In furtherance of which laudable determination, he braved his eldest sister's frowns with heroic intrepidity, calling to see the young girl whenever all other sources of amusement failed him, and paying her the complimentas is the habit of the natural man, when unselfishly desirous of giving pleasure to the women of his family off talking continuously and exclusively about his own affairs, his gains at cards, his losses on horses, even recounting, in moments of more than ordinarily expansive affection, the less wholly disreputable episodes of his many adventures of the heart. And Honoria sent Quentin's sensitive face straightened, and her lips closed rather tight whenever the marriage was mentioned before her. She refused to express any view on the subject, and to that end took rather elaborate pains to avoid the society of Mr. Keel. And Lady Dorothy Hellard, whose unhappy disappointment in respect of the late Lord Soakington and other non-successful excursions in the direction of wedlock had not cured her of sentimental leanings, asserted that it was quite the most romantic and touching engagement she had ever heard of. To which speech her mother, the Dowager Lady Cummartin, replied, with the directness of statement which made her acquaintance so cautious of differing from her, touching, romantic, fiddle-deddy. You ought to be ashamed of yourself for thinking so at your age, Dorothy. A bargain's a bargain, and in my opinion the bride has got much the best of it. For she's a mawkish, milk-and-waiter little schoolgirl, while he is charming all there is of him. If there would been a little more, I declared I would have married him myself. And good-looking Mr. Desize of the 101st Lancers got into very hot water with the mounted constables, and with the liveristable keeper from whom he hired his hacks, for furious riding in the park. And Julius March walked the paved ways and fragrant alleys of the Redwall Gardens at Brockhurst, somewhat sadly, in the glowing June twilights, meditating upon the pitiless power of change which infects all things human, and of his own lifelong love doomed to find no earthly close. And Mrs. Chiffney, down at the racing stables, rejoiced to the point of tears, being possessed by the persistent instinct of matrimony common to the British lower middle class. And Sandfield Parish rejoiced likewise, and pealed its church bells in token thereof, foreseeing much carnal gratification in the matter of cakes and ale. And Madame de Valorbes, whose letters to Richard had come to be pretty frequent during the last 8 months, was overtaken by silence and did not write at all. But this omission on the part of his cousin was grateful, rather than distressing, to the young man. It appeared to him very sympathetic of Helen not to write. It showed a finely imaginative sensibility and considerateness on her part, which made Dicky sigh, thinking of it, and then, so to speak, turn away his head. And to do this last was the less difficult that his days were very full just now. And his mind was very full, likewise, of gentle thoughts of, and many provisions for, the happiness of his promised bride. The young girl was timid in his presence, it is true, Yet she was transparently, appealing, anxious to please. Her conversation was neither ready nor brilliant, but she was very fair to look upon in her childlike freshness and innocence. A protective element, a tender and chivalrous loyalty, entered into Richard's every thought of her. A great passion and a happy marriage were two quite separate matters, so he argued in his inexperience. And this was surely the wife a man should desire: modest, guileless, dutiful, pure in heart as in person. The gentle dumbness which often held her did not trouble him. It was a pretty pastime to try to win her confidence and open the doors of her artless speech. And then, to Richard, tempted it is true, but as yet himself unsullied, it was so sacred and wonderful a thing that this spotless woman creature in all the fragrance of her youth belonged to him in a measure already, and would belong to him, before many weeks were out, wholly and of inalienable right. And so it happened that the very limitations of the young girl's nature came to enhance her attractions. Dicky could not get very near to her mind, but that merely piqued his curiosity and provoked his desire of discovery. She was to him as a book written in strange character, difficult to decipher. With the result that he accredited her with subtleties and many fine feelings she did not really possess, while he failed to divine not from defective sympathy, so much as from absorption in his self-created idea of her very simple feelings, which actually animated her. His masculine pride was satisfied in that so eligible a maiden consented to become his wife. His moral sense was satisfied also, since he had as he supposed put temptation from him and chosen the better part. Very certainly he was not violently in love, that he supposed to be a thing of the past, but he was quietly happy, while ahead lay the mysterious enchantments of marriage. Dicky's heart was very tender just then. Life had never turned on him a more gracious face. Nevertheless, once or twice, a breath of distrust dimmed the bright surface of his existing complacency. One day, for instance, he had taken his fiancée for a morning drive and brought her home to luncheon. After that meal, she should sit for a while with Lady Calmady and then join him in the library downstairs, for he had that which he coveted to show her. But it appeared to him that she tarried unduly with his mother, and he grew impatient waiting through the long minutes of the summer afternoon. A barrel organ droned slumberously from the other side of the square, while to his ears, so long attuned to country silences or the quick, intermittent music of nature, the ceaseless roar of London became burdensome. Ever after, thinking of this first wooing of his, he recalled as slightly sinister that ever-present murmur of traffic, bearing testimony, as it seemed later, to the many activities in which he could play, after all, but so paltry and circumscribed a part. And listening to that same murmur now, something of rebellion against circumstance arose in Dicky for all that the present was very good. For, as he considered, any lover other than himself would not sit pinned to an armchair awaiting his mistress coming, but did she delay, would go to seek her, claim her, and bear her merrily away. The organ grinder, meanwhile, cheered by a copper shower from some adjacent balcony, turned the handle of his instrument more vigorously, letting loose stirring valse-tune and march upon the sultry air. Such music was, of necessity, somewhat comfortless hearing to Richard, debarred alike from deeds of arms or joy of dancing. His impatience increased. It was a little inconsiderate of his mother surely to detain Constance for so long, but just then the sound of women's voices reached him through the half-open door. The two ladies were leisurely descending the stairs. There was a little pause, then he heard Lady Calmady say, as though in gentle rebuke, "No, no, dear child, I will not come with you. Richard would like better to see you alone. 2. I have a number of letters to write. I am at home to no one this afternoon. You will find me in the sitting-room here. You can come and bid me good bieno, dear child, go." Thus admonished, Lady Constance moved forward. Yet, to Dicky's listening ears, it appeared that it took her an inordinate length of time to traverse the length of the hall from the foot of the stairs to the library door. And there again she paused, the organ, now nearer, rattling out the tramp of a popular military march. But the throb and beat of the quickstep failed to hasten little Lady Constance's lagging feet, so that further rebellion against his own infirmity assaulted poor Dick. At length the girl entered with a little rush, her soft cheeks flushed, her rounded bosom heaving, as though she arrived from a long and arduous walk, rather than from that particularly deliberate traversing of the cool hall and descent of the airy stairway. "Ah, here you are at last, then," Richard exclaimed. "I began to wonder if you had forgotten all about me." The young girl did not attempt to sit down, but stood directly in front of him, her hands clasped loosely, yet somewhat nervously, almost in the attitude of a child about to recite a lesson. Her still, heifer's eyes were situate so far apart that Dickie, looking up at her, found it difficult to focus them both at the same glance. And this produced an effect of slight uncertainty, even defect of vision, at once pathetic and quaintly attractive. Her face was heart-shaped, narrowing from the wide, low brow to the small, rounded chin set below a round, babyish mouth of slight mobility but much innocent sweetness. Her light, brown hair, rising in an upward curve on either side the straight parting, was swept back softly, yet smoothly, behind her small ears. The neck of her white alpaca dress, cut square according to the then prevailing fashion, was outlined with flat bands of pale, blue ribbon, and filled up with lace to the base of the round column of her throat. Blue ribbons adorned the hem of her simple skirt, and a band of the same color encircled her shapely, though not noticeably slender, waist. Her bosom was rather full for so young a woman, so that, notwithstanding her perfect freshness and air of almost childlike simplicity, there was a certain statuesque quality in the effect of her white-clad figure seen, thus in the shaded library, with its russetted walls and furnishings and ranges of dark bookshelves. "I am so sorry," she said breathlessly. "I should have come sooner, but I was talking to Lady Calmady, and I did not know it was so late. I am not afraid of talking to Lady Calmady. She is so very kind to me, and there are many questions I wanted to ask her. She promises to help and tell me what I ought to do, and I am very glad of that. It will prevent my making mistakes." Her attitude and the earnestness of her artless speech were to Richard almost pathetically engaging. His irritation vanished. He smiled, looked up at her, his own face flushing a little. "I do not fancy you will ever make any very dangerous mistakes," he said. "Ah, but I might," the girl insisted. "You see, I have always been told what to do." "Always?" Dickie asked, more for the pleasure of watching her stand thus than for any great importance he attached to her answer. "Oh yes," she said, "first by our nurses and then by our governesses. They were not always very kind. They called me obstinate, but I did not mean to be obstinate. Only they spoke in French or German, and I could not always understand. And since I have grown up, my elder sisters have told me what I ought to do." It seemed to Richard that the girl's small, round chin quivered a little, and that a look of vague distress invaded her soft, ruminant, wide-set eyes. "And so I should have been very frightened, now, unless I had had Lady Comedy to tell me. Well, I think there's only one thing my mother will need to tell you, and it will not run into either French or German. It can be stated in very plain English. Just to do whatever you like and be happy." Lady Constance stared at the speaker with her air of gentle perplexity. As she did so, undoubtedly, her pretty chin did quiver a little. "Ah, but to do what you like can never really make you happy," she said. "Cannot it? I am not altogether so sure of that. I had ventured to suppose there were a number of things you and I would do in the future which will be most uncommonly pleasant without being conspicuously harmful." He leaned sideways, stretching out to a neighboring chair with his right hand, keeping the light, silk-woven, red blanket up across his thighs with his left. "Do sit down, Constance, and we will talk of things we both like to do at greater length. Ah, bother forgive me, I cannot reach it." "Oh, please do not trouble. It does not matter. I can get it quite well myself," Lady Constance said, quite quickly for once. She drew up the chair and sat down near him, folding her hands again nervously in her lap. All the color had died out of her cheeks. They were as white as her rounded throat. She kept her eyes fixed on Richard's face, and her bosom rose and fell, while her words came somewhat gaspingly. Still she talked on with a touching little effect of determined civility. "Lady Comedy was very kind in telling me I might sometimes go over to Whitney," she said. "I should like that. I'm afraid Papa will miss me. Of course there will be all the others just the same, but I go out so much with him. Of course I would not ask to go over very often, because I know it might be inconvenient for me to have the horses." "But you will have your own horses," Richard answered. "I wrote to Chiffney to look out for a pair of cobs for you last week. Brownsie said you liked that color, I remember. And I told him they were to be broken until big guns, going off under their very noses, would not make them so much as wince." "Are you buying them just for me?" the girl said. "Just for you?" Dickie laughed. "Why, who on earth should I buy anything for but just you, I should like to know?" Butch began. But echoed, resting his hands on the two arms of his chair, leaning forward and still laughing, though somewhat shyly. Do not you see the whole and soul program is that you should do all you like and have all you like and be happy. Richard straightened himself up, still looking full at her, trying to focus both these quaintly engaging, fair apart eyes. Constance, do you never play? He asked her suddenly. I did practice every morning at home, but lately. Oh, I do not mean that, the young man said. I mean quite another sort of playing. Games? Lady Constance inquired. I'm afraid I am rather stupid about games. I find it so difficult to remember numbers and words, and I never can make a ball go where I want it to somehow. I was not thinking of games either, exactly, Richard said, smiling. The girl stared at him in some perplexity, then spoke again, with the same little effect of determined civility. I am very fond of dancing and of skating. The ice was very good on the lake at Whitney this winter. Rupert and Jerry were home from Eton, and Eddie had brought a young man down with him, Mr. Hubbard, who is in his business in Liverpool, and a friend of my brother Guy's was staying in the house too, from India. I think you have met him, Mr. Desai's. We skated till past 12 one night a Wednesday, I think. There was a moon and a great many stars. The thermometer registered 15 degrees of frost, Mr. Desai's told me, but I was not cold. It was very beautiful. Richard shifted his position. The organ had moved farther away. Uncheered by further copper showers, it droned again slumberously, while the murmur sent forth by the thousand activities of the great city waxed loud, for the moment, and hoarsely insistent. I do not bore you, Lady Constance asked in sudden anxiety. Oh no, no, Richard answered. I am glad to have you tell me about yourself, if you will, and all that you care for. Thus encouraged, the girl took up her little parable again, her sweet, rather vacant, face growing almost animated as she spoke. We did something else I liked very much, but from what Alicia said afterwards, I am afraid I ought not to have liked it. One day it snowed, and we all played hide and seek. There are a number of attics in the roof of the bachelor's wing at Whitney, and there are long up-and-down passages leading round to the old nurseries. Mamma did not mind, but Alicia was very displeased. She said it was a mere excuse for romping. But that was not true. Of course we never thought of romping. We did make a great noise, she added conscientiously, but that was Rupert and Jerry's fault. They would jump out after promising not to, and of course it was impossible to help screaming. Eddie's Liverpool friend tried to jump out too, but Maggie snubbed him. I think he deserved it. You ought to play fair, do not you think so? After promising, you would never jump out, would you? And their Lady Constance stopped, with a little gasp. Oh, I beg your pardon, I am so sorry. I forgot, she added breathlessly. Richard's face had become thin and keen. Forget just as often as you can, please, he answered huskily. I would infinitely rather have you have everybody forget Altogethur if possible. Oh, but I think that would be wrong of me, she rejoined, with gentle dogmatism. It is selfish to forget anything that is very sad. And is this so very sad? Richard asked almost harshly. The girl stared at him with parted lips. Oh yes, she said slowly. Of course, do not you think so? It is dreadfully sad. And then, her attitude still unchanged and her pretty plump hands still folded on her lap, she went on, in her touching determination to sustain the conversation with due readiness and civility. Brockhurst is a much larger house than Whitney, is not it? I thought so the day we drove over to luncheon when that beautiful French cousin of yours was staying with you, you remember? Yes, I remember, Richard said. And as he spoke, Madame de Valorbes, clothed in the sea waves, crowned and shod with gold, seemed to stand for a moment beside his innocent little fiancé. How long it was since he had heard from her. Did she want money, he wondered? It would be intolerable if, because of his marriage, she never let him help her again. And all the while Lady Constance's unemotional, careful little voice continued, as did the ceaseless murmur of London. I remember, she was saying, because your cousin is quite the most beautiful person I have ever seen. Papa admired her very much too. We spoke of that as soon as Louisa had left us, when we were alone. But there seemed to me so many staircases at Brockhurst, and rooms opening one out of the other. I have been wondering since lately whether I shall ever be able to find my way about the house. I will show you your way, Dicky said gently, banishing the vision of Helen de Valorbes. You will show it me, the girl asked in evident surprise. Then a companion picture to that of Madame de Valorbes arose before Dicky's mental vision, namely, the good-looking, long-legged, young, Irish soldier, Mr. Decise of the 101st Lancers, flying along the attic passages of the Whitney bachelor's wing, in company with this immediate Lisodmere and dutiful maiden, and all the rest of that admittedly rather uproarious holiday throng. Thereat a foolish lump rose in poor Richard's throat, for he too was, after all, but young. He choked the foolish lump down again. Yet it left his voice a trifle husky. Yes, I will show you your way, he said. I can manage that much, at home, in private, among my own people. Only you must not be in a hurry. I have to take my time. You must not mind that. I go slowly. But that will be much better for me, she answered with rather humble courtesy, because then I am more likely to remember my way. I have so much difficulty in knowing my way. I still lose myself sometimes in the park at Whitney. I did once this winter with my brother Guy's friend, Mr. Desise. The boys always tease me about losing my way. Even Papa says I have no bump of locality. I'm afraid I am stupid about that. My governesses always complained that I was a very thoughtless child. Lady Constance unfolded her hands. Her timid, engagingly vague gaze dwelt appealingly upon Richard's handsome face. I think perhaps, if you do not mind, I will go now, she said. I must bid Lady Calmady goodbye. We dine at Lady Martin's tonight. You dine there too, do not you? And my sister Louisa may want me to drive with her, or write some notes before I dress. Wait half a minute, Dickie said. I have got something for you. Let's see. Oh, there it is. Raising himself, he stood for a moment on the seat of the chair, steadying himself with one hand on the back of it, and reached a little silver paper covered parcel from the neighboring table. Then he slipped back into a sitting position, drew the silken blanket up across his thighs, and tossed the little parcel gently into Lady Constance Keel's lap. I as near as possible let you go without it, he said. Not that it's anything very wonderful. It's Nothinganly. I saw it in a shop in Bond Street yesterday, and it struck me as rather quaint. I thought you might like it. Why, but Constance, what's the matter? For the girl's pretty, heart-shaped face had blanched to the whiteness of her white dress. Her eyes were strained, as those of one who beholds an object of terror. Not only her chin but her round, baby mouth quivered. Richard looked at her, amazed at these evidences of distressing emotion. Then suddenly he understood. I frighten you, how horrible, he said. But little Lady Constance had not suffered persistent training at the hands of nurses, and governesses, and elder sisters, during all her 18 years of innocent living for nothing. She had her own small code of manners and morals, of honor and duty, and to the requirements of that code, as she apprehended them, she yielded unqualified obedience, not unheroic in its own meager and rather puzzle-headed fashion. So that now, notwithstanding quivering lips, she retained her intention of civility and entered immediate apology for her own weakness. No, no, indeed you do not, she replied. Please forgive me. I know I was very foolish. I am so sorry. You are so kind to me. You are always giving me beautiful presents, and indeed I am not ungrateful. Only I had never seen you like that before. And please forgive me. I will never be foolish again. Indeed, I will not. But I was taken by surprise. I beg your pardon. I shall be so dreadfully unhappy if you do not forgive me. All the while her trembling hands fumbled helplessly with the narrow ribbon tying the dainty parcel, and big tears rolled down slowly out of her great, soft, wide-set heifer's eyes. Never was there more moving or guileless a spectacle, witnessing which Richard Calmady was taken somewhat out of himself, his personal misfortune seeming matter inconsiderable, while his childlike fiancée had never appeared more engaging. All the sweetest of his nature responded to her artless appeal in very tender pity. Why, my dear Constance, he said, there's nothing to forgive. I was foolish, not you. I ought to have known better. Never mind, I do not. Only wipe your pretty eyes, please. Yes, that's better. Now let me break that tiresome ribbon for you. You are very kind to me, the girl murmured. Then, as the ribbon broke under Richard's strong fingers, and the delicate necklace of many, roughly cut, precious stones topaz, amethyst, sapphire, ruby, chrysolite, and beryl joined together, 3 rows deep, by slender, golden chain slipped from the enclosing paper wrapping into her open hands. Constance Keel added rather tearfully, Oh, you are much too kind. You give me too many things. No one I know ever had such beautiful presents. The cobs you told me of, and now this, and the pearls, and the tiara you gave me last week. I do not deserve it. You give me too much, and I give nothing in return. Oh yes, you do, Richard said, flushing. Yow, you give me yourself. Lady Constance's tears ceased. Again she stared at him in gentle perplexity. You promised to marry me. Yes, of course, I have promised that, she said slowly. And is not that about the greatest giving there can be? A few horses, and jewels, and such rubbish of sorts, weigh pretty light in the balance against that I being I. Richard paused a moment and Yaoyu. But a certain ardor which had come into his speech, for all that he sat very still, and that his expression was wholly gentle and indulgent, and that she felt a comfortable assurance that he was not angry with her, rather troubled little Lady Constance Keel. She rose to her feet and stood before him again, as a child about to recite a lesson. I think, she said, I must go. Louisa may want me, thank you so much. The necklace is quite lovely. I never saw one like it. I like so many colors. They remind me of flowers or of the colors at sunset in the sky. I shall like to wear this very much. Yao Yu will forgive me for having been foolisher if I have bored you. Her bosom rose and fell, and the words came breathlessly. I shall see you at Lady Martin's, so now I will go. And with that she departed, leaving Richard more in love with her, somehow, than he had ever been before or had ever thought to be. Chapter 6, in which Honoria St. Quentin takes the field. It had been agreed that the marriage should take place, in the country, one day in the first week of August. This at Richard's request. Then the young man asked a further favor, namely, that the ceremony might be performed in the private chapel at Brockhurst, rather than in the Whitney parish church. This last proposal, it must be owned, when made to him by Lady Calmady, caused Lord Fallowfield great searchings of heart. I give you my word, my dear boy, I never felt more awkward in my life, he said, subsequently, to his chosen confidant, Shotover. Can quite understand comedy does not care to court publicity. Told his mother I quite understood. Should not care to court it myself if I had the misfortune to share his personal peculiarities. Do not you know, poor young fellow. Still this seems to me an uncomfortable, hole and corner sort of way of behaving to one's daughter, marrying her at his house instead of from my own. I do not half approve of it. Looks a little as if we were rather ashamed of the whole business. Well, perhaps we are, Lord Shotover remarked. For God's sake, then, do not mention it. The elder man broke out with unprecedented asperity. Do not approve of strong language, he added hastily. Never did approve of it, and very rarely employ it myself. An educated man ought to be able to express himself quite sufficiently clearly without having recourse to it. Still, I must own this engagement of Constance's has upset me more than almost any event of my life. Nasty, anxious work marrying your daughters. Heavy responsibility marrying your daughters. And, as to this particular marriage, there's so very much to be said on both sides. And I admit to you, Shotover, if there's anything I hate, it's a case where there's very much to be said on both sides. It trips you up, you see, at every turn. Then I feel I was not fairly treated. I do not wish to be hard on your brother Ludovic and your sisters, but they sprung it upon me, and I am not quick in argument, never was quick if I am hurried. Never can be certain of my own mind when I am hurried, was not certain of it when Lady Comedy proposed that the marriage should be at Brockhurst. And so I gave way. Must be accommodating to a woman, you know. Always have been accommodating to women, get myself into uncommonly tight places by being so more than once when I was younger. Here the speaker cheered up visibly, contemplating his favorite son with an air at once humorous and contrite. You are well out of it, you know, Shotover, with no ties, he continued, at least, I mean, with no wife and family. Not that I do not consider every man owning property should marry sooner or later. More respectable if you have got property to marry, roots you in the soil, gives you a stake, you know, in the future of the country. But I would let it be latrise, thinking of marriageable daughters, certainly I would let it be later. From which it may be gathered that Richard's demands were conceded at all points. And this last concession involved many preparations at Brockhurst, to effect which Lady Comedy left London with the bulk of the household about the middle of July, while Richard remained in Lone Square and the neighborhood of his little fiancée in company. With a few servants and many brown Holland cover still, such time as that young lady should also depart to the country. It was just now that Lady Louisa Barking gave her annual ball, always one of the latest, and this year one of the smartest festivities of the season. I mean it to be exceedingly well done, she said to her sister Alicia. And Mr. Barking entirely agrees with me. I feel I owe it not only to myself, but to the rest of the family to show that none of us see anything extraordinary in Connie's marriage, and that whatever Shotover's debts may have been, or may be, they are really no concern at all of ours. In obedience to which laudable determination, The handsome mansion in Albert Gate opened wide its portals, and all Londona far from despicable company in numbers, since Parliament was still sitting, and the session promised to be rather indefinitely prolonged crowded its fine stairways and suites. Of lofty rooms, resplendent in silks and satins, jewels and laces, in orders and titles, and manifold personal distinctions of wealth, or office, or beauty, while strains of music and scent of flowers pervaded the length and breadth of it, and the feet of the dancers sped over its shining floors. It chanced that Honoria St. Quentin found herself, on this occasion, in a meditative, rather than an active, mood. True, the scene was remarkably brilliant, but she had witnessed too many parallel scenes to be very much affected by that. So it pleased her fancy to moralize, to discriminate not without a delicate sarcasm between actualities and appearances, between the sentiments which might be divined really to animate many of the guests, and those conventional presentments of sentiment which the manner and bearing of the said guests indicated. She assured Lord Shotover she would rather not dance, that she preferred the attitude of spectator, whereupon that gentleman proposed to her to take sanctuary in a certain antechamber, opening off Lady Louisa Barking's boudoir, which was cool, dimly lighted, and agreeably remote from the turmoil of the entertainment now at its height. The acquaintance of these two persons was, in as far as time and the number of their meetings went, but slight, and at first sight their tastes and temperaments would seem wide asunder as the poles. But contrast can form a strong bond of union. And the young man, when his fancy was engaged, was among those who do not waste time over preliminaries. If pleased, he bundled neck and crop into intimacy. And Miss St. Quentin, her fearless speech, her amusingly detached attitude of mind, and her gallant bearing, pleased him mightily from a certain point of view. He pronounced her to be a first-rate sort, and entertained a shrewd suspicion that, as he put it, Ludovic was after her. He commended his brother's good taste. He considered she would make a tip-top sister-in-law, while the young lady, on her part, accepted his advances in a friendly spirit. His fraternal attitude and unfailing good temper diverted her. His rather doubtful reputation piqued her curiosity. She accepted the general verdict, declaring him to be good for nothing, while she enjoyed the conviction that, rake or no rake, he was incapable of causing her the smallest annoyance, or being guilty, as far as she herself was concerned, of the smallest indiscretion. You know, Miss St. Quentin, he remarked as he established himself comfortably, not to say cozily, on a sofa beside her, over and above the pleasure of a peaceful little talk with you, I am not altogether sorry to seek retirement. You see, between ourselves, I am not, unfortunately, in exactly good odor with some members of the family just now. I do not think I am shy. Honoria smiled at him through the dimness. I do not think you are shy, she said. Well, you know, when you come to consider it from an unprejudiced standpoint, what the dickens is the use of being shy? It's only an inverted kind of conceit at best, and half the time it makes you stand in your own light. Clearly it's a mistake every way, the young lady asserted, and happily, it's one of which I can entirely acquit you of being guilty. Lord Shotover threw back his head and looked sideways at his companion. Wonderfully, graceful woman she was certainly. Gave you the feeling she would all the time there was or ever would be. Delightful thing to see a woman who was never in a hurry. No, honestly, I do not believe I am weak in the way of shyness, he continued. If I had been, I should not be here tonight. My sister Louisa did not press me to come. Strange as it may appear to you, Miss St. Quentin, I give you my word she did not. Nor has she regarded me with an exactly favorable eye since my arrival. I am not abashed, not a bit. But I cannot disguise from myself that again I have gone, and been, and jolly well put my foot in it. He whistled very softly under his breath. Oh, I have, I promise you, even on the most modest computation, very extensively and comprehensively put my foot in it. How? Inquired Honoria. Lord Shotover's confidences invariably amused her, and just now she welcomed amusement. For crossing her hostess' boudoir, she had momentarily caught sight of that which changed the speculative sarcasm of her meditations to something approaching pain, namely a pretty, wittied, childish face rising from out a cloud of white tulle, white roses, and diamonds, the expression of which had seemed to her distressingly remote from all the surrounding gaiety and splendor. Actualities and appearances here were surely radically at variance. And now, she smilingly turned on her elbow and made brief inquiry of her companion, promising herself good measure of superficial entertainment, which should serve to banish that pathetic countenance, and allay her suspicion of a sorrowful happening which she was powerless alike to hinder or to help. Lord Shotover pushed his hands into his trousers pockets, leaned far back on the sofa, turning his head so that he could look at her comfortably without exertion and chuckling, a little as he spoke. Well, you see, he said, I brought size. No, you are right, I am not shy, for to do that was a bit of the most barefaced cheek. My sister Louisa had not asked him. Of course she had not. At bottom she's awfully afraid he may still upset the apple cart. But I told her I knew, of course, she had intended to ask him, and that the letter must have got lost somehow in the post, and that I knew how glad she would be to have me rectify the little mistake. My manner was not jaunty, Miss St. Quentin, or defiant, not a bit of it. It was frank, manly, I should call it manly and pleasing. But Louisa did not seem to see it that way somehow. She withered me, she scorched me, reduced me to a cinder, though she never uttered one blessed syllable. The hottest corner of the infernal regions resided in my sister's eye at that moment, and I resided in that hottest corner, I tell you. Of course I knew I risked losing the last rag of her regard when I brought size. But you see, poor chap, it is awfully rough on him. He was making the running all through the winter. I could not help feeling for him, so I chucked discretion. For the first and only time in your life, put in Honoria gently. And pray who and what is this disturber of domestic peace, size? Oh, you know the whole affair grows out of this engagement of my little sister Connie's. By the way, though, the Calmadys are great friends of yours, are not they, Miss St. Quentin? The young man regarded her anxiously, fearful lest he should have endangered the agreeable intimacy of their present relation by the introduction of an unpalatable subject of conversation. Even in this semi-obscurity he perceived that her fine smile had vanished, while the lines of her sensitive face took on a certain rigidity and effect of sternness. Lord Shotover regretted that. For some reason, he knew not what, she was displeased. He, like an ass, evidently had blundered. I am awfully sorry, he began, perhaps. Perhaps it is very impertinent for a mere looker-in like myself to have any views at all about this marriage, Honoria put in quickly. Bless you, no, it's not, he answered. I do not see how anybody can very well be off having views about it, that's just the nuisance. The whole thing shouts, confound it. So you might just as well let me hear your views, Miss St. Quentin. I should be awfully interested. They might help to straighten my own out a bit. Honoria paused a moment, doubting how much of her thought it would be justifiable to confide to her companion. A certain vein of knight-errantry in her character inclined her to set lance in rest and ride forth, rather recklessly, to redress human wrongs. But in redressing one wrong it too often happens that another wronger something perilously approaching one must be inflicted. To save pain in one direction is, unhappily, to inflict pain in the opposite one. Honoria was aware how warmly Lady Calmady desired this marriage. She loved Lady Calmady. Therefore her loyalty was engaged, and yet I am no matchmaker, she said at last, and so probably my view is unnecessarily pessimistic. But I happened to see Lady Constance just now, and I cannot pretend that she struck me as looking conspicuously happy. Lord Shotover flattened his shoulders against the back of the sofa, expanding his chest and thrusting his hands still farther into his pockets, with a movement at once of anxiety and satisfaction. I do not believe she is, he asserted. Upon my word, you are right. I do not believe she is. I doubted it from the first, and now I am pretty certain. Of course I know I am a bad lot, Miss St. Quentin. I have been very little but a confounded nuisance to my people ever since I was born. They are all 10,000 times better than I am, and they are doing what they honestly think right. All the same, I believe they are making a ghastly mistake. They are selling the poor little girl against her will. That's about the long and short of it. He bowed himself together, looking at his companion from under his eyebrows, and speaking with more seriousness than she had ever heard him yet speak. I tell you it makes me a little sick sometimes to see what excellent, well-meaning people will do with girls in respect of marriage. Oh, good Lord, it just does. But then a high moral tone does not come quite gracefully from me. I know that, I am jolly well out of it, it's not for me to preach. And so I thought for once I would act defy authority, risk landing myself in a worse mess than ever, and give Desise his chance. And I tell you he really is a charming chap, a gentleman, you know, and a nice, clean-minded, decent fellow not like me, not a bit. He's awfully hard hit too, and would be as steady as old time for poor little Con's sake if. Ah, now I begin to comprehend, Honoria said. Yes, do not you see? It's a perfectly genuine, forever Randivaraman sort of business. Lord Shotover leaned back once more, and turned a wonderfully pleasant, if not preeminently responsible, countenance upon his companion. I never went in for that kind of racket myself, Miss St. Quentin, he continued. Not being conspicuously faithful, I should only have made a fiasco of it. But I give you my word it touches me all the same when I do run across it. I think it's awfully lucky for a man to be made that way. And Decize is, so there seemed no help for it. I had to chuck discretion, as I told you, and give him his chance. He paused and then asked with a somewhat humorous air of self-depreciation, "What do you think now? Have I done more harm than good, made confusion worse confounded, and played the fool generally?" But again, Honoria vouchsafed him no immediate reply. The meditative mood still held her, and the present conversation offered much food for meditation. Her companion's confession of faith in true love, if you had the good fortune to be born that way, had startled her. That the speaker enjoyed the reputation of being something of a profligate lent singular point to that confession. She had not expected it from Lord Shotover, of all men, and, as coming from him, the sentiment was in a high degree arresting and interesting. Her own ideals, so far, had a decidedly antimatrimonial tendency, while being in love appeared to her a much overrated, if not actively objectionable, condition. Personally, she hoped to escape all experience of it. Then her thought traveled back to Lady Calmady, the charm of her personality, her sorrows, her splendid self-devotion, and to the object of that devotion, namely, Richard Calmady, a being of strange contrasts, at once maimed and beautiful, a being from whom she Honoria shrank in instinctive repulsion, while unwillingly acknowledging that he exercised a permanent and intimate fascination over her imagination. She dwelt, in quick pity, too, upon the frightened, wittied, childish face recently seen rising from out its diaphanous cloud of tulle, the prettiness of it heightened by fair wealth of summer roses and flash of costly diamonds, and upon Mr. Decize, the whole-hearted, young soldier lover, whose existence threatened such dangerous complications in respect of the rest of this strangely assorted company. Finally, her meditative survey returned to its point of departure. In thought she surveyed her present companion, his undeniable excellence of sentiment and clear-seeing, his admittedly defective conduct in matters ethical and financial. Never before had she been at such close quarters with living and immediate human drama, and notwithstanding her detachment, her lofty indifference and high-spirited theories, she found it profoundly agitating. She was sensible of being in collision with unknown and incalculable forces. Instinctively, she rose from her place on the sofa, and, moving to the open window, looked out into the night. Below, the park, now silent and deserted, slept peacefully, as any expanse of remote country pasture and woodland, in the mildly radiant moonlight. Here and there were blottings of dark shadow cast by the clumps or avenues of trees. Here and there, the timid, yellow flame of gas lamps struggled to assert itself against the alembracing silver brightness. Here and there windows glowed warm, set in the pale, glistering facades of the adjacent houses. A cool, light wind, hailing from the direction of the unseen serpentine, stirred the hanging clusters of the pink geraniums that fell over the curved lip of the stone vases, standing along the broad coping of the balcony, and gently caressed the girl's bare arms and shoulders. Seen under these unaccustomed conditions, familiar objects assumed a fantastic aspect. For the night is a mighty magician, with power to render even the weighty brick and stone, even the hard, uncomprising outlines of a monster modern city, delicately elusive, mockingly tentative and unsubstantial. Meanwhile, within, from all along the vista of crowded and brilliantly illuminated rooms, came the subdued, yet confused and insistent, sound of musical instruments, of many voices, many footsteps, the hush of women's trailing garments, the rise and fall of unceasing conversation. And to Honoria standing in this quiet, dim-licensed place, the sense of that moonlit world without, and this gas and candlelit world within, increased the nameless agitation which infected her. A haunting persuasion of the phantasmagoric character of all sounds that saluted her ears, all sights that met her eyes, possessed her. A vast uncertainty surrounded and pressed in on her, while those questionings of appearances and actualities, of truth and falsehood, right and wrong, justice and injustice, with which she had played idly earlier in the evening, took on new and almost terrible proportions. causing her intelligence, nay, her heart itself, to reach out, as never before, in search of some sure rock and house of defense against the disintegrating apprehension of universal instability and illusion. Ah, it is all very difficult, difficult to the point of alarm, she exclaimed suddenly, turning to Lord Shotover and looking him straight in the face, with an unself-consciousness and desire of support so transparent that that gentleman found himself at once delighted and slightly abashed. Bless my soul, but Ludovic is a lucky devil, he said to himself. What's so beastly difficult, Miss St. Quentin? He asked aloud, and the sound of his cheery voice recalled Honoria to the normal aspects of existence with almost humorous velocity. She smiled upon him. I really believe I do not quite know, she said. Perhaps that the two people, of whom we were speaking, really care for each other, and that this engagement has come between them, and that you have chucked discretion and given him his chance. Tell me, what sort of man is headstrong enough to make the most of his chance when he's got it? But at that moment, Lord Shotover stepped forward, adroitly planting himself right in front of her, and thus screening her from observation. By George, he said under his breath, in tones of mingled amusement and consternation, he's making the most of his chance now, Miss St. Quentin, and that most uncommonly comprehensively, unless I am very much mistaken. Her companion's tall person and the folds of a heavy curtain, while screening Honoria from observation, also in great measure obscured her view of the room. Yet not so completely but that she saw two figures cross it, one black, one white, those of a man and a girl. They were both speaking, the man apparently pleading, the girl protesting and moving hurriedly, the while as though in actual flight. She must have been moving blindly, at random, for she stumbled against the outstanding, gilded leg of a console table, set against the further wall, causing the ornaments on it to rattle. And so doing, she gave a plaintive exclamation of alarm, perhaps even of physical pain. Hearing which that nameless agitation, that sense of collision with unknown and incalculable forces, seized hold on Honoria again, while Lord Shotover's features contracted and he turned his head sharply. By George, he repeated under his breath. But the girl recovered herself, and, followed by her companion, he still pleading, she still protesting, passed by the further window onto the balcony and out of sight. There followed a period of embarrassed silence on the part of the usually voluble Shotover, while his pleasant countenance expressed a certain half-humorous concern. Really, I am awfully sorry, he said. I would not the slightest intention of landing you in for the thick of the brown like this. Or yourself either, she replied, smiling, though with that sense of nameless agitation still upon her, her heart beat rather quick. Well, perhaps not. Between ourselves, moral courage is not my strong point. There's nothing I funk like a row. I say, what shall we do? Do not you think we would better quietly clear out? But just then, a sound caught Honoria's ear before which all vague questions of ultimate truth and falsehood, right and wrong, fled away. Whatever might savor of illusion, here was something real and actual, something pitiful, moreover, arousing the spirit of knight-errantry in her, pushing her to lay lance in rest and go forth, reckless of conventionalities, reckless even of considerations of justice, to the succor of oppressed womanhood. What words the man, on the balcony without, was saying she could not distinguish whether cruel or kind, but that the young girl was weeping, with the abandonment of long-resisted tears, she could not doubt. No, no, listen, Lord Shotover, she exclaimed authoritatively. Do not you hear? She is crying as if her poor heart would break. You must stay. If I understand you rightly, your sister has only got you to depend on. Whatever happens, you must stand by her and see her through. Oh, but my dear Miss St. Quentin, the young man's aspect was entertaining. He looked at the floor, he looked at Honoria, he rubbed the back of his neck with one hand as though there might be placed the seat of fortitude. You are inviting me to put my head into the liveliest hornet's nest. What the deuce excuse me am I to say to her and all the rest of them? Decides, even mayn't quite understand my interference and may resent it. I think it is very much safer, all round, to let them him and her thrash it out between them, do not you know? I say, though, what a beastly thing it is to hear a woman cry. I wish to goodness we would never come into this confounded place and let ourselves in for it. As he spoke, Lord Shotover turned towards the door, meditating escape in the direction of that brilliant vista of crowded rooms. But Honoria St. Quentin, her enthusiasm once aroused, became inexorable. With her long swinging stride she outdistanced his hesitating steps, and stood, in the doorway, her arms extended as to stop a runaway horse, her clear eyes aglow, as though a lamp burned behind them. Her pale, delicately cut face eloquent of very militant charity. A spice of contempt, moreover, for his display of pusillanimity was quite perceptible to Shotover in the expression of this charming, modern angel, clad in a ball dress, bearing a fan instead of the traditional sword, who, so determinedly, barred the entrance of that comfortably conventional, worldly paradise to which he, just now, so warmly desired to regain admittance. No, no, she said, with a certain vibration in her quiet voice, you are not to go, you are not to desert her. It would be unworthy, Lord Shotover. You brought Mr. Desise here, and so you are mainly responsible for the present situation. And just think what it means. All the course of her life will be affected by that which takes place in the next half hour. You would never cease to reproach yourself if things went wrong. Should not I? The young man said dubiously. Of course you would not, Honoria asserted. Having it in your power to help and then shirking the responsibility, I will not believe that of you. You are better than that, for think how young she is and pretty and dependent. She may be driven to do some fatally foolish thing if she's left unsupported. You must at least know what is going on. You are bound to do so. Moreover, as a mere matter of courtesy, you cannot desert me and I intend to stay. Do you, though? Faltered Lord Shotover, in tones curiously resembling his father's. Honoria drew herself up proudly, almost scornfully. Yes, I shall stay, she continued. I am no matchmaker. I have no particular faith in or admiration for marriage. Have not you, though? Said Lord Shotover. He was slightly surprised, slightly amused, but to his credit be it stated that he put no equivocal construction upon the young lady's frank avowal. He felt a little sorry for Ludovic, that was all, fearing the latter's good fortune was less fully established than he had supposed. No, I do not believe very much in marriage modern, upper-class marriage, she repeated. And just precisely on that account, it seems to me all the more degrading and shameful that a girl should risk marrying the wrong man. People talk about a broken engagement as though it was a disgrace. I cannot see that. An unwilling, oliveless marriage is the disgrace. And so at the very church door I would urge and encourage a woman to turn back, if she doubted, and have done with the whole thing. Upon my word, murmured Lord Shotover, the infinite variety of the feminine outlook, the unqualified audacity of feminine action, struck him as bewildering. Talk of women's want of logic. It was their relentless application of logicas they apprehended it which staggered him. Honoria had come close to him. In her excitement, she laid her fan on his arm. Listen, she said, listen how Lady Constance is crying. Kamayu must know what is happening. You must comfort her. The young man thrust his hands into his pockets with an air of good-humored and despairing resignation. All right, he replied, only I tell you what it is, Miss St. Quentin, you have got to come too. I refuse to be deserted. I have not the smallest intention of deserting you, Honoria said. Even yet discretion, though so lately chucked, might return to you, and then you might cut and run, do not you know. Chapter 7. Recording the astonishing valor displayed by a certain small mouse in a corner. As Honoria sent, Quentin and the reluctant Shotover stepped, side by side, from the warmth and dimness obtaining in the anteroom, into the pleasant coolness of the moonlit balcony. Lady Constance Keel, altogether forgetful of her usual careful civility and pretty correctness of demeanor, uttered an inarticulate cry, indeed, hardly human in its abandon and unreasoning anguish, resembling rather the shriek of the doubling hare as the pursuing greyhound nips it across the loins. Regardless of all her dainty finery of tulle, and roses and flashing diamonds, she flung herself forward, face downwards, across the coping of the balustrade, her bare arms outstretched, her hands clasped above her head. Mr. Desise, blue-eyed, black-haired, smooth of skin, looking noticeably long and lithe in his close-fitting, dress clothes, made a rapid movement as though to lay hold on her and bear her bodily away. Then, recognizing the futility of any such attempt, he turned upon the intruders, his high-spirited Celtic face drawn with emotion, his attitude rather dangerously warlike. "What do you want?" he demanded hotly. "My dear good fellow," Lord Shotover began, with the most assuaging air of apology, "I assure you the very last thing I want is to be a nuisance. Only Miss St. Quentin thought in fact, Desise, do not you see Desh at all, you know, there seemed to be some sort of worry going on out here and so." But Honoria did not wait for the conclusion of elaborate explanations, for that cry and the unrestraint of the girl's attitude not only roused but shocked her. It was not fitting that any man, however kindly or even devoted, should behold this well-bred, modest and gentle, young maiden in her present extremity. So she swept past Mr. Desise and bent over Lady Constance Keel, raised her, strove to soothe her agitation, speaking in tones of somewhat indignant tenderness. But though deriving a measure of comfort from the steady arm about her waist, from the strong, protective presence, from the rather stern beauty of the face looking down into hers, Lady Constance could not master her agitation. The train had left the metals, so to speak, and the result was confusion dire. A great shame held her, a dislocation of mind. She suffered that loneliness of soul which forms so integral a part of the misery of all apparently irretrievable disaster, whether moral or physical, and places the victim of it, in imagination at all events, rather terribly beyond the pale. "Oh," she sobbed, "you ought not to be so kind to me. I am very wicked. I never supposed I could be so wicked. What shall I do? I am so frightened at myself and at everything. I did not recognize you. I did not see it was only Shotover." "Well, but now you do see, my dear Con. It's only me," that gentleman remarked with a cheerful disregard of grammar. "And so you must not upset yourself any more. It's awfully bad for you, and uncomfortable for everybody else, do not you know? You must try to pull yourself together a bit and we will help you, of course, I will help you. We will all help you, of course we will, and pull you through somehow." But the girl only lamented herself the more piteously. "Oh no, Shotover, you must not be so kind to me. You could not if you knew how wicked I have been." "Could not I?" Lord Shotover remarked, not without a touch of humorous pathos. "Poor little Con. Only please do not tell Louisa. It would be too dreadful if she knew and Alicia and the others. Do not tell her and I will be good. I will be quite good, indeed I will." "Bless me, my dear child, I will not tell anybody anything. To begin with, I do not know anything to tell." The girl's voice had sunk away into a sob. She shuddered, letting her pretty brown head fall back against Honoria St. Quentin's bare shoulder, while the moonlight glinted on her jewels and the night wind swayed the hanging clusters of the pink geraniums. Along with the warmth and scent of flowers, streaming outward through the open windows, came a confused sound of many voices, of discreet laughter, mingled with the wailing sweetness of violins. Then the pleading, broken, childish voice took up its tale again. "I will be good, I know I have promised, and I have let him give me a number of beautiful things. He has been very kind to me, because he is clever, and of course I am stupid. But he has never been impatient with me. And I am not ungrateful, indeed, Shotover, I am not. It was only for a minute I was wicked enough to think of doing it. But Mr. Desise told me Heast Meendend we were so happy at Whitney in the winter, and it seemed too hard to give it all up, as he said it was true. But I will be good, indeed I will. Really, it was only for a minute I thought of it. I know I have promised. Indeed, I will make no fuss. I will be good. I will marry Richard Calmady." "But this is simply intolerable," Honoria said in a low voice. She held herself tall and straight, looking gallant yet pure, austere even as some pictured Jeanne d'Arc, a great singleness of purpose, a high courage of protest, an effect at once of fearless challenge and of command in her bearing. "Is it not a scandal," she went on, "that in a civilized country at this time of day, woman should be allowed, actually forced, to suffer so much? You must not permit this martyrdom to be completed, you cannot." As she spoke, Desise watched her keenly. Who this stately, young lady so remarkably unlike the majority of Lord Shotover's intimate, feminine acquaintance might be, he did not know, but he discerned in her an ally and a powerful one. "Yes," he said impulsively, "you are right. It is a martyrdom and a scandalous one. It's worse than murder, it's sacrilege. It's not like any ordinary marriage. I do not want to be brutal, but it is not. There's something repulsive in it, something unnatural." The young man looked at Honoria, and read in her expression a certain agreement and encouragement. "You know it, Shotover, you know it just as well as I do. And that justified me in attempting what I suppose I would not otherwise have felt it honorable to attempt. Look here, Shotover, I will tell you what has just happened. I would have had to tell you tomorrow, in any case, if we had carried the plan out. But I suppose I have no alternative but to tell you now, since you have come." He ranged himself in line with Miss St. Quentin, his back against one of the big stone vases. He struggled honestly to keep both temper and emotion under control, but a rather volcanic energy was perceptible in him. "I love Lady Constance," he said. "I have told her so, and she cares for me. I am not a CR sus like Calmady, but I am not a pauper. I have enough to keep a wife in a manner suitable to her position and my own. When my uncle Ulick decides switch, I hope he will not hurry to do, since I am very fond of him. There'll be the Somersetshire property in addition to my own dear old place in County Cork. And your sister simply hates this marriage. Lord bless me, my dear fellow, so do I, Lord Shotover put in with evident sincerity. And so, when at last I had spoken freely, I asked her to. But the young girl cowered down, hiding her face in Honoria St. Quentin's bosom. Oh, do not say it, Agan, don't say it, she implored. It was wicked of me to listen to you even for a minute. I ought to have stopped you at once and sent you away. It was very wrong of me to listen and talk to you and tell you all that I 999. But everything is so strange, and I have been so miserable. I never supposed anybody could ever be so miserable. And I knew it was ungrateful of me, and so I dared not tell anybody. I would have told Papa, but Louisa never let me be alone with him. She said Papa indulged me and made me selfish and fanciful, and so I have never seen him for more than a little while. And I have been so frightened. She raised her head, gazing wittied first at Miss St. Quentin and then at her brother. I have thought such dreadful things. I must be very bad. I wanted to run away. I wanted to die. There, you hear, Decize cried hoarsely, spreading abroad his hands, in sudden violence of appeal to Honoria. For God's sake, help us. I am not aware whether you are a relation, or a friend, or what, but I am convinced you can help if only you choose to do so. And I tell you she is just killing herself over this accursed marriage. Someone's got at her and talked her into some wild notion of doing her duty, and marrying money for the sake of her family. Oh, I say, damn it all, Lord Shotover exclaimed, smitten with genuine remorse. And so she believes she's committing the 7 deadly sins, and I do not know what besides, because she rebels against this marriage and is unhappy. Tell her it's absurd, it's horrible, that she should do what she loathes and detests. Tell her this talk about duty is a blind and a fiction. Tell her she is not wicked. Why, God in heaven, if we were none of us more wicked than she is, this poor old world would be so clean a place that the holy angels might walk barefoot along the Piccadilly pavement there, outside, without risking to soil so much as the hem of their garments. Make her understand that the only sin for her is to do violence to her nature by marrying a man she's afraid of, and for whom she does not care. I do not want to play a low game on Sir Richard Calmady and steal that which belongs to him. But she does not belong to him, she is mine, just my own. I knew that from the first day I came to Whitney and looked her in the face, Shotover. And she knows it too, only she's been terrorized with all this devil's talk of duty. So far the words had poured forth volubly, as in a torrent. Now the speaker's voice dropped, and they came slowly, defiantly, yet without hesitation. And so I asked her to go away with me, now, tonight, and marry me tomorrow. I can make her happy, oh, no fear about that. And she would have consented and gone. We would have been away by no if you and this lady had not come just when you did, Shotover. The gentleman, addressed, whistled very softly. Would you, though, he said, adding meditatively. By George now, who would have thought of Connie going the pace like that? Oh, Shotover, never tell, promise me you will never tell them. The poor child cried again. I know it was wicked, but… No, no, you are mistaken there, Honoria put in, holding her still closer. You were tempted to take a rather desperate way out of your difficulties. It would have been unwise, but there was nothing wicked in it. The wrong thing is as Mr. Decize tells you to marry without love, and so make all your life a lie, by pretending to give Richard Calmady that which you do not and cannot give him. Then the young soldier broke in resolutely again. I tell you I asked her to go away, and I ask her again now. The deuce you do, Lord Shotover exclaimed, his sense of amusement getting the better alike of astonishment and of personal regrets. Only now I ask you to sanction her going, Shotover. And I ask Yout turn to Miss St. Quentin to come with her. I am not even sure of your name, but I know by all that you have said and done in the last half-hour, I can be very sure of you. And I perceive that if you come nobody will dare to say anything unpleasant, there'll be nothing, indeed, to be said. Honoria smiled. The magnificent egoism of mankind in love struck her as distinctly diverting. Yet she had a very kindly feeling towards this black-haired, bright-eyed, energetic young lover. He was in deadly earnesto, the removing even of mountains. And he had need to be so, for that mountains immediately blocked the road to his desires was evident even to her enthusiastic mind. She looked across compellingly at Lord Shotover. Let him speak first. She needed time, at this juncture, in which to arrange her ideas and to think. My dear good fellow, that gentleman began obediently, patting Desise on the shoulder. I am all on your side. I give you my word I am, and I have reason to believe my father will be so too. But you see, an elopement specially in our sort of highly respectable humdrum family is rather a strong order. Upon my honor, it is, Desise. And even though kindly countenanced by Miss St. Quentin, and sanctioned by me, it would make a precious, undesirable lot of talk. It really is a rather irregular fashion of conducting the business, you see. And then advice I always give others, and only wish I could always remember to take myself fits very much best to be off with the old love before you are on with the new. Yes, yes, Miss St. Quentin put in with quick decision. Lord Shotover has laid his finger on the heart of the matter. It is just that. Lady Constance's engagement to Richard Calmady must be cancelled before her engagement to you, Captain Desise, is announced. For her to go away with you would be to invite criticism and put herself hopelessly in the wrong. She must not put herself in the wrong. Let me think. There must be some way by which we can avoid that. An exultation, hitherto unexperienced by her, inspired Honoria St. Quentin. Her attitude was slightly unconventional. She sat on the stone balustrade with long-limbed, lazy grace, holding the girl's hand, forgetful of herself, forgetful, in a degree, of appearances, concerned only with the problem of rescue presented to her. The young man's honest, wholehearted devotion, the young girl's struggle after duty and her piteous desolation, nay, the close contact of that soft, maidenly body that she had so lately held against her in closer, more intimate contact than she had ever held anything human before, aroused a new class of sentiment, a new order of emotion within her. She realized for the first time the magnetism, the penetrating and poetic splendor of human love. To witness the spectacle of it, to be thus in touch with it, excited her almost as sailing a boat in a heavy sea or riding to hounds in a stiff country excited her. And it followed that now, while she perched aloft boylike on the balustrade, her delicate beauty took on a strange effulgence, a something spiritual, mysterious, elusive, and yet dazzling as the moonlight which bathed her charming figure. Seeing which, it must be owned that Lord Shotover's attitude towards her ceased to be strictly fraternal, while the attractions of ladies more fair and kind than wise paled very sensibly. I wish I had not been such a fool in my day, and run amuck with my chances, he thought. But Miss St. Quentin was altogether innocent of his observation or any such thinkings. She looked up suddenly, her face irradiated by an exquisite smile. Yes, I have it, she cried. I see the way clear. But I cannot tell them, broke in Lady Constance. Honoria's hand closed down on hers reassuringly. No, she said, you shall not tell them, and Lord Shotover shall not tell them. Sir Richard Calmady shall tell Lord Fallowfield that he wishes to be released from his engagement, as he believes both you and he will be happier apart. Only you must be brave, both for your own sake, and for Mr. Desise, and for Richard Calmady's sake also. Lady Constance, she went on with a certain gentle authority, do you want to go back to Whitney tomorrow, or next day, all this nightmare of an unhappy marriage done away with and gone? Well then, you must come and see Sir Richard Calmady tonight, and like an honorable woman tell him the whole truth. It must be done at once, or your courage may fail. We will come with you, Lord Shotover and I. Good Lord, will we though? The young man ejaculated, while the girl's great, heifer's eyes grew strained with wonder at this astounding announcement. I know it will be rather terrible, Honoria continued calmly. But it is a matter of a quarter of an hour, as against a lifetime, and of honor as against a lie. So it's worthwhile, do not you think so, when your whole future and Mr. Desish pressed the soft hand again steadily is at stake? You must be brave now, and tell him the truth just simply that you do not love him and not that you have tried. You have, I know you have done that. But you have failed, that you love someone else, and that therefore you beg him, in mercy, before it is too late to set you free. Fascinated both by her appearance and by the simplicity of her trenchant solution of the difficulty, Lord Shotover stared at the speaker. Her faith was infectious. Yet it occurred to him that all women, good and bad, are at least alike in this that their methods become radically unscrupulous when they find themselves in a tight place. It is a fine plan. It ought to work, for cripple or not per Calmady's a gentleman, he said slowly. But does not it seem just a trifle rough, Miss St. Quentin, to ask him to be his own executioner? Honoria had slipped down from the balustrade and stood erect in the moonlight. I think not, she replied. The woman pays as a rule. Lady Constance has paid already quite heavily enough, do not you think so? Now we will have the exception that proves the rule. The man shall pay whatever remains of the debt, but we must not waste time. It is not late yet, we shall still find him up, and my brougham is here. I told Lady Aldham I should be home fairly early. Get a cloak, Lady Constance, and meet us in the hall. I suppose you can go down by some back way so as to avoid meeting people. Lord Shotover, will you take me to say good night to your sister, Lady Louisa? The young man fairly chuckled. And you, Mr. Desise, must stay and dance. She smiled upon him very sweetly. I promise you it will come through all right, for, as Lord Shotover says, whatever his misfortunes may be, Richard Calmady is a gentleman. Ah, I hope you are going to be very happy. Goodbye. Desai's black head went down over her hand, and he kissed it impulsively. Goodbye, he said, the words catching a little in his throat. When the time comes, may you find the man to love you as you deserve it, though I doubt if there's such a man living, or dead either, for that matter. God bless you. Some half hour later, Honoria stood among the holland-shrouded furniture in Lady Calmady's sitting room in Lone Square. The period of exalted feeling, of the conviction of successful attainment, was over, and her heart beat somewhat painfully. For she had had time, by now, to realize the surprising audacity of her own proceedings. Lord Shotover's parley with Richard Calmady's manservant, on the doorstep, had brought that home to her, placing what had seemed obvious, as a course of action to her fervid imagination, in quite a new light. Sir Richard Calmady was at home? He was still up to that, yes. Would he see Lady Constance Keel upon urgent business? To that again, yes, after a rather lengthy delay, while the valet, inscrutable, yet evidently highly critical, made inquiries. The trees in the square had whispered together uncomfortably, while the two young ladies waited in the carriage. And Lord Shotover's shadow, which had usually, very surely, nothing in the least portentous about it, lay queerly, three ways at once in varying degrees of density, across the grey pavement in the conflicting gas and moonlight. And now, as she stood among the shrouded furniture, which appeared oddly improbable in shape seen in the flickering of two hastily lighted candles, Honoria could hear Shotover walking back and forth, patiently, on that same grey pavement outside. She was overstrained by the emotions and events of the past hours. Small matters compelled her attention. The creaking of a board, the rustle of a curtain, the silence even of this large, but half-inhabited house, were to her big with suggestion, disquietingly replete with possible meaning, of exaggerated importance to her anxiously listening ears. Lord Shotover had stopped walking. He was talking to the coachman. Honoria entertained a conviction that, in the overflowing of his good nature, he talked sooner or latter to every soul whom he met, and she derived almost childish comfort from the knowledge of the near neighborhood of that eminently good-natured presence. Lord Shotover's very obvious faults faded from her remembrance. She estimated him only by his size, his physical strength, his large indulgence of all weaknesses including his own. He constituted a link between her and things ordinary and average, for which she was rather absurdly thankful at this juncture. For the minutes passed slowly, very slowly. It must be getting on for half an hour since little Lady Constance, trembling and visibly affrighted, had passed out of sight, and the door of the smoking room had closed behind her. The nameless agitation which possessed her earlier that same evening returned upon Honoria St. Quentin, but its character had suffered change. The questioning of the actual, the suspicion of universal illusion, had departed, and in its place she suffered alarm of the concrete, of the incalculable force of human passion, and of a manifestation of tragedy in some active and violent form. She did not define her own fears, but they surrounded her nevertheless, so that the slightest sound made her start. For indeed, how slowly the minutes did pass. Lord Shotover was walking again. The horse rattled its bit and pawed the ground, impatient of delay. Though lofty, the room appeared close and hot, with drawn blinds and shut windows. Honoria began to move about restlessly, threading her way between the pieces of shrouded furniture. A chalk drawing of Lady Calmady stood on an easel in the far corner. The portrait emphasized the sweetness and abiding pathos, rather than the strength, of the original, and Honoria, standing before it, put her hands over her eyes, for the pictured face seemed to plead with and reproach her. Then a swift fear took her of disloyalty, of hastiness, of self-confidence trenching on cruelty. She had announced, rather arrogantly, that whatever balance debt remained to be paid, in respect of Sir Richard and Lady Constance Keel's proposed marriage, should be paid by the man. But would the man, in point of fact, pay it? Would it not, must it not, be paid, eventually, by this other noble and much enduring woman whom she had called her friend, and towards whom she played the part, as she feared, of betrayer? In her hot espousal of Lady Constance's cause she had only saved one woman at the expense of another. Oh, how hot the room grew! Suffocating Lord Shotover's steps died away in the distance. She could look Lady Calmady in the face no more. Secure in her own self-conceit and vanity, she had betrayed her friend. Suddenly the sharp peal of a bell, the opening of a door, the dragging of silken skirts, and the hurrying of footsteps. Honoria gathered up her somewhat scattered courage and swung out into the hall. Lady Constance Keel came towards her, groping, staggering, breathless, her head carried low, her face convulsed with weeping. But to this, for the moment, Miss St. Quentin paid small heed. For, at the far end of the hall, a bright light streamed out from the open doorway, and in the full glare of it stood a young man's head, with its cap of close-cropped curls proudly distinguished as that of some classic hero, his features the beautiful features of Catherine Calmady, his height but two-thirds the height a man of his make should be, his face drawn and livid as that of a corpse, his arms hanging down straight at his sides, his hands only just not touching the marble quarries of the floor on either side of him. Honoria uttered an exclamation of uncontrollable pity and horror, caught Constance Keel by the arm, and hurried out into the moonlit square to the waiting carriage. Lord Shotover flung away the end of his cigar and strolled towards them. Got through, fixed it all right, eh, Connie? Bravathat's grand. Oh, you needn't tell me. I can imagine it's been a beastly piece of work, but anyway, it's over now. You must go home and go to bed, and I will account for you somehow to Louisa. My mind's becoming quite inventive tonight, I promise you. There, get and try to pull yourself together. Miss St. Quentin, upon my word, I do not know how to thank you. You have been magnificent and put us under an everlasting obligation, Con and Decize and my father in one. Nice night, is not it? You will put us down in Albert Gate? All right. 1,000 thanks. Yes, I will go on the box again. You have not much room for my legs among all those flounces. Bless me, it occurs to me I am getting confoundedly hungry. I shall be awfully glad of some supper. Chapter 8, A Manifestation of the Spirit. Brockhurst House had slumbered all day long in the steady warmth of the July sun. The last 3 weeks had been rainless, so that the short turf of the uplands began to grow crisp and discolored, while the resinous scent of the fir forest, at once stimulating and soothing, was carried afar out over the sloping cornfields and low-lying pastures. Above the stretches of purple-budding heather and waste sandy places, upon the moors, the heathays danced and quivered as dew vapors arising from a furnace. Along the underside of the great woods, and in the turn of the valleys, shadows lingered, which were less actual shadows than blottings of blue light. The birds, busy feeding wide-mouthed, hungry fledglings, had mostly ceased from song, but the drowsy hum of bees and chirrup of grasshoppers was continuous, and told, very pleasantly, of the sunshine and large plenty reigning out of doors. For Catherine the day in question had passed in Martha-like occupations. A day of organizing, of ordering and countermanding, a day of much detail, much interviewing of heads of departments, a day of meeting respectful objections, enlightening thick understandings, gently reducing decorously opposing wills. Commissariat, transport, housing of guests, and the servants of guests, all these entered into the matter of the coming wedding. To compass the doing of all things, not only decently and in order, but handsomely, and with a becoming dignity, this required time and thought. And so, it was not until after dinner that Catherine found herself at leisure to cease taking thought for the morrow. Too tired to rest herself by reading, she wandered out on the trocka ground followed by Camp. London had not altogether suited the bulldog as the summer wore on. Now, in his old age, so considerable a change of surroundings put him about both in body and mind. Seeing which, Richard had begged his mother to take the dog with her on leaving town. Camp benefited, unquestionably, by his return to country air. His coat stared less. He carried his ears and tail with more sprightliness and conviction. Still he fretted after his absent master, and followed Catherine's footsteps very closely, his forehead more than ever wrinkled, and his unsightly mouth pensive notwithstanding its perpetual grin. He attended her now, squatting beside her when she paused, trotting slowly beside her when she moved, a silent, persistent, and, as it might seem, somewhat fatefully faithful companion. Yet the occasion was to all appearances far from fateful, the night and the scene, alike, being very fair. The moon had not yet risen, but a brightness behind the saw-like edge of the fir woods eastward heralded its coming, while sufficient light yet remained in the western and northern sky for the mass of the house. Its ruddy walls and ranges of mullioned windows, its pierced stone parapet and stacks of slender, twisted chimneys to be seen with a lotin distinctness of form and color infinitely charming. Soft and rich as velvet, it rose with a certain noble serenity, above its terraces and fragrant, red-walled gardens, under the enormous dome of the tranquil, far-off evening sky. Every aspect of this place, in rain and shine, summer and winter, from dawn to dark and round to dawn again, was familiar to Catherine Calmady. Coming here first, as a bride, the homely splendor of the house, and the gladness of its situation crowning the ridge of hill, appealed strongly to her imagination. Later it sheltered her long sorrow, following so hard on the heels of her brief joy. But in both alike, during all the vicissitudes of her thought and of her career, the face of Brockhurst remained as that of a friend, kindly, beneficent, increasingly trusted and beloved. And so she had come to know every stick and stone of it, from spacious, vaulted cellar to equally spacious, low-roofed, sundried attic outlook from each window, the character of each room, the turn of each stairway, the ample proportions of each lobby and stairhead, all the pleasant scents and sounds and colors that haunted it both within and without. It might have been supposed that, after so many years of affectionate observation and commerce, Brockhurst could have no new word in its tongue, could hold no further self-revelation for Lady Calmady. Yet, as she passed now from the arcaded garden hall, supporting the eastern bay of the long gallery, onto the level, green square of the Trocca ground, and stood gazing out over the downward sloping parked rough, short turf of it dotted with ancient thorn trees and broken by beds of bracken, and De Grosto the long water, glistening like some giant mirror some quarter-mile distant in the valley, she became sensible of a novel element in her present relation to this place. For the first time in all her long experience, she was at Brockhurst quite alone. The house was vacant even of a friend. For Julius March had, rather to Catherine's surprise, selected just this moment for the paying of his yearly visit to a certain college friend, a scholarly and godly person, now rector of a sleepy country parish away in the heart of the great Midlandshire grasslands. Catherine experienced a momentary sense of injury at his going, yet perhaps it was as well. Between the turmoil of the past London season, the coming turmoil of the wedding, and the large and serious issues which that wedding involved, this time of solitude might be salutary. To Catherine, just now, it seemed as a bridge carrying her over from one way of life to another. A but slightly known country lay ahead. Solitude and self-recollection are good for the soul if it would possess itself in peace. The fair brightness of the indwelling light had not been obscured in her during these months devoted to the world and to society. But it was inevitable that her consciousness of it, and consequently its clear-shining, should have suffered diminution at times. The eager pressure of things to be done, things to be seen, of much conversation, the varied pageant of modern life perpetually presented to her eyes and her intelligence, could not but crowd out the spiritual order somewhat. Of late she had had only time to smile upon her God in passing, instead of spending long hours within the courts of his temple. This she knew. It troubled her a little. She desired to return to a condition of more complete self-collectedness. And so, the first movement of surprise past, she hailed her solitude as a means of grace, and strove, in sweet sincerity, to make good use of it. And yet since the human heart, if sound and wholesome, hungers, even when penetrated by Godward devotion, for some fellow creature on whom to expend its tenderness, Catherine, just now, regretted to be alone. The scene was so beautiful, she would gladly have had some one look on it beside herself and share its charm. Then thoughts of the future obtruded themselves. How would little Constance Keel view Brockhurst? Would it claim her love? Would she embrace the spirit of it, and make it not only the home of her fair young body, but the home of her guileless heart? Catherine yearned in spirit over this girl, standing on the threshold of all the deeper experiences of a woman's life, of those amazing revelations which marriage holds for an innocent and modest maiden. But oh, how lovely are such revelations when the lover is also the beloved. Catherine moved on a few paces. The thought of all that, even now at 48, cut her a little too sharply. It is not wise to call up visions of joys that are dead. She would think of something else, so she told herself as she paused in her rustling gray dress upon the dry, gravel path, the surface of which still sensibly held the warmth of the sun, while Camp squatted soberly on his haunches beside her. But at first, only worrying thoughts responded to her call. It was not quite kind, surely, of Julius to have left home just now. It was a little inconsiderate of him. If she dwelt on the thought of that, clearly it would vex her, so it must be banished. Reynolds, the housekeeper, had really been very perverse about the turning of the two larger china closets into extra dressing rooms for the week of the wedding, and Clara showed an inclination to back her up in opposition. Of course, the maids would give, and they always did, and that without any subsequent attempt at small reprisals. Still, the thought of that, too, was annoying and must be banished. At dinner, she had received a singular letter from Honoria St. Quentin. It contained what appeared to Catherine as rather overurgent protestations of affection and offers of service, if at any future time Sheth Rita could be of use. The letter was charming in its slight extravagance, but it struck Catherine as incomprehensibly penitent in tone of letter of one who has not treated a friend quite loyally and is hot with anxiety to atone. It was dated this morning, too, and must have been posted at some surprisingly early hour to have thus reached Brockhurst by the day mail. Lady Calmady did not quite relish the missive, somehow, notwithstanding its affection. It lacked the perfection of personal dignity which had pleased her heretofore in Honoria St. Quentin. She felt vaguely disappointed, and it followed that this thought, therefore, must go along with the rest. For she refused to be disquieted. She would compel herself to be at peace. So, putting these small sources of discomfort from her, as unworthy both of her better understanding and of this fair hour and fair place, Catherine yielded herself wholly to the influences of her surroundings. The dew was recipromus of another hot, clear day tomorrow, and, along with it, rose a fragrance of wild thyme from the grass slopes immediately below. That fragrance mingled with the richer scents of jasmine, full-cupped, July roses, scarlet, trumpet-flowered honeysuckle, tall lilies, and great wealth of heavy-headed clove carnations, veiling the red walls or set in the trim borders of the gardens behind. A strangely belated nightingale still sang in the big, Portugal laurel beside the quaint, pepper-pot summer house in the far corner of the Troca ground, where the 20-foot brick wall dips, in steps of well-set masonry, to the gray 3-foot balustrade. She never remembered to have heard one sing so late in the summer. The bird was answered, moreover, by another singer from the coppice, bordering the trout stream which feeds the long water, away across the valley. In each case the song was, note for note, the same, but the chant of the near bird was hotly urgent in its passion of wooing and winning, while the song of the answerer came chastened and etherealized by distance. A fox barked sharply on the left, out in the warren, and the churring of the nightjars as they flitted hither and thither over the beds of bracken and dog roses, like gigantic moths on swift, silent wings, formed a continuous accompaniment, as of a spinning wheel, to the other sounds. Never, as she watched and listened, had the genius of Brockhurst appeared more potent or more enthralling. For a space she rested in it, asking nothing beyond that which sight and hearing could give. It was very good to breathe the scented air and be lulled by the inarticulate music of nature. It was good to cease from self and from all individual striving, to become a part merely of the universal movement of things, a link merely in the mighty chain of universal being. But such an impersonal attitude of mind cannot last long, least of all in the case of a woman. Catherine's heart awoke and cried again for some human object on which to expend itself, some kindred intelligence to meet and reflect her own. Ah, were she but better, more holy and more wise, these cravings would doubtless not assail her. The worship of the indwelling light would suffice, and she would cease from desire of the love of any creature. But she had not journeyed so far upon the road of perfection yet, as she sadly told herself. Far from it. The nightingale sang on, sang of love not far hence, not far above, not within the spirit only, but here, warm, immediate, and individual. And do what she would, the song brought to her mind such love, as she herself had known it during the few golden months of her marriage off meetings at night, sweet and sacred, of partings, sweet and sacred too, at morning, of secret delights, of moments, at once pure and voluptuous, known only to virtuous lovers. It was not often that remembrance of all this came back to her, save as a faint echo of a once clear-sounding voice. Indeed, she had supposed it all laid away forever, done with, even as the bright colors it had once so pleased her to wear were laid away in high mahogany presses that lined one side of the lofty state-bedroom upstairs. But now remembrance laid violent hands on her, shaking both mind and body from their calm. The passion of the bird's song, the caressing suavity of the summer night, the knowledge, too, that so soon another bride and bridegroom would dwell here at Brockhurst, worked upon her strangely. She struggled with herself, surprised and half angered by the force of her own emotion, and pleaded at once against, and for, the satisfaction of the immense nostalgia which possessed her. Ah, it is bitter, very bitter, to have had at once so much and so little. Bow my proud neck, O Lord, to thy yoke. If my beloved had but been spared to me, I had never walked in darkness, far from the way of faith, and my child had never suffered bodily disfigurement. Perfect me, O God, even at the cost of further suffering. It is sad to be shut away from the joys of my womanhood, while my life is still strong in me. Break me, O Lord, even as the plowshare breaks the reluctant clod. Hold not thy hand till the work be fully accomplished, and the earth be ready for the sowing which makes for harvest. Give me back the beloved of my youth, the beloved of my life, if only for an hour. Teach me to submit. Show me, beyond all dread of contradiction, that vows, truly made, hold good even in that mysterious world beyond the grave. Show me that though the body dear home and vehicle of love may die, yet love in its essence remains everlastingly conscious, faithful, and complete. Bend my will to harmony with thine, O Lord, and cleanse me of self-seeking. Ah, but still let me see his face once again, O my God, and I will rebel no more. Let me look on him once again, if only for a moment, and I shall be content. Hear me, I am greatly troubled, I am athirst, I faint. Catherine's prayer, which had risen into audible speech, sank away into silence. The near nightingale had fallen silent also. But from across the valley, chastened and etherealized by distance, still came the song of the answering bird. To Catherine, those fine and delicate notes were full of promise. They bore testimony to the soul which dwells forever behind the outward aspect and sense. Whether she fainted in good truth, or whether she passed, for a while, into that sublimated state of consciousness wherein the veils of habit cease to blind and something of the eternal essence and values of things is revealed, perception overstepping, for once, the limits of ordinary, earth-bound apprehension and transcending ordinary circumscription of time and place, she could not tell, nor did she greatly care. For a great peace descended upon her, accompanied by a gentle, yet penetrating expectancy. She stood very still, her feet set on the warm gravel, the night air wrapping her about as with a fragrant garment, the ghostly sweetness of that faraway birdsong in her ears, while momentarily the conviction of the near presence of the man who had so loved her, and whom she had so loved, deepened within her. And therefore it was without alarm, without any shock of amazement, that gradually she found her awareness of that presence change from something felt to something actually seen. He came towards her that first Richard Calmady, her husband and lover, crossed the smooth, green levels of the Troca ground which lay dusky in the mingling half-lights of the nearly departed sunset and the rising moon, as he had come to her 100 times in life, back from the farms or the moorlands, from sport or from business, or from those early morning rides, the clean freshness of the morning upon him. After seeing his racehorses galloped, he came bareheaded, in easy workmanlike garments, short coat, breeches, long boots, and spurs. He came with the repose of movement which is born of a well-knit frame, and a temperate life, and the grace of gentle blood. He came with the half-smile on his lips, and the gladness in his eyes when they first met hers, which had always been there however brief the parting. And Catherine perceived it was just thus our beloved dead must needs return to us should they return at all, laying aside the splendors of the spirit in tenderness for mortal weakness. Even as the Christ laid aside the visible glory of the Godhead and came a babe among men, so must they come in humble, everyday fashion, graciously taking on the manner and habit common to them during earthly life. Therefore she suffered no shrinking, but turned instinctively, as she had turned 100 times, laughing very softly in the fullness of content, raising her hands, throwing back her head, knowing that he would come behind her and take her hands in his and kiss her so, bending down over her shoulder. And when he came, she did not need to speak, but only to gaze into the well-beloved face, familiar, yet touch it as it seemed to her with a mysterious and awful beauty, beholding which she divined the answer to many questions. For she perceived, as one waking from an uneasy dream perceives the comfortable truth of day, that her love was not given back to her, for the dear reason that her love had never been taken away. The fiction of time ceased to rule in her, so that the joy of bride and new-wed wife, the strange, sweet perplexities of dawning motherhood were with her now, not as memories merely, but as actual, ever-present, deathless fact culminating, and therefore permanent, revelation of her individual experience. She perceived this continued and must continue, since it was the fine flower of her nature, the unit of her personal equation, the realization of the eternal purpose concerning her of Almighty God. This fiction of old age was discredited, so was the bitterness of deposition, the mournful fiction of being passed by and relegated to the second place. Her place was her own, her standing ground in the universal order, a freehold, absolute and inalienable. She could not abdicate her throne, neither could any wrest it away from her. She perceived that not self-effacement, but self-development, not dissolution, but evolution, was the service required of her. And as divinely designed contribution to that end was every joy, every sorrow laid upon her, since by these was she differentiated from all others, by these was she built up into a separate existence, sane, harmonious, well proportioned, a fair lamp lighted with a burning coal from off the altar of that God of whom it is written, not only that he is a consuming fire, but that he is love. All this and more did Catherine apprehend, beholding the familiar yet mysterious countenance of her well-beloved, and the tendency of that apprehension made for tranquillity of spirit, for a sure and certain hope. The faculty which reasons, demands explanation and proof, might not be satisfied, but that higher faculty which divines, accepts, believes, assuredly was so. Nor could it be otherwise, since it is the spirit, the idea, not the letter, which giveth life. How long she stood thus, in tender and illuminating, though wordless, communion with the dead, Catherine did not know. The deepest spiritual experiences, like the most exquisite physical ones, are to be measured by intensity rather than duration. For a space the vision sensibly held her, the so ardently desired presence there incontestably beside her. A personality vivid and distinct, yet in a way remote, serene as the immense dome of the cloudless sky, chastened and etherealized as the song of the answering nightingale, and in this differing from any bodily presence, as the song in question differed from that of the bird in the laurel close at hand. Gradually, and with such sense of refreshment as one enjoys who, bathing in some clear stream at evening, washes away all soil and sweat of a weary journey, Catherine awoke to more ordinary observation of her material surroundings. She became aware that the dog camp had turned singularly restless. He slunk away as though wishing to avoid her near neighborhood, crawled back to her, with dragging hind quarters, cringing and whining as though in acute distress. And by degrees, another sound obtruded itself, speaking of haste and effort, notably at variance with the delicate and gracious stillness. It came from the highroad crossing the open moor, which loomed up a dark, straight ridge against the southern horizon. It came in rising and falling cadence, but ever nearer and nearer, increasingly distinct, increasingly urgent, fast, steady trot of a horse. The moon, meanwhile, had swept clear of the saw-like edge of the fir forest, and while the thin, white light of it broadened upon the dewy grass, and the beat of the horse hoofs rang out clearer and clearer, Catherine was aware that the dear vision faded and grew faint. As it had come, softly, without amazement or fear, so it departed, without agitation or sadness of farewell, leaving Catherine profoundly consoled, the glory of her womanhood restored to her, in the indubitable assurance that what had been of necessity continued, and forever was. And therefore she still listened, but idly to the approaching sound, not reckoning with it as yet, though the roll of wheels was now added to the rapid beat of the hoofs of the trotting horse. It had turned down over the hillside by the crossroad leading to the upper lodge. Suddenly it ceased. The shout of a man's voice, loud and imperative, a momentary pause, then the clang of heavy iron gates swinging back into place, and once again the roll of wheels and that steady, urgent, determined trot, coming nearer and nearer down the elm avenue, whose stately rows of trees looked as though made of ebony and burnished silver in the slanting moonlight. On it came across the bridge spanning the glistering whiteness of the long water, and on again steadily, and no less rapidly, as though pressed by the hand of a somewhat merciless driver, hot to arrive, bearer of stirring tidings, up the steeply ascending hill to the house. Lady Calmady listened, beginning to question whom this nocturnal disturber of the peace of Brockhurst might be. But only vaguely as yet, since that which she had recently experienced was so great, so wide-reaching in its meaning and promise, that, for the moment, it dwarfed all other possible, all other imaginable events. The gracious tranquillity which enveloped her could not be penetrated by any anxiety or premonition of momentous happenings as yet. It was not so, however, with Camp, for a spirit of extravagant and unreasoning excitement appeared to seize on the dog. Forgetful of age, of stiff limbs and short-coming breath, he gamboled round Lady Calmady, describing crazy circles upon the grass, and barking until the unseemly din echoed back harshly from against the great red and gray facade. He fawned upon her, abject, yet compelling, and at last, as though exasperated by her absence of response, turned tail and bounded away through the garden hall and along the terrace, disappearing through the small, arched side door into the house. And there within, stir and movement became momentarily more apparent. Shifting lights flashed out through the manna-paned windows, as though in quick search of some eagerly desired presence. Nevertheless, for a little space, Catherine lingered, the fragrance of the wild thyme, and of the fair gardens still about her, the somnolent churring of the nightjars and faint notes of the nightingale's song still saluting her ears. It was so difficult to return to and cope with the demands of ordinary life. For had she not been caught up into the third heaven and heard words unspeakable, unlawful in their entirety for living man to utter? But things terrestrial, in this case as in so many other cases, refused to make large room for, or brook delay from, things celestial. Two servants came out hurriedly from that same arched side door. Then Clara, that devoted handmaiden, called from the window of the red drawing-room. Her ladyship's there on the trocka ground. Do not you see, Mr. Winter? The butler hurried along the terrace. Catherine met him on the steps of the garden hall. Is anything wrong, Winter? She asked kindly, for the trusted servant betrayed unusual signs of emotion. Am I wanted? Sir Richard has returned, my lady, he said, and his voice trembled. Sir Richard is in the gun-room. He gave orders that your ladyship should be told that he would be glad to speak to you immediately. Chapter 9, in which Dickie shakes hands with the devil. My dear, this is quite unexpected. Lady Calmady's tone was one of quiet, innate joyousness. A gentle brightness pervaded her whole aspect and manner. She looked wonderfully young, as though the hands of the clock had been put back by some 20-and-odd years. Every line had disappeared from her face, and in her eyes was a clear shining very lovely to behold. Richard glanced at her as she came swiftly towards him across the room. Then he looked down again and answered deliberately. Yes, it is, as you say, quite unexpected. This time last night I as little anticipated being back here as you anticipated my coming. But one's plans change rapidly and radically at times. Mine have done so. He sat at the large library reading table, a pile of letters, papers, circulars before him, judged unworthy of forwarding, which had accumulated during his absence. He tore off wrappers, tore open envelopes, quickly yet methodically, as though bending his mind with conscious determination to the performance of a self-inflicted task. Looking at the contents of each in turn, with an odd mixture of indifference and close attention, he flung the major part into the waste paper basket set beside his revolving chair. A tall, green-shaded lamp shed a circle of vivid light upon the silver and maroon leather furnishings of the reading table, upon the young man's bent head, and upon his restless hands as they grasped, and straightened, and then tore, with measured if impatient precision, the letters and papers lying before him. Lady Calmady stood resting the tips of her fingers on the corner of the table, looking down at him with those clear shining eyes. His reception of her had not been demonstrative, but of that she was hardly sensible. The reconciling assurances of faith, the glories of the third heaven, still dazzled her somewhat. Her feet hardly touched earth yet, so that her mother-love and all its sensitive watchfulness was, as yet, somewhat in abeyance. She spoke again with the same quiet joyousness of tone. You should have telegraphed to me, dearest, and then all would have been ready to welcome you. As it is, I fear, you must feel yourself a trifle neglected. I have been, or have fancied myself, mightily busy all day foolishly cumbered about much serving Gan had gone out to forget maids, and food and domesticities generally, into the dear garden. She paused, smiling. Ah, it is a gracious night, she said, full of inspiration. You must have enjoyed the drive home. The household refuses to take this marriage of yours philosophically, Dickie. It demands great magnificence, quite as much, be sure, for its own glorification as for yours. It also multiplies small difficulties, after the manner of well-conducted households, as I imagine, since the world began. Richard tore the prospectus of a mining company, offering wealth beyond the dreams of avarice, right across with a certain violence. Oh, well, the household may forgo its magnificence and cease from the multiplication of small difficulties alike, as far as any marriage of mine is concerned. You can tell the household so tomorrow, mother, or I can. Perhaps the irony of the position would be more nicely pointed by the announcement coming directly from myself. That would heighten the drama. But Dickie, my dearest, Catherine said, greatly perplexed. The whole affair is at an end. Lady Constance Keel is not going to marry me, and I am not going to marry Lady Constance Keel. On that point at least she and I are entirely at one. All London will know this tomorrow. Perhaps Brockhurst, in the interest of its endangered philosophy, had better know it tonight. Richard leaned forward, opening, tearing, sorting the papers again. A rasping quality was in his voice and speech, hitherto unknown to his mother, a cold, imperious quality in his manner also new to her. and these brought her down to earth, setting her feet thereon uncompromisingly. And the earth on which they were thus set was, it must be owned, rather ugly. A woman made of weaker stuff would have cried out against such sudden and painful declension. But Catherine, happily both for herself and for those about her, waking even from dreams of noble and far-reaching attainment, waked with not only her wits but her heart in steady action. Yet she in no wise went back on the revelation that had been vouchsafed to her. It was in no wise disqualified or rendered suspect, because the gamut of human emotion proved to have more extended range and more jarring discords than she had yet reckoned with. Her mind was large enough to make room for novel experience in sorrow, as well as in joy, retaining the while its poise and sanity. Therefore she, recognizing a new phase in the development of her child, without hesitation or regret of self-love, for the disturbance of her own gladness braced herself to meet it. His pride had been wounded somehow, she knew not how to the very quick. And the smart of that wound was too shrewd, as yet, for any precious balms of articulate tenderness to soothe it. She must give it time to heal a little, meanwhile setting herself scrupulously to respect his dark humor, meet his pride with pride, his calm with at least equal calmness. She drew a chair up to the end of the table and settled herself to listen quite composedly. "It will be well, dearest," she said, "that you should explain to me clearly what has happened. To do so may avert possible complications." Richard's hands paused among the papers. He regarded Lady Calmady reflectively, not without a grudging admiration. But an evil spirit possessed him, a necessity of mastery inevitable reaction from recently endured humiliation which provoked him to measure his strength against hers. He needed a sacrifice to propitiate his anger. That sacrifice must be in some sort a human one. So he deliberately pulled the tall lamp nearer and swung his chair round sideways, leaning his elbow on the table, with the result that the light rested on his face. It did more. It rested upon his body, upon his legs and feet, disclosing the extent of their deformity. Involuntarily, Catherine shrank back. It was as though he had struck her. Morally, indeed, he had struck her, for there was a cynical callousness in this disclosure, in this departure from his practice of careful and self-respecting concealment. Meanwhile, Richard watched her, as, shrinking, her eyelids drooped and quivered. "Mother," he said, quietly and imperatively. And when, not without perceptible effort, she again raised her eyes to his, he went on, "I quite agree with you that it will be well for me to explain with a view to averting possible complications. It has become necessary that we should clearly understand one another, at least that you, my dear mother, should understand my position fully and finally. We have been too nice, you and I, heretofore, and, the truth being very far from nice, have expended much trouble and ingenuity in our efforts to ignore it. We went up to London in the fond hope that the world at large would support us in our self-deception. So it did for a time. But, being in the main composed of very fairly honest and sensible persons, it has grown tired of sentimental lying, of helping us to bury our heads ostrich-like in the sand. It has gone over to the side of truth that, very far from flattering or pretty truth to which I have just alluded with this result, among others, that my engagement has come to an abrupt and really rather melodramatic conclusion." He paused. "Go on, Richard," Lady Calmady said. "I am listening." He drew himself up, sitting very erect, keeping his eyes steadily fixed on her, speaking steadily and coldly, though his lips twitched a little. "Lady Constance did me the honor to call on me last night, rather later than this, absenting herself in the very thick of Lady Louisa Barking's ball for that purpose." Catherine moved slightly, her dress rustled. Yes, considering her character and her training, it was a rather surprising demarche on her part, and bore convincing testimony to her agitation of mind. "Did she come alone?" Richard lapsed into an easier position. "Oh dear no," he said. Allowing for the desperation which dictated her proceedings, they were carried out in a very regular manner, with a praiseworthy regard for appearances. Lady Constance is, in my opinion, a very sweet person. She is perfectly modest and has an unusual regard as women go for honor and duty as women understand them. Again his voice took on that rasping quality. She brought a friend, a young lady, with her. Fortunately, there was no occasion for me to speak to her. She had the good taste to efface herself during our interview, but I saw her in the hall afterwards. I shall always remember that very distinctly. So, I imagine, will she?" Then Lord Shotover waited outside with the carriage. Oh, believe me, admitting its inherent originality, the affair was conducted with an admirable regard for appearances. Again, the regular flow of Richard's speech was broken. His throat had gone very dry. Lady Constance appealed to me in extremely moving terms, articulate and otherwise, to set her free. To set her free, and upon what grounds? Upon the rather crude but preeminently sensible grounds, my dear mother, that after full consideration, she found the bid was not high enough. Indeed, Catherine said. Yes, indeed, my dear mother, Richard repeated. Does that surprise you? It quite ceased to surprise me when she pointed out the facts of the case, for she was touchingly sincere. I respected her for that. The position was an ungracious one for her. She has a charming nature, and really wanted to spare me just as much as was possible, along with the gaining of her cause. Her gift of speech is limited, you know, but then no degree of eloquence or diplomacy could have rendered that which she had to say agreeable to my self-esteem. Oh, on the whole she did it very well, very conclusively. Richard raised his head, pausing a moment. Again that dryness of the throat checked his utterance. And then, recalling the scene of the past night, a great wave of unhappiness, pure and simple, of immense disappointment, immense self-disgust broke over him. His anger, his outraged pride, came near being swamped by it. He came near losing his bitter self-control and crying aloud for help. But he mastered the inclination, perhaps unfortunately, and continued speaking. Yes, decidedly, with the exception of Ludovic, that family do not possess ready tongues, yet they contrive to make their meaning pretty plain in the end. I have just driven over from Whitney, and am fresh from a fine example of eventual plain, speaking from that excellent father of the family, Lord Fallowfield. It was instructive. For the main thing, after all, as we must both agree, mother, is to understand oneself clearly and to make oneself clearly understood. And in this respect you and I am afraid, have failed a good deal. Blinded by our own fine egoism, we have even failed altogether to understand others. Lady Constance, for instance, possesses very much more character than it suited us to credit her with. You are harsh, dearest, Catherine murmured, and her lips trembled. Not at all, he answered. I have only said goodbye to lying. Can you honestly deny, my dear mother, that the whole affair was just one of convenience? I told you, it strikes me now, as a rather brutally primitive announcement that I wanted a wife, because I wanted a Sona son to prove to me the entirety of my own manhood. A son to give me at second hand certain obvious pleasures and satisfactions which I am debarred, as you know, from obtaining at first hand. You engaged to find me a bride. Poor, little Lady Constance Keel, unfortunately for her, appeared to meet our requirements, being pretty and healthy, and too innocent and undeveloped to suspect the rather mean advantage we proposed to take of her. What? I know it sounds rather gross stated thus plainly. But the day of lies being over, dare you deny it? Well then, we proceeded to traffic for this desirable bit of young womanhood, of prospective maternity, to buy her from such of her relations as were perverted enough to countenance the transaction, just as shamelessly as though we had gone into the common bazaar, after the manner of the cynical East, and bargained for her, poor child, in fattled sheep or cowries. Does not it appear to you almost incredible, almost infamous that Wayu and I, mother, should have done this thing? The price we offered seemed sufficient to some of her people, not to all. I have learned that past forgetting today, thanks to Lord Fallowfield's thick-headed, blundering veracity. But thank heaven she had more heart, more sensibility, more self-respect, more decency than we allowed for. She plucked up spirit enough to refuse to be bought and sold like a pedigree filly or heifer. I think that was rather heroic, considering her traditions and the pressure which had been brought to bear to keep her silent. I can only honor and reverence her for coming to tell me frankly, though at the 11th hour, that she preferred a man of no particular position or fortune, but with the ordinary complement of limbs to Brockhurst and the house in London, and my 40 to 45,000 a year, plus. Richard laughed savagely, leaning forward, spreading out his arms. Well, my dear mother, since as I say the day of lies is over, plus the remnant of a human being you may see here, at this moment, if you will only have the kindness to look. At first Catherine had listened in mute surprise, bringing her mind, not without difficulty, into relation to the immediate and the present. Then watchful sympathy had been aroused, then anxiety, then tenderness, denying itself expression since the time for it was not yet ripe. But as the minutes lengthened and the flow of Richard's speech not only continued, but gained in volume and in force, sympathy, anxiety, tenderness were merged in an emotion of ever-deepening anguish, so that she sat as one who contemplates, spellbound, a scene of veritable horror. From regions celestial to regions terrestrial, she had been hurried with rather dislocating suddenness. But her sorry journey did not end there. For hardly were her feet planted on solid earth again, than the demand came that she should descend still further to regions subterrestrial, regions frankly infernal. And this descent to hell, though rapid to the point of astonishment, was by no means easy. Rather was it violent and remorseless, a driving, as by reiterated blows, a rude merciless dragging onward and downward. Yet even so, for all the anguish and shamias of unseemly exposure, the perversion of her intention and action, the scorn so ruthlessly poured upon her, it was less of herself, the compelled, than of Richard, the compelling, that she thought. For even while his anger thus drove and dragged her, he himself was tortured in the flame far below, so it seemed, and that constituted the finest sting of her agony beyond her power to reach or help. She, after all, but stood on the edge of the crater, watching. He fought, right down in the molten waves of it fought with himself, too, more fiercely even than he fought with her. So that now, as years ago waiting outside the red drawing room, hearing the stern, peremptory tones of the surgeons, the moan of unspeakable physical pain, the grating of a saw, picturing the dismemberment of the living body she so loved, Catherine was tempted to run a little mad and beat her beautiful head against the wall. But age, while taking no jot or tittle from the capacity of suffering, still, in sane and healthy natures, brings a certain steadiness to the brain and coolness to the blood. Therefore Catherine sat very still and silent, her sweet eyes half closed, her spirit bowed in unspoken prayer. Surely the all-loving God who, but a brief hour ago, had vouchsafed her the fair vision of the delight of her youth, would ease his torment and spare her son. And all the while, outward nature remained reposeful and gracious in aspect as ever. The churring of the night-jars, the occasional bark of the fox in the warren, the song of the answering nightingales, wandered in at the open casements. And, along with these, came the sweetness of the beds of wild thyme from the grass slopes, and the rich, languid scent of the blossom of the little, round-headed orange trees set, in green tubs below the carven guardian griffins, on the flight of steps leading up to the main entrance. That which had been lovely continued lovely still, and therefore perhaps she could hope it even in the fullness of her anguish. The gates of hell might stand open to ascending as well as descending feet, and so that awful road might at last retraced by this tormented child of hers, whom, though he railed against her, she still supremely loved. But Richard, whether actually or intentionally it would be difficult to say, misinterpreted and resented her silence and apparent calm. He waited for a time, his eyes fastened upon her half-averted face. Then he picked up one of the remaining packets from the table, tore off the wrapper, glanced at the contents, stretched out his left arm holding the said contents suspended over the waste paper basket. "Yes, it is evident," he declared, "even you do not care to look. Well then, must you not admit that you and I have been guilty of an extravagance of fatuous folly? And worse, in seriously proposing that a well-born, sensitive girl should not only look at, habitually and closely, but take for all her chance in life. A crippled dwarf like mean anomaly? A human curiosity? A creature so unsightly that it must be carried about like any baby in arms, lest its repulsive ungainliness should sicken the bystanders if, leaving the shelter of a railway rug and an armchair, it Trice happy brutito walk? Oh, I am not angry with her. I do not blame her. I am not surprised. I agree with her down to the ground. I sympathize and comprehend no man more. I told her so last nightly amazed at the insane egoism that could ever have induced me to view the matter in any other light. Women are generally disposed to be hard on one another. But if you, my dear mother, should be in any degree tempted to be hard on Constance Keel, I beg you to consider your own engagement, your own marriage, my father's." Here Catherine interrupted him, rising in sudden revolt. "No, no, Richard," she said, "that is more, my dear, than I can either permit or can bear. If you have any sort of mercy left in you, do not bring your father's name, and that which lies between him and me, into this hideous conversation." The young man looked hard at her, and then opening his hand, let the pieces of torn paper flutter down into the basket. It was done with a singularly measured action, symbolic of casting off some last tie, severing some last link, which bound his life and his allegiance to his companion. Yes, exactly, he said. As I expected, the day of lying being over, you as good as own it an outrage to your taste, and your affections, that so frightful a thing, as I am, should venture to range itself alongside your memories of your husband. Out of your own mouth are you judged, my dear mother. And if I am thus to you, upon whom, after all, I have some natural claim, what must I be to others? Think of it, what indeed? Catherine made no attempt to answer. Perception of the grain of truth which seasoned the vast, the glaring injustice of his accusations unnerved her. His speech was ingeniously cruel, his humor such that it was vain to protest, and the hopelessness of it all affected her to the point of physical weakness. She moved across the room, intending to gain the door and go, for it seemed to her the limit of her powers of endurance had been reached. But her strength would not carry her so far. She stumbled on the upturned corner of the shining, tiger-skin rug, recovered herself trembling, and laid hold of the high, narrow, marble shelf of the chimney-piece for support. She must rest a little lest her strength should wholly desert her, and she should fall before reaching the door. Behind her, within the circle of lamplight, Richard remained, still sorting, tearing, flinging away that which remained of the pile of papers. This deft, persistent activity of his, in its mixture of purpose and abstraction, was agitating seeming, to Catherine's listening ears, as though it might go on endlessly, until not only these waste papers, but all and everything within his reach, things spiritual, things of the heart, duties, obligations, gracious and tender courtesies, as well as things merely material, might be thus relentlessly scrutinized, judged worthless, rent asunder and cast. Fourth, what would be spared, she wondered, what left? And when the work of destruction was completed, what would follow next? Bracing herself, she turned, purposing to close the interview by some brief pleading of indisposition and to escape. But as she did so, the sound of tearing ceased. Richard slipped down from his place at the writing table and, shuffling across the room, flung himself down in the long, low armchair on the opposite side of the fireplace. I do not want to detain you for an unreasonable length of time, mother, he said. We understand each other in the main, I think, and that without subterfuge or self-deception at last. But there are details to be considered, and, as I leave here early tomorrow morning, I think you will feel with me it's desirable we should have our talk out. There are a good many eventualities for which it's only reasonable and prudent to make provision on the eve of an indefinitely long absence. Practically a good many people are dependent on me, one way and another, and I do not consider it honorable to leave their affairs at loose ends, however uncertain my own future may be. Richard's voice had still that rasping quality, while his bearing was instinct with a coldly dominating and almost aggressive force. Catherine, though little addicted to fear, felt strangely shaken, strangely alienated by the dead weight of the personality, by perception of the innate and tremendous vigor of this being to whom she had given birth. She had imagined, especially during the last few months of happy and intimate companionship, that if ever mother knew her child, she knew Richard through and through. But it appeared she had been mistaken. For here was a new Richard, at once terrible and magnificent, regarding whom she could predicate nothing with certainty. He defied her tenderness, he outpaced her imagination, he paralyzed her will. Between his thoughts, desires, intentions, and hers, a blind blank space had suddenly intruded itself, impenetrable to her thought. In person he was here close beside her, in mind he was despairingly far away. And to this last, not only his words, but his manner, his expression, his singular yet somber beauty bore convincing testimony. He had matured with an almost unnatural rapidity, leaving her far behind. In his presence she felt diffident, mentally insecure, even as a child. She remained standing, holding tightly to the narrow ledge of the mantelpiece. She felt dazed and giddy as in face of some upheaval, some cataclysm of nature. In relation to her son, she was conscious, in truth, that her whole world had suffered shipwreck. "Where are you going, Dickie?" she asked at last very simply. "Anywhere and everywhere where amusement, or even the semblance of it, is to be had," he answered. "Do you wish to know how long I shall be away? Just precisely as long as amusement in any form offers itself, and as my power of being amused remains to me. This strikes you as slightly ignoble? I am afraid that's a point, my dear mother, upon which I am supremely indifferent. You and I have posed rather extensively on the exalted side of things so far, have strained at gnats and finished up by swallowing a remarkably full-grown camel. This whole business of my proposed marriage has been anything but graceful, when looked at in the common-sense way in which most people, of necessity, look at it. Lord Fallowfield appealed to me against myself, which appeared to me slightly humorous one man of the world to another. That was an eye-opener. It was likewise a profitable lesson. I promptly laid it to heart. And it is exclusively from the point of view of the man of the world that I propose to regard myself and my circumstances and my personal peculiarities in future. So, to begin with, if you please, from this time forth, we put aside all question of marriage in my case. We do not make any more attempts to buy innocent and well-bred young girls, inviting them to condone my obvious disabilities in consideration of my little title and my money. Richard ceased to look at Lady Calmady. He looked away through the open window into the serene sky of the summer night, a certain hunger in his expression not altogether pleasant to witness. Fortunately, he continued, with something between a laugh and a sneer, there is a mighty army of women always has been who do not come under the head of innocent, young girls, though some of them have plenty of breeding of a kind. They attach no superstitious importance to the marriage ceremony. My position and money may obtain me consolations in their direction. Lady Calmady ceased to require the cold support of the marble mantelshelf. It is unnecessary for us to discuss that subject, at least, Richard, she said. The young man turned his head again, looking full at her. And again the distance that divided her from him became to her cruelly apparent, while his strength begot in her a shrinking of fear. I am sorry, he replied, but I cannot agree with you there. It is inevitable that we should differ in the future, and that you should frequently disapprove. I cannot expect you to emancipate yourself from prejudice, as I am already emancipated. I am not sure I even wish that. Still, whatever the future may bring forth of this, my dear mother, I am determined to make a clean breast tonight, so that you shall never have cause to charge me with lack of frankness or of attempt to deceive you. Yet at the moment, the poor mother's heart cried out to be deceived, if thereby it might be eased a little of suffering. Then, a nobler spirit prevailing within her, Catherine rallied her fortitude. Better he should be bound to her even by cynical avowal of projected vice than not bound at all. Listening now, she gained the right of bitter enough right command a measure of his confidence in those still darker days which, as she apprehended, only too certainly lay ahead. So she answered calmly. Go on, Richard. As you say, we may differ in the future. I may disapprove, but I can be silent. You are right. It is better for us both that I should hear. And once more the young man was compelled to yield her a grudging admiration. His tone softened somewhat. I do not like to see you stand, mother, he said. Our conversation may be prolonged. One never quite knows what may crop up. You will be overtired. And tomorrow, when I am gone, there will be things to do. Lady Calmady drew forward the chair from the end of the writing table. Her back was towards the lamp, her face in shadow. Of this she was glad. In a degree it lessened the strain. The sweet night air coming in at the open casements fluttered the lace on her bodice as with the touch of a light, cool hand. Of this she was glad too. It was refreshing, and she grew increasingly exhausted and physically weak. Richard observed her, not without solicitude. I am afraid you are not well, mother, he said. But Catherine shook her head, smiling upon him with misty eyes and lips somewhat tremulous. I am always well, she replied. Only tonight it has been given me to scale heights and sound opposing depths, and I am a little overcome by perplexity and by surprise. But what does that signify? I shall have plenty of time too much probably in which to rest and range my ideas when you are gone, my dearest. You must not be here alone. Oh no, people will visit me, no doubt, animated by kindly wishes to lessen my solitude, she answered, still smiling. Remembrance of Honoria sent. Quentin's letter came to her mind. Could it be that the girl had some inkling of what was in store for her, and that this had inspired the slight overwarmth of her protestations of affection? Honoria would always be ready to come, should I ask her, she said. All solicitude passed from Richard's expression, all softening from his tone. By all means ask her. That would cap the climax and round the irony of the situation to admiration. Indeed, why? Catherine inquired, painfully impressed by the renewed bitterness of his manner. If you are fond of her, that is convincingly sufficient. She and I have never been very sympathetic, but that's a detail. I shall be gone. Therefore pray have her, or anybody else you happen to fancy, so long as you do have someone. You must not be here alone. Julius remains faithful through all chances and changes. But I imagine even Julius has sufficient social sense to perceive that faithfulness may be a little out of place at this juncture. At least I sincerely hope he will perceive it, for otherwise he will have to be made to do so, and that will be a nuisance. Dicky, Dicky, what are you implying? Lady Calmady exclaimed. By what strange and unlovely thoughts are you possessed tonight? I am learning to look at things as the average man of the world looks at them. That's all, he said. We have been too refined, you and I, to be self-critical, with the consequence that we have allowed ourselves a considerable degree of latitude in many directions. Julius' permanent residence here ranks among the fine fanciful disregardings of accepted proprieties with which we have indulged ourselves. But spades are to be called spades in future at least by me. So, for the very same reason that I go forth, like the average man of the world, to enjoy the pleasures of sin for a season, do I object to Julius, or any other man, being your guest during my absence, unless you have some woman of your own position in life living here with you? The levels in social matters have changed, once and for all. I have come to a sane mind and renounced the eccentric subterfuges and paltry hypocrisies, by means of which we have attempted, you and I, to keep disagreeable facts at bay. Truth, naked and unabashable, is the only goddess I worship henceforth. He leaned forward, laying his hands upon the arms of his chair. His manner was harsh still, but all coldness had departed from it, rather did a white heat of passion consume him dreadful to witness. Yes, it is wisest to repeat that, so that, on your part, there may be no excuse for any shadow of misapprehension. The levels have altered. The old ones can never be restored. I want to have you grasp this, mother swallow it, digest it, so that it passes into fiber and tissue of your every thought about me. For an acutely unscientific and ingeniously unreasonable idea obtains widely among respectable, sentimental, so-called religious persons, regarding those who are the victims of disfiguring accident, or, like myself, are physically disgraced from birth. Because we have been deprived of our natural rights, because we have so abominably little, we are expected to be slavishly grateful for the contemptible pittance that we have. Because slothfully by his neglect, or wantonly, for his amusement, the Creator has tortured us, maiming, distorting us up as a laughingstock before all man and womankind because he has played a ghastly and brutal practical joke on us. Fixing the marks of low comedy in our living flesh and bone for we, forsooth, are to be more pious, more clean-living, temperate, and discreet than the Ristow bow amiably beneath the cross, gratefully to kiss the rod. Those irregularities of conduct which are smiled at, and taken for granted, in a man made after the normal, comely fashion, become a scandal in the case of a poor, unhappy devil like me, at which good people hold up their hands in horror. Faugh! I tell you I am sick of such cowardly cant. A pretty example the Almighty's set me of justice and mercy. Handsome encouragement he has given me to be virtuous and sober. Much I have for which to praise his holy name. Arbitrarily, without excuse or faintest show of antecedent reason, he has elected to curse. And the curse will cling forever and ever, till they lay me in a coffin nearly half as short again as that of any other man, and leave the hideousness of my deformity to be obliterated and purged at last eaten away by the worms in the dark. Richard stretched out his hands, palms upward. And in return for all this shall I bless? No, indeed no, thank you. Not even towards God Almighty himself will I play the part of lickspittle and sycophant. I have fine enough stuff in me, let alone the energy begotten by the flagrance of his injustice, to take higher grounds with him than that. I will break what men hold to be his laws, wherever and whenever I can. I will make hay of his so-called natural and moral order, just as often as I get the chance. I will curse, and again curse back. The speaker's voice was deep and resonant, filling the whole room, his utterance deliberate and unshaken, his face dark with the malign beauty of implacable hatred. Hearing him, seeing him thus, Catherine Calmady's fortitude forsook her. She ceased to distinguish or discriminate. Nature gave way. She knelt upon the floor before him, her hands clasped, tears coursing down her cheeks. But of her attitude and aspect she was unconscious. "Oh, Richard, Richard," she cried, "forgive me. Curse me, my dearest, throw all the blame on me, my dearest, I accept it not on God. Only try to forgive. Forgive me for being your mother. Forgive me that I ever loved and married. Forgive me the intolerable wrong which, all unknowingly, I did you before your birth. I humble myself before you, and with reason. For I am the cause, I who would give my life for your happiness, my blood for your healing, 1,000 times. But through all these years, I have done my poor best to serve you and to make up. The hypocrisies and subterfuges which you lash so scornfully and, rightly perhaps, were the fruit of my overcare for you. Rail at me, I deserve it. Perhaps I have been faithless, but only once or twice, and for a moment. I was faithless towards you here in the garden tonight, but then I supposed you content. Ah, I hardly know what I say, only rail at me, my beloved, not at God, and then treachery not to leave me in anger. Try before you go to forgive. Richard had sunk back in his chair, his hands clasped under his head, watching her. It gave him the strangest sensation to see his mother kneeling before him thus. At first it shocked him almost to the point of heated protest, as against a thing unpermissible and indecorous. Then the devils of wounded pride, of anarchy, and of revolt asserting themselves, he began to relish, to be appeased by, the unseemly sight. Little Lady Constance Keel, and all that of which she was the symbol, had disappointed and escaped him. But here was a woman, worth a dozen Constance Keels, in beauty, in intellect, and in heart, prostrate before him, imploring his clemency as the penitent implores the absolution of the priest. An evil gladness took him that he had power thus to subjugate so regal a creature. His gluttony of inflicting pain since he himself suffered, his gluttony of exercising dominion since he himself had been defied and defrauded, was, in a degree, satisfied. His arrogance was at once reinforced and assuaged. It is absurd to speak of forgiveness, he said presently, and slowly, as it is absurd to speak of restitution. These are mere words having no real tally in fact. We appear to have volition, but actually and essentially we are as leaves driven by the wind. Where it blindly drives, there we blindly go. So it has been from the beginning, so it always will be. In the last 24 hours, there are many things I have ceased to believe in, and among them, my dear mother, is human responsibility. He paused and motioned Lady Calmady towards her chair with a certain authority. Therefore calm yourself, he said. Grieve as little as may be about all this matter, and let us talk it over without further emotion. He waited a brief space, giving her time to recover her composure, and then continued coldly, with a careful abstention from any show of feeling. Let us clear our minds of cant, and go forward knowing that there is really neither good nor evil. For this even as God himself, whose existence I treated from the anthropomorphic standpoint just now, so as to supply myself with a target to shoot at, a windmill at which to tilt. A row of ninepins set up for the mere satisfaction of knocking them down aganthes are plausible. Delusions invented by man, in the vain effort to protect himself and his fellows from the profound sense of loneliness, and impotence, which seizes on him if he catches so much as a passing glimpse of the gross comedy of human aspiration, human affection, briefly, human existence. But strive as he might, excitement gained on Richard once more, for young blood is hot and gallops masterfully along the veins, especially under the whip of real or imagined disgrace. He sat upright, grasping the arms of his chair, and looking, not at his mother, but away into the deep of the summer night. Perhaps my personal peculiarities confer on me unusually acute perception of the inherent grossness of the human comedy. I propose to take the lesson to heart. They teach me not to sacrifice the present to the future, but to fling away ideals like so much waste paper, and just take that which I can immediately get. They tell me to limit my horizon, and go the common way of common, coarse-grained, sensual mammon, as far as that way is possible to mean to be of this world worldly. And so, mother, I want you to understand that from this day forth I turn over a new leaf, not only in thought, but in conduct. I am going to have just all that my money and position, and even this vile deformitifer, by God, I will use that to what people will not give for love, they will give for curiosity can bring me of pleasure and notoriety. I am going to lay hold of life with these rather horribly strong arms of mine. Looked across at Lady Calmady with a sneering smile. Strong? He repeated, strong as a young bull ape's. I mean to tear the very vitals out of living, to tear knowledge, excitement, intoxication out of it, making them, by right of conquest, my own. I will compel existence to yield me all that it yields other men, and more because my senses are finer, my acquaintance with sorrow more intimate, my quarrel with fortune more vital and more just. As I cannot have a wife, I will have mistresses. As I cannot have honest love, I will have gratified lust. I am not stupid. I shall not follow the beaten track. My imagination has been stimulated into rather dangerous activity by the prenatal insult put upon me. And now that I have emancipated myself, I propose to apply my imagination practically. The young man flung himself back in his chair again. There ought to be startling results, he said, with gloomy exultation. Do not you think so, mother? There should be startling results. Lady Calmady bowed herself together, putting her hands over her eyes. Then, raising her head, she managed to smile at him, though very sadly, her sweet face drawn by exhaustion and marred by lately shed tears. Ah, yes, my dearest, she answered. No doubt the results will be startling, but whether any sensible increase of happiness, either to yourself or others, will be counted among them is open to question. Richard laughed bitterly. I shall have lived anyhow, he rejoined. Worn out, not rusted and rotted out, which, according to our former fine fanciful program, seemed the only probable consummation of my unlucky existence. His tone changed, becoming quietly businesslike and indifferent. I am entering horses for some of the French events, and I go through to Paris tomorrow to see various men there and make the necessary arrangements. I shall take Chiffney with me for a few days, but the stables will not give you any trouble. He will have given all the orders. Very well, Catherine said mechanically. Later, I shall go on to Baden-Baden. Catherine rallied somewhat. Helen de Valorbes is there, she said, not without a trace of her former pride. Certainly Helen de Valorbes is there, he answered. That is why I go. I want to see her. It is inconsistent, I admit, for Helen remains the one person gloriously untouched by the wreck of the former order of things. Pray let there be no misconception on that point. She belonged to the ideal order, she belongs to it still. Ah, my dear, Catherine almost cried. His perversity hurt her a little too much so that the small, upspringing flame of decent pride was quenched. Yes, he went on, there was my initial, my cardinal mistake. For I was a traitor to all that was noblest and best in me, when I persuaded myself, and weakly permitted you to persuade me, that a loveless marriage is better than a love in which marriage is impossible. That Lady Constance Keel, poor little soul, bought, paid for, and my admitted property, could fill Helen's place, though Helen was and I intend her to remain so, for I care for her enough to hold her honor as sacred as I do your own forever inaccessible. Lady Calmady staggered to her feet. That is enough, Richard, she said. That is enough. If you have more to say, in pity leave it until tomorrow. The young man looked at her strangely. You are ill, mother, he said. No, no, I am only broken-hearted, she replied. And a broken heart, alas, never killed so healthy a body as mine. I shall survive this and more perhaps. God knows. Do not vex yourself about me, Dickie. Go live your life as it seems fit to you. I have not the will, even had I the right, to restrain you. And meanwhile I will be the steward of your goods, as long ago, when you were a child and belonged to me wholly. You can trust me to be faithful and discreet, at least in financial and practical matters. If you ever need me, I will come even to the ends of the earth. And should the desire take you to return, here you will find me. And so, goodbye, my darling. I am foolishly tired. I grow lightheaded and dare not linger, lest in my weakness I say that which I afterwards regret. She passed to the door and went out, without looking back. Left to himself, Richard Calmady crossed to the writing table, swung himself up into the revolving chair, and remained there sorting and docketing papers far into the night. But once, stooping, with long-armed adroitness, to unlock the lowest drawer of the table, a madness of disgust towards the unsightliness of his own person seized on and tore him. "O God, God, God," he cried aloud in the extremity of his passion, "why hast thou made me thus?" And to that question, as yet, there was no answer, though it rang afar over the sleeping park and up to the clear shining stars of the profound and peaceful summer night. Book 5, Rake's Progress. Chapter 1, in which the reader is courteously entreated to grow older by the space of some 4 years and to sail southward away. The southeasterly wind came fresh across the bay from the crested range of the Monte Sant'Angelo. The blossoms of the Judas trees, breaking from the smooth gray stems and branches in which they perch so quaint-lifeful in a red-mauve shower upon the slabs of the marble pavement, upon the mimic waves of the fountain basin, and upon the clustering curls and truncated shoulders of the bust of Homer standing in the shade of the grove of cypress and ilex which sheltered the square, high-leaning hill garden at this hour of the morning from the fierceness of the sun. They floated as far even as the semicircular steps of the pavilion on the extreme right, leaded dome of which showed dark and livid on the one side, white and glistering on the other, against the immense and radiant panorama of mountain, sea, and sky. The garden, its fountains, neatly clipped shrubs and formal paved alleys, was backed by a large villa of the square, flat-roofed order common to southern Italy. The record of its age had recently suffered modification by application of a coat of stucco, of a color intermediate between faint lemon yellow and pearl gray, and by the renovation of the fine arabesques Pompeian, in character decorating the narrow interspaces between its treble range of Venetian shutters. Otherwise, the aspect of the Villa Valorbes showed but small alteration since the year when, for a few socially historic weeks, the glorious Lady Blessington, and her strangely assorted train, condescended to occupy it prior to taking up their residence at the Palazzo Belvedere nearby. The walls were sufficiently massive to withstand a siege. The windows of the ground floor, set in deeply hewn ashlar work, were crossbarred as those of a prison. Above, the central windows and door of the entresol opened onto a terrace of black and white marble, from which at either end a wide, shallow-stepped, curved stairway led down into the garden. The first floor consisted of a suite of noble rooms, each of whose lofty windows gave onto a balcony of wrought ironwork, very ornate in design. The topmost story, immediately below the painted frieze of the parapet, coincided in height and in detail with the entresol. The villa was superbly situated upon an advancing spur of hill, so that, looking down from its balconies, looking out from between the pale and slender columns of the pavilion, the whole city of Naples lay revealed below. Naples, that bewildering union of modern commerce and classic association, its domes, its palms, its palaces, its crowded, horse-shouting quays, its theaters and giant churches, its steep and filthy lanes black with shadow, its reeking markets, its broad, sun-scorched piazzas, its glittering, blue waters, its fringing forest of tall masts, and innumerable, close-packed hulls of ocean-going ships. Naples, city of glaring contrastchevan of rascality, hell of horses, unrivaled all the Western world over for natural beauty, for spiritual and moral grossness. Naples, breeding, teeming, laughing, fighting, festering, city of music, city of fever and death. Naples, at once abominable and enchanting city to which, spite of noise, stenches, cruelty, and squalor, those will return of necessity and return again, whose imagination has once been taken captive in the meshes of her many-colored net. And among the captives of Naples, on the brilliant morning in question in the early spring of the year 1871, open-eared and open-eyed to its manifest and manifold incongruities, relishing alike the superficial beauty and underlying bestiality of it, was very certainly Helen de Valorbes. Several years had elapsed since she had visited this fascinating locality, and she could congratulate herself upon conditions adapted to a more intimate and comprehensive acquaintance with its very various humors than she had ever enjoyed before. She had spent more than one winter here, it is true, immediately subsequent to her marriage. But she had then been required to associate exclusively with the members of her husband's family and to fill a definite position in the aristocratic society of the place. The tone of that society was not a little lax. Yet, being notably defective in the saving grace of humoras to the feminine portion of it, at all events its laxity proved sadly deficient in vital interest. The fair Neapolitans displayed as small intelligence in their intrigues as in their piety. In respect of both, they remained ignorant, prejudiced, hopelessly conventional. Their noble ancestresses of the Renaissance understood, and did these things better, so Helen reflected. She found herself both bored and irritated. She feared she had taken up her residence in southern Italy quite 3 centuries too late. But all that was in the past. Heaven be praised for it. Just now she was her own mistress, at liberty thanks to the fortune of war to comport herself as she pleased and obey any caprice that took her. The position was ideal in its freedom, while the intrinsic value of it was enhanced by contrast with recent disagreeable experiences. For the alarms and deprivations of the siege of Paris were but lately over. She had come through them unscathed in health and fortune. Yet they had left their mark. During those months of all-encompassing disappointment and disaster, the eternal laughter in, which she trusted had rung harshly sardonic, to the breaking down of self-confidence and light-hearted, cynic philosophy. It scared her somewhat. It made her feel old. It chilled her with suspicion of the actuality of the four last things: death and judgment, heaven and hell. The power of a merry skepticism waxed faint amid the scream of shells and long-drawn, murderous crackle of the mitrailleuse. Helen indeed became actively superstitious, thereby falling low in her own self-esteem. She took to frequenting churches and spending long, still days with the nuns, her former teachers, within the convent of the Sacre-Cœur. Circumstances so worked upon her that she made her submission and was solemnly and duly received back into the fold of the church. She confessed ardently, yet with certain politic reservations. The priest, after all, is but human. It is only charitable to be considerate of his feelings, so she argued, avoid overburdening his conscience, poor dear man, by blackening your own reputation too violently. The practice of religion was a help, truly it was, since it served to pass the time. And then, who could tell but that it might not prove really useful hereafter, as, when all is said and done, those dread four last things will present themselves to the mind, in hours of depression with haunting pertinacity? It is clearly wise, then, to be on the safe side of Holy Church in these matters, accepting her own assertion that she is very certainly on the safe side of the deity. Yet, notwithstanding her pious exercises, Helen de Valorbes found existing circumstances excessively disturbing and disquieting. She was filled with an immense self-pity. She feared her health was failing. She became nervously sensible of her 28 years, telling herself that her youth and the glory of it had departed. She wore black dresses, rolled bandages, pulled lint. Selecting Mary Magdalene as her special intercessor, she made a careful study of the life and legends of that saint. This proved stimulating to her imagination. She proceeded to write a little one-act drama concerning the holy woman's dealings, subsequent to her conversion, quite late in life in fact, with such as survived of her former lovers. The dialogue was very moving in parts. Helen read it aloud one bleak January evening, by the light of a single candle, to her friend 1000. Paul d'Estournel, poet and novelist with whom, just then by her own desire, her relations were severely platonic and they both wept. The application, though delicate, was obvious. And those tears appeared to lay the dust of so many pleasant sins, and promise fertilization of so heavy a crop of virtue, that be inevitable action of the law of contraries two friends, found it more than ever difficult to say farewell and part that night. Now looking back on all that, viewing it calmly in perspective, her action and attitude struck Helen as somewhat imbecile. Prayer and penitence have too often a tendency to kick the beam when fear ceases to weight the balance. And so it followed that the lust of the flesh, the lust of the eye, and the pride of life presented themselves to her as powers by no means contemptible or unworthy of invocation. This morning, while she sat at the luxuriously furnished breakfast-table beneath the glistering dome of the airy pavilion and gazed out between its slender columns, over the curving lines of the painted city and glittering waters of the bay, to the cone of Vesuvius rising, in imperial purple, against the azure sky. Today, sign, as she noted, of fine weather, omen, as she trusted, of good fortune, the smoke of its everlasting burnings towered up and up into the translucent atmosphere, and then drifted away a gigantic, wedge-shaped pennon towards Capri and the open sea. And beholding these things, out of simple, physical well-being, fullness of bread, conviction of her own undiminished beauty, and the merry devilry begotten of these, she fell to projecting a second, a companion, one-act drama founded upon the life of the Magdalene, but this time before the saint's conversion at an altogether earlier stage of her very instructive history. And this drama she would not read to 1000. D'Estournel not a bit of it. In it he should have neither part nor lot, registering which determination, she shook her charming, honey-colored head, holding up both hands with a gesture of humorous and well-defined repudiation. For, in truth, the day of 1000, D'Estournel appeared just now to be very effectually over. It had been reasonable enough to urge her natural fears in journeying through a war-distracted land although guarded by Charles, most discreet and resourceful of English manservants, and Zélie Forestier, most capable of French ladysmaids' excuse for Paul. D'Estournel joining her at a wayside station a short distance out of Paris and accompanying her south. A la guerre comme à la guerre. A beautiful woman can hardly be too careful of her person amid the many and primitive dangers which battle and invasion let loose. De Valorbes, himself detestably jealous, though he was could hardly have objected to her thus securing effective protection, had he been acquainted with the fact. That he was not so acquainted was, of course, the veriest oversight. But the frontier once reached, the better part of 3 weeks had elapsed in the reaching of it, and all danger of war and tumult past, both the necessity and, to be frank, the entertainment of 1000. D'Estournel's presence became less convincing. Helen grew a trifle weary of his transports, his suspicions, his belle tete de Jésus souffrant, his insatiable literary and personal vanity. The charm, the excitement of the situation began to wear rather threadbare, while the practical inconveniences and restrictions it imposed increasingly disclosed themselves. A lover, as Helen reflected, provided you see enough of him, offers but small improvement upon a husband. He is liable to become possessive and didactic, after the manner of the natural man. He is liable to forget that the relation is permitted, not legalized that it exists on sufferance merely, and is therefore terminable at the will of either party. The last days of that same southern journey had been marked by misunderstandings and subsequent reconciliations, in an ascending scale of acrimony and fervor on the part of her companion. In Helen's case, familiarity tended very rapidly to breed contempt. She ceased to be in the least amused by these recurring agitations. At Pisa, after a scene of a particularly excited nature, she lost all patience, frankly told her admirer that she found him not a little ridiculous, and requested him to remove himself, his grievances, and his bel tit de Jesu elsewhere. 1000. D'Estournel took refuge in nerves, threats of morphia, and his bedchamber, in the chaste seclusion of which apartment Helen left him, unvisited and unconsoled. While attended by her servants, she gaily resumed her journey. An adorable sense of independence possessed her, of the charm of her own society, of the absence of all external compelling or directing of her movements, no circumscription of her liberty possible, the world before her where to choose. Not only were privations, dismal hauntings of siege and slaughter, left behind, and 1000. D'Estournel, just now most wearisome of lovers, left behind also, but de Valorbes himself had, for the time being, become a permissibly negligible quantity. The news of more fighting, more bloodshed had just reached her, though the German armies were marching back to the now wholly German Rhine. For upon unhappy Paris had come an hour of deeper humiliation than any which could be procured by the action of foreign foes. She was a kingdom divided against herself, a mother scandalously torn by her own children. News had reached Helen too, news special and highly commendatory of her husband, Angelo Luigi Francesco. Early in that eventful struggle, he had enlisted in the Guard Mobile. All the manhood and honest sentiment resident in him stirred into fruitful activity by the shame and peril of his adopted country. Now Helen learned he had distinguished himself in the holding of Chatelaine against the insurgents, had been complimented by Macman upon his endurance and resource, had been offered, and had accepted, a commission in the regular army. Promotion was rapid during the later months of the war, and probability pointed to the young man having started on a serious military career. Well, let him both start and continue, Helen commented. I am the last person to be otherwise than delighted thereat. Just in proportion as he is occupied, he ceases to be inconvenient. If he succeeds, good. If he is shot, good likewise. For him, laurels and a hero's tomb. For me, crape and permanent emancipation. An agreeably romantic conclusion to a profoundly unromantic marriage, fresh proof, were such needed of the truth of the immortal Dr. Pangloss saying that all is for the best in this best of all possible worlds. In such happy frame of mind did Madame de Valorbes continue during her visit to Florence and upon her onward way to Perugia. But their self-admiration ceased to be all sufficient for her. She needed to read confirmation of that admiration in other eyes, and the gray Etruscan city, uplifted on its star-shaped hill, offered her a somewhat grim reception. Piercing winds swept across the Tiber Valley from the still snow-clad Apennines above Assisi. The austere, dark-walled, Lombard Gothic churches and palaces showed forbidding, merciless almost, through the driving wet. Even in fair summer weather, suspicion of ancient and implacable terror lurks in the shadow of those cyclopean gateways and stalks over the unyielding, rock-hewn pavements of those solemn medieval streets. There was an incalculable element in Perugia which raised a certain anger in Helen. The place seemed to defy her and make light of her pretensions. As during the siege of Paris, so now, echoes of the eternal laughter saluted her ears, ironic in tone. Nor was the society offered by the residents in the hotel, weather-bound like herself, of a specially enlivening description. It was composed almost exclusively of middle-aged English and American lattice widows, and spinster-soft blameless morals, and anxiously active intelligence. They wrapped their lean forms in woolen shawls and ill-cut jackets. They pervaded salon and corridors, guidebook in hand. They discoursed of Umbrian antiquities, Etruscan tombs, frescoes, and architecture. Having but little life in themselves, they tried, rather vainly, to warm both hands at the fire of the life of the past. Among them, Helen, in her vigorous and self-secure, though fine-drawn, beauty, was about as much at home as a young panther in a hen roost. They admired, they vaguely feared, they greatly wondered at her. Had one of those glorious young gallants, Baglioni or Adi, clothed in scarlet, winged, helmeted, sword on thigh. As Perugino has painted them on the walls of the Sala del Cambio, very strangest union of sensuous worldliness and radiant archangelic grace had one. Of these magnificent gentlemen ruffled into the hotel parlor, he could hardly have startled the eyes and perplexed the understanding of the virtuous and learned Anglo-Saxon and transatlantic feminine beings there assembled, more than did Madame de Valorbes. For all such sexless creatures, for the great company of women in whose outlook man plays no immediate or active part, Helen had, in truth, small respect. They appeared to her so absurdly inadequate, so contemptibly divorced from the primary interests of existence. More than once, in a spirit of mischievous malice, she was tempted to bid the good ladies lay aside their Baedekers and Murrays, and increase their knowledge of the Italian character and language by study of the novelle of Bandello, or of certain merry tales to be found in the pages of the Decameron. She had copies of both works in her traveling bag. She was prepared, moreover, to illustrate such ancient saws by modern instances, for the truth of which last she could quite honestly vouch. But on second thoughts she spared her victims. The quarry was not worth the chase. What self-respecting panther can, after all, go a-hunting in a hen roost? So from the neighborhood of their unlovely clothes, questioning glances, and undervitalized pursuit of art and literature, she removed herself to her sitting room upstairs. Charles should serve her meals there in future, for to sit at table with these neuters, clothed in amorphous garments, came near upsetting her digestion. Meanwhile, as she watched the rain streaming down the panes of the big windows, watched thin-legged, heavily-cloaked figures tacking, wind-befitted, across the gray-black street into the shelter of some cavernous port-cotcher, it must be owned her spirits went very sensibly down into her boots. Even the presence of the despised and repudiated de Sternel would have been grateful to her. Remembrance of all the less successful episodes of her career assaulted her. And in that connection of necessity, the thought of Brockhurst returned upon her. For neither the affair of her childhood, that of the little dancer with blush roses in her hater, the other affair off, now nearly 4 years back, intimate drama frustrated, within sight of its climax, by intervention of Lady Calmady could be counted otherwise than as failures. It was strange how deep-seated was her discontent under this head. As on Queen Mary's heart the word Calais, so on hers Brockhurst, she sometimes thought, might be found written when she was dead. In the last 4 years Richard had given her princely gifts. He had treated her with a fine, old-world chivalry as something sacred and apart, but he rarely sought her society. He seemed, rather carefully, to elude her pursuit. His name was not exactly a patent of discretion and rectitude in these days, unfortunately. Still, Helen found his care of her reputation as far as association of her name with his went somewhat exaggerated. She could hardly believe him to be indifferent to her, and yet, oh, the whole matter was unsatisfactory, abominably unsatisfactory, off a piece with the disquieting influences of this grim and fateful city, with the detestable weather evident there without. And then, suddenly, an idea came to Helen de Valorbes, causing the delicate color to spring into her cheeks, and the light into her eyes, veiled by those fringed, semi-transparent lids. For some 2 years earlier, Richard Calmady had taken her husband's villa at Naples on lease, it offering, as he said, a convenient pied-à-terre to him while yachting along the adjacent coasts, up the Black Sea to Odessa, and eastward as far as Aden and the Persian Gulf. The house, save for the actual fabric of it, had become rather dilapidated and ruinate. To de Valorbes it appeared clearly advantageous to get the property off his hands and touch a considerable yearly sum, rather than have his pocket drained by outgoings on a place in which he no longer cared to live. So the Villa Valorbes passed for the time being into Richard Calmady's possession. It pleased his fancy. Helen heard he had restored and refurnished it at great expenditure of money and of taste. These facts she recalled, and recalling them, found both the actuality of rain-blurred, wind-scourged town without, and anger-begetting memories of Brockhurst within, fade before a seductive vision of sun-bathed Naples, and of that nobly placed and painted villa, in which as it seemed to her was just now resident promise of high entertainment, the objective delight of abnormal circumstance, the subjective delight of long-cherished revenge. All the rapture of her existing freedom came back on her, while her brain, fertile in forecast of adventure, projected scenes and situations not unworthy of the pen of Boccaccio himself. Fired by such thoughts, she moved from the window, stood before a tall glass at right angles to it, and contemplated her own fair reflection long and intimately. An absorbing interest in the general effect, and in the details of her person possessed her. She moved to and fro, observing the grace of her carriage, the set of her hips, the slenderness of her waist. She unfastened her soft, trailing tea-gown, throwing the loose bodice of it back, critically examining her bare neck, the swell of her beautiful bosom, the firm contours of her arms from shoulder to elbow. Her skin was of a clear golden whiteness, smooth, fine in texture as that of a child. Placing her hands on the gilded frame of the mirror, high up on either side, she observed her face, exquisitely healthful in color, even as seen in this mournful afternoon light. She leaned forward, gazing intently into her own ice meeting in them, as Narcissus in the surface of the fatal pool, the radiant image of herself. And this filled her with a certain intoxication, a voluptuous self-love, a profound persuasion of the power and completeness of her own beauty. She caressed her own neck, her own lips, with lingering fingertips. She bent her bright head and kissed the swell of her cup-like breasts. Never had she received so entire assurance of the magic of her own personality. "It is all as perfect as ever," she exclaimed exultantly. "And while it remains perfect, it should be made use of." Helen waved her hand, smiling, to the smiling image in the mirror. "You and I, Togethreer, beauty and my brain's eye, pit the pair of us against all mankind. Together we have worked pretty little miracles before now, causing the proud to lay aside their pride, and the godly their virtue. A man of strange passions shall hardly escape Usner, shall the mother that bare him escape either." Her face hardened, her laughing eyes paled to the color of fine steel. She lifted the soft curling hair from off her right temple, disclosing a small, crescent-shaped scar. "That is the one blemish, and we will exact the price of Itiu, and Ito the ultimate sue." Then she moved away, overcome by sudden amusement at her own attitude, which she perceived risked being slightly comic. Heroics were, to her thinking, unsuitable articles for home consumption, yet her purpose held none the less strongly and steadily because excitement lessened. She refastened her tea gown, tied the streaming azure ribbons of it, patted bows and laces into place, walked the length of the room a time or two to recover her composure, then rang the bell. And on the arrival of Charles, irreproachably correct in dress and demeanor, his clean-shaven, sharp-featured, rakish countenance controlled to praiseworthy nullity of expression, she said, "The weather is abominable." The manservant set down the tray on a little table before her, turned out the corners of the napkin, deftly arranged the teethings. "It is a little dull, my lady." "How is the glass?" "Falling steadily, my lady." "I cannot remain here." "No, my ladies." "Find out about the trains south to Naples." "Yes, my lady, we can join the Roman express at Chiusi. When does your ladyship wish to start?" "I must telegraph first." "Certainly, my lady." Charles produced telegraph forms. It was Helen's boast that upon request, the man could produce any known object from a packet of pins to a white elephant or fully manned battleship. She had a lively regard for her servant's ability. So had he, it may be added, for that of his mistress. The telegram was written and dispatched, but the reply took 4 days in reaching Madame de Valorb's, and during those days it rained incessantly. The said reply came in the form of a letter. Sir Richard Calmady was at Constantinople, so the writer Bates, his steward, had reason to believe, but it was probable he would return to Naples shortly. Meanwhile, Heath's steward had permanent orders to the effect that the villa was at Madame de Valorb's disposition, should she at any time express the wish to visit it. She would find everything prepared for her reception. This information caused Helen singular satisfaction. It was very charming, very courteous, of Richard thus to remember her. She set forth from Perugia full of ingenious purpose, deliciously light of heart. Thus did it come about that, on the aforementioned gay, spring morning, Madame de Valorb's breakfasted beneath the glistering dome of the airy pavilion, all Naples outstretched before her, while the blossoms of the Judas trees fell in a red mauve shower upon the slabs of the marble pavement, and the mimic waves of the fountain basin, and upon the clustered curls and truncated shoulders of the bust of Homer stationed within the soft gloom of the ilex and cypress grove. She had arrived the previous evening, and had met with a dignified welcome from the numerous household. Her manner was gracious, kindly, captivating. She intended it to be all that. She slept well, rose in buoyant health and spirits, partook of a meal offering example of the most finished Italian cooking. Finish, in any department, appealed to Helen's artistic sense. Life was sweet, moreover, it was supremely interesting. Her breakfast ended, rising from her place at table, she looked away to the purple cone of the great volcano and the uprising of the smoke of its everlasting burnings. The sight of this magnificent, menacing evidence of the anarchic might of the powers of nature quickened the pagan instinct in her. She wanted to worship. And even in so doing, she became aware of a kindred something in her Sylphoth and answering and anarchic energy, a certain menace to the conventional works and ways and fancied security of groping, purblind man. The insolence of a great lady, the dangerously primitive instincts of a great courtesan, filled her with an enormous pride, a reckless self-confidence. Turning, she glanced back across the formal garden, bright with waxen camellias set in glossy foliage, with early roses, with hyacinths, lemon and orange blossom towards the villa. Upon the black and white marble balustrade a man leaned his elbows. She could see his broad shoulders, his bare head. From his height she took him, at first, to be kneeling, as, motionless, he looked towards her and towards the splendid view. Then she perceived that he was not kneeling, but standing upright. She understood, and a very vital sensation ran right through her, causing the queerest turn in her blood. Mercy of heaven, she said to herself, is it conceivable that now, at this time of day, I am capable of the egregious folly of losing my head? Chapter 2, wherein time is discovered to have worked changes. Helen, however, did not stay to debate as to the state of her affections. She had had more than enough of reflection of late. Now action invited her. She responded. The sweep of her turquoise blue cloth skirts sent the fallen Judas blossoms dancing, to left and right, in crazy whirling companies. She did not wait even to put on her broad-brimmed garden hat, the crown of it encircled, as luck would have it, by a garland of pale, pink tulle and pale, pink roses, but braved the sunshine with no stouter head covering than the coils of her honey-colored hair. Rapidly she passed up the central alley between the double row of glossy-leaved camellia bushes, laughter in her downcast eyes, and a delicious thrill of excitement at her heart. She felt strong and light, her being vibrant, penetrated and sustained throughout by the bracing air, the sparkling, crystal-clear atmosphere. Yet for all her eagerness Helen remained an artist. She would not forestall effects. Thriftily she husbanded sensations. Thus, reaching the base of the black and white marble wall supporting the terrace, where, midway in its long length, it was broken by an arched grotto of rough-hewn stonework, in which maidenhair fern rooted, the delicate fronds of it caressing the shoulders of an undraped nymph, with ever-dripping water pitcher upon her rounded hip. Helen turned sharp to the left and arrived at the bottom of the descending flight of steps without once looking up. That Richard Calmady still leaned on the balustrade some 12 to 14 feet above that same cool, green grotto she knew well enough. But she did not choose to anticipate either sight or greeting of him. Both should come to her as a whole. She would receive a single and unqualified impression. So, silently without apparent haste, she passed up the flight of shallow steps on to the edge of the wide black and white checkerboard platform. It was sunbathed, suspended as it seemed, between that glorious prospect of city, mountain, sea, and the unsullied purity of the southern heavens. It was vacant save for the solitary figure and the sharp-edged, yet amorphous, shadow cast by that same figure. For the young man had moved as she came up from the garden below. He stood clear of the balustrade, only the fingers of his left hand resting upon the handrail of it. Seeing him thus, the strangeness, the grotesque incompleteness of his person struck her as never before. But this, though it did not move her to mirth as in her childhood, moved her to pity no more now than it then had. That which it did was to deepen, to stimulate her excitement, to provoke, and to satisfy the instinct of cruelty latent in every pagan nature such as hers. Could Helen have chosen the moment of her birth, she would have been a great lady of imperial Rome, holding power of life and death over her slaves, and the mutes and eunuchs with which the East should have furnished her palace in the eternal city, and her dainty villa away there on the purple flanks of Vesuvius at Herculaneum or Pompeii. The delight of her own loveliness, of her own triumphant health and activity, would have been increased tenfold by the sight of, by power over, such stultified and hopelessly disfranchised human creatures. And the first sight of Richard Calmady now, though she did not stop very certainly to analyze the exact how and why of her increasing satisfaction, took its root in the same craving for ascendancy by means of the suffering and loss of others. While, unconsciously, the fine flavor of her satisfaction was heightened by the fact that the victim, now before her, was her equal in birth, her superior in wealth, in intelligence and worldly station. But as she drew nearer, Richard, the while making no effort to go forward and receive her, buoyant self-complacency and self-congratulation suffered diminution. For, rehearsing the same meeting during those rain-blotted days of waiting at Perugia, imagination had presented Dicky as the inexperienced, tender-hearted, sweet-natured lad she had known and beguiled at Brockhurst 4 years earlier. As has already been stated, her meetings with him, since then, had been brief and infrequent. Now she perceived that imagination had played a silly trick upon her. The boy she had left, the man who stood awaiting her so calmly, were, save in one distressing peculiarity, two widely different persons. For in the interval Richard Calmady had eaten very freely of the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, and that diet had left its mark not only on his character, but on his appearance. He had matured notably, all trace of ingenuous, boyish charm having vanished. His skin, though darkened by recent seafaring, was colorless. His features were at once finer and more pronounced than of old, the bone of the face giving it a noticeable rigidity of outline, index at once of indomitable will and irreproachable breeding. The powerful jaw and strong muscular neck might have argued a measure of brutality. But happily the young man's mouth had not coarsened. His lips were compressed, relaxing rarely into the curves which, as a lad, had rendered his smile so peculiarly engaging. Still, there was no trace of grossness in their form or expression. Hard living had, indeed, in Richard's case, been matter of research rather than of appetite. The intellectual part of him had never fallen wholly into bondage to the animal. He explored the borders of the forbidden, hoping to find some anodyne with which to assuage the ache of a vital discontent, rather than by any compulsion of natural lewdness. Much of this quick-witted Helen quickly apprehended. He was cleverer, more serious, and mentally more distinguished than she had supposed him. And this, while opening up new sources of interest and pricking her ambition of conquest, disclosed unforeseen difficulties in the way of such conquest. Moreover, she was slightly staggered by the strength and inscrutability of his countenance, the repose of his bearing and manner. His eyes affected her oddly. They were cold and clear as some frosty, winter's night, the pupils of them very small. They seemed to see all things, yet tell nothing. They were as windows opening onto an endless perspective of empty space. They at once challenged curiosity and baffled inquiry. Helen's excitement deepened, and she was sensible it needed all the subjective support, all the indirect flattery, with which the fact of his deformity supplied her self-love to prevent her standing in awe of him. As consequence, her address was impulsive rather than studied. "Richard, I have had a detestable winter," she said. "It wore upon me. It demoralized me. I was growing dull, superstitious even. I wanted to get away, to put a long distance between myself and certain experiences, certain memories. I wanted to hear another language. You have always been sympathetic to me. It was natural, if a little unconventional, to take refuge with you." Madame de Valorbes spoke with an unaccustomed and very seductive air of apology, her face slightly flushed, her arms hanging straight at her sides, the long, pink, tulle strings of the hat she carried in her left hand trailing upon the black and white squares of the pavement. To do so seemed obvious in contemplation. I did not stop to consider possible objections, but, in execution, the objections become hourly more glaringly apparent. I want you to reassure me. Tell me I have not dared too greatly in coming thus uninvited. "Of course not," he answered. "I hope you found the house comfortable and everything prepared for you. The servants had their orders." I know, that you should have provided against the possibility of my coming some day, moved me a little more than I care to tell you." Helen paused, looking upon him, and that look had in it a delicate affinity to a caress. But the young man's manner, though faultlessly courteous, was lacking in any hint of enthusiasm. Helen could have imagined, and that angered her, something of irony in his tone. "Oh, there's no matter for thanks," he said. "The house was yours, will be yours again. The least I can do, since you and de Valorbes are good enough to let me live in it meanwhile, is to beg you to make any use you please of it. Indeed it is I, rather than you, who come uninvited just now. I had not intended being back here for another month. But there was a case of something suspiciously like cholera on board my yacht at Constantinople, and it seemed wisest to get away to sea as soon as possible. One of the firemen, oh, he's all right now? Still I shall send him home to England. He's a married man, the only one I have on board. A useful fellow, but he must go. I do not choose to take the responsibility of creating the widow and the fatherless whenever one of my crew chances to fall sick and depart into the unknown." Richard talked on, very evidently for the mere sake of passing the time. And all the while those eyes, which told nothing, dwelt quietly upon Helen de Valorbes until she became nervously impatient of their scrutiny. For it was not at all thus that she had pictured and rehearsed this meeting during those days of waiting at Perugia. "We got in last night," he continued, "but I slept on board. I heard you had just arrived, and I did not care to run the risk of disturbing you after your journey. You are very considerate, Helen remarked. She was surprised out of all readiness of speech. This new Richard impressed her, but she resented his manner. He took her so very much for granted. Admiration and homage were to her as her daily bread, and that any man should fail to offer them caused her frank amazement. It did more. It raised in her a longing to inflict pain. He might not admire, but at least he should not remain indifferent. Therefore she backed a couple of steps, so as to get a good view of Richard Calmady, and without any disguise of her purpose, took a comprehensive and leisurely survey of his dwarfed and mutilated figure. While so doing, she pinned on her rose-trimmed hat and twisted the long, tulle strings of it about her throat. "You have altered a good deal, Richard," she said reflectively. "Probably," he answered. "I had a good deal to learn, being a very thin-skinned young simpleton. In part, anyhow, I have learned it, and I do my best practically to apply my knowledge, but if I have altered so, happily have not you." "I remain a simpleton?" she inquired, her irritation finding voice. "You cannot very well remain that which you never have been. What you do remain is, if I may say so victoriously yourself, unspoiled, unmodified by contact with that singularly stupid invention, society. True to my earliest recollections of you, even Richard shuffled closer to the balustrade, threw his left arm across it, grasping the outer edge of the broad coping, even in small details of dress. He looked away over the immense and radiant prospect, and then up at the radiant woman in her vesture of turquoise, pink, and gold. And so doing, for the first time his face relaxed, being lighted up by a flickering, mocking smile. And something in his shuffling movements, in the fine irony of his expression, pierced Helen with a sensation hitherto unknown, broke up the absoluteness of her egotism, stirred her blood. She forgot resentment in an absorbed and absorbing interest. The ordinary man of the world she knew as thoroughly as her old shoe. Such an one presented small field of discovery to her. But this man was unique in person, and promised to be so in character also. Her curiosity regarding him was profound. For the moment it sunk all personal considerations, all humorous or angry criticism, either of her own attitude towards him or of his attitude towards her. Silently she came forward, sat down on the marble bench, close to where he stood, and turning sideways, leaned her elbows upon the top of the balustrade beside him. She looked up now, rather than down at him, and it went home to her, had nature spared him infliction of that hideous deformity, what a superb creature physically he would have been. There was a silence, Helen remaining intent, quiet, apprehension and imagination sensibly upon the stretch. At last Richard spoke abruptly. "By the way, did you happen to observe the decorations of your room? Do you like them?" "Yes and no," she answered. "They struck me as rather wonderful, but liable to induce dreams of Scylla and Charybdis, of the Fata Morgana, and other inconvenient accidents of the deep. Fortunately, I was too tired last night to be excursive in fancy, or I might have slept badly. You have gathered all the colors of the ocean and fixed them, somehow, on those carpets and hangings and strangely frescoed walls. You saw that. How could I fail to see it, since you kindly excuse me of being, or ever having been, a simpleton?" Helen spoke lightly, tenderly almost. An overmastering desire to please had overtaken her. "You have employed a certain wizardry in the furnishing of that room," she continued. "It lays subtle influences upon one. What made you think of it?" "A dream, an idea, which has stuck by me queerly, though all other fond things of the sort were pitched overboard long ago. I suppose one is bound to be illogical on one point, if only to prove to oneself the absolutism of one's logic on all others. Thus do I, otherwise sane and consistent realist, materialist, pessimist, cling to my one dream and ideal, take it out, dandle it, nourish and cherish it with weakly sentimental faithfulness. To do so is ludicrous. But then my being here at all, calmly considered, is ludicrous. And it, too, is among the results of the one idea." He paused, and Helen, leaning beside him, waited. The sunshine covered them both. The sea wind was fresh in their faces, while the many voices of Naples came up to them confused, strident, continuous, with sometimes a bugle call, sometimes a clang of hammers, or quick pulse of stringed instruments, or jangle of church bells, or long-drawn bellow of a steamship clearing for sea, detaching itself from the universal chorus. Capri, Ischia, Procida, floated, islands of amethyst, upon the sapphire of the bay, and the smoke of Vesuvius rolled ceaselessly upward. You see and hear and feel all this, Richard continued presently. Well, when I saw it for the first time, I was pretty thoroughly out of conceit with myself and all creation. I had been experimenting freely in things not usually talked of in polite society. And I was abominably sold, for I found the enjoyment such things procure is decidedly overrated. Unmentionable matters, once fully explored, are just as tedious and inadequate as those which supply the most unexceptionable subjects of conversation. Moreover, in the process of exploration I had touched a good deal of pitch, and the simpleton being still superfluously to the fore in me, I was squeamishly sensible of defilement. The young man shifted his position slightly, resting his chin in the hollow of his hands, speaking quietly and indifferently, as of some matter foreign to himself and his personal interests. I have reason to believe I was as fairly and squarely wretched as it is possible for an intelligent being to be. I had convinced myself, experimentally, that human existence, human nature, was a bottomless pit, and an uncommonly filthy one at that. Reaction was inevitable. Then I understood why men have invented gods, subscribed to irrational systems of theology, hailed and accredited transparently ridiculous miracles. Such lies are necessary to certain stages of development simply for the preservation of sanity, just as, at another stage, sanity, for its own preservation, is necessarily driven to declare their falsehood. And so I, after the manner of my kind, was driven to take refuge in a dream. The subjective, in some form or other, alone makes life continuously possible. And all this we now look at, determine the special nature of my attempt at subjective support and consolation. Richard paused again, contemplating the view. All this its splendor, its diversity, its caprices and seductions, its suggestion of underlying danger presented itself to me as the embodiment of a personality that has had remarkable influence in the shaping of my life. So far Helen had listened intently and silently. Now she moved a little, straightening up her charming figure, pulling down the wide brim of her hat to shelter her eyes from the heat and brightness of the sun. A woman, she asked briefly. Richard turned to her, that same flickering of mockery in his still face. "Oh, you must not require too much of me," he said. "Remember the simpleton was not wholly eradicated then. Yes, very much a woman, of course. How should it be otherwise? It gave me great pleasure to look at that which looked like her. It gives me pleasure even yet, so I wrote and asked de Valorbes to be kind enough to let me rent the villa. You remember it was not particularly well cared for. There was an air of fallen greatness about the poor place. Inside it was something of a barrack." "I remember," Helen said. "Well, I restored and refurnished especially the rooms you now occupy, in accordance with what I imagined to be her taste." The whole proceeding was not a little feeble-minded, since the probability of her ever inhabiting those rooms was more than remote. But it amused, it pacified me, as prayer to their self-invented deities pacifies the devout. I never stay here for long together. If I did, the spell might be broken. I go away, I travel. I even experiment in things not usually spoken of, but with a cooler judgment and less morbidly sensitive conscience than of old. I amuse myself after more active and practical fashions in other places. Here I amuse myself only with my idea. The even flow of his speech ceased. "What do you think of it, Helen?" he demanded almost harshly. "I think it cannot last. It is too intangible, too fantastic. I admit that to keep it intact needs an infinity of precautions. For instance, I can make no near acquaintance with Naples. I cannot permit myself to see the town at close quarters. I only look at it from here. If I want to go to or from the yacht, I do so at night and in a closed carriage. I took on de Valorbes' box at the San Carlo. If any good opera is given, I go and hear it. Otherwise, I remain exclusively in the house and garden. I am not acquainted with a single soul in the place." "And the woman," Helen exclaimed, a singular emotion at once of envy and protest upon her. "Do you treat her with the same cold-blooded calculation?" "Of the woman, I know just as much and just as little as I know of Naples. It is conceivable there may be unlovely elements in her character, as well as unlovely quarters of this beautiful city. I have avoided knowledge of both. You see, the whole arrangement is designed not for her benefit, but for my own. It's an elaborate piece of self-seeking on my part, but, so far, it has really worked rather successfully." "It is preposterous. It cannot in the nature of things continue successful," Helen declared. "I am not so sure of that," he replied calmly. "Even the most preposterous of religious systems proves to have a remarkable power of survival. Why not this one? In any case, neither the success nor the failure depends on me. I shall be true on my part. The rest depends on her. As Richard spoke, he turned, leaning his back against the balustrade, his face away from the sunlight and the wide view. Again, the extent of his deformity became arrestingly apparent to Madame de Valorbes. Has this woman ever been here? She asked. Yes, has been here. And then, Helen cried. The young man looked up at her, his face keen yet impassive, his ices windows opening on to endless perspective of empty space-filling nothing. She recognized, once again, that he was very strong. She also recognized that, notwithstanding his strength, he was horribly sad. Ah, then, he said, the last of the poor, little, subjective supports and consolations seemed in danger of going overboard and joining their fellows in the uneasy deeps of the sea. But the history of that will keep till a more convenient season, Cousin Helen. You have stood in the midday sun, and I have talked about myself, quite long enough. However, it was only fair to acquaint you with the limited resources in the way of society and amusement offered by your present dwelling. There are horses and carriages, of course. Give what orders you please. Only remember both the town and the surrounding country are pretty rough. It is not fit for a lady to drive by herself. Always take your own man, or one of mine, with you if you go out. I hope you will not be quite intolerably bored. Ask for whatever you want. You let me dine with you? Thanks. Chapter 3. Helen de Valorbes apprehends vexatious complications. 4 gowns lay outspread upon the indigo purple, embroidered coverlet of the bed. The afterglow of an orange and crimson sunset touched the folds of them, ranged upward to the vaultings of the frescoed ceiling, and stained the lofty walls as with the glare of a furnace. Sea greens, sea blues, died in the heat of it, abashed and vanquished. But so did not Madame de Valorbes' white lawn and lace peignoir, or her abundant hair, which Zelly Forrester trim of figure and sour of countenance was in the act of dressing. These caught the fiery light and held it, so that from head to foot Helen appeared as an image of living gold. Sitting before the toiletable, her reflection in the great, oval mirror pleased her. Which shall I wear? That depends upon the length of time Madame proposes to stay here. The black dress might be worn on several occasions with impunity. The peacock brocade, the eau de Nil, the crocus yellow, but onset was at the uttermost. They are ravishing costumes, but wanting in repose. They are unsuited for frequent repetition. Zelly's lean fingers twisted, puffed, pinned, the shining hair very skillfully. I will put on the black dress. Relieved by Madame's parure of pink topaz. Yes, I will wear the pink topazes. Then it will be necessary to modify the style of Madame's coiffure. There is plenty of time. Helen took a handglass from the table and leaned forward in the low, round-backed chair-faithful copy of a fine classic model. She wanted to see the full glory of the afterglow upon her profile, upon her neck and bosom. Thus might Cassiopeia, glass in hand, in her golden chair sit in high heaven. Helen smiled at the pretty conceit. But the glory was already departing. Sea blues, sea greens, sad by contrast, began to reassert their presence on walls and carpet and hangings. The black dress, Madame decides to remain then. As she spoke, the lady's maid laid out the jewels, chains, bracelets, brooches, each stone set in a rim of tiny rose knots of delicate workmanship. As she fingered them, little yellow-pink flames seemed to dance in their many facets. Then the afterglow died suddenly. The flames ceased to dance. Helen's white garments turned livid, her neck and bosom gray-and that somehow was extremely unpleasing to Madame de Valorbes. Light the candles, she said almost sharply. Yes, I remain. Do hurry, Zelly. It is impossible to see. I detest darkness. Hurry. Do you suppose I want to stay here all night? And look, go must bring that chain further forward. It is not graceful. Make it droop. Let it follow the line of my hair so that the pendant may fall there in the center. You have it too much to the right. The center, I tell you. There, let the drop just clear my forehead. Thus admonished, the Frenchwoman wound the jewels in her mistress' hair. But Madame de Valorbes remained dissatisfied. The day had been one of uncertainty, of conflicting emotions, and Helen's love of unqualified purposes was great. Confusion in others was highly diverting. But in herself, no thank you, she hated it. It touched her self-confidence. It endangered the absoluteness of her self-belief and self-worship. And these once shaken, small superstitions assaulted her. In trivial happenings, she detected indication of a luck. Now Zelly's long, narrow face, divided into 2 unequal portions by a straight bar of black eyebrow, and her lean hands, as reflected in the mirror, awoke unreasoning distrust. They appeared to be detached from the woman's dark-clothed person, the outlines of which were absorbed in the increasing dimness of the room. The sallow face moved, peered, the hands clutched and hovered, independent and unrelated, about Helen's graceful head. "For pity's sake, more candles, Zelly," she repeated. "You look absolutely diabolic in this uncertain light." "In an instant, madame. I am compelled first to fix this curl in place." She accomplished the operation with most admired deliberation, and moved away more than once, to observe the effect, before finally adjusting the hairpin. "I cannot but regret that madame is unable to wear her hair turned back from the face. Such an arrangement confers height and an air of spirituality, which, in madame's case, would be not only becoming but advantageous." Helen skidded the handglass down upon the dressing table, causing confusion amid silver-topped pots and bottles, endangering a jar of hyacinths, upsetting a tray of hairpins. "Have I not repeatedly given you orders never to allude to that subject?" she cried. The maid was on her knees, calmly collecting the scattered contents of the tray. "A thousand pardons, madame," she said, with a certain sour impudence. "Still, it must ever be a matter of regret to anyone truly appreciating madame's style of beauty, that she should be always constrained to wear her hair shading her forehead. Modern civilization imposes restrictions even upon the most high-spirited." At that moment, Madame de Valorbes was ripe for the commission of atrocities. Had she been as she coveted to be lady of the Roman decadence, it would have gone hard with her waiting woman, who might have found herself ordered for instant execution or summarily deprived of the organs of speech. But latter-day sentiment happily forbidding such active expressions of ill-feeling on the part of the employer towards the employed, Helen was forced to swallow her wrath, reminding herself, meanwhile, that a confidential servant is either most invaluable of friends or most dangerous of enemies. There is no via media in the relation. And Zelly as an enemy was not to be thought of. She could not displeasing reflection afford to quarrel with Zelly. The woman knew too much. Therefore Madame de Valorbes took refuge in lofty abstraction, while the tiresome uncertainties, the conflicting inclinations of the past day, quick to seize their opportunity, as is the habit of such discourteous gentry, returned upon her with redoubled importunity and force. She had not seen Richard since parting with him at noon, the enigmatic suggestions of his conversation still unresolved, the alternate resentment at his apparent indifference and attraction of his strong and somewhat mysterious personality still vitally present to her. Later she had driven out to Pozzuoli. But neither stone-throwing urchins, foul and disease-stricken beggars, the pale sulphur plains and subterranean rumblings of the Solfatara, nor stirring of nether fires therein resident by a lanky, wild-eyed lad clothed in leathern jerkin and hairy, goatskin leggings with the help of a birch broom and a few local newspapers, served effectually to rouse her from inward debate and questioning. The comfortable sea-spring carriage might swing and sway over the rough, deep-rutted roads behind the handsome, black, long-tailed horses. The melodramatic-looking coachman might lash stone-throwing urchins and anathematize them, their ancestors and descendants, alike to the third and fourth generation in the vilest Neapolitan argot. Charles might resort to physical force in the removal of wailing, alms-demanding, vermin-eaten wrecks of humanity. But still Helen asked. Herself onless should she go? Should she stay? Was the game worth the candle? Was the risk, not only of social scandal but of possible ennui, worth the projected act of revenge? And worth something more than that, for revenge, it must be owned, already took a second place in her calculations. Worth, namely, the enjoyment of possible conquest, the humiliation of possible defeat and rejection, by that strangely coercive, strangely inscrutable being her cousin Dicky Calmady. No man had ever impressed her thus, and she returned on her thought, when first seeing him upon the terrace that morning, that she might lose her head. Helen laughed a little bitterly. She, of all women, to lose her head, to long and languish, to entreat affection, and to be faithful, heaven help us faithful. Could it ever come to that, like any sentimental schoolgirl, Lycan the thought turned her not a little wicked like Catherine Calmady herself. And then, that other woman of whom Richard had told her, with a cynical disregard of her own claims to admiration, who on earth could she be? She reviewed those ladies with whom gossip had coupled Richard's name. Morabita, the famous prima donna, for instance. But surely it was inconceivable that mountain of fat and good nature, with the voice of a seraph, granted, but also with the intellect of a frog, could ever inspire so fantastic and sublimated a passion. And passing from these less legitimate affairs of the hearten, which rumor accredited Richard with being very much of a pluralist their mind, traveled back to the young man's projected marriage with Lady Constance de Size, sometime Lady Constance Keel. Remembering the slow, sweet, babyface and gentle, Heifer's eyes, as she had seen them that day at luncheon at Brockhurst, nearly 5 years ago, she again laughed. No, very certainly there was no affinity between the glorious and naughty city of Naples and that mild-natured, well-drilled little English girl. Who was it then who? But whoever the fair unknown rival might be, Helen hated her increasingly as the hours passed, regarding her as an enemy, a creature to be exterminated and swept off the board. Jealousy pricked her desire of conquest. An intrigue with Richard Calmady offered singular, unique attractions, but the force of such attractions was immensely enhanced by the excitement of wresting his affections away from another woman. Suddenly, in the full swing of these meditations, as she reviewed them for the 100th time, Zelly's voice claimed her attention. I made the inquiries Madame commanded. Well, Helen said. She was standing fastening clusters of topaz in the bosom of her dress. The servants in this house are very reserved. They are unwilling to give information regarding their master's habits. I could only learn that Sir Richard occupies the entresol. Communicating as it does with the garden, no doubt it is convenient to a gentleman so afflicted as himself. Helen bowed herself together, while the black lace and china crepe skirt slipped over her head, emerging from which temporary eclipse she said, "But do people stay here much? Does my cousin entertain? That is what I told you to find out." As I tell Madame, the servants are difficult of approach. They are very correct. They fear their master, but they also adore him. Charles can obtain little more information than myself, but he infers that Sir Richard, when at the villa, lives in retirement, that he is subject to fits of melancholy. There will be little diversion for Madame, it is to be feared. But what would you have? Even though one should be young and rich, si ni serate, que più amusant detra estropi, detra monster and fin. Helen drew in her breath with a little sigh of content, while taking a final look at herself in the oval glass. The soft, floating draperies, the many jewels, each with its heart of quick, yellow-pink light, produced a combination at once somber and 508. It satisfied her sense of artistic fitness. Decidedly, she did well to begin with the black dress, since it had in it a quality rather of romance than of worldliness. Meanwhile, Zelly, kneeling, straightened out the folds of the long train. Ah, she exclaimed. I had forgot also to inform Madame that 1,000. Disternel has arrived in Naples. Charles, thinking of nothing less than such an encounter, met him this morning on the quay of the Santa Lucia. Helen wheeled round violently, much to the discomfiture of those carefully adjusted folds. Intolerable man, she cried, what on earth is he doing here? That Charles naturally could not inquire. Will Madame kindly remain tranquil for a moment? She has torn a small piece of lace which must be controlled by a pin. Probably Monsieur is still en voyage, is visiting friends as is Madame herself. A sudden distrust that the black dress was too mature, that it constituted an admission of departing youth, invaded Helen. The reflection in the oval mirror once more caused her discomfort. Tell Charles that I am no longer acquainted with 1,000. Distournel, if he presumes to call, he is to be refused. Helen set her teeth, but whether in anger towards her discarded lover or the black dress, she would have found it difficult to declare. Again uncertainty held her, suspicion of circumstance, and, in a degree, of herself. The lady's maid, imperturbable, just conceivably impertinent in manner, had risen to her feet. There, she said, it will be secure for tonight if Madame will exercise a moderate degree of caution and avoid abrupt movements. Charles says that Monsieur inquired very urgently after Madame. He appeared dejected and in weak health. He was agitated on meeting Charles. He trembled. A little more and he would have wept. It would be well, perhaps, that Madame should give Charles her orders regarding Monsieur herself. You should not have made me wear this gown, Helen broke out inconsequently. It is depressing, it is hideous. I want to change it. Impossible. Madame is already a little late, and there is nothing wrong with the costume. Madame looks magnificent. Also, her wardrobe is, at present, limited. The evening dresses will barely suffice for a stay of a week, and it is not possible for me to construct a new one under 10 days. Thereupon an opening of doors and voice from the anteroom announcing, "Dinner is served, my lady." Sir Richard is in the dining-room. And Helen swept forward, somewhat stormy and Cassandra-like in her dusky garments. Passing out through the high, narrow doorway, she turned her head. Charles, under no circumstance anon, understandem I at home to Monsieur d'Estournel. Very good, my lady. And, as he closed the double doors, the manservant looked at the lady's maid, his tongue in his cheek. But on the journey through the noble suite of rooms, Helen's spirits revived somewhat. Her fair head, her warm glancing jewels, her graceful and measured movements, as given back by many tall mirrors, renewed her self-confidence. She too must be fond of her own image. By the way, that unknown rival to the dream of whose approval Richard Calmady had consecrated these splendid furnishings witness the multiplicity of looking-glasses. And then the prospect of this tete-a-tete dinner, the interest of her host's powerful and enigmatic personality, provoked her interest to the point not only of obliterating remembrance of the ill-timed advent of her ex-lover, but of inducing something as closely akin to self-forgetfulness as was possible to her self-centered nature. She grew hotly anxious to obtain, to charm if it might be, to usurp the whole field of Richard's attention and imagination. A small round table showed as an island of tender light in the dimness of the vast room, and Richard, sitting at it awaiting her coming, appeared more nearly related to the Richard of Brockhurst and of 5 years ago than he had done during the interview of the morning. In any case, she took him more for granted. While he, if still inscrutable and unsmiling, proved an eminently agreeable companion, ready of conversation, very much at his ease, very much a cultivated man of the world, studious a little excessively so, she thought in his avoidance of the personal note. And this at once piqued Helen and incited her to intellectual effort. If this was what he wanted, well, he should have it. If he elected to talk of travel, of ancient and alien religions, of modern literature and art, she could meet him more than halfway. Her intelligence ran nimbly from subject to subject, point to point. She struck out daring hypotheses, indulged in ingenious paradox, her mind charmed by her own eloquence, her body comforted by costly wines and delicate meats. Nor did she fail to listen also, knowing how very dear to every man is the sound of his own voice, or omit to offer refined flattery of quick agreement and seasonable laughter. It was late when she rose from the table at last. I have had a delightful dinner, she said, absolutely delightful. And now I will encroach no longer on your time or good nature, Richard. You have your own occupations, no doubt. So, with thanks for shelter and generous entertainment, we part for tonight. She held out her hand smiling, but with an admirable effect of discretion, all ardor, all intimacy, kept in check by self-respect and well-bred dignity. Madame de Valorbes was enchanted with the reserve of her own demeanor. Let it be well understood that she was the least importunate, the least exacting, the most adaptable of guests. Richard took her outstretched hand for the briefest period compatible with courtesy, and a momentary spasm so she fancied contracted his face. You are very welcome, Helen, he said. If it is warm, let us breakfast in the pavilion tomorrow. 12 that suit you? Good night. Upon the inlaid writing table in the anteroom, Helen found a long and impassioned epistle from Paul d'Estournel. Perusal of it did not minister to peaceful sleep. In the small hours she left her bed, threw a silk dressing gown about her, drew aside the heavy blue-purple window curtain and looked out. The sky was clear and starlit. Naples, with its curving lines of innumerable lights, lay outstretched below. In the southeast, midway between the two, a blood-red fire marked the summit of Vesuvius. While in the dimly seen garden immediately beneath the paved alleys of which showed curiously pale, asserting themselves against the darkness of the flower borders, and otherwise impenetrable shadows of the ilex and cypress grovia living creature, moved, black, slow of pace, strange of shape. At first Helen took it for some strayed animal. It alarmed her, exciting her to wildest conjectures as to its nature and purpose, wandering in the grounds of the villa thus. Then, as it passed beyond the dusky shade of the trees, she recognized it. Richard Calmady shuffled forward haltingly to the terminal wall of the garden, leaned his arms on it, looking down at the beautiful and vicious city and out into the night. Helen de Valorbes shivered the marble floor, striking up chill, for all the thickness of the carpet, to her bare feet. Her eyes were hard with excitement, and her breath came very quick. Suddenly, yielding to an impulse of superstitious terror, she dragged the curtains together, shutting out that very pitiful sight, and turning, fled across the room and buried herself, breathless and trembling, between the sheets of the soft, warm, faintly fragrant bed. He is horrible, she said aloud, horrible. And it has come to me at last. It has come, I love, I love. Chapter 4, Mater Admirabilis. There, my good soul, do not blubber. Hysterics will not restore Lady Calmady to health, or bring Sir Richard back to England, home and duty, or be a hapworth of profit to yourself or any other created being. Keep your tears for the first funeral. For I tell you plainly, I shall not be surprised out of 7 days' sleep if this business involves a visit to the churchyard before we get to the other side of it. John Knott stood with his back to the chapel room fire, his shoulders up to his ears, his hands forced down into the pockets of his riding breeches. Without, blackthorn winter held the land in its cheerless grasp. The spring was late. Night frosts obtained, followed by pallid, half-hearted sunshine in the early mornings, too soon obliterated by dreary, easterly blight. This afternoon offered exception to the rule only in the additional discomfort of small, sleeting rain and a harsh skirling of wind in the eastward-facing casements. Livery weather, the doctor called it, putting down his existing lapse from philosophically tolerance to insufficient secretions of the biliary duct. Before him stood Clara Sometime Dicky Calmady's devoted nurse, and playful o'er eyes, very bright and moist, the reds and whites of her fresh complexion in lamentable disarray. I would never have believed it of Sir Richard, she assented chokingly. It is not like him, so pretty as he was in all his little ways, and loving to her ladyship, and civilly behaved to everybody, and careful of hurting anybody's feelings more so than you would expect in a young gentleman like him. No, it is not like him. In my opinion, he's been got hold of by some designing person, who's worked on him to keep him away to serve their own ends. There, I would never have believed it of him, that I would not. The doctor's massive head sank lower, his massive shoulders rose higher, his loose lips twisted into a snarling smile. Lord bless you, that's nothing new. We none of us ever do believe it of them when the little beggars are in long clothes, or first breeched for that matter. It's a trick of Mother Nature-united old lady, who cares not a pin for morality, but only for increase. She knows well enough if we did believe it of them, we should clear them off wholesale, along with the blind kittens and puppies. A bucket full of water, and broom to keep them under, would make for a mighty lessening of subsequent violations of the Decalogue. Do not tell me King Herod was not something of a philanthropist when he got to work on the infant population of Bethlehem. One woman wept for each of the little brats then, but his satanic majesty only knows how many women would not have had cause to weep for each one of them later, if they would been spared to grow up. While speaking, Dr. Knott kept his gaze fixed upon his companion. His humor was none of the gentlest truly, yet he did not let that obscure the main issue. He had business with Clara, and merely waited till the reds and whites of her comely face should have resumed their more normal relations before pursuing it. He talked, as much to afford her opportunity to overcome her emotion, as to give relief to his own. Though now well on the wrong side of 60, John Knott was hale and vigorous as ever. His rough-hewn countenance bore even closer resemblance, perhaps, to that of some stone gargoyle carved on cathedral buttress or spout. But his hand was no less skillful, his tongue no less ready in denunciation of all he reckoned humbug, his heart no less deeply touched, for all his superficial irascibility, by the pains and sins and grinding miseries of poor humanity than of old. That's right now, he said approvingly, as the heaving of Clara's bosom became less pronounced. Wipe your eyes and keep your nerves steady. You have got a head on your shoulders always had. Well, keep it screwed on the right way, for you will need all the common sense that is in it if we are to pull Lady Calmady through. Do, to begin with this, give her food every 2 hours or so. Coax her, scold her, reason with her, cry even. After all, I give you leave to, just a little if that will serve your purpose and not make your hand shakenly make her take nourishment. If you do not wind up the clock regularly, some fine morning you will find the wheels have run down. But her ladyship will not have anyone sit up with her. Very well, then sleep next door. Only go in at 12 and 2, and again between 5 and 6. But she will not have anybody occupy the dressing room. It used to be the night nursery, you remember, sir, and not a thing in it has been touched since Sir Richard moved down to the gunroom wing. Oh, fiddlededdy, it's just got to be touched now then. I cannot be bothered with sentiment when it's 10 to 1 whether I save my patient. Again sobs rose in Clara's throat. The poor woman was hard-pressed. But that fixed gaze from beneath the shaggy eyebrows was upon her, and, with quaint gurglings, she fought down the sobs. My lady's as gentle as a lamb, she said, and I would give the last drop of my blood for her. But talk of managing her, of making her do anything, as well try to manage the wind, she's that set in her ways and obstinate. If you cannot manage her, who can, Mr. March? Clara shook her head. Then reluctantly, for though honestly ready to lay down her life for her mistress, she found it far from easy to invite supersession in respect of her. She said, Miss St. Quentin's more likely to get round my lady than anyone else. Well then I will talk to her. Where is Miss St. Quentin? Here, Dr. Knott, do you want me? Honoria had strolled into the room from the stairhead, her attention arrested by the all too familiar sound since sorrowful happenings, often of late, had brought him to Brockerstoff the doctor's voice. The skirt of the young lady's habit, gathered up in her left hand, displayed a slightly unconventional length of muddy riding boot. The said skirt, her tan, covert coat and slouched, felt hat were furred with wet. Her garments, indeed, showed evident traces of hard service, and though notably well cut, were far from new or smart. They were sad-colored, moreover, as is the fashion of garments designed for work. And this weather-stained, mud-bespattered costume, taken in connection with her pale, sensitive face, her gallant bearing, and the luminous smile with which she greeted not only Dr. Knott but the slightly flustered Clara, offered a picture pensive in tone, but very harmonious, and of a singularly sincere and restful quality. To all, indeed, save those troubled by an accusing conscience and fear of detection, Honoria St. Quentin's presence brought a sense of security and reassurance at this period of her development. Her enthusiasms remained to her, but they were tempered by a wider experience and a larger charity, at least in the majority of cases. I am in a beastly mess, she observed casually. So are we, Not answered. He had a great liking for this young lady, finding in her a certain stoicism along with a quickness of practical help. But our mess is worse than yours in that it is internal rather than external. Yours'll brush off. Not so, Arce, Clara. There, you can go. I will talk things over with Miss St. Quentin, and she will talk him over with you later. Honoria's expression had grown anxious. She spoke in a lower tone of voice. Is Lady Calmady worse? In a sense, yes, simply because she is no better. And she's ill, I tell you, just as dangerously ill as any woman can be, who has nothing whatever actually the matter with her. Except an only son, put in Honoria. I am beginning to suspect that is about the most deadly disease going. The only thing to be said in its favor is that it is not infectious. John Knott could not quite keep admiration from his eyes or provocation from his tongue. He richly enjoyed getting a rise out of Miss St. Quentin. I am not so sure of that, he said. In the case of beautiful women, judging by history, it has shown a tendency to be recurrently sporadic in any case. Recommend all such to spend a few months at Brockhurst then, under existing circumstances, Honoria answered. There will be very little fear for them after that. They will have received such a warning, swallowed such an antidote, it is like assisting at the infliction of slow torture. It almost gets on one's brain at times. Why do you stay on then? Honoria looked down at her muddy boots and then across at the doctor. She was slightly the taller of the two, for in these days his figure had fallen together and he had taken to stooping. Her expression had a delightful touch of self-depreciation. Why does anyone stay by a sinking ship, or volunteer for a forlorn hope? Why do you sit up all night with a case of confluent smallpox, or suck away the poisonous membrane from a diphtheric throat, as I hear you did only last week? I do not know. Just because, if we are made on certain lines, we have to, I suppose. One would be a trifle too much ashamed to be seen in one's own company, afterwards, if one deserted. It really requires less pluck to stick than to run, that's the reason, probably. But about dear Lady Calmady. The excellent Clara was in tears. Is there any fresh mischief over and above the only son? Not at present, but it's an open question how soon there may be. Good day, Mr. March. Been writing? Ought to be a bit careful of that cranky chest of yours in this confounded weather. Lady Calmady? Yes, as I was telling Miss St. Quentin, her strength is so reduced that complications may arise any day. A chill, and her lungs may go. A shock, and her heart. It comes to a mere question of the point of least resistance. I will not guarantee the continued soundness of any organ unless we get changed conditions, a let-up of some sort. The doctor looked up from under his eyebrows, first at Honoria and then at Julius. He spoke bitterly, defiant of his inclination towards tenderness. She's just worn herself out, he said. That's the fact, in the service of others, loving, giving, attempting the impossible in the way of goodness all round. Be not righteous over much. There's a text to that effect in the scriptures, Mr. March is not there? Preach a good, rattling sermon on it next Sunday to Lady Calmady if you want to keep her here a bit longer. Nature abhors a vacuum. Granted, but nature abhors excess, even of virtue, and punishes it just as harshly as excess of vice. Yes, I tell you, she's worn herself out. Miss St. Quentin dropped into a chair and sat bowed together, her hands on her knees, her feet rather far apart. The brim of her hat, pulled down in front to let the rain run off, partially concealed her face. She was not sorry, for a movement of defective courage was upon her, evidence of which she preferred to keep to herself. Julius March remained silent, and this she resented slightly, for she badly wanted somebody to say something, either vindictive or consolatory. Then, indignation getting the better alike of reticence and charity, she exclaimed, "It is unpardonable. It ought to be impossible one person should have power to kill another by inches, like this, with impunity." Ludovic Keele had sauntered into the room behind Julius March. He too was wet and dirty, but such trifles in no wise affected the completeness of his urbanity. His long neck directed forward, as in polite inquiry, he advanced to the little group by the fire, and took up his station beside Honoria's chair. "Pardon me, my dear Miss St. Quentin," he asked sweetly, "but why the allusions to murder? What is unpardonable?" "Sir Richard Calmady's conduct," she answered shortly. She threw back her head and addressed Dr. Knott. "It is so detestably unjust. What possible quarrel has he with her, after all?" "Ah, that lies very deep. A thing perhaps only a man or a mother can quite comprehend," the doctor answered slowly. Honoria's straight eyebrows drew together. She objected to extenuating circumstances in this connection, yet, as she admitted, reason usually underlay all Dr. Knott's statements. She divined, moreover, that reason just now touched upon matters inconveniently intimate. She abstained, therefore, from protest or comment. But since feminine emotion, even in the least weakly of the sex, is bound to find an outlet, she turned upon poor Mr. Keel. "He is your friend," she said. "The rest of us are helpless. You ought to take measures, you ought to suggest a remedy." "With all the pleasure in life," the young man answered. "But you may remember that you delivered yourself of precisely the same sentiments a year and a half ago. And that, fired with the ardor of a chivalrous obedience, I fled over the face of the European continent in hot pursuit of poor, dear Dicky Calmady." "Poor dear," ejaculated Honoria. "Yes, very much poor dear, through it all," the young man affirmed. "Breathless but still obedient, I came up with him at Odessa." "What was he doing there?" put in the doctor. Mr. Keel regarded him, not without humor. "Really, I am not my friend's keeper, though Miss St. Quentin is pleased to make me a handsome present of that enviable office. And so I did not inquire what he was doing. To tell the truth, I had not much opportunity, for though I found him charming, yes, charming, Miss St. Quentin, I also found him wholly unapproachable regarding family affairs. When, with a diplomatic ingenuity upon which I cannot but congratulate myself, I suggested the advisability of a return to Brockhurst, in the civilest way in the world he showed me the door. Impertinence is not my forte. I am by nature humble-minded. But I give you my word, that was a little episode of which I do not crave the repetition." Growling to himself, clasping his hands behind his back, John Knott shifted his position. Then, taken with that desire of clergybating, which would seem to be inherent in members of the faculty, he addressed Julius March. "Come, now," he said, "your pupil does not do you an overwhelming amount of credit, it must be admitted. Still you ought to be able to give an expert's opinion upon the tendencies of his character. How much longer do you allow him, before he grows tired of filling his belly with the husks the swine eat?" "God knows, not I," Julius answered sadly but without rancor. "I confess to the faithlessness of despair at times. And yet, being his mother's son, he cannot but tire of it eventually, and when he does so the revulsion will be final, the restoration complete." "He will die the death of the righteous?" "Oh yes, I agree there, for there's fine stuff in him, never doubt that. He will end well enough. Only the beginning of that righteous ending, if delayed much longer, may come a bit too late for the saving of my patient's life Andreessen." "Do you mean it is as serious as all that?" Ludovic asked with sudden anxiety. Every bit as serious? Oh, you should have let your sister marry him, Mr. Keel. Then he would have settled down, come into line with the average, and been delivered from the morbid sense of outlawry which had been growing on him. It could not be helped. On the whole, he has kept very creditably sane, in my opinion, from the time he began to mix freely in general society. I'm not very soft or sickly sentimental at my time of day, but I tell you it turns my stomach to think of all he must have gone through, poor chap. It's a merciless world, Miss St. Quentin, and no one knows that better than we case-hardened old sinners of doctors. Yes, your sister should have married him, and we might have been saved all this. I doubted the wisdom of the step at the time. But I was a fool. I see now his mother's instinct was right. Mr. Keel pursed up his small mouth and gently shrugged his shoulders. It is a delicate subject on which to offer an opinion, he said. I debated it freely in the privacy of my inner consciousness at the time, I assure you. If Lady Calmady had lighted upon the right, the uniquely right woman perhaps sighs. But to shore up a 20-foot stone wall with a wisp of straw, my dear doctor, does that proceeding approve itself to your common sense? And, as is a wisp of straw to such a wall, so was my poor little sister. It's hardly flattering to my family pride to admit it. But thus indeed was she, and no otherwise, to Dicky Calmady. Whereupon Honoria glanced up gratefully at the speaker, for even yet her conscience pricked her concerning the part she had played in respect of that broken engagement. While John Knott, observant of that upward glance, was once again struck by her manifest sincerity and the gallant grace of her, heightened by those workmanlike and mud-bespattered garments. And being so struck, he was once again tempted by, and once again yielded himself to, the pleasures of provocation. Marry him yourself, Miss St. Quentin, he growled, a touch of earnest behind his raillery. Marry him yourself, and so set the rest of us free of the whole pother. I would back you to handle him or any fellow living, with mighty great success, if you would the mind to. For a moment it seemed open to question whether that very fair fish might not make short work of angler as well as of bait. But Honoria relented, refusing provocation. And this not wholly in mercy to the speaker, but because it offered her an opportunity of reading Mr. Keel, a perhaps useful lesson. Her serious eyes narrowed, and her upper lip shortened into a delightful smile. Hopeless, Dr. Knott, she answered. To begin with, he will never ask me, since we like each other very royally 99. And to end with, she carefully avoided sight of Mr. Keel. You see, I'm not what you call a marrying man. Chapter 5, Exit Camp. About 20 minutes later, the young lady, still booted and spurred, opened the door which leads from the chapel room into Lady Calmady's bedchamber. As she did so, a gentle warmth met her, along with a sweetness of flowers. Within, the melancholy of the bleak twilight was mitigated by the soft brightness of a pink-shaded lamp and a fitful flickering of firelight. This last, playing upon the blue and white Dutch tiling of the hearth and chimney space, conferred a quaint effect of activity upon the actors in the biblical scenes thereon depicted. The patriarch Abraham visibly flourished his 2-inch sword above the prostrate form of hapless Isaac. The elders pranced, unblushingly, in pursuit of the chaste Susanna, while poor little Tobit, fish in hand, clung anxiously to the flying draperies of his long-legged and all too peripatetic guardian angel. Such profane vivacity, on the part of persons usually accounted sacred, offered marked an almost cynical contrast to the extreme quiet otherwise obtaining, accentuated the absoluteness, deepened the depth of it. For nothing stirred within the length and breadth of the room, nor did any smallest sound disturb the prevailing silence. At these southward-facing casements no harsh wind shrilled. The embroidered curtains of the state-bed hung in stiff, straight folds. The many-colored leaves and branches of the trees of the forest of this life were motionless. Care, the leopard, crouched, unobservant, forgetful to spring, while the heart was fixed spellbound in the midst of its headlong flight. A spell seemed, indeed, to rest on all things, which had in it more than the watchful hush of the ordinary sick-room. It suggested a certain moral attitude quiet, not acquiesced in merely, but promoted. Upon honorary circulation, quickened by recent exercise, her cheeks still tingling from the stinging sleet, her retina still retaining impressions of the stern grandeur of the wide-ranging fir woods and gray-brown desolation of the Moorsthigh's extreme quiet, produced an extremely disquieting effect. Passing from the chapel room and the society of her late companion saw 3 persons of distinct individuality, all 3 possessing, though from very differing standpoints, a definitely masculine outlook on life into this silent bedchamber. She seemed to pass with startling abruptness from the active to the passive, from the objective to the subjective side of things, from the world that creates to that which obeys, merely, and waits. The present and masculine, with its clear practical reason, its vigorous purposes, was exchanged for a place peopled by memories only, dedicated wholly to submissive and patient endurance. And this fell in extremely ill with Honoria's present humor, while the somewhat unseemly antics of the small, scriptural personages, pictured upon the chimney space and hearth, troubled her imagination, in that they added a point of irony to this apparent triumph of the remote over the immediate, of tradition over fact. Nor as, stung with unspoken remonstrance, she approached Lady Calmady was this sense of intrusion into an alien region lessened, or her appreciation of the difficulties of the mission she had been deputed by doctor, priest, and amiable young fine gentlemanner late companions to fulfill, by any means lightened. For Catherine lay back in the great rose silk and muslin-covered armchair, at right angles to the fireplace, motionless, not a participant merely, so it seemed to the intruder in that embracing quiet, but the very source and center of it, its nucleus and heart. The lines of her figure were shrouded in a loose, wadded gown of dove-colored silk, bordered with swansdown. A coif of rare, white lace covered her upturned hair. Her eyes were closed, the rim of the eye socket being very evident, while her face, though smooth and still graciously young, was so attenuated as to appear almost transparent. Now, as often before, it struck Honoria that a very exquisite spiritual quality was present in her aspect, their whole bearing and expression betraying, less the languor and defeat of physical illness than the exhaustion of long-sustained moral effort, followed by the calm of entire self-dedication and renunciation of will. On the table at her elbow were a bowl of fresh-picked violets and greenhouse-grown roses, some books of the hour, both English and French, a miniature of Dicky at the age of 13th proud, little head and its cap of close-cropped curls showing up against a background of thick-set foliage. On the table, too, lay a well-worn, vellum-bound copy of that holiest of books ever, perhaps, conceived by the heart and written by the hand of man Thomas, a Kempy's imitation of Christ. It was open at the chapter which is thus entitled of the zealous amendment of our whole life. While close against it was a packet of Richard's letters, those curt, businesslike communications, faultlessly punctual in their weekly arrival, which, while they relieved her anxiety as to his material well-being, stabbed his mother's heart only less by the little they said, than by all they left unsaid. And looking upon that mother now, taking cognizance of her surroundings, Honoria St. Quentin's young indignation, once again, waxed hot. While, since it was the tendency of her mind to run eagerly towards theory, to pass from the particular to the general, and instinctively to apprehend the relation of the individual to the mass, looking thus upon Catherine, she rebelled, not only against the doom of this one woman, but against that doom of universal womanhood of which she offered, just now, only too eloquent an example. And a burning compassion animated Honoria for feminine as against all masculine creatures, for the bitter patience demanded of the passive, as against the large latitude permitted the active principle, for the perpetual humiliation of the subjective and spiritual under the heavy yoke of the objective and practical, for the brief joy and long barrenness of all those who are condemned to obey, and to wait, merely, as against those who are born to command and to create. From a child she had been aware of the element of tragedy inherent in the fact of womanhood. It had quickened exaggerations of sentiment in her at times, and pushed her into not a little knight-errantry. Witness the affair of Lady Constance Keel's engagement. But though more sober in judgment than of old and less ready to get her lance in rest, the existence of that tragic element had never disclosed itself more convincingly to her than at the present moment, nor had the necessity to attempt the assuaging of the smart of it called upon her with more urgent voice. Yet she recognized that such attempt taxed all her circumspection, all her imaginative sympathy and tact. Very free criticism of the master of the house, of his sins of omission and commission alike, were permissible in the chapel room and in the presence of her late companions. The subject, unhappily, had called for too frequent mention, by now, for any circumlocution to be incumbent in the discussion of it. But here, in the brooding quiet of this bedchamber, and in Lady Calmady's presence, all that was changed. Trenchant statements of opinion, words of blame, were proscribed. The sinner, if spoken of at all, must be spoken of with due reticence and respect, his willfulness ignored, the unloveliness of his conduct gently, even eagerly, explained away. And therefore, it came about that this fair champion of much-wronged womanhood, though fired with the zeal of righteous anger, had to go very softly and set a watch before her lips. But as she paused, fearful to break in too abruptly upon Lady Comedy's repose, she began to question fearfully whether speech was, in truth, still available as a means of communication between herself and the object of her solicitude. For Lady Comedy lay so very still, her sweet face showed so transparent against the rose silk, muslin covered pillows, that the younger woman was shaken by a swift dread that Dr. Knott's melancholy predictions had already found fulfillment, and that the lovely, labor wasted body had already let the valiant, love wasted soul depart. Cousin Catherine, dear Cousin Catherine, she called very gently under her breath, and then waited almost awe-stricken, sensible to the point of distress, alike of the profound quiet, which it seemed as an act of profanity to have even essayed to break, and of the malign activity of those little scriptural figures anticing so wildly in the chimney space and on the hearth. Seconds to Honoria of measureless duration elapsed before Lady Comedy gave sign of life. At length she moved her hands, as though gathering, with infinite tenderness, some small and helpless creature close and warm against her bosom. Honoria's vision grew somewhat blurred and misty. Then, with a long-drawn, fluttering sigh, Catherine looked up at the tall, straight figure. "Dicka, you have come in. My beloved, have you had good sport?" she said. Honoria sat down on the end of the sofa, bowing her head. "Alas, alas, it is only me, Cousin Catherine. Nothing better than me, Honoria St. Quentin. Would that it were someone better," and her voice broke. But Lady Comedy had come into full possession of herself. "My dear, I must have been dozing, and my thoughts had wandered far on the backward road, as is the foolish habit of thoughts when one grows old and is not altogether well and strong." Catherine spoke faintly, yet with an air of sweetly playful apology. One is liable to be confused, under such circumstances, when one first wakes into you have the smell of the sleet and the freshness of the moors upon you. She paused, and then added, "But indeed, the confusion of sleep once past, I could hardly have anything dearer for my eyes first to light on than your very dear self." Hearing which gracious words, indignation in the cause of this woman, burning compassion for the wrongs and sorrows of universal womanhood, both of which must be denied utterance, worked very forcibly in Honoria. She bent down and taking Lady Comedy's hand kissed it. And as she did this her eyes were those of an ardent, yet very reverent lover, and so, when next she spoke, were the tones of her voice. But Catherine, still anxious to repair any defect in her recognition and greeting, and still with that same effect of playful self-depreciation, spoke first. "I had been reviewing many things, with the help of blessed Thomas a Kempis here, before I became so drowsy. The dear man lays his finger smartly upon all the weak places in one's fancied armor of righteousness. It is sometimes not quite easy to be altogether grateful to him. For instance, he has pointed out to me conclusively that I grow reprehensibly selfish." "Oh, come, come," Honoria answered in loving raillery. "Thomas is acute to the point of lying if he has convinced you of that." "Unhappily, no," Catherine returned. "I know it, I fear, without any pointing of Thomas's finger. But I rather shirked admission of my knowledge well, for the very bad reason that I wanted very badly to put off the day of amendment. Now the holy man has touched my witness." Ange turned her head against the pillows and looked full at the younger woman, while her underlip quivered a little. "My dear, I have come to be very greedy of the comfort of your companionship. I have been tempted to consider not your advantage, but solely my own. The pointing finger of Thomas has brought it home to me that Brockhurst and I are feeding upon your generosity of time and helpfulness to an unconscionable extent. We are devouring the best days of your life and hindering you alike from work and from pleasure. It must not be. And so, my dear, I beg you go forth once more to all your many friends and to society. You are too young and too gifted to remain here in this sluggish backwater, alongside a derelict like me. It is not right. You must make for the open stream again and let the free wind and the strong current bear you gladly on your appointed course. And my gratitude and my blessing will go with you always, but you must delay no longer. For me, you have done enough." For a little space, Honoria held her friend's hand in silence. "Are you tired of me then?" she said. "Ah, my dear," Catherine exclaimed, and the exclamation was more reassuring, somehow, than any denial could have been. "After all," Honoria went on, "I really do not see why you are to have a monopoly of faithfulness. There's selfishness now, if you like to appropriate a virtue en bloc not leaving a rag, not the veriest scrap bit of it for anybody else. And then, has it never occurred to you that I may be just every bit as greedy of your companionship as you of mine more so, I fancy, because. Honoria bowed her head and kissed the hand she held, once again. You see, I know it sounds as if I was rather a beast, perhaps I am, but I never cared for any owner really to care. I mean till I cared for you. My dear, Catherine said again, wondering, shrinking somewhat, at once touched and almost repulsed. The younger woman's attitude was so far removed from her own experience. Does it displease you? Does it seem to you unnatural? Honoria asked quickly. A little, Lady Calmady answered, smiling, yet very tenderly. All the same, it's quite true. You opened a door somehow that had always been shut. I hardly believed in its existence. Of course, I had read plenty about the affections, shall we call them? And had heard women and girls, and men, too, for that matter, talk about them pretty freely. But it bored me a good deal. I thought it all rather silly and rather nasty, perhaps. Honoria shook her head. It did not appeal to me in the least. But when you opened the door, she paused, her face very grave, yet with a smile on it, as she looked away at the little figures anticing upon the hearth. Oh, dear me, I own I was half scared, she said. It let in such a lot of light. But for this speech, Lady Calmady had no immediate answer. And so the quiet came back, settling down sensibly on the room Aganevan as, when at dawn the camp is struck, the secular quiet of the desert comes back and possesses its own again. And in obedience to that quiet, Catherine's hand rested passively in the hand of her companion, while she gazed wonderingly at the delicate, half-averted face, serious, lit up by the eagerness of a vital enthusiasm. And having a somewhat sorrowful fund of learning to draw upon in respect of the dangers all eccentricity, either of character or development, inevitably brings along with it. She trembled, divining that noble and strong and pure though it was, that face, and the temperament disclosed by it, might work sorrow, both to its possessor and to others, unless the enthusiasm animating it should find some issue at once large and simple enough to engage its whole aspiration and power of work. But abruptly Honoria broke up the brooding quiet, laughing gently, yet with a catch in her throat. And when you had let in the light, Cousin Catherine, good heavens, how thankful I was I had never married. Picture finding out all that after one had bound oneself, after one had given oneself. What an awful prostitution. Her tone changed, and she stroked the elder woman's hand softly. So you see, you cannot very well order me off, the pointing finger of Thomas notwithstanding. You have taught me. Only half the lesson as yet, Catherine said. The other half, and the doxology which closes it, neither I, nor any other woman can teach you. You really believe that? Ah, my dear, Catherine said, I do more than believe, I know it. The younger woman regarded her searchingly. Then she shook her charming head. It's no good to arrive at a place before you have got to it, she declared. And I very certainly have not got to the second half of the lesson, let alone the doxology, yet. And then I am so blissfully content with the first half that I have no disposition to hurry. No, dear Cousin Catherine, I am afraid you must resign yourself to put up with me for a little while longer. Your foes, unfortunately, are of your own household in this affair. Dr. Knott has just been holding forth to us Julius March, and Mr. Keel, and means swearing me over, not only to stay, but to make you eat and drink and come out of doors, and even to go away with me. Because in a sense your Thomas is right with his pointing finger, though he got a bit muddled, good man, not being quite up to date, and pointed to the wrong place. Honoria left her sentence unfinished. She knelt down, her tall, slender figure, angular, more like that of a youth than like that of a maid, in her spare mud-stained habit and coat. Impulsively she put her hands on Lady Calmady's hips, laid her head in her lap. Have you but one blessing, oh, my more than mother, she cried. Do we count for nothing, all the rest of us your household, and tenants rich and poor, and Julius the faithful, and Ludovic the bland, and that queer lump of sagacity and ugliness, John Knott? Why will you kill yourself? Why will you die and leave us all, just because one person is perverse? That's hardly the way to make us who love Yaubert with and pity him and welcome him home. Oh, I know I am treading on dangerous ground and venturing to approach very close. But I do not care not a hang. We are at the end of our patience. We want you, and we mean to have you back. Honoria raised herself, knelt bolt upright, her hands on the arms of Lady Calmady's chair, her expression full of appeal. Be kind to us, be kind, she said. We only ask you, after all, to eat and drink. Don't let Clara take care of you at night, and I will do so by day. And then, when you are stronger, you must come away with me up north to Ormiston. You have not been there for years, and its grey towers are rather splendid overlooking that strong, uneasy northern sea. It stirs the Viking blood in one, and makes that which was hard seem of less moment. Roger and Mary are there, too will be all this summer. And you know it refreshed you to see them last year. And if we go pretty soon the boys will be at school, so they will not tire you with their racketing. They are jolly monkeys, though in my opinion, Godfrey wants smacking. He comes the elder brother a lot too much over poor little Dick, but that's neither here nor there. Oh, it's for you to get out of the backwater into the stream, 10 times more than for me. Dearest physician, heal thyself. But Catherine, though deeply touched by the loving ardor of the younger woman's appeal, and the revelation of tenderness and watchful care, constantly surrounding her, which that appeal brought along with it, could not rouse herself to any immediate response. Sternly, unremittingly, since the fair July night when Richard had left her nearly 5 years earlier, she had schooled herself into unmurmuring resignation and calm. In the prosecution of such a process, there must be loss as well as gain. And Catherine had, in great measure, atrophied impulse, and, in eradicating personal desire, had come near destroying all spontaneity of emotion. She could still give, but the power of receiving was deadened in her, and she had come to be jealous of the quiet which surrounded her. It was her support and solace. She asked little more than not to have it broken up. She dreaded even affection, should that strive to draw her from the cloistered way of life. The world, and its many interests, had ceased to be of any moment to her. She asked to be left to contemplation of things eternal and to the tragedy of her own heart. And so, though it was beautiful to know herself to be thus cherished and held in high esteem, that beauty came to her as something unrelated, as sweet words good to hear, yet spoken of some person other than herself, or of a self she had ceased to be. All privilege implies a corresponding obligation, and to the meeting of fresh obligations, Catherine felt herself not only unequal, but indisposed. And so, she smiled now upon Honoria St. Quentin, leaning back against the rose silk and muslin-covered pillows with a lovely indulgence, yet rather hopelessly unmoved and remote. Ah, my dear, I am beyond all wish to be healed after the fashion you, in your urgent loving kindness, would have me, she said. I look forward to the final healing, when my many mistakes and shortcomings shall be forgiven and the smart of them removed. And I am very tired. I do not think it can be required of me to go back. I know, Honoria replied. She rose to her feet and moved across to the fireplace, her straight eyebrows drawn together, her expression one of perplexity. I must seem a brute for trying to drag you back. When Dr. Knott and the other two men asked me to come and reason with you, I was on the edge of refusing. I hardly had the heart to worry you. And yet, she added wistfully, after all, in a way, it is just simply your own, dear fault. For if you will be a sort of little kingdom of heaven to us, you see, it's inevitable that, when you threaten to slip away from us, we should play the part of the violent and do our best to take our kingdom by force and keep it in spite of itself. You overrate the heavenliness of the poor little kingdom, Catherine said. Its soil has become barren, its proud cities are laid waste. It's an unprofitable place, believe me, dearest child. Let it be. Seek your fortune in some kingdom from which the glory has not departed and whose motto is not Ichabod. Unfortunately, I cannot do that, the younger woman answered. I have explained why already. Where my heart is, there, you see, my kingdom is also. Ah, my dear, Catherine said, touched, yet somewhat weary. And after all, it is not wholly for our own sakes we make this fight to keep you. Miss St. Quentin's voice sank. She spoke slowly and as though with reluctance. We do it for the sake of the person you love best in the world. I do not say we love him very much, but that is beside the mark. We owe him a certain duty, I, because I am living in his house, the others because they are his friends. When he comes home, as come he surely wilt thee all say that, even while they blame him, would it not be an almost too cruel punishment if he found Brockhurst empty of your presence? You would not wish that. It's not a question of me, of course. I do not count. But you gone, no one, not even the old servants, I believe, would stay. Blame would be turned into something awkwardly near to hatred. Lady Calmady's serenity did not desert her, but a touch of her old loftiness of manner was apparent. And Miss St. Quentin was very glad. Anything, even anger, would be welcome if it dissipated that unnatural, paralyzing calm. You forget Julius, I think, she said. He will be faithful to the very end, faithful unto death. And so will another friend of happier days, poor, blind, old Camp. A sudden inspiration came to Honoria St. Quentin. You must only count on Julius, I am afraid, cousin Catherine not on camp. And to her immense relief, she perceived Lady Calmady's serenity give a little. It was as though she came nearer. Her sweet face was troubled, her eyes full of questioning. Camp grew a little too tired of waiting about 3 weeks ago. You did not ask for him. Did not I? Catherine said, smitten by self-reproach. Never unseen, so we did not tell you, fearing to distress you. Miss St. Quentin came over and sat down on the end of the sofa again. She rested her hands on her knees. Her feet were rather far apart. She fixed her eyes upon the small prophets and patriarchs anticing upon the hearth. But it was not really so very bad, she said reflectively. And we did all we could to smooth his passage, poor, dear beast, to the place where all good dogs go. We had the vet out from Westchurch 2 or 3 times, but there was nothing much he could do. And I thought him a bit rough. Nervousness, I fancy. You see, the dog did not like being handled by a stranger, and made it rather hot for him once or twice. I could not let him be worried, poor old man, and so Julius March and Winter and I took turn and turn about with him. Where did he die? In the gun room on the tiger skin. Honoria did not look round. Her voice grew perceptibly husky. Chifney and I sat up with him that last night. You and Chifney, Lady Calmady exclaimed, almost in protest. Yes, of course the men would have been as kind could be. Only I had a feeling you would be glad to know I was there later, when we told you. You see, Chifney's as good as any vet, and I had to have somebody. The dog was rather queer. I did not quite know how to manage him alone. Lady Calmady put out her hand. Honoria took it silently, and fell to stroking it once more. It was a declaration of peace, she felt, on the part of the obstinate well-beloved, possibly, a declaration of something over and above peace. Winter saw to our creature comforts, the young lady continued. Oh, we were not starved, I promise you, and Chifney was excellent company. She hesitated a moment. He told me endless yarns about horse about Doncaster, and Newmarket, and Goodwood. I was greatly flattered at being regarded sufficiently of the equestrian order to hear all that. And he told me stories about Richard, when he was quite a little boy, and about his father also. Honoria had a conviction, the tears were running down Lady Calmady's cheeks, but she would not look round. She only stroked the hand she held softly, and talked on. They were fine, she said, some of those stories. I am glad to have heard them. They went home to me. When all is said and done, there is nothing like breeding and pluck and the courtesy which goes along with them. But after midnight Camp grew very restless. He had his blanket in the big armchair, you know the one I mean, as usual, but he would not stay there. We had to lift him down. You see, his hindquarters were paralyzed, and he could not help himself much. It was pathetic. I cannot forget the asking look in his half-blind eyes, but we could not make out what he wanted. At last he dragged himself as far as the door, and we set it open and watched him, poor, dear beast. He got across the lobby to the bottom of the little staircase. The speaker's breath caught. Then we made out what it was. He wanted to get up here to come to you. Well, I could understand that. I should want just that myself, shall want it when it comes to the last. He whimpered when Chifney carried him back into the gun room. Honoria turned her head and looked Lady Calmady in the face. Her own was more than commonly white and very gentle in expression. He died in the grey of the morning, with his great head on my lap. I fancy it eased him to have something human and rather pitiful close against him. Julius had just come in to see how we were getting on. I will not declare he did not say a prayer, I think he 999. But I was not quite as steady as I might have been just then. She turned her head, looking back at the figures upon the hearth. She was satisfied. Lady Calmady's long-sustained calm had given way, and she wept. We buried him in his blanket under the big portugalleral, where the nightingale sings, at the corner of the Troca ground, close to Camp the First and Old Camp. The upper servants came, and Chaplain and Haribert from the housestables, and Chifney and the Headladan some of the gardeners. Poor old Wenham drove up in his donkey-chair from the West Lodge. Julius was there, of course. We did all things decently and in order. Honoria's voice ceased. She sat stroking the dear hand she held and smiling to herself, notwithstanding a chokiness in her throat, for she had a comfortable belief the situation was saved. Then Clara entered, prepared to encounter remonstrance, bearing a tray. It's all right, Clara, Miss St. Quentin said. Lady Calmady is quite ready for something to eat. I have been telling her about camp. And Catherine, sitting upright with great docility and a certain gentle shame, accepted food and drink. Since you wish it, dearest, she said, and since Julius must not be left alone in a quite empty house. Our kingdom of heaven stays with us then? Honoria exclaimed joyously. Such as it is per thingit will do its best to stay. I thought I had cried my eyes dry forever long ago, but it seems not. You and Camp have broken up the drought. I have not hurt you, Honoria said in sudden penitence. No, no, you have given me relief. I was ceasing to be human. The blessed Thomas was right, I grew very selfish. But you are not displeased with me? Honoria insisted. Lady Calmady's playfulness had returned, but with a new complexion. Ah, it is a little soon to ask that, she said. Still I will go north with you a fortnight hence go to Ormiston. And by then perhaps you may be forgiven. Open the casement, dearest, and let in the wind. The air of this room is curiously dead. Give my love to Julius and Ludovic. Tell them I will come into the chapel room after dinner tonight. What me, child, are you so very glad? Kiss me. God keep you. Now I will rest. Chapter 6, in which 1000. Paul de Sternel has the bad taste to threaten to upset the apple cart. Helen de Valorbes rose from her knees and slipped out from under the greasy and frayed half-curtain of the confessional box. The atmosphere of that penitential spot had been such as to make her feel faint and dizzy. She needed to recover herself. And so she stood, for a minute or more, in the clear, cool brightness of the nave of the great basilica, her highly civilized figure covered by a checkerwork of morning sunshine streaming down through the round-headed windows of the lofty clerestory. As the sense of physical discomfort left her, she instinctively arranged her veil and adjusted her bracelets over the wrists of her long gloves. Yet, notwithstanding this trivial and mundane occupation, her countenance retained an expression of devout circumspection, of the relief of one who has accomplished a serious and somewhat distasteful duty. Her sensations were increasingly agreeable. She had rid herself of an oppressive burden. She was at peace with herself and with almost all man and womankind. Yet it must be admitted, the measure had been mainly precautionary. Helen had gone to confession, on the present occasion, in much the same spirit as an experienced traveler visits his dentist before starting on a protracted journey. She regarded it as a disagreeable, but politic, insurance against possible accident. Her distaste had been increased by the fact that there really were some rather risky matters to be confessed. She had even feared a course of penance might have been enforced before the granting of absolution. This certainly would have been the case had she been dealing with that firm disciplinarian and very astute man of the world, the Jesuit father who acted as her spiritual adviser in Paris. But here in Naples, happily, it was different. The fat, sleepy, easygoing old canon whose person exuded so strong an odor of snuff that, at the solemnest moment of the confiteor, she had been unable to suppress a convulsive sneeze, asked her but few inconvenient questions. Pretty fine ladies will get into little difficulties of this nature. He had listened to very much the same story not infrequently before, and took the position amiably, almost humorously, for granted. It was very wicked, a deadly sin, but the flesh specially such delicately bred, delicately fed, feminine fleshies admittedly weak, and the wiles of Satan are many. Is it not an historic fact that our first mother did not escape? Was Helen's repentance sincere? That was the point. And of that Helen could honestly assure him there was no smallest doubt. Indeed, at this moment she abhorred not only her sin but her cozener in the liveliest and most comprehensive manner. Returned to him? Sooner the dog returned to its vomit. She recognized the iniquity, the shame, the detestable folly of her late proceedings far too clearly. Temptation in that direction had ceased to be possible. Then followed the mysterious and merciful words of absolution. And Helen rose from her knees and slipped out from beneath the frayed and greasy curtain of free woman, the guilt of her adultery wiped off by those awful words. As, with a wet cloth, one would wipe writing off a slate, leaving the surface of it clean in every part. Precisely how far she literally believed in the efficacy of that most solemn rite she would not have found it easy to declare. Skepticism warred with expediency. But that appeared to her beside the mark. It was really none of her business. Let her teachers look to all that. To her, it was sufficient that she could regard it from the practical standpoint of an insurance against possible accident of sin, proving actually sinful and actually punishable by a narrow-minded deity. the accident of the veritable existence of heaven and hell, and of Holy Church veritably having the keys of both these in her keeping, the accident more immediately probable and consequently worth guarding against that. During wakeful hours some night, the half-forgotten lessons of the convent school would come back on her, and, as did sometimes happen, would prove too much for her usually victorious audacity. But it should be added that another and more creditable instinct did much to dictate Madame de Valorb's action at this juncture. As the days went by, the attraction exercised over her by Richard Calmady suffered increase rather than diminution, and this attraction affected her morally, producing in her modesties, reticencies of speech, even of thought, and prickings of unflattering self-criticism, unknown to her heretofore. Her ultimate purpose might not be virtuous, but undeniably, such is the complexity, not to say hypocrisy, of the human heart, the prosecution of that purpose developed in her a surprising sensibility of conscience. Many episodes in her career, hitherto regarded as entertaining, she ceased to view with toleration, let alone complacency. The remembrance of them made her nervous. What if Richard came to hear of them? The effect might be disastrous. Not that he was any saint, but that she perceived that, with the fine inconsistency common to most well-bred Englishmen, he demanded from the women of his family quite other standards of conduct to those which he himself obeyed. Other women might do as they pleased. Their lapses from the stricter social code were no concern of his. He might, indeed, be not wholly averse to profiting by such lapses, but in respect of the women of his own rank and blood the case was quite otherwise. He was alarmingly capable of disgust. And not a little to her own surprise, fear of provoking, however slightly, that disgust had become a reigning power with her. Never had she felt as she now felt. Her own sensations at once captivated and astonished her. This had ceased to be an adventure dictated by merry devilry, undertaken out of lightness of heart, inspired by a mischievous desire to see dust whirl and straws fly, or undertaken even out of necessity to support self-satisfaction by ranging herself with cynical audacity on the side of the eternal laughter. This was serious. It was desperate crisis, as she told herself, of her life and fate. The result was singular. Never had she been more vividly, more electrically, alive. Never had she been more diffident and self-distrustful. And this complexity of sensation served to press home on her the high desirability of insurance against accident, of washing clean, as far as might be possible, the surface of the slate. So it followed that now, standing in the checkerwork of sunshine within the great basilica, self-congratulation awoke in her. The lately concluded ceremony, some of the details of which had really been most distasteful, might or might not be of vital efficacy, but in any case she had courageously done her part. Therefore, if Holy Church spoke truly, her first innocence was restored. Helen hugged the idea with almost childish satisfaction. Now she could go back to the Villa Valorbs in peace and take what measure. She left the sentence unfinished. Even in thought, it is often an error to define. Let the future and her intentions regarding it remain in the vague. She signed to Zélie Forestier, seated on the steps of a side chapelle, yellow paper-covered novel in hand to follow her. And after making a genuflection before the altar of Our Lady of the Immaculate Conception, gathered up her turquoise-colored skirts. The yellow tufa quarries were not superabundantly clean, and pursued her way towards the great main door. The benevolent priest, charmed by her grace of movement, watched her from his place in the confessional, although another penitent now kneeled within the greasy curtain. Verily, the delinquencies of so delectable a piece of womanhood were easily comprehensible. Neither God nor man, in such a case, would be extreme to mark what was done amiss. Moreover, had she not promised generous gifts alike to church and poor? The sin which in an ugly woman is clearly mortal, in a pretty one becomes little more than venial. Making which reflection, a kindly, fat chuckle shook his big paunch, and, crossing himself, he turned his attention to the voice murmuring from behind the wooden lattice at his side. Yet it would appear that abstract justice judged less leniently of the position. For, passing out onto the portico about the base of whose enormous columns half-naked beggars clustered, exposing sores and mutilations, shrilly clamoring for alms, dazzling glare of the empty, sun-scorched piazza behind him, Helen came face to face with no less a personage than 1,000. Paul de Sternel. It was as though someone had struck her. The scene reeled before her eyes. Then her temper rose as in resentment of insult. To avoid all chance of such a meeting, she had selected this church in an unfashionable quarter of the town. Here, at least, she had reckoned herself safe from molestation. And that precisely in the hour of peace, the hour of politic insurance against accident, this accident of all others should befall her, was maddening. But anger did not lessen her perspicacity. How to inflict the maximum of discomfort upon 1,000. Disternell with the minimum of risk to herself was the question. An interview was inevitable. She wanted very certainly to get her claws into him, but, for safety's sake, that should be done not in attack but in defense. Therefore he should speak first, and in his words, whatever those words might be, she promised herself to discover legitimate cause of offense. So, leisurely, and with studied ignorance of his presence, she flung largesse of centesimi to right and left, and, while the chorus of blessing and entreaty was yet loud, walked calmly past 1,000. Disternell down the wide, shallow steps, from the solid shadow of the portico to the burning sunglare of the piazza. The young man's countenance went 553. "Do you dare to pretend not to recognize me?" he literally gasped. "On the contrary, I recognize you perfectly. I have written to you repeatedly. You have written to me with a ridiculous and odious persistence." Madame de Valorbes picked her steps. The pavement was uneven, the heat great. Disternell's hands twitched with agitation, yet he contrived not only to replace his Panama hat, but opened his white umbrella as a precaution against sunstroke. And this diverted, even while exasperating, Helen. Measures to ensure personal safety were so characteristic of Disternell. And with what fault, I ask you, can you reproach me, save that of a too absorbing, a too generous adoration? That fault in itself is very sufficient. Do you not reckon, then, in any degree, with the crime you are in process of committing? Have you no sense of gratitude, of obligation? Have you no regret for your own loss in leaving me? Helen drew aside to let a herd of goats pass. They jostled one another impudently, carrying their inquisitive heads and short tails erect, at right angles to the horizontal line of their narrow backs. They bleated as in impish mischief. Their little beards wagged, their little hoofs pattered on the stone, and the musky odor of them hung in the burning air. Madame de Valorbes put her handkerchief up to her face, and over the edge of it she contemplated Paul d'Estournel. Every detail of his appearance was not only familiar, but associated in her mind with some incident of his and her common past. Now the said details asserted themselves, so it seemed to her, with an impertinence of premeditated provocation. The high, domed skull, the smooth, prematurelithan hair parted in the middle and waved over the ears, the slightly raised eyebrows and fatigued, red-lidded and vain, though handsome eyes, the straight, thin nose and winged, open nostrils so perpetually aquiver, the soft, sparse, forked beard which closely followed the line of the lower jaw and pointed chin, the mustache lightly shading the upper lip while wholly exposing the fretful and rather sensuous mouth, the long, effeminate and restless hands, the tall, slight figure. The clothes, of a material and pattern fondly supposed by their wearer to present the last word of English fashion in relation to foreign travel, the color of them accurately matched to the pale, brown hair and beard. So much for the detail of the young man's appearance. As a whole, that appearance was elegant as only French youth ventures to be elegant. Refinement enveloped Paul d'Estournel refinement, oversensitized and undervitalized, as that of a rare exotic forced into precocious blossoming, by application of some artificial horticultural process. And all thrice liberately effective and seductive as long as one should happen to think so. Elaborately nauseous when one had ceased so to think had long been familiar to Helen to the point of satiety. She turned wicked, satiety transmuting itself into active vindictiveness. How gladly would she have torn this emasculated creature limb from limb and flung the lot of it among the refuse of the Neapolitan gutter. But from beneath the shade of his umbrella, the young man recommenced his plaint. "It is inconceivable that, knowing my cruel capacity for suffering, you should be indifferent to my present situation," he asserted, half violently, half fretfully. "The whole range of history would fail to offer a case of parallel callousness. You, whose personality has penetrated the recesses of my being, you, who are acquainted with the infinite intricacy of my mental and emotional organization, a touch will endanger the harmony of that exquisite mechanism. The interpenetration of the component parts of my being is too complete. I exist, I receive sensations, I suffer, I rejoice as a whole, and this lays me open to universal, to incalculable, pain. Now my nerves are shatter-red intellectual, moral, physical anguish permeate in every part. I rally my self-reverence, my nobility of soul. I make efforts. By day, I visit spots of natural beauty and objects of art, but these refuse to gratify me. My thought is too turgid to receive the impress of them. Concentration is impossible to me. Feverish agitation perverts my imagination. My ideas are fugitive. I endure a chronic delirium. This by day, he extended one hand with a despairing gesture, but by night. Oh, I implore you, Helen interrupted, spare me the description of your nights. The subject is a hardly modest one. And then, at various times, I have already heard so very much about them, those nights. Calmly, she resumed her walk. The amazing vanity of the young man's speech appeased her, in a measure, since it fed her contempt. Let him sink himself beyond all hope of recovery, that was best. Let him go down, down, in exposition of fatuous self-conceit. When he was low enough, then she would kick him. Meanwhile, her eyes, ever greedy of incident and color, registered the scene immediately submitted to them. In the center of the piazza, women saffron and poppy-colored handkerchiefs tied round their dark heads washed, with a fine impartiality, soiled linen and vegetables in an iron trough, grated for a third of its length, before a fountain of debased and flamboyant design. Their voices were alternately shrill and guttural. It was perhaps as well not to understand too clearly all which they said. On the left came a break in the high, painted house fronts, off which in places the plaster scaled, and from the windows of which protruded miscellaneous samples of wearing apparel and bedding soliciting much-needed purification by means of air and light. In the said break was a low wall where coarse plants rooted, and atop of which lay some half-dozen ragged youths, outstretched upon their stomachs, playing cards. The least decrepit of the beggars, armed with Helen's largesse of copper coin, had joined them from beneath the portico. Gambling, seasoned by shouts, imprecations, blows, grew fast and furious. In the steep roadway on the right, a dray, loaded with barrels, creaked and jolted upward. The wheels of it were solid discs of wood. The great, mildied, cream-colored oxen strained, with slowly swinging heads, under the heavy yoke. Scarlet, woolen bands and tassels adorned their broad foreheads and wide-sweeping, black-tipped horns, and here and there a scarlet dropped their flanks, where the goad had pricked them too shrewdly. And upon it all the unrelenting southern sun looked down, and Helen de Valorb's unrelenting eyes looked forth. One of those quick realizations of the inexhaustible excitement of living came to her. She looked at the elegant young man walking beside her, apprised, measured him. She thought of Richard Calmady, self-imprisoned in the luxurious villa, and of the possibilities of her, so far platonic, relation to him. She glanced down at her own rustling skirts and daintily shod feet traveling over the hot stones, then at the noisy gamblers, then at the women washing, with that consummate disregard of sanitation, food and raiment together in the rusty iron trough by the fountain. The violent contrasts, the violent lights and shadows, the violent diversities of purpose and emotion, of rank, of health, of fortune and misfortune went to her head. Whatever the risks or dangers, that excitement remained inexhaustible. Nay, those very dangers and risks ministered to its perpetual upflowing. It struck her she had been overscrupulous, weakly conscientious, in making confession and seeking absolution. Such timid moralities do not really shape destiny, control, or determine human fate. The shouting, fighting youths there, with their filthy pack of cards and few centesimi, sprawling in the unstinted sunshine, were nearer the essential truth. They were the profound because the practical philosophers. Therefore let us gamble, 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 be the stakes small or great, as long as the merest flicker of life or fraction of uttermost farthing is left. And so, when de Sternel took up his lament again, she listened to him, for the moment, with remarkable lightness of heart. I appeal to you in the name of my as yet unwritten poems, my masterpieces for which the whole brotherhood of letters so anxiously waits to put a term to this appalling chastisement. Delicious, said Helen under her breath. Your classicism is the natural complement of my medievalism. The elasticity, the concreteness of your temperament fertilized the too-brooding introspectiveness of my own. It lightened the reverence which I experience in the contemplation of my own nature. It induced in me the hint of frivolity which is necessary to procure action. Our union was as that of high noon and impenetrable night. I anticipated extraordinary consequences. Marriage of a butterfly and a bat? Yes, the progeny should be surprising. Little animals, certainly, commented Madame de Valorbes. In deserting me, you have rendered me impotent. That is a crime. It is an atrocity. You assassinate my genius. Then, indeed, I have reason to congratulate myself on my ingenuity. She returned, since I succeeded in the assassination of the non-existent. You, who have praised it 1,000 times, you deny the existence of my genius? Almost shrieked 1,000, de Sternel. He was very much in earnest and in a very sorry case. His limbs twitched. He appeared on the verge of an hysteric seizure. To plague him thus was a charmingly pretty sport, but one safest carried on with closed door-snot in so public a spot. I do not deny the existence of anything, save your right to make a scene and render me ridiculous as you repeatedly did at Pisa. Then you must return to me. Oh, la la, cried Helen. That you should leave me and live in your cousin's house constitutes an intolerable insult. And where, pray, would you have me live? She retorted, her temper rising to the detriment of diplomacy. In the street. It appears to me the two localities are synonymous morally. Madame de Valorbes drew up. Rage almost choked her. 1,000. D'Estournel's words stung the more fiercely because the insinuation they contained was not justified by fact. They brought home to her non-success in a certain direction. They called up visions of that unknown rival, to whom, how she hated the woman, Richard Calmady's affections were, as she feared, still wholly given. That her relation to him was innocent filled her with humiliation. First she turned to Zélie Forestier, who had followed at a discreet distance across the piazza. Go on, she said, down the street. Find a cab, a clean one, wait in it for me at the bottom of the hill. Then she turned upon 1,000, D'Estournel. Your mind is so corrupt that you cannot conceive of an honest friendship, even between near relations. You fill me with repulsion. I measured the depth of your degeneracy at Pisa. That is why I left you. I wanted to breathe in an uninfected atmosphere. My cousin is a person of remarkable intellectual powers, of chivalrous ideals, and of superior character. He has had great troubles. He is far from well. I am watching over and nursing him. The last statement trenched boldly on fiction. As she made it, Madame de Valorbes moved forward, intending to follow the retreating Zélie down the steep, narrow street. For a minute 1,000. D'Estournel paused to recollect his ideas. Then he went quickly after her. Stay, I implore you, he said. Yes, I own at Pisa I lost myself. The agitation of composition was too much for me. My mind seethed with ideas. I became irritable. I comprehend I was in fault, but it is so easy to recommence and to range oneself. I accept your assurances regarding your cousin. It is all so simple. You shall not return to me. You shall continue your admirable work, but I will return to you. I will join you at the villa. My society cannot fail to be of pleasure to your cousin, if he is such a person as you describe. In a milieu removed from care and trivialities, I will continue my poem. I may even dedicate it to your cousin. I may make his name immortal. If he is a person of taste and ideals, he cannot fail to appreciate so magnificent a compliment. You will place this before him. You will explain to him how necessary to me is your presence. He will be glad to cooperate in procuring it for me. He will understand that in making these propositions I offer him a unique opportunity. I behave towards him with signal generosity. And if, at first, the intrusion of a stranger into his household should appear inconvenient, let him but pause a little. He will find his reward in the development of my genius and in the spectacle of our mutual felicity. D'Estournel spoke with great rapidity. The street which they had now entered from the far end of the piazza was narrow. It was encumbered by a string of laden mules, by a stream of foot passengers. Interruption of his monologue, short of raising her voice to screaming pitch, was impossible to Madame de Valorbes. But when he ceased she addressed him, and her lips were drawn away from her pretty teeth viciously. "Oh, you unspeakable idiot," she said, "have you no remnant of decency? Do you mean to imply that Sir Richard Calmady would have the insolence, is so much the victim of insular prejudice as to object to our intimacy?" Madame de Valorbes clapped her hands together in a sort of frenzy. "Idiot, idiot," she repeated, "I wish I could kill you." Suddenly, 1,000. Paul d'Estournel had all his wits about him. "Ah," he said with a short laugh, curiously resembling in its malice the bleating of the little goats, "I perceive that which constitutes the obstacle to our union. It shall be removed." He lifted his Panama hat with studied elegance, and turning down a breakneck, side alley, called over his shoulder. Habientat très chère madame. Chapter 7, Splendide Mendax. Unpunctuality could not be cited as among Madame de Valorbes' offenses. Yet, on the morning in question, she was certainly very late for the 12 o'clock breakfast. Richard Calmady awaiting her, coming beneath the glistering dome of the airy pavilion, set in the angle of the terminal wall of the Hylian garden, had time to become conscious of slight irritation. It was not merely that he was constitutionally impatient of delay, but that his nerves were tiresomely on edge just now. Trifles had power to endanger his somewhat stoic equanimity. But when at length Helen emerged from the house, irritation was forgotten. Moving through the vivid lights and shadows of the ilex and cypress grove, her appearance had a charm of unwonted simplicity. At first sight, her graceful person had the effect of being clothed in a religious habit. Richard's youthful delight in seeing a woman walk beautifully remained to him. It received satisfaction now. Helen advanced without haste, a certain grandeur in her demeanor, a certain gloom, even as one who takes serious counsel of himself, indifferent to external things, at once actor in and spectator of some drama playing itself out in the theater of his own soul. And this effect of dignity, of self-recollection, was curiously heightened by her dress-off, a very soft and fine woolen material, of spotless white, the lines of it at once flowing and statuesque. While as headgear, in place of some startling construction of contemporary Parisian millinery, she wore, after the modest Italian fashion, a black lace mantilla over her bright hair. Arrived, she greeted Richard curtly, and without apology for delay, accepted the contents of the first dish offered to her by the waiting manservants, ate as though determinedly and putting a force upon herself, and that which was unusual with her before sundown drank wine. And watching her, involuntarily Richard's thought traveled back to a certain luncheon party at Brockhurst, graced by the presence of genial, puzzle-headed Lord Fallowfield and members of his numerous family, when Helen had swept in, even as now, had been self-absorbed. Even as now. Of the drive to Newlands, all in the sad November afternoon, following on that luncheon, he also thought of communications made by Helen during that drive, and of the long course of event and action directly or indirectly consequent on those communications. He thought of the fog, too, enveloping and almost choking him, when in the early morning, driven by furies, still virgin in body as in heart, he had ridden out into a blank and sightless world, hoping the chill of it would allay the fever in his blood. And of the fog again, in the afternoon, from out which the branches of the great trees, like famine-stricken arms in tattered draperies, seemed to pluck evilly at the carriage, as he walked the smoking horses up and down the Newlands Drive, waiting for Helen to rejoin him. And now, somehow, that fog seemed to come up between him and the well-furnished breakfastable, between him and the radiant expanse of the vivacious, capricious, half-classic, half-modern, mercantile city outstretched there, teeming, breeding, fermenting in the fecundating heat of the noonday sun. The chill of the fog struck cold into his vitals now, giving him the strangest physical sensation. Richard straightened himself in his chair, passed his hands across his eyes impatiently. Brockhurst and all the old life of it was a subject of which he forbade himself remembrance. He had divorced himself from all that, cut himself adrift from it long ago. By an act of will, he tried to put it out of his mind now. But the fog remained an actual clouding of his physical vision, blurring all he looked upon. It was horribly uncomfortable. He wished he was alone. Then he might have slipped down from his chair and, according to his poor capacity of locomotion, sought relief in movement. Meanwhile, silently, mechanically, Helen de Valorbs continued her breakfast. And as she so continued, in addition to his singular physical sensations of blurred vision and clinging chill, he became aware of a growing embarrassment and constraint between himself and his companion. So far, his and her intercourse had been easy and spontaneous, because superficial. Since that first interview on the terrace, a tacit agreement had existed to avoid the personal note. Now, for cause unknown, that intercourse threatened entering upon a new phase. It was as though the concentration, the tension, which he observed in her, and of which he was sensible in himself, must of necessity eventuate in some unbosoming, some act almost involuntary of self-revelation. This unaccustomed silence and restraint seemed to Richard charged with consequences which, in his present condition of defective volition, he was powerless to prevent. And this displeased him, mastery of surrounding influences being very dear to him. At last, coffee having been served, the manservants withdrew to the house, but the constraint was not thereby lessened. Helen sat upright, her chin resting upon the back of her left hand, her eyes, under their drooping lids, looking out with a veiled fierceness upon the fair and glittering prospect. Richard saw her face in profile. The black mantilla draped her shoulders and bust with a certain austerity of effect. It was evident that be something had been stirred to the extinction of her habitual vivacity and desire to shine. And Richard, for all his coolness of head and rather cynical maturity of outlook, had a restless suspicion of going forth even as on that foggy morning at Brockerstinto, a blank and sightless world, full of hazardous possibility, where the safe way was difficult of discovery, and where masked dangers might lurk. Solicitous to dissipate his discomfort, he spoke a little at random. "You must forgive me for being such an abominably bad host," he said courteously. "I'm not quite the thing this morning, somehow. I had a little go of fever last night. My brain is like so much pulp." Helen dropped her hand upon the table, as though putting a term to an importunate train of thought. "I have always understood the villa to be remarkably free from malaria," she remarked abstractedly. "So it is, I quite believe that. The servants certainly keep well enough, but so, unfortunately, is not the port." Helen turned her head. A vertical line was observable between her arched eyebrows. "The port," she repeated. Richard swallowed his black coffee. Perhaps it might steady him and clear his head. The numbness of his faculties and senses alike exasperated him, filling him with a persuasion he would say precisely those things wisdom would counsel to leave unsaid. "Yes, you know, I generally go down and sleep on board the yacht." There was a momentary pause. Madame de Valorb's lips parted in a soundless exclamation. Then she pushed back the modest folds of the mantilla, leaving her neck free. The action of her hands was very graceful as she did this, and she looked fixedly at Richard Calmady. "I did not know that," she said slowly. Then added, as though reasoning out her own thought, "and Naples harbor is admittedly one of the most pestilential holes on the face of the earth. Are you not tempting Providence in the matter of disease, Richard? Are you not rather wantonly indiscreet?" "On the contrary," he answered, and something of mockery touched his expression, "I see it quite otherwise. I have been congratulating myself on the praiseworthy abundance of my discretion." And the words were no sooner out of his mouth than Richard cursed himself for a bungler, and a slightly vulgar one at that. But upon his hearer those same words worked a remarkable change. Her gloom, her abstraction, departed, leaving only a pretty pensiveness. She smiled with chastened sweetness upon Richard Calmady, a smile nicely attuned to the semi-religious simplicity of her dress. "Ah, perhaps we are both a trifle out of sorts this morning," she said. "I, too, have had my little turn of sickness of heart, and that seems unfair since I rose in the best disposition of spirit. Quite early I went to confession." "Confession?" Richard repeated. "I did not know your submission to the church carried you to such practical lengths." "Evidently, we are each fated to make small discoveries regarding the habits of the other today," she rejoined. "Possibly confession is to me just what those nights spent on board the yacht, lying in that malodorous harbor, are to you." Helen's smile broadened to a dainty naughtiness, infinitely provoking, but pensiveness speedily supervened. She folded her hands upon the edge of the table and looked down at them meditatively. "I relieved my conscience. Not that there was much to relieve it of, thank heaven. We have lived austerely enough, most of us, this winter in France. Only it becomes a matter of moral, personal cleanliness, after a time, all exaggerated but very comfortable. Just as one takes one's bath twice daily, not that it is necessary, but that it is a luxury of physical purity and self-respect, so one comes to go to confession. That is a luxury of moral purification. It is as a bath to the soul, ministering to the perfection of its cleanliness and health." She looked up at Richard smiling, that same dainty naughtiness very present. "You observe I am eminently candid. I tell you exactly how my religion affects me. I can only reach height hinking through acts which are external and concrete. In short, I am a born sacramentalist." And Richard listened, interested and entertained. Yet, since that strange blurring of fog still confused his vision and his judgment, vaguely suspicious that he missed the main intent of her speech. Suspicious as one who, listening to the clever patter of a conjurer, detects in it the effort to distract attention from some difficult feat of legerdemain, until that feat has passed from attempt merely into accomplished fact. "And indirectly, that is where my heart sickness comes in," she continued, with a return to something of her former abstraction and gloom. "I was coming away, coming back here, and I was very happy. It is not often one can say that. And thempoof like that she brought her hands smartly together, the charming bubble burst. For, upon the very church steps, I met a man whom I have every cause to hate. As she spoke, the fog seemed to draw away, burnt up by the great, flaming sun god there. Richard's brain grew clearer, indeed, then in perfect health hand his still face grew more still than was, even to it, quite natural. Well, he asked almost harshly, and Helen, whose faith in her own diplomacy had momentarily suffered eclipse, rejoiced, for the tone of his voice betrayed not disgust but anxiety. It stirred her as a foretaste of victory, and victory had become a maddening necessity to her. D'Estournel had forced her hand. His natural infirmity of purpose relieved her of the fear he could work her any great mischief, yet his ingenuity, inspired by wounded vanity, might prove beyond her calculations. It is not always safe to forecast the future by experience of the past in relation to such a being as D'Estournel. Therefore it became of supreme importance, before that gentleman had time further to obtrude himself, to bind Richard Calmady by some speech, some act, from which there was no going back. And more than just that. The sight of her ex-lover, though she now loathed him possibly just because she so loathed him provoked passion in her, was as though only in a new intrigue could she rid herself of the remembrance of the old intrigue which was now so detestable to her. She craved to do him that deepest, most ultimate despite, and passion cried out in her. The sight of him, though she loathed him, had made her utterly weary of chastity. All of which emotions but held as hounds in a leash, ready to be slipped when the psychological moment arrived, and by no means to be slipped until the arrival of it dictated the tenor of her next speech. Well, she answered, with an air of half-angry sincerity altogether convincing, I really do not know that I am particularly proud of the episode. I know I was careless, that I laid myself open to the invidious comment, which is usually the reward of all disinterested action. One learns to accept it as a matter of course. And you see Paul D'Estournel. Oh, D'Estournel, Richard exclaimed. You have read him. Everyone has read him. And what do you think of him? That his technique is as amazingly clever as his thought is amazingly rotten. I know, she said eagerly. And that is just what induced me to do all I could for him. If one could cut the canker away, give him backbone and decency, while retaining that wonderful technique, one would have a second and a greater Theophile Gaudier. Richard was looking full at her. His face had more color, more animation than usual. Iffy as if, he returned, but that same if bulks mighty big to my mind. I know, she repeated, yet it seemed to me worth the attempt. And then, you understand, who better, that if one's own affairs are not conspicuously happy, one has all the more longing the affairs of others should be crowned with success. And this winter specially, among the sordid miseries, disgraces, deprivations of the siege, one was liable to take refuge in an over-exalted altruism. It was difficult in so mad a world not to indulge in personal eccentricitito, the neglect of due worship of the great goddess conventionality. With death in visible form at every street corner, one's sense of humor, let alone one's higher faculties, rebelled against the futility of such worship. So many detestable sights and sounds were perpetually presented to one, not to mention broth of abominable things daily for dinner, that one turned, with thanksgiving, to beautiful form and art, to perfectly felicitous words and phrases. The meaning of them mattered but little just then. They freed one from the tyranny of more or less disgusting fact. They satisfied eye and ear. One asked nothing more just than luckily, you will say, since the animal D'Estournel has very surely nothing more to give. In speaking, Helen pushed her chair back, turning it sideways to the table. Her speech was alive with varied and telling inflections. Her smallest gesture had in it something descriptive and eloquent. And so I fell to encouraging the animal, she continued, almost plaintively, yet with a note of veiled laughter in her voice. Reversing the order of Circe Naples inclines one to classic illustration. Sometimes a little hackneyed be the way, speaking of Naples, look at the glory of it all just now, Richard. I tried to turn not men to swine, but swine to men. And I failed, of course. The gods know best. They never attempt metamorphosis on the ascending scale. I let D'Estournel come to see me frequently. The world advised itself to talk. But, being rather bitterly secure of myself, I disregarded that. If one is aware that one's heart was finally and long ago disposed of, one ceases to think seriously of that side of things. You must know all that well enough witnessed the sea-born furnishings of my bedroom upstairs. For half a minute she paused. Richard made no comment. Hard words break no bones, she added lightly. And so, to show how much I despised all such censorious cackle, I allowed de Sternel to travel south with me when I left Paris. You pushed neglect of the worship of conventionality rather far, Richard said. Helen rose to her feet. Excitement gained on her, as always during one of her delightful improvisations, her talented viva voce improvements on dry as dust fact. She laughed softly, biting her lip. More than one hound had been slipped by now. They made good running. She stood by Richard Calmady, looking down at him, covering him, so to speak, with her eyes. The black mantilla no longer veiled her bright head. It had fallen to the ground, and lay a dark blot upon the mellow fairness of the tessellated pavement. White-robed, statuesque yet not with the severe grace of marble, but with that softer, more humanly seductive grace of some figure of cunningly tinted ivorish appeared, just then to gather up in herself all the poetry, the intense and vivid light, the victorious vitality of the clear, burning southern noon. Ah, well, conventionality proved perfectly competent to avenge herself, she exclaimed. The animal de Sternel took the average, the banal view, as might have been anticipated. He had the insane presumption to suppose it was himself, not his art, in which I was interested. I explained his error and departed. I recovered my equanimity. That took time. I felt soiled, degraded. And then today I meet him again, unashamed, actually claiming recognition. I repeated my explanation with uncompromising lucidity. Richard moved restlessly in his chair, looking up almost sharply at her. Waste of breath, he said. No explanation is lucid if the hearer is unwilling to accept it. And then the two cousins, as though they had reached unexpectedly some parting of the ways, calling for instant decision in respect of the future direction of their journey, gazed upon one another strangely, each half defiant of the other, each diligent to hide his own and read the other's thought, each sensible of a crisis, each at once hurried and arrested by suspicion of impending catastrophe, unless this way be chosen that. Declined though it seemed, in good truth, not in their keeping, but in that of blind chance only that both selection and rejection actually resided. And in this strait, neither habit of society, fine swordplay of diplomacy and tact, availed to help them. For suddenly they had outpaced all that, and brought up amongst ancient and secular springs of action and emotion before which civilization is powerless and the ready tongue of fashion dumb. But even while he so gazed, in fateful suspense and indecision, the fog came up again, chilling Richard Calmady's blood, oppressing his brain as with an uprising of foul miasma, blurring his vision so that Helen's fair, downward-gazing face was distorted, rendered elusive and vague. And along with this, distressing restlessness took him, compelling him to seek relief in change of posture and of place. He could not stop to reckon with how that which he proposed to do might strike an onlooker. His immediate sensations filled his whole horizon. Silently he slipped down from his chair, stood a moment, supporting himself with one hand on the edge of the table, and then moved forward to that side of the pavilion which gave upon the garden. Here the sunshine was hot upon the pavement, and upon the outer half of each pale, slender column. Richard leant his shoulder against one of these, grateful for the genial heat. Since her first and somewhat inauspicious meeting with him in childhood, Helen had never, close at hand, seen Richard Calmady walk thus far. She stared, fascinated by that cruel spectacle. For the instant transformation of the apparently tall and conspicuously well-favored, courtly gentleman just now sitting at table with her, into the shuffling, long-armed, dwarfed and crippled creature was, at first utterly incredible, then portentous then, by virtue of its very monstrosity, absorbing and to her, adorable, whetting appetite as veritable famine might. Chastity became to her more than ever absurd, a culpable waste of her own loveliness, of sensation, of emotion, a sin against those vernal influences working in this generous nature surrounding her and working in her own blood. All the primitive instinct of her womanhood called aloud in her that she must wed, must wed. And the strident voice of the great, painted city coming up to her, urgent, incessant, carried the same message, as did the radiant sea, whose white lips kissed the indented coastline as though pale and hungry with love. While the man before her, by his very abnormality and a certain secretness inevitable in that, heightened her passion. He was to her of all living men most desirable, so that she must win him and hold him, must see and know. In a few steps, light as those of the little rose-crowned dancer of long ago, she followed him across the shining floor. There was a point of north in the wind, adding exhilaration to the firm sunshine as ice to rare wine. The scent of narcissus, magnolia, and lemon blossom was everywhere. The cypresses yielded an aromatic mirror-like sweetness. The uprising waters of the fountain, set in the central alley, swerved southward, falling in a jeweled rain. Helen, in her spotless raiment, came close and Richard Calmady turned to her. But his eyes no longer questioned hers. They were as windows opening back onto empty space, seeing all, yet telling nothing. His face had become still again and inscrutable, lightened only by that flickering, mocking smile. It seemed as though the psychological moment were past and social sense, ordinary fashions of civilized intercourse, had not only come back but come to stay. I think we will omit de Sternel from our talk in future, he said. As a subject of conversation, I find he disagrees with me, notwithstanding his felicity of style and his admirable technique. I will give orders which, I hope, may help to protect you from annoyance in future. In this delightful land, by wise exercise of just a little bribery and corruption, it is still possible to make the unwelcome alien prefer to seek health and entertainment elsewhere. Now, will you like to go back to the house? The approach to the pavilion from the lower level of the garden was by a carefully graded slope of Roman brick, set edgewise. At regular intervals of about 18 inches, this was crossed in the principle of a gangplank be raised marble treads. Without waiting for his cousin's reply, Richard started slowly down the slope. At the best of times, this descent for him demanded caution. Now his vision was again so queerly blurred that he miscalculated the distance between the two lowest treads, slipped and stumbled, lunging forward. Quick as a cat, Madame de Valorbes was behind him, her right hand grasping his right elbow, her left hand under his left armpit. "Ah, Dicky, Dicky, do not fall," she cried, a sudden terror in her voice. Her muscles hardened like steel. It needed all her strength to support him, for he was heavy, his body inert as that of one fainting. For a moment his head rested against her bosom, and her breath came short, sighing against his neck and cheek. By sheer force of will Richard recovered his footing, disengaging himself from her support, shuffling aside from her. "A thousand thanks, Helen," he said. Then he looked full at her, and Schuntender, though she was perceived that the perspective of space on which, as windows might, his eyes seemed to open back, was not empty. It was peopled, crowded even as those steep, teeming byways of Naples be undying, unforgettable misery, humiliation, revolt. "Yes, it is rather unpardonable to be us I am, isn't it?" he said, adding hastily, yet with a certain courteous dignity, "I am ashamed to trouble you, to ask Yowoff all Piplido run messages for Mebut would you go on to the house." "Dicky, why may not I help you?" she interrupted. "Ah," he said, "the answer to that lies away back in the beginning of things. Even unlucky devils, such as myself, are not without a certain respect for that which is fitting, for seemliness and etiquette. Send one of my men, please. I shall be very grateful to you, thanks." And Helen de Valorbes, her passion balked, and therefore more than ever at white heat, swept up the paved alley, amid the sweet scents of the garden, beneath the jeweled rain of the fountain, that point of north in the wind dallying with her as in laughing challenge, making her the more mad to have her way with Richard Calmady, yet knowing that of the two he and Sheh was the stronger as yet. Chapter 8, in which Helen de Valorbes learns her rival's name. I hear Morabita sings, in Ernani, at the San Carlo on Friday night. Do you care to go, Helen? The question, though asked casually, had, to the listener, the effect of falling with a splash, as of a stone into a well, awakening unexpected echoes, disturbing, rather harshly, the constrained silence which had reigned during the earlier part of dinner. All the long, hot afternoon, Madame de Valorbes had been alone, Richard invisible, shut persistently away in those rooms of the entresol into which, as yet, she had never succeeded in penetrating. Richard had not proposed to her to do so. And it was part of that praiseworthy discretion which she had agreed with herself to practicing her character of scrupulously unexacting guestonly to accept invitations, never to issue them. How her cousin might occupy himself, whom even he might receive, during the time spent in those rooms, she did not know, and it was idle to inquire. Neither of her servants, though skillful enough, as a rule, in the acquisition of information, could, in this case, acquire any. And so it came about that during those many still bright hours, following on her rather agitated parting with Richard at midday, while she paced the noble rooms of the first floor once more, taking note of their costly furnishings and fine pictures, meeting her own restless image again and again in their many mirrors, and later, near sundown, When she walked the dry, brown pathways of the ilex and cypress grove, the wildest suspicions of his possible doings assailed her. For she was constrained to admit that, though she had spent a full week now under his roof, it was but the veriest fringe, after all, of the young man's habits and thought with which she was actually acquainted. And this not only desperately intrigued her curiosity, but the apartness, behind which he entrenched himself and his doings, was as a slight put upon her and consequent source of sharp mortification. So today she ranged all permitted spaces of the villa and its grounds softly, yet lithe, watchful, fierce as a shepherd ears strained to hear, her eyes to see, driven the while by jealousy of that nameless rival, to remembrance of whom all the whole place was dedicated, and by baffled passion as with whips. Nor did superstition fail to add its word of omen at this juncture. A carrion crow, long-legged, heavy of beak, alighting on the clustered curls of the marble bust of Homer, startled her with vociferous croakings. A long, narrow, man-adjointed, blue-black, evil-looking beetle crawled from among the rusty, fibrous cypress roots across her path. A funeral procession, priest and acolytes with lighted tapers, sitting within the glass-sided hearse at head and foot of the flower-strewn coffin, wound slowly along the dusty, white road bordered by queer growth of pricklypear and ragged, stunted palm trees far below. She crossed herself, turning hurriedly away. Yet for an instant, death, triumphant, hideous, inevitable, and all the spiritual terror and physical disgust of it, grinned at her, its fleshless face, as it seemed, close against her own. And alongside death be some malign association of ideas and ugly antic of profanitish saw the bell teat de Jesu of 1,000. Paul de Stournel as she had seen it this morning, he looking back, hat in hand, as he plunged down the breakneck Neapolitan side street with that impish, bleating, goat-like laugh. By the time the dinner hour drew near, she found her outlook in radical need of reconstruction, and to that end bade Zelly dress her in the crocus yellow brocade, reserved for some emergency such as the present. It was a gown, surely, to restore self-confidence and induce self-respect. Fashioned fancifully, according to a picturesque, 17th century Venetian model, the full sleeves and the long-waisted bodice of it thighs cut low, generously displaying her shoulders and swell of her bosom were, draped with superb guipure de Flanders, a bride's frizzes and strings of seed pearls. All trace of ascetic simplicity had very certainly departed. Helen was resplendent strings of seed pearls twisted in her honey-colored hair, a clear red in her cheeks and hard brilliance in her eyes, bred of eager, jealous excitement. She had, indeed, reached a stage of feeling in which the sight of Richard Calmady, the fact of his presence, worked upon her to the extent of dangerous emotion. And now this statement of his, and the question following it, caused the flame of the inward fires tormenting her to leap high. "Ah, Morabita," she exclaimed, "what an age it is since I have heard her sing or thought about her. How is her voice lasting, Richard?" "I really do not know," he answered, "and that is why I am rather curious to hear her. There was literally nothing but a voice in her casino-dramatic sense, nothing in the way of intelligence to fall back on. On that account, it interested me to watch her. She and her voice had no essential relation to one another. Her talent was stuck into her, as you might stick a pin into a cushion. She produced glorious effects without a notion how she produced them, and gave expression and perfectly just expression to emotions she had never dreamed of. At the best of times, singers are a feeble folk intellectually, but of all singers I have known, she was mentally the very feeblest." "No, perhaps she was not very wise," Helen put in, but quite mildly, quite kindly. And so if the voice went, everything went. And that made one reflect agreeably upon the remarkably haphazard methods employed by that which we politely call Almighty God in his construction of our unhappy selves. Design? There's not a trace of design in the whole show. Bodies, souls, gifts, superfluities, deficiencies, just pitched together anyhow. The most bungling of human artists would blush to turn out such work. Richard spoke rapidly. He had refused course after course, and now the food on his plate remained untasted. Seen in the soft light of the shaded candles, his face had a strange look of distraction upon it, as though he too was restless with an intimate, deep-seated restlessness. His skin was less colorless than usual, his manner less colorless also. And this conferred a certain youthfulness on him, making him seem nearer, so Helen thought, of the boy she had known at Brockhurst, than to the man whom lately she had been so signally conscious that she failed to know. "No, I hope Morabita's voice remains to her," he continued. "Her absolute nullity minus it is disagreeable to think of. And much as I relish collecting telling examples of the fatuity of the creatorsh, voiceless, would offer a supreme one, I would spare her that, poor dear. For she was really rather charming to me at one time. So it was commonly reported, Helen remarked. Was it? Richard said absently. Though as a rule conspicuously abstemious, he had drunk rather freely tonight, and that with an odd haste of thirst. Now he touched his champagne tumbler, intimating to Bates, the house steward sometime the Brockhurst under Buttleth that it should be refilled. I cannot have seen Morabita for nearly 3 years, he went on, and my last recollections of her are unfortunate. She had sent me a box, in Vienna it was I think, for the Traviata. She was fat then, or rather fatter. Stage furniture leaves something to desire in the way of solidity. In the death scene, the middle of the bed collapsed. Her swan song ceased abruptly. Her head and heels were in the air, and the very largest rest of her upon the floor, bed, and bedclothes standing out in a frill all around. It was a sight discouraging to sentiment. I judged it kinder not to go to supper with her after the performance that night. Richard paused, again drained his glass. I beg your pardon, he said. What atrocious nonsense I am talking. I think I rather enjoy it, Madame de Valorbes answered. She looked at the young man sideways from under her delicate eyelids. He was perfectly sober, that there was no question, yet he was less inaccessible, somehow, than usual. She inclined to experiment. Only I am sorry for Morabita in more ways than one, poor wretch. But then perhaps I am just a little sorry for all those women whom you reject, Richard. The women whom I reject, he said harshly. Yes, whom you reject, Helen repeated. Then she busied herself with a small black fig, splitting it deftly open, disclosing the purple and rose and clear living greens of the flesh and innumerable seeds of it, colors rich as those of a tropic sky at sunset. And there are so many of those women, it seems to me. I am coming to have a quite pathetic fellowship for them. She buried her white teeth in the softness of the fig, not without reason, perhaps. It is idle to deny that you are a past master in the ungentle art of rejection. What have you to say in self-defense, Dicky? That talking nonsense appears to be highly infectious and that it is a disagreeably oppressive evening. Helen de Valorbes smiled upon him, glanced quickly over her shoulder to assure herself the servants were no longer present, then spoke, leaning across the corner of the table towards him, while her eyes searched his with a certain daring provocation. Yes, I admit I have finished my fig. Dinner is over, and it is my place to disappear according to custom. She laid her rosy fingertips together, her elbows resting on the table. But I am disinclined to disappear. I have a number of things to say. Take that question of going to the opera, for instance. Half Naples will be there, and I know more than half Naples, and more than half Naples knows me. I do not crave to run incontinently into the arms of any of de Valorbes' many relations. They were not conspicuously kind to me when I was here as a girl, and stood very much in need of kindness. So the question of going to the San Carlo, you see, requires reflection. And then her tone softened to a most persuasive gentleness. Then, the evenings are a trifle long when one is alone and has nothing very satisfactory to think about. And I have been worried today, detestably worried. She looked down at her fingertips. Her expression became almost somber. In any case, I shall not plague you very much longer, Richard, she said rather grandly. I have determined to remove myself bag and baggage. It is best, more dignified to do so. Reluctantly, I own that. Here have I no abiding city. I wish I had, perhaps, but I have not. Therefore it is useless and worse than useless to play at having one. One must just face the truth. She looked full at the young man, smiling at him, as though somehow forgiving him a slight, an unkindness, a neglect. And so, just because to you it all matters so uncommonly little, let us talk rather longer this evening. She rose. I will go on into the long drawing room, she said. The windows were still open there when I came in to dinner. The room will be pleasantly cool. You will come. And she moved away quietly, thoughtfully, opened the high double doors, left them open, and that without once looking back. Yet her hearing was strained to catch the smallest sound above that which accompanied her, namely, the rustling of her dress. Then a queer shiver ran all down her spine, and she set her teeth, for she perceived that halting, shuffling footsteps had begun to follow those light and graceful footsteps of her own. Si en est que le premier pas qui coute, she said to herself, I have no fear for the rest. Yet, crossing the near half of the great room, she sank down on a sofa, thankful there was no farther to go. In the last few minutes she had put forth more willpower, felt more deeply than she had supposed. Her knees gave under her. It was a relief to sit down. The many candles in the cut-glass chandeliers, hanging from along the center of the painted ceiling, were lighted, filling the length and breadth of the room with a bland, diffused radiance. It touched picture and statue, tall mirror, rich curtain, polished woodwork of chair and table, gleaming ebony and ivory cabinet. It touched Helen de Valorb's bright head, and the strings of pearls twisted in her hair, her white neck, the swell of her bosom, and all that delicate wonder of needleworked Flanders lace-trimming her bodice. It lay on her lap, too, as she leaned back in the corner of the sofa, her hands pressed down on either side her thighs lay, they're bringing the pattern of her brocaded dress into high relief. This was a design of pomegranate leaves, flowers, and fruit end of trailing, peacock feathers, a couple of shades lighter than the crocus yellow ground. The light took the overthreads and stayed in them. The window stood wide open onto the balcony, the elaborately wrought ironwork of witch scroll and vase, plunging dolphin and rampant seahorse detached itself from the opaque background of the night. And in at the window came luscious scents from the garden below, a chime of falling water, the music, faint and distant, in rising and falling cadence of a marching military band. In at it also, and rising superior to all these in imperativeness and purpose, came the voice of Naples itself, no longer that of a city of toil and commerce, but that of a city of pleasure, a city of license, until such time as the dawn should once again break, and the sun arise, driving back man and beast alike to labor, the one from merry sinning, the other from hard-earned sleep. And once again, but in clearer, more urgent accents, the voice of the city repeated its message to Helen de Valorbs, calling aloud to her to do even as it was doing, namely, to wed to wed. And hearing it, understanding that message, for a little space shame took her, in face both of its and her own shamelessness, so that she closed her eyes, unable for the moment to look at Richard Calmady as he crossed the great room in that bland and yet generous light. But almost immediately, his voice, cold and measured in tone, there close beside her, claimed her attention. "That which you said at dinner rather distresses me, Helen." Then, shame or no shame, Madame de Valorbs of necessity opened her eyes. And so doing, it needed all her self-control to repress a cry. She forced her open hands down very hard on the mattress of the sofa. For Richard leaned his back against the jamb of the open window, and she saw his face and all his poor figure in profile. His left hand hung straight at his side, the tips of his fingers only just not touching the floor. And again, as at midday, the spectacle of his deformity worked upon her strangely. "What of all that which I said at dinner distresses you?" she asked gently, with sudden solicitude. "You showed me that I have been a wretchedly negligent host." In speaking, the young man turned his head and looked at her, paused a moment, almost startled by her resplendent aspect. Then he looked down at his own stunted and defective limbs. His expression became very grim. He raised his shoulders just perceptibly. "I reproach myself with having allowed you to be so much alone. It must have been awfully dull for you." "It was a little dull," Helen said, still gently. "I ought to have begged you to ask some of the people you know in Naples to come here. It was stupid of me not to think of it. I need not have seen them, neither need they have seen me." He looked at her steadily again, as though trying to fix her image in his memory. "Yes, it was stupid of me," he repeated absently. "But I have got into churlish, bachelor habits that can hardly be helped, living alone, or on board ship, as I don't I have pretty well forgotten how to provide adequately for the entertainment of a guest." "Oh, I have had that which I wanted, that which I came for," Helen answered, very charmingly. "Had it in part, at all events. Though I could have put up with just a little more of it, Dicky, perhaps. I warned you, if you remember, that opportunities of amusementas, that word, is generally understood would be limited." "Amusement," she exclaimed, with an almost tragic inflection of contempt. "Oh yes," he said, "amusement is not to be despised. I would give all I am worth, half my time, to be amused, but that again, like hospitality, is rather a lost art with me. You remember, I warned you life at the villa in these days was not precisely hilarious." Helen clapped her hands together. "Ah, you are wilfully obtuse, you are wilfully, cruelly pig-headed," she cried. "Pardon me, dear Richard, but your attitude is enough to exasperate a saint. And I am no saint as yet. I am still human radically, for my own peace of mind lamentably human. I am only too capable of being grieved, humiliated, hurt. But there, it is folly to say such things to you. You are hopelessly insensible to all that. So I take refuge in quoting your own words of this morning against you that no explanation is lucid if the hearer refuses to accept it. I am dull, no doubt, but honestly I fail to see how that remark of mine can be held to apply in the present case. It applies quite desolatingly well, Helen declared with spirit. Then her manner softened into a seductiveness of forgiveness once again. And so, dear Richard, I am glad that I had already determined to leave here tomorrow. It would have been a little too wretched to arrive at that determination after this conversation. You must go alone to hear your old flame, Morabita, sing. Only, if her voice is still as sympathetic as of old, if it moves you from your present insensibility, you may read remembrance of some aspects of my visit into the witchery of it if you like. It may occur to you what those aspects really meant. Helen smiled upon him, leaning a little forward. Her eyes shone, as though looking out through unshed tears. It's not exactly flattering to one's vanity to be compelled to depute to another woman the making of such things clear. But it is too evident I waste my time in attempting to make them clear myself. No explanation is lucid, et cetera. Helen shook back her head with an extraordinary charm of half-defiant, half-tearful laughter. She was playing a game, her whole intelligence bent on the playing of it skillfully. Yet she was genuinely touched. She was swayed by her very real emotion. She spoke from her heart, though every word, every passing action, subserved her ultimate purpose in regard to Richard Calmady. And after all, one must retain some remnant of self-respect with which to cover the nakedness of one's oh yes. Decidedly, Morabita's voice had best do the rest. Richard had moved from his station in the window. He stood at the far end of the sofa, resting his hands on the gilded and carven arm of it. Now the ungainliness of his deformity was hidden, and his height was greater than that of his companion, obliging her to look up at him. I gave you my word, Helen, he said. I have no notion what you are driving at. Driving at? She cried. Why, the self-evident truth that you are forcing me, rather brutally, to pay the full price of my weakness in coming here, in permitting myself the indulgence of seeing you again. You told me directly I arrived with rather cynical frankness that I had not changed. That is quite true. What I was at Brockhurst 4 years ago, what I then felt, that I am and that I feel still. Oh, you have nothing to reproach yourself with in defect of plain speaking or excessive amiable subterfuge. You hit out very straight from the shoulder. Directly I arrived, you also told me how you had devoted this place with which, after all, I am not wholly unconnected to the cult, to the ideal worship of a woman whom you loved. So I have devoted it, Richard said. And yet I was weak enough to remain. The young man's face relaxed, but its expression remained enigmatic. And why not? He asked. Because, in remaining, I have laid myself open to misconstruction, to all manner of pains and penalties, not easy to be endured, to the odious certainty of appearing contemptible in your estimation as well as in my own. Helen patted her pretty foot upon the floor in a small frenzy of irritation. How can I hope to escape, since even the precious being whom you affect to worship you keep sternly at arm's length? That is among the other pleasing things you confided to me immediately on my arrivalist. Seen at close quarters, she should fall below your requirements, and so you should suffer disillusion. Ah, you are frightfully cold-blooded, repulsively inhuman. Whether you judge others by yourself, reckoning them equally devoid of natural feeling, or whether you find a vindictive relish in rejecting the friendship and affection so lavishly offered you. Is it offered lavishly? That comes as news to me, he put in. Ah, but it is. And I leave you to picture the pleasing entertainment afforded the offerer in seeing you ignore the offering, or, worse still, take it, examine it, and throw it aside like a dirty rag. In one case, you underline your rejection almost to the point of insult. This is very instructive. I am learning a whole lot about myself, Richard said coolly. But look, Madame de Valorbes cried, do you not prefer exposing yourself to the probability of serious illness rather than remain under the same roof with me? The inference hits one in the face. To you the pestilential exhalations, the unspeakable abominations, of Naples harbor appear less dangerous than my near neighborhood. You put it more strongly than I should, he answered, smiling. Yet, from a certain standpoint, that may very well be true. For an instant, Helen hesitated. Her intelligence, for all its alertness, was strained exactly to appraise the value of his words, neither over nor under rating it, and her eyes searched his with a certain boldness and imperiousness of gaze. Richard, meanwhile, folding his arms upon the carven and gilt frame of the sofa, looked back at her, smiling still, at once ironically and very sadly. Then swift assurance came to her of the brazen card she had best play. But playing it, she was constrained to avert her eyes and set her glance pensively upon the light-visited surface of her crocus-yellow, silken lap. I will do my best possible to accept your nightly journeys as a compliment in disguise. Then, she said, quite softly. For truly, when I come to think of it, were she herself Harish, the woman you so religiously admire that you take elaborate pains to avoid having anything on earth to do with her were she herself, here you could hardly take more extensive measures to secure yourself against risk of disappointment, hardly exercise a greater rage of caution. Perhaps that's just it. Perhaps you have arrived at it all at last. Perhaps she is here, he said, and he turned away, steadying himself with one hand against the jamb of the window, and shuffled out slowly, laboriously, onto the balcony into the night. For a quite perceptible length of time, Helen de Valorbes continued to contemplate the light-visited surface of her crocus-yellow, silken lap. She followed the lines of the rich pattern pomegranate, fruit and blossom, trailing peacock's feather. For by such mechanical employment alone could she keep the immensity of her excitement and of her triumph in check. To shout aloud, to dance, to run wildly to and fro, would have been only too possible to her just then. All that for which she had schemed, had ruled herself discreetly, had ridden a waiting race, had been hers, in fact, from the first that prize adjudged before ever she left the starting post. She held this man in the hollow of her hand, and that by no result of cunning artifice, but by right divine of beauty and wit and the manifold seductions of her richly endowed personality. And thinking of that, she clenched her dainty fists, opened them again, and again clenched them upon the yielding mattress of the sofa, given over to an ecstasy of physical enjoyment, weaving even as, with clawed and padded paws, her prototype the shepanther might. Slowly she raised her downcast eyes and looked after Richard Calmady, his figure a blackness, as of vacancy, against the elaborate wrought ironwork of the balcony. And so doing, an adorable sensation moved her, at once of hungry tenderness and of fear of something unknown, in a way fundamental, incalculable, the like of which she had never experienced before. Ah, indeed, of all her many loves, here was the crown and climax. Yet, in the midst of her very vital rapture, she could still find time for remembrance of the little crescent-shaped scar upon her temple, and for remembrance of Catherine Calmady, who had, unwittingly, fixed that blemish upon her, and had also more than once frustrated her designs. This time frustration was not possible. She was about to revenge the infliction of that little scar. And, at the same time, the intellectual part of her was agreeably intrigued, trying to disentangle the why and wherefore of Richard's late action and utterances. While self-love was gratified to the highest height of its ambition by the knowledge that not only in his heart had she long reigned, but that he had dedicated time and wealth and refined ingenuity to the idea of her, to her worship, to the making of this, her former dwelling place, into a temple for her honor, a splendid witness to her victorious charm, a shrine not unfitting to contain the idol of his imagination. For a little space she rested in all this, savoring the sweetness of it as some odor of costly sacrifice. For whatever her sins and lapses, Helen de Valorbes had the fine aesthetic appreciations, as well as the inevitable animality, of the great courtesan. The artist was at least as present in her as the whore. And it was not, therefore, until realization of her present felicity was complete, until it had soaked into her, so to speak, to the extent of a delicious familiarity, that she was disposed to seek change of posture or of place. Then, at last, softly, languidly, for indeed she was somewhat spent by the manifold emotions of the day, she rose and followed Richard into the starless, lowlying night. Her first words were very simple, yet to herself charged with far-reaching meaning, as a little key may give access to a treasure chest containing riches of fabulous worth. Richard, is it really true, that which you have told me? What conceivable object could I have in lying? Then why have you delayed? Why wasted the precious days, the precious months and years, if it comes to that? How in honor and decency could I do otherwise, circumstances being such as they are, I being that which I am? The two voices were in notable contrast. Both were low, both were penetrated by feeling. But the man's was hoarse and rasping, the woman's smooth and soft as milk. Ah, it is the old story, she said. Will you never comprehend, Dickie, that what is to you hateful in yourself may to someone else be the last word of attraction, of seduction, even? God forbid I should ever comprehend that, he answered. When I take to glorying in my shame, pluming myself upon my abnormality, then, indeed, I become beyond all example loathsome. The most deplorable moment of my very inglorious career will be precisely that in which I cease to look at myself with dispassionate contempt. Helen knelt down, resting her beautiful arms upon the dark handrail of the balcony, letting her wrists droop over it into the outer dimness. The bland light from the open window dwelt on her kneeling figure and bowed head. But it was as well, perhaps, that the night dropped a veil upon her face. And yet so it is, she said. You may repudiate the idea, but the fact remains. I do not say it would affect all women alike affect those, for instance, whose conception of love and of the relation between man and woman is dependent upon the slightly improper and very tedious marriage service as authorized by the English Church. Let the conventional be conventional still. So much the better if you do not appeal to themiger, timid, inadequate, respectable generation of fashion plates with a sixpenny book of etiquette, moral and social, stuck inside them to serve for a soul. Helen's voice broke in a little spasm of laughter, and her hands began, unconsciously, to open and close, weaving in soft, outer darkness. We may leave them out of the argument, but there remain the elect, Richard, among whom I dare count myself. And over them, never doubt it, just that which you hate and which appears at first sight to separate you so cruelly from other men, gives you a strange empire. You stimulate, you arrest, you satisfy one's imagination, as does the spectacle of some great drama. You are at once enslaved and emancipated by this thing to you hateful, to me adorable beyond all measure of bondage or freedom inflicted upon, or enjoyed by other men. And in this, just this, lies magnificent compensation if you would but see it. I have always known that if you would put aside your arrogance and pride, and yield yourself a little, it was possible to love you, and give you such joy in loving as one could give to no one else on earth. Her voice sweetened yet more. She leaned forward, pressing her bosom against the rough ironwork of the balcony. I knew that from the first hour we met, in the variegated autumn sunshine, upon the greensward, before the white summer-house overlooking that noble, English, woodland view, I saw you, and so doing I saw mysteries of joy in myself unimagined by me before. It went very hard with me then, Richard. It has gone very hard with me ever since. Madame de Valorb's words died away in a grave and delicate whisper, but she did not turn her head, nor did Richard speak. Only, close there beside her, she heard him breathe, panting short and quick even as a dog pants, while a certain vibration seemed to run along the rough ironwork against which she leaned. And by these signs Helen judged her speech, though unanswered, had not been wholly in vain. From below, the luscious fragrance of the garden, the chime of falling water, and the urgent voice of the painted pleasuresity came up about her. Night had veiled the face of Naples, even as Helen's own. Yet lines of innumerable lights described the suave curve of the bay, climbed the heights of Posilippo, were doubled in the oily waters of the harbor, spread abroad alluring gaiety in the wide piazzas, and shone like watchful and soliciting eyes from out the darkness of narrow street, steep lane, and cutthroat alley. While above all that, high uplifted against the opacity of the starless sky, a blood-red beacon burned on the summit of Vesuvius, the somber glow of it reflected upon the underside of the masses of downward-rolling smoke as upon the belly of some slow-crawling, monstrous serpent. Suddenly Helen spoke once again, and with apparent inconsequence. Richard, you must have known she could never satisfy Yowie, did you try to marry Constance Keel. To escape. From whom? From me? From myself, which is much the same thing as saying from you, I suppose. And you could not escape. So it seems. But, dear Richard, she said plaintively, yet with very winning sweetness, why, after all, should you want so desperately to escape? Richard moved a little farther from her. I have already explained that to you, to the point of insult, so you tell me, he said. Surely it is unnecessary to go over the ground again. You carry your idealism to the verge of slight absurdity, she answered. Oh, you have altogether too little faith. How should you gauge the full flavor of the fruit till you have set your teeth in it? Better, far better, be a sacramentalist like me and embrace the idea through the act, than refuse the act in dread of imperiling the dominion of the idea. You put the cart before the horse with a vengeance, Dickie. There's such a thing as being so reverent-minded towards your God that he ceases to be the very least profit or use to you. And again she heard that panting breath beside her. Again, laughter bubbled up in her fair throat, and her hands fell to weaving the soft, outer darkness. You must perceive that it cannot end here and thus, she said presently. Of course not, he answered. Then, after a moment's pause, he added coldly enough, I foresaw that, so I gave orders yesterday that the yacht was not to be laid up, but only to coal and provision, and undergo some imperatively necessary repairs. She should be ready for sea by the end of the week. Helen turned sideways, and the bland light from the room within touched her face now as well as her kneeling figure. And then, she demanded almost violently. Then I shall go, Richard replied. Where, I do not yet know, but as far anyhow as the coal in the yacht's bunkers will drive her. Distance is more important than locality just now, and I leave you here at the villa, Helen. Do not regret that you came, I do not. He too had turned to the light, which revealed his face ravaged and aged by stress of emotion, revealed too the homelessness, as of empty space, resident in his eyes. I shall be glad to remember the place pleases and speaks to you. It has been rather a haven of rest to me during these last 2 years. You would have had it at my death, in any case. You have it a little sooner, that's all. But Helen held out her arms. The villa, she cried. What do I want with that? God in heaven, are you utterly devoid of all sensibility, all heart? Or are you afraid even yet, oh, very chicken-livered loveth that behind the beauty of Naples you may find the filth? It is not so, Dickie. It is not so, I tell you, look at me. What would you have more? Surely, for any man, my love is good enough. And then hurriedly, with a rustling of silken skirts, hot with anger from head to heel, she sprang to her feet. Across the room, one of the manservants advanced. The carriage is at the door, sir, he said. And Madame de Valorb's voice broke in with a singular lightness and nonchalance. Surely it is rather imprudent to go out again tonight? You told me at dinner you were not well, that you had had a touch of fever. She held out her hand, smiling serenely. Be advised, she said, avoid malaria. I shall see you before I go tomorrow. Yes, an afternoon train, I think. Good night, we meet at breakfast as usual. She stepped in at the window, gathered up certain small propertiessa gold scent bottle, one or two books, a blotting case, as with a view to final packing and departure. Just as she reached the door she heard Richard say curtly, Send the carriage round, I shall not want it tonight. But even so Helen did not turn back. On the contrary, she ran, light of foot as the little dancer of long ago, with blush roses in her hat, through all the suite of rooms to her own sea-blue, sea-green bedchamber, and there, sitting down before the toiletable, greeted her own radiant image in the glass. Her lips were very red. Her eyes shone like pale stars on a windy night. Quick, quick, undress me, Zelly. Put me to bed. I am simply expiring of fatigue, she said. Chapter 9. Concerning that daughter of Cupid and Psyche whom men call voluptas. The furniture, though otherwise of the customary proportions, had all been dwarfed. This had been achieved in some cases by ingenious design in its construction, in others by the simple process of cutting down, thus reducing table and chair, couch and bureau, in itself of whatever grace of style, dignity of age, or fineness of workmanship, to an equality of uncomely degradation in respect of height. The resultant effect was of false perspective, nor was this unpleasing effect lessened by the proportions of the room itself. In common with all those of the entresol, it was noticeably low in relation to its length and width, while the stunted vaultings of its dark frescoed ceiling produced an impression of heaviness rather than of space. Bookcases, dwarfed as were all the other furnishings, lined the walls to within about 2 feet of the spring of the said vaulting. Made of red cedar and unpolished, the cornices and uprights of them were carved with arabesques in high relief. An antique Persian carpet, somber in coloring and of great value, covered the greater portion of the pale pink and gray mosaic pavement of the floor. Thick, rustered, Genoa velvet curtains were drawn over each low, square window. A fire of logs burned on the open hearth. and this notwithstanding the unaccustomed warmth of the outside air, did but temper the chill atmosphere of the room and served to draw a faint aroma from the carven cedar wood. It was here, to his library, carried downstairs by his manservants as a helpless baby-child might be, that Richard Calmady had come when Helen de Valorbes departed so blithely to her bedchamber. And it was here he remained, though nearly 2 hours had elapsed since then, finding sleep impossible. For the wakefulness and unrest of rapidly breeding illness were upon him. His senses and his will had been in very active conflict. Desire had licked him, as with fiery tongues, driving him onward. Honor, self-contempt in face of temptation to sensual indulgence, an aspiration after somewhat stoic asceticism, which had come to influence his action of late, held him back. But now, here and alone, the immediately provoking cause of passion removed, reaction against the strain of all that had very sensibly set in. He felt strangely astray, as though drifting at hazard upon the waters of an unquiet, mist-blinded sea. He was conscious of a deep-seated preoccupation regarding some matter, which he was alike unable to forget or to define. Formless images perplexed his vision. Formless thoughts pursued one another, as with the hurry of rumored calamity, through his mind. A desolating apprehension of things insufficiently developed, of the inconclusive, the immature, the unattained, of things mutilated, things unfinished, born out of due time and incomplete, oppressed his fancy. Even the events of the last few hours, in which he had played so considerable a part, took on a shadowy semblance, ceased to appeal to him as realities, began to merge themselves in that all-pervading apprehension of defectiveness, of that which is wanting, lopped off, so to speak, and docked. It was to him as though all natural, common-sense relations were in abeyance, as though his own, usually precise, mental processes were divorced from reason and experience, had got out of perspective, in short even as this low, wide, cedar-scented library, of which the vaulted ceiling seemed to approach unduly close to the mosaic marble floor, and all its dwarfed furnishings, its squat tables and almost legless chairs, had got out of perspective. The alternate purposeless energy and weariful weakness of fever, just as the alternate dry flush and trembling chill of it, distressed him. He had slipped on a smoking coat, but even the weight of this thin, silk garment seemed oppressive, although now and again he felt as though around his middle he wore a belt of ice. Not without considerable exertion, he rolled forward a couch-wide, high-backed, legless, mounted upon little wheelstow the vicinity of the fire. He drew himself up onto it and rested among the piled-up cushions. Perhaps, if he waited, exercising patience, sleep might mercifully visit him and deliver him from this intolerable confusion of mind. Deliver him, too, from that hideous apprehension of universal mutilation, of maimed purposes, maimed happenings, of a world peopled by beings maimed as he was himself. But after a more subtle and intimate fashion, a fashion intellectual or moral rather than merely physical, so that they had to him, just now, an added hatefulness of specious lying, since to ordinary seeing they appeared whole, while whole they truly and actually were not. Sternly he tried to shake himself free of these morbid fancies, to bring his imagination under control, and force himself once again to join hands with reality and common sense. And, to this end, he turned his attention to the consideration of practical matters. He dwelt on the details of the coaling and revictualling of his yacht, upon the objective of the voyage upon which he proposed to start a few days hence. He reviewed the letters which must be written and the arrangements which must be made with a view to putting his cousin legally in possession of the villa, the rent of which he proposed still to pay to her husband. This suite of rooms he would retain for his own use. That was necessary, obligatory. Yet why must he retain it? He did not propose to return and live here at any future time. This episode was over, or rather, had it not simply failed of completion? Was it not, like all the rest, maimed, lopped off ungainly, docked? Then, where came in the obligation to reserve these rooms? He could not remember, yet he knew that he was compelled to do so because. And once again, Richard's power of concentration broke down. Once again his thought eluded him, becoming tangled, fugitive, not to be grasped. While, like swarms of shrill, squeaking bats disturbed in the recesses of some age-old cavern by sudden intrusion of voices and of lights, half-formed visions, half-formed ideas, once again, flapped duskily about him, torturing in their multiplicity alike to his senses and his brain. He fought with them, striving to beat them off in a madness of disgust, half suffocated by the fanning of their foul and stifling wings. Then, exhausted by the conflict, he stumbled and fell while they closed down on him. and he, losing consciousness, slept. That unconsciousness lasted in point of fact but for a few minutes. Yet to Richard those minutes were as years, as centuries. At length, still heavy with dreamless slumber, he was aware of the stealthy turning of a key in a lock. Little padding footfalls, soft as those of some strong, yet dainty cat creature, crossed the carpet. A whisper of silk came along with them, like the murmur of the breeze in an oak grove on a clear, hot, summer noon, or the sibilant ripple of the sea upon spaces of fine-ribbed, yellow sand. And the impression produced upon Richard was delicious, as of one passing from a close room into the open air. Confusion and exhaustion left him. Energy returned. The energy of breeding fever merely, yet to him it appeared that of refreshment, of renewed and abounding health. He was conscious, too, of a will outside himself, acting upon his will self-secure, impregnable, working with triumphant daring towards a single end. It certainly was unmaimed in its present manifestation in any case. It told, and with assurance of completion of attainment. Yielding himself to it, with something of the recklessness a man yields himself to the poison which yet promises relief, Richard opened his eyes. Before him stood Helen de Valorbes. In one hand she carried a little lamp, in the other her high-heeled, cloth of gold slippers. Her feet were bare. In the haste of the journey, from her bedchamber upstairs through the great rooms and down the marble stairs, the fronts of the sea-blue, sea-green dressing gown she wore had flown apart, thus disclosing not only her delicate night-dress, but since this last was fine to the point of transparency, all the secret loveliness of her body and her limbs. Her shining hair curled low upon her forehead, half concealed her pretty ears, and lay upon her shoulders like a little golden cape. And from out this brightness of her hair, the exultant laughter bubbling in her throat, the small lamp carried high in one hand, she looked down at Richard Calmady. I waited till the hours grew old and you did not come to me, so I have come to you, Dickie, she said. Let what will happen tomorrow, this very certainly shall happen tonight, that with you and me, love shall have his own way, speak his own language, be worshipped with the rites, be found in the sacraments, ordained by himself, and to which all nature is, and has been, obedient since life on earth first began. Not till the gray of a rain-washed, windy morning had come, and Naples had put off its merry sinning, changing from a city of pleasure to a city of labor, and too often of callously inflicted pain, did Helen de Valorbes leave the cedar-scented library. The fire of logs had burnt itself out upon the hearth, and other fires, perhaps, had pretty thoroughly burnt themselves out likewise. Then, with the extinguished lamp in one hand and her high-heeled, cloth of gold slippers in the other, she had run swiftly, barefoot up the cold, marble stairs, through the suite of lofty rooms. Her image, in the bleak dimness of the wet morning, given back by their tall mirrors as that of no mortal woman but some fear-driven, hurrying ghost. Carefully closing the door of the bedchamber behind her, she threw her dressing gown aside and buried herself in the luxurious softness of the unslept-in bed. And she was only just in time. Servants began to move to and fro. The house was awake. Chapter 10: The Abomination of Desolation. Sullenly, persistently, the rain came down. In the harbor the wash was just sufficient to make the raveled fruit baskets, the shredded vegetables, the crusts and offal thrown out from the galleys, heave and sway upon the oily surface of the water, while screaming gulls dropped greedily upon the floating refuse, and rising, circled over the black, liquid lanes and open spaces between the hulls of the many ships. But it was insufficient to lift the yacht, tied up to the southern quay of the Porto Grande. She lay there inert and in somewhat sorry plight under the steady downpour. For the moment all the winsome devilry of a smart, sea-going craft was dead in her, and she sulked, ashamed through all her 800 tons of wood and iron, copper, brass, and steel. For she was coaling over deck and was grimy from stem to stern. While, arrayed in the cast clothes of all Europe, tattered, undersized, gesticulating, the human scum of Naples swarmed up the steep, narrow planks from the inky lighters and in over her side. Beastly dirty job this. Shall not get her paint clean under a week. The first mate grumbled to his companion, the second mate a dark-haired, dream-eyed West Country lad, but just out of his teens. The two officers, in dripping oilskins, stood at the gangway checking the tally of coal baskets as they came on board. Just now there was a pause in the black procession, as an empty lighter sheared off, making room for a full one to come alongside, thus rendering conversation momentarily possible. Pity the boss could not have stayed on shore till we were through with it and cleaned up a bit, the speaker continued. Makes the old man no end waxy to have anyone on board when the yacht's like she is. I do not blame him. She's as neat and pretty as a white daisy in a green pasture when she's away to sea. And now, poor little soul, she's a regular slut. I know I would have stayed ashore fast enough if I was the boss, the boy said, half wistfully. That villa of his is like a piece of poetry. I keep on saying over to myself how it looks. Oh, it's not so bad for foreign parts, the senior officer replied. And you are young yet and soft, Penberthy. You will come of that presently. England's best for houses, town and country, and most other things swim in and fights, and even sunshine, for when you do get sunshine at home, there's no spite in it. Hi, there you ganger, he shouted suddenly, and resentfully, leaning out over the bulwarks, hurry up a bit, cannot you? You do not suppose I mean to stand here till the second anniversary of the Day of Judgment, watching your blithering, chicken-shanked macaronis suck rot oranges, do you? Start 'em up again. Whatever are you waiting for, man? Start 'em up, I say. The boy's dreamy eyes, full of unwritten verse, dwelt with a curious indifference upon the broken procession of ascending, black figures. He had but lately joined, and to him both the fine vessel and her owner were invested with a certain romance. What was the fancy for calling the yacht the Reprieve? He asked presently. Wait till you have had the chance to take a good look at Sir Richard, and you will answer your question yourself, the other man answered oracularly. Then he broke out again into sustained invective. Hold up there, you little fool of a tightrope dancing, Bella Napoli gorilla, and do not go dropping good, honest, Welsh steam coal overboard into your confounded, stinking local sewer. I do not care to see any of your blamed posturings. Do not flatter yourself. Hold up, you grimacing, great-grandson of a lousy sheep. Cannot you, and walk straight. Take him all round Sir Richard Calmady's the best boss I ever sailed with own of the sternest, but the civilest too. Shove him along, ganger, will you? Shove him along, I say. He's one of the few men I have loved, I am not ashamed to say it, Mr. Pemberthy, and about the only one I ever remember to have feared in my life. Meanwhile, if the scene to seaward was cheerless, that to landward offered but small improvement. For the murk of low-brooding cloud and falling rain blotted out the Castel S. Elmo, and the Capo di Monte and Pizzafalcone heights. Even the Casello dell'Ovo down on the shoreline, comparatively near at hand, loomed up but a denser mass of indigo gray amid the all-obtaining grayness. The tall, multicolored, manna-shuttered houses fronting the Keys restaurants, cafes, money changers' bureau, ship's chandlers, and slopships looked tawdry and degraded as a clown's painted face seen by daylight. Thick, malodorous vapors arose from the squalid streets, lying back on the level, and from the crowded shipping of the port. These hung in the stagnant air, about the forest of masts and the funnels of steamers. And the noise of the place was as that of bedlam let loose. The long-drawn, chattering rush of the coal pitched from the baskets down the echoing iron chutes. The grate and scream of saws cutting through blocks of stone and marble. The grind of heavy wheels upon the broken, irregular flags. The struggling clatter of hoofs, lashing of whips, squeal of mules, savage voices raised in cries and imprecations. The clank and roar of machinery. The repeated bellowing of a great liner, blowing off steam as she took up her berth in the outer harbor. The shattering rattle of the chains of a steam crane, when the monster iron arm swung round seeking or depositing its burden, and the crank ran out in harsh anger, as it seemed, and defiance. And through all this, as undercurrent, the confused clamor of the ever-shifting, ever-present crowd, and the small, steady drip of the rain. Squalid, sordid, brutal even, the coarse actualities of her trade and her poverty alike disclosed, her fictions and her foulness uncondoned by reconciling sunshine, Naples had declined from radiant goddess to common drab. It was in this character that Richard Calmady, driving yesterday, and for the first time, through the streets at noon, had been fated to see his so fondly idolized city. It was in this character that he apprehended it again today, waiting in his deck cabin until cessation of the rain and oncoming of the friendly dusk should render it not wholly odious to sit out on deck. The hours lagged, and even this bright and usually spotless apartment with its shining, white walls, its dark, blue leather and polished, mahogany fittings the coal dust penetrated. It rimmed the edge of the books neatly ranged on the racks. It smirched the charts laid out on the square locker table below. It drifted in at the cabin windows, along with the babel of sound and the all-pervading stench of the port. This was, in itself, sufficiently distasteful, sufficiently depressing. And to Richard, just now, the disgust of it came with the heightened sensibility of physical illness, and as accompaniment to an immense private shame and immense self-condemnation, a conviction of outlawry and a desolation passing speech. He looked for comfort, for promise of restoration, and found none, in things material or things intellectual, in others or in himself. For his mind, always prone to apprehend by images rather than by words, and to advance by analogy rather than by argument, discovered, in surrounding aspects and surrounding circumstance, a rather hideously apt parable and illustration of its present state. Just as this seemingly fair city was proven, on intimate acquaintance, repulsive beyond the worst he had ever feared and earnestly refused to know of it, so a certain fair woman, upon whom, since boyhood, his best, most chivalrous, most unselfish affections had centered, was proven herself, moreover, flagrantly contributing to that proving vile beyond all that rumor, heard and passionately denied by him, had ever ventured to whisper concerning her. Nor was the misery of this revelation lessened by the knowledge that his own part in it all had been very base. He had sinned before. He would sin again, probably. Richard had long ceased to regard these matters from a strictly puritanic standpoint. But this particular sinning was different to any that had gone before, or which could come after it. For it partook, so at least, it now appeared to him off the nature of sacrilege, since he had sinned against his ideal, degrading that to gross uses which he had agreed with himself to hold sacred, defiling it, and thereby very horribly defiling himself. And this disgrace of their relation, his own and hers, the inherent abomination of it all and its inherent falsity, had been forced home on him with a certain violence of directness just in the common course of daily happenings. For among the letters brought to him along with his first breakfast, yesterday, after that night of secret license, had been three of serious import. One was from Lady Calmady, and that he put aside with a certain anger, calling himself unwilling, knowing himself unfit to read it. Another he tore open. The handwriting was unknown to him. He began reading it in bewilderment. Then he understood. Monsieur, it ran, you are in process of exterminating me. But since I have reason to believe that no sufficient opportunity has been afforded you of realizing the enormity of your conduct, I rally the profoundness of nobility which I discover within me. I calm myself. I go further, I explain. Living in retirement, you may not have learned that I am in Naples. I followed your cousin here, Madame de Valorbes. My connection with her represents the supreme passion of my passionate youth. At once a frenzy and an anodyne, I have found in it the inspiration of my genius in its later development. This work must not be put a stop to. It is too majestic. It is weighted with too serious consequences to the whole of thinking France, of thinking Europe. A less experienced woman cannot satisfy the extravagance of my desires, the demands of my all-consuming imagination. The reverence with which a person, such as yourself, must regard commanding talent, the concessions he must be willing to make to its necessities, are without limit. This I cannot doubt that you will admit. The corollary is obvious. Either, monsieur, you will immediately invite me to reside with you at your Villa Thuribai, securing for yourself daily intercourse, with a nature of distinguished meritor, you will restore Madame de Valorbes to me, without hesitation or delay. Her devotion to me is absolute. How could it fail to be so, since I have lavished upon her the treasures of my extraordinary personality? But a fear of insular prejudice on your part withholds her at this moment from full expression of that devotion. She suffers as well as myself. It will be your privilege to put a term to this suffering by requesting me to join her or by restoring her to me. To do otherwise will be to prolong the eclipse of my genius, and thereby outrage the conscience of civilized humanity, which breathlessly awaits the next utterance of its chosen poet. If you require the consolation of feminine society, Marriott would be very simple some white-souled English miss. But restore to me, to whom her presence is indispensable, this woman of regal passions. I shall present myself at your house today to receive your answer in person. The result of a refusal on your part to receive me will be attended by calamitous consequences to yourself. Accept, monsieur, the expression of my highest consideration. Paul Auguste d'Isternel. For the moment Richard saw red, mad with rage at the insolence of the writer. And then came the question, was it true, this which the letter implied? Had Helen, indeed, lied to him? And, notwithstanding its insane vanity, did this precious epistle give a more veracious account of her relation to the young poet than that which she had herself volunteered? He tried to put the thought from him. Who was head a day of all days to be nice about the conduct of another? Who was he to sit in judgment? So he turned to his correspondence again, taking another letter at random from the pile. And then, looking at the superscription, he turned somewhat sick. Mon cher wrote 1,000. De Valorbs, my steward informs me that he has just received your draft for a quarter's rent of the villa. I thank you 1,000 times for your admirable punctuality. Decidedly, you are of those with whom it is a consolation to do business. Need I assure you that the advent of this money is far from inopportune, since a grateful country, while showering distinctions upon me with one hand, with the other picks my pocket. I find it not a little expensive, this famous military service. But then, ever since I can remember, I have found all that afforded me the slightest, active pleasure equally that. And this sport of war, I promise you, is the most excellent sport in which I have as yet participated. It satisfies the primitive instincts more thoroughly than even your English fox hunting. A battue of communards is obviously superior to a battue of pheasants. To the dignity of killing one's fellow men is added the satisfaction of ridding oneself of vermin. It becomes a matter of sanitation and self-respect. And this, indirectly, recalls to me that report declares my wife to be with you at Naples. Mon cher je vous en fais cadeau. With you, at least, I know that my honor is safe. You may even instill into her mind some faint conception of the rudiments of morality. To be frank with you, she needs that. A couple of months ago, she did me the honor to elope temporarily, of course with 1,000. Paul de Sternel. You may have glanced, one day, at his crapulous verses. I suppose honor demanded that I should pursue the guilty pair and account for one, if not both, of them. But I was too busily engaged with my little communards. We set these gentry up against a wall and dispose of them in batches. I have had a good deal of this, but, as I say, it has not yet become monotonous. Traits of individual character lend it vivacity. And then, putting aside the exigencies of my profession, I do not know that anything is to be gained by inviting public scandal. You have an English proverb to the effect that one should wash one's dirty linen at home. This I have tried to do, as you cannot but be aware, all along. If one has had the misfortune to marry Messalina, one learns to be philosophically. A few lovers more or less, in that connection, what, after all, does it matter? Indeed, I begin to derive ironical consolation from the fact of their multiplicity. The existence of one would have constituted a reflection upon my charms. But a matter of 10, 15, 20 ceases to be in any degree personal to myself. Only I object to Disternel. He is too young, too rococo. He represents a descent in the scale. I prefer des Hommes-Murs, generals, ministers, princes. The devil knows we have had our share of such. Your generosity to her has saved us from Jews so far, and from nouveau riches, by relieving the business of commercial aspects. Give her some salutary advice, therefore, mon cher, and if she becomes inconvenient, forward her to Paris. I forgive to Seventit I Messeven, being still proud enough to struggle after an appearance of social and conjugal decency. And Finn, it is a relief to have unburdened myself for once, and you have been the good genius of my unfortunate menage, for which heaven reward you. Yours, in true cousinly regard and supreme reliance on your discretion. Luigi Angelo Francesco de Valorbs. That this, in any case, had a stamp of sincerity upon it, Richard could not doubt. It must be admitted that he had long ceased to accept Madame de Valorb's estimate of her husband with unqualified belief. But be that as it might, whether he were a consummate or merely an average profligate, one thing was certain, that this man trusted him Richard Calmady, and that he Richard Calmady had very vilely betrayed that trust. He stared at the letter, and certain sentences in it seemed to sear him, even as the branding iron used on a felon might. This was a new shame, different to, and greater than, any his deformity had ever induced in him, even as evil done is different to, and greater than, evil suffered. Morality may be relative only and conventional. Honor, for all persons of a certain standing and breeding, remains absolute. And it was precisely of his own honor that he had deprived himself. Not only in body, but in character, he was henceforth monstrous. For a while Richard had remained very still, looking at this thing into which he had made himself as though it were external and physically visible to him. Then, suddenly, he had reached out his hand for his mother's letter. A decision of great moment was impending. He would know what she had to say before finally making that decision. He wondered bitterly, grimly, whether her words would plunge him yet deeper in this abyss of self-hatred and self-contempt. My darling, she wrote, I am foolishly glad to learn that you are back at Naples. It gives me comfort to know you are even thus much nearer home, and in a country where I too have traveled, and of which I retain many dear and delightful recollections. You may be surprised, perhaps, to see the unaccustomed address upon my notepaper, and may wonder what has made me guilty of deserting my post. Now, since the worst of it is certainly over, I may tell you that my health has failed a good deal of late. Nothing of a really serious nature need not be alarmed about me. But I had got into a rather weak and unworthy state, from which it became very desirable I should rouse myself. Selfishness is insidious, but none the less reprehensible because it takes the apparently innocent form of sitting in a chair with one's eyes shut. However, that best of men, John Knott, brought very bracing influences to bear on me, convincing me of sin the gentlest way in the world be means of Honoria St. Quentin. And so I picked myself up, dear Dicky, picked the whole of myself up, as I hope, always saving and accepting my self-indulgent inertia, and came away here to Ormiston. At first, I confess, I felt very much like a dog at a fair, or the proverbial mummy at a feast. But they all bore with me in the plenty of their kindness, and in the last week I have banished the mummy and trained the scared dog to altogether polite and pretty behavior. Till I came back to it, I hardly realized how truly I loved this place. How should it be otherwise? I met your father first here after his third term at Eton. I remember he snubbed me roundly. I met him again the year before our marriage. Without vanity, I declare that then he snubbed me not one little bit. These things are very far away. But to me, though far away, they are very vivid and very lovely. I see them as you, when you were small, so often pleaded to see a fairy landscape by looking through the large end of the gold and tortoise-shell spyglass upon my writing table. All of which may seem to you somewhat childish and trivial, but I grow an old woman and have a fancy for toys and tender make-believe such as fairy landscapes seen through the big end of a spyglass. The actual landscape at times is a trifle discouragingly rain-washed and cloudy. Roger and Mary are here. Their two boys are just gone back to school again. They are fine, courteous, fearless little fellows. Roger makes a rather superb middle-aged man. He has much of my father or grandfather's reticence and dignity. Indeed, he might prove slightly alarming, was one not so perfectly sure of him, dear creature. Mary remains, as of old, the most wholesome and helpful of women. Yes, it is good to dwell, for a time, among one's own people. And I cannot but rejoice that my eldest brother has come to an arrangement by which, at his death, your Uncle William will receive a considerable sum of money in lieu of the property. This last will go direct to Roger, and eventually to his boys. If your Uncle William had a son, the whole matter would be different. But I own it would hurt me that in the event of his death there would be no Ormiston at Ormiston after these many generations. In all probability the place would be sold immediately, moreover, for it is an open secret that, through no fault of his own, poor man, William is sadly embarrassed in money matters. And he has other sorrows of a rather terrible nature, since they are touched with disgrace. But here you will probably detect a point of prejudice, so I had better stop. I look out upon a gray, northern sea, where the white horses fume and fret under a cold, gray, northern sky. The oaks in the park are just thickening with yellow-green buds. And there, close to my window, perched on a topmost twig, a missel thrush is singing, facing the wind like a gentleman. You look out upon a purple sea, I suppose, beneath clear skies and over orange trees and palms. I wonder if any brave bird pipes to you as my stormcock to me? It brings up one's courage to hear his song, so strong and wild and sweet, in the very teeth of the gale too. But now you will have had enough of my news and more than enough. I write to you more freely, you see, than for a long time past, being myself more free of spirit. And therefore I dare add this, in all and every case, my darling, God keep you. And remember, should you weary of wandering, that not only the doors of Brockhurst, but the doors of my heart, stand forever wide open to welcome you home. Yours always. K100, reading which gentle, yet in a sense daring, words, Richard's shame took on another complexion, but one by no means calculated to mitigate the burning of it. His treachery towards de Valorbes became almost vulgar and of small moment beside his cruelty to this superbly magnanimous woman, his mother. For all these years, determinately and of set purpose, defiant of every better impulse, he had hardened his heart against her. To differ from her, to cherish that which was unsympathetic to her, to put aside every tradition in which she had nurtured him, to love that which she condemned, to condemn that which she loved, and this, if silently, yet unswervingly had been the ruling purpose of his action. That which had its origin in passionate revolt against his own unhappy disfigurement had come to be an interest and object in itself. In this quarrel with Hera Quarrel, intimate, prenatal, anterior to consciousness, and to volition, he found the justification of his every lapse, his every crookedness of conduct and of thought. Since he could not reach Almighty God, and strike at the eternal first cause which he held responsible for the inalienable wrong done to him, he would strike, with cold-blooded persistence, at the woman whom Almighty God had permitted to be his instrument in the infliction of that wrong. And to where had that sustained purpose of striking led him? Even so, he judged just now the dishonor and desolation of today, following upon the sacrilegious license of last night. All this Richard saw with the alternately groping, benumbed, mental vision, and the glaring, mental nakedness of breeding fever. Small wonder that looking for comfort, for promise of restoration, he found none in things material, in things intellectual, in others, or in himself. He felt outcasted beyond hope of redemption, but not repentant, hardly remorseful even, only aware of all that which had happened, and of his own state. For Lady Calmady's letter was to him little more, as yet, than a placing of facts. To trade upon her magnificent generosity of affection, and seek refuge in those outstretched arms now, with the mark of the branding iron so sensibly upon him, appeared to him of all contemptible doings the most radically contemptible. Obviously, it was impossible to go back. He must go on rather out of sight, out of mind. Fantastic schemes of disappearing, of losing himself, far away, in remote and nameless places, among the coral islands of the Pacific or the chill majesty of the Antarctic seas, offered themselves to his imagination. The practical difficulties presented by such schemes, their infeasibility, did not trouble him. He would sever all connection with that which had been, with that which had made for good equally with that which had made for evil. By his own voluntary act and choice he would become as a man dead, the disgrace of his malformed body, the closer and more hideous disgrace of his defiled and prostituted soul, surviving in legend merely, as might some ugly, old-time fable useful for the frightening of unruly babies. And to that end of self-obliteration he instantly applied himself, with outward calm, but with the mental hurry and restlessness of increasing illness. His first duty was to end the whole matter of his relation to Helen, Helen shorn of her divinity, convicted liar and wanton, yet mistress still for him, as he feared, of mighty enchantments. So he wrote to her very briefly. The note should be given her later in the day. In it he stated that he should have left the villa before this announcement reached her, left it finally and without remotest prospect of return, since he could not doubt that she recognized, as he did, how impossible it had become that he and she should meet again. He added that he would communicate with her shortly as to business arrangements. That done, he summoned Powell, his valet, bidding him pack. He would go down to the yacht at once. He had received information which made it imperative that he should quit Naples immediately. To be out of all this, rid of it, fairly started on the road of negation of social being, negation of recognized existence, infected him like a madness. But even the most forceful human will must bend to stupidities of detail and of material fact. Unexpected delays had occurred. The yacht was not ready for sea, neither cold, nor provisioned, nor sound of certain small damages to her machinery. Vanstone, the captain, might mislay his temper, and the first mate expend himself in polysyllabic invective. Young Penberthy ceased to dream. Stewards, engineers, carpenters, cooks, quartermasters, seamen, firemen, do their most willing and urgent best. Nevertheless, the morning of next day, and even the afternoon of it, still found Richard Calmady seated at the locker table of the white-walled deck cabin, his voyage towards self-obliteration not yet begun. Charts were outspread before him, upon which, at weary intervals, he essayed to trace the course of his coming wanderings. But his brain was dull, he had no power of consecutive thought. That same madness of going was upon him with undiminished power, yet he knew not where he wanted to go, hardly why he wanted to go, only that a blind obsession of going drove him. He was miserably troubled about other matters, too, about that same brief letter he had written to Helen before leaving the villa. He was convinced that he had written such a letter, but struggle as he might to remember the contents of it, they remained to him a blank. He was haunted by the fear that in that letter he had committed some irremediable folly, had bound himself to some absurdly unworthy course of action. But what it might be escaped, and in escaping, tortured him. And then, this surely was Friday, and Morabita sang at the San Carlo tonight, and surely he had promised to be there, and to meet the famous prima donna and sup with her after the performance, as in former days at Vienna. He had not always been quite kind to her, poor, dear, fat, good-natured, silly soul. He could not fail her now. And then he went back to a chart of the South Pacific again. Only he could not see it plainly, but saw, instead of it, the great folio of copperplate engravings lying on the broad windowset of the eastern bay of the long gallery at home. He was sitting there to watch for the racehorses coming back from exercise, Tom Chifney pricking along beside them on his handsome cob. And the long-ago, boyish desperation of longing for wholeness, for freedom, brought a moistness to his eyes and a lump into his throat. And all the while the coal dust drifted in at each smallest crevice and aperture, and the air was vibrant with rasping, jarring uproar and nauseous with the stale, heavy odors of the city and the port. And steadily, ceaselessly, the descending rain drummed upon the roofing overhead. At length a stupor took him. His head sunk upon his arms, folded upon those outspread charts, while the noise of all the rude activities surrounding him subtly transformed itself into that of a great orchestra. And above this, superior to, yet nobly supported by it, Morabita's voice rose in the suave and passionate phrases of the glorious cavatina Ernani, Invalami, all aborito ampliso. Yes, her voice was as good as ever. Richard drew a long breath of relief. Here at least was something true to itself, and amid so much of change, so much of spoiling, still unspoilt, he raised his head and listened. For something must have happened, something of serious moment. The orchestra, for some unaccountable reason, had suddenly broken down. Yes, it must be the orchestra which disaster had overtaken, for a voice very certainly continued. No, not a voice, but voice those of Vanstone the captain, and Price the first mate, and old Billy Tin the boatswain loud, imperative, violently remonstrant, but swept under and swamped at moments by cries and volleys of foulest, Neapolitan argot from hoarse, Neapolitan throats. And that abruptly silenced orchestra, Richard came back to himself, came back to actualities of environment and prosaic fact. An infinitely weariful despair seized him. For the sound that had reached so sudden a termination was not that of cunningly attuned musical instruments, but the long-drawn, chattering rush of the coal, pitched from the baskets down the echoing, iron chutes. The cabin door opened discreetly, and Powell, incarnation of decorous punctualities, even amid existing tumultuously discomposing circumstances, entered. "From the villa, sir," he said, depositing letters and newspapers upon the table. Richard put out his hand, turned them over mechanically. For again, somehow, notwithstanding the babel without, that exquisite invitation Ernani, Invalami, assailed his ears. The valet waited a little, quiet and deferential in bearing, yet observing his master with a certain keenness and anxiety. "I saw Mr. Bates, as you desired, sir," he said at last. Richard looked up at him vaguely, and it struck him that while Powell was on shore today, he had undoubtedly had his hair cut. This interested him, though why, he would have found it difficult to say. "Mr. Bates thought you should be informed that a gentleman called early yesterday afternoon, as he said by appointment." Yes, certainly, Powell had had his hair cut. Did the gentleman give his name? "Yes, sir, 1000, Paul Disternell." Powell spoke slowly, getting his tongue carefully round the foreign syllables, and for all the confusion of his hearer's mind, the name went home. Vagueness passed from Richard's glance. "He was refused, of course." Her ladyship had given orders that should any person of that name call, he was to be admitted. Powell spoke with evident reluctance. Consequently, Mr. Bates was uncertain how to act, having received contrary orders from you, sir, the day before yesterday. He explained this to her ladyship, but she insisted. Richard's mind had become perfectly lucid. "Very well," he said coldly. "Mr. Bates also thought you should know, sir, that after 1000, Disternell's visit her ladyship announced she should not remain at the villa. She left about 5 o'clock, taking her maid. Charles followed with all the baggage." The valet paused. Richard's manner was decidedly discouraging, yet something further must at least be intimated. Her ladyship gave no address to Mr. Bates for the forwarding of her letters. But here the cabin door, left slightly ajar by Powell, was opened wide, and that with none of the calm and discretion displayed by the functionary in question. A long perspective of grimy deck behind him, his oilskins shiny from the wet, with trim, black beard, square-made, boldied, hot-tempered, warm-hearted, alert, humorous-typical West countryman, as his gentle, dreamy cousin, Penberthy, the second mate, though of a very different type, stood Captain Vanstone. His easily ruffled temper suffered from the after-effects of what is commonly known as a jolly row, and his speech was curt in consequence thereof. "Sorry to disturb you, Sir Richard," he said, "and still more sorry to disappoint you, but it cannot be helped." Dicky turned upon him so strangely drawn and haggard a countenance, that Vanstone with difficulty repressed an exclamation. He looked in quick inquiry at the valet, who so far departed from his usual decorum as to nod his head in assent to the silent questioning. "What's wrong now?" Richard said. "Why, these beggarly rascals have knocked off." Price offered them a higher scale of pay. I had empowered him to do so, but they will not budge. The rains washed the heart out of them. We have tried persuasion, and we have tried threats it's no earthly use. Not a basket more coal will they put on board before 5 tomorrow morning. Cannot we sail with what we have got? Not enough to carry us to port, said. What will be the extent of the delay this time? Richard asked. His tone had an edge to it. Again, Captain Vanstone glanced at the valet. With luck, we may get off tomorrow about midnight. He stepped back, shook himself like a big dog, scattering the water off his oilskins in a shower upon the slippery deck. Then he came inside the cabin and stood near Richard. His expression was very kindly, tender almost. You must excuse me, sir, he said. I know it does not come within my province to give you advice. But you do look pretty ill, Sir Richard. Everyone's remarking that. And you are ill, sir, you know it, and I know it, and Mr. Powell here knows it. You ought to see a doctor, sir, and if you will pardon plain language, this beastly cesspit of a harbor is not a fit place for you to sleep in. And poor Dicky, after an instant of sharp annoyance, touched by the man's honest humanity, smiled upon him a smile of utter weariness, utter homelessness. Perfectly true. Get me out to sea then, Vanstone. I shall be better there than anywhere else, he said. Whereupon the kindly sailorman turned away, swearing gently into his trim, black beard. But the valet remained, impassive in manner, actively anxious at heart. Have you any orders for the carriage, sir? He asked. Garcia drove me down. I told him to wait until I had inquired. Richard was long in replying. His brain was all confused and clouded again, while again he heard the voice of the famous soprano Ernani in Valami. Yes, he said at last. Tell Garcia to be here in good time to drive me to the San Carlo. I have an appointment at the opera tonight. Chapter 11, in which Dicky goes to the end of the world and looks over the wall. The opera box, which Richard Calmady had rented along with the Villa Valorbs, was fifth from the stage on the third tier, to the right of the vast horseshoe. Thus situated, it commanded a very comprehensive view of the interior of the house. The party rates somewhat comfortless seats, rising as on iron stilts, as they recede, row by row, from the proscenium was packed. While since the aristocratic world had not yet left town, the boxes piled, tier above tier, without break of dresscircle or gallery, right up to the lofty roof were well filled. And it was the effect of these last that affected Richard oddly, displeasingly, as, helped by Powell and Andrews, the first footman who acted as his table steward on board the Reprieve, he made his way slowly down to the chair, placed on the left at the front of the box. For the accepted aspects and relations of things seen were remote to him. He perceived effects, shapes, associations of color, divorced from their habitual significance. It was as though he looked at the written characters of a language unknown to him, observing the form of them, but attaching no intelligible meaning to that form. And so it happened that those many superimposed tiers of boxes were to him as the waxen cells of a gigantic honeycomb, against the angular darknesses of which little figures, seen to the waist, took the light blonde face, neck, and arms of some woman. The fair colors of her dress end showed up with perplexing insistence. For they were all peopled, these cells of the honeycomb, and so it seemed to him with larve, bright-hued, unworking, indolent, full-fed. Down there upon the parterre in the close-packed ranks of students, of men and women of the middle class, soberly attired in walking costume, he recognized the working bees of this giant hive. By their unremitting labor, the dainty waxen cells were actually built up, and those larvae were so amply, so luxuriously, fed. And the working bees there were so many, so very many of them. What if they became mutinous, rebelled against labor, plundered and destroyed the indolent, succulent larve of which Hayes, he, Richard Calmady, was unquestionably and conspicuously one? He leaned back in his chair, pulled forward the velvet drapery so as to shut out the view of the house, and fixed his eyes upon the heads of the musicians in the orchestra. The overture was nearly over. The curtain would very soon go up. Then he observed that Powell still stood near him. The man was strangely officious today, he thought. Could that be connected in any way with the fact he had had his hair cut? For a moment the notion appeared to Dicky quite extravagantly amusing, but he kept his amusement, as so much else, to himself. And again the working bees, down in the parterre, attracted his attention. They were buzzing angrily, displeased with the full-fed larvae in the boxes, because these last were altogether too social, talked too loud and too continuously, drowning the softer passages of the overture. Those dull-colored insects had expended store of hard-earned lyre upon the queer seats they occupied, mounted as upon iron stilts. They meant to have the whole of that which they had paid for, and hear every note. If they swarmed now, swarmed upward, clung along the edges of those many tiers of boxes, punished inconsiderate insolence with stings, it would hardly be unjust. But there was Powell still, clad in sober garments. He belonged to the working bees, and Richard became aware of a singular diffidence and embarrassment in thinking of that. If they should swarm, those workers, he would rather the valet did not see it somehow. He was a good fellow, a faithful servant, a man of nice feeling, and such an incident would place him in an awkward position. He ought to be spared that. Carefully, Dicky reasoned it all out. "You need not stay here any longer, Powell," he said. "When shall I return, sir?" The curtain went up. A roll of drums, a chorus of men's voices, somewhat truculent in the drinking song. "At the end of the performance, of course." But the valet hesitated. "You might require to send some message, sir." Richard stared at the chorus. The opera being performed, but this once, economy prevailed. Costumers had ransacked their stock for discovery of garments not unpardonably inappropriate. The result showed a fine superiority to details of time and place. One Spanish bandit, a portly basso, figured in a surprising variety of Highland dress designed, and that locally, for a chieftain in the opera of Lucia de Lammermoor. His acquaintance with the eccentricities of a kilt being of the slightest, consequences ensued broadly humorous. Again Dicky experienced great amusement. But that message, had he really one to send? Probably he had. He could not remember, and this annoyed him. Possibly he might remember later. He turned to Powell, forgetting his amusement, forgetting the too intimate personal revelations of the unhappy basso. "Yes, we'll come back at the end of the second act, then," he said. If the bees swarmed it would be over by that time, he supposed, so Powell's return would not matter much one way or the other. A persuasion of something momentous about to be accomplished deepened in him. The madness of going, which had so pushed him earlier in the day, fell dead before it. For this concourse of living creatures must be gathered together to witness some event commensurate in importance with the greatness of their number. He felt sure of that. Yes, before long they would swarm. Incontestably they would swarm. Again he drew aside the velvet drapery and looked down curiously upon the arena and its occupants. For a new idea had come to him regarding these last. They still presented the effect of a throng of busy, angry insects. But Richard knew better. He had penetrated their disguise, a disguise assumed to ensure their ultimate purpose with the greater certainty. He knew them to be human. He knew their purpose to be a moral one. And looking upon them, recognizing the spirit which animated them, he was taken with a reverence and sympathy for average, toiling humanity unfelt by him before. For he saw that by these, the workers, the final issues are inevitably decided, by these the final verdict is pronounced. Individually they may be contemptible, but in their corporate intelligence, corporate strength, they are little short of majestic. Of art, letters, practical civilization, even religion, even, in a degree, nature herself, they are alike architects and judges. It must be so. It always has been so, time out of mind in point of fact. And then he wondered why they were so patient of constraint. Why had they not risen long ago, and obliterated the pretensions of those arrogant, indolent larvae peopling the angular apertures of the honey cells, those larvae of whom, by birth and wealth, sinfulness and uselessness, he was himself so conspicuous an example. But then still clearer understanding of this whole strange matter came to him. They, like all else, mighty though they are in their corporate intention, are obedient to fate. They can only act when the time is ripe. And then he understood yet more clearly. Their purpose in congregating here, whether they were conscious of it or not, was retributive. They were present to witness and to accomplish an act of foreordained justice. Richard paused a moment, struggling with his own thought. And then he saw quite plainly that he himself was the object of that act of foreordained justice. He himself was the center of that dimly apprehended, approaching event. His punishment, his deliverance by means of that punishment, was that which had brought this great multitude together here tonight. He was awed. Yet with that awe came thankfulness, gratitude, and immense sense of relief. He need not seek self-obliteration, losing himself in faraway, tropic islands, or the ice-bound regions of the uttermost south. He could stay here. Sit quite still even and that was well, for he was horribly tired and spent. He need only wait. When the time was ripe, they would do all the restow it for him by doing it to him. How finely simple it all was. Incidentally, he wondered if it would hurt very much. Not that that mattered, for beyond lay peace. Only he hoped they would get to work pretty soon, so that it might be over before the end of the second act, when Powell, the valet, would come back. Richard's face had grown very youthful and eager. His eyes were unnaturally bright, and still he gazed down at that great company. His heart went out to it, loved each and every member of it as he had never conceived of loving heretofore. He would like to have gone down among them and become part of them, one with them in purpose, a partaker of their corporate strength. But that was forbidden. They were his preordained executioners. Yet in that capacity they were not the less but the more lovable. They were welcome to exact full justice. He longed after them, longed after the pain it was their mission to inflict. And they were getting ready, surely they were getting ready? There was a sensible movement among them. They turned pale faces away from the brilliantly lighted stage and towards the great horseshoe of waxen cells enclosing them. They were busy, dull-colored insects again, and they buzzed resentfully, angrily, they buzzed. Yet even while Dicky noted all this, greatly moved by it, appreciating its inner meaning, its profound relation to himself and the drama of his own existence, he was not wholly unmindful of the progress of the opera and the charm of the graceful and fluent music which saluted his ears. He was aware of the entrance of the hero, of his greeting by his motley-clad followers. He felt kindly, just off the surface of his emotion so to speak, towards this impersonator of Ernani. The young actor's appearance was attractive, his voice fresh and sympathetic, his bearing modest. But the aristocratic occupants of the boxes treated him cavalierly. The famous Milanese tenor, whose name was on the program, having failed to arrive, this local and comparatively inexperienced artist had been called upon to fill his part. Therefore the smart world talked more loudly than before, while the democratic occupants of the parterre, jealous for the reputation of their fellow citizen, broke forth into stormy protest. And Richard could have found it in his heart to protest also. For it was waste of energy, this senseless conflict. It was unworthy of the dignity of that dull-colored multitude, on whom his hopes were so strangely set off, the men in whose hands are the final rewards and punishments, by whose voice the final judgment is pronounced. It pained him to see these ministers of the eternal justice thus led away by trivial happenings, and their attention distracted from the main issue. For what, in God's name, did he and his sentimental love-garolings amount to? This pretty fellow of a player, this fictitious hero of the modern, Neapolitan operatic stage. Weighed in the balances, he and his whole occupation and calling were lighter, surely, than vanity itself. Rightly considered, he and his singing were but as a spangle, as some glittering trifle of tinsel, upon the veil still hiding the awful, yet benign, countenance of that tremendous and so surely approaching event. Let him sing away then, sing in peace. For the sound of his singing might help to light the weariness of the hours until the supreme hour should strike, and the glittering veil be torn asunder, and the countenance it covered be at last and wholly revealed. Reasoning thus, Richard raised his opera glasses and swept those many superimposed ranges of waxen cells. And the aspect of them was to him very sinister, for everywhere he seemed to encounter soft, voluptuous, brainless faces, violences of hot color, and costly clothing cunningly devised to heighten the physical allurements of womanhood. Everywhere, beside and behind these, he seemed to encounter the faces of men, gluttonous of pleasure, hungering for those generously discovered material charms. They were veritable antechambers of vice, those angular-mouthed waxen cells. And therefore, very fittingly, as he reflected, he had his place in one of them, since he was infected by the vices, active partaker in the sensuality of his class. Oh, that the bees would swarm and make short work of it all, inflict completeness of punishment, and thereby cleanse him and set him free. In its intensity, his longing came near taking the form of articulate prayer. And then his thought shifted once more, attaching itself curiously, speculatively, to individual objects. For his survey of the house had just now brought a box into view, situated on the grand tier and almost immediately opposite his own. It was occupied by a party of 6 persons. With 4 of those persons Richard was aware he had nothing to do. But with the remaining 2 persons a woman fashioned, as it appeared, of ivory and gold, and a young man standing almost directly behind her had much, everything, in fact, to do. It was incomprehensible to him that he had not observed these 2 persons sooner, since they were as necessary to the accomplishment of that terrible, yet beneficent, approaching event as he himself was. The woman he knew actually and intimately, though as yet he could give her no name, nor recall in what his knowledge of her consisted. The young man he knew inferentially, and Dicky was sensible of regarding him with instinctive repulsion, since his appearance presented a living and grossly ribald caricature of a figure august, worshipful, and holy. Long and closely Richard studied those two persons, studied them, forgetful of all else, straining his memory to place them, and all the while they talked. But at last, the woman fashioned of ivory and gold ceased talking. She folded her arms upon the velvet cushion of the front of the box and gazed right out into the theater. There was a splendid arrogance in the pose of her head and in the droop of her eyelids. Then she looked up and across, straight at Richard. He saw her drooping eyelids raised, her eyes open wide, and remain fixed as in amazement. A something alert and very fierce came into her expression. She seemed to think carefully for a brief space. She threw back her head, and he saw uncontrollable laughter convulse her beautiful throat. And at that same moment, a mighty outburst of applause and of welcome shook the great theater from floor to ceiling, and as it died away, the voice of the famous soprano, rich and compelling as of old, swelled out and made vibrant with passionate sweetness the whole atmosphere. And Richard hailed that glorious voice, not that in itself it moved him greatly, but because in it he recognized the beginning of the end. It came as prelude to catastrophe, which was also salvation. Very soon the bees would swarm now. He rallied his patience. He had not much longer to wait. Meanwhile, he looked back at that box on the grand tier, striving to unriddle the mystery of his knowledge of those two persons. He needed glasses no longer. His sight had become preternaturally keen. Again the two were talking again about him, that was somehow evident. And as they talked, he beheld a being, exquisitely formed, perfect in every part, step forth from between the lips of the woman fashioned of ivory and gold. It knelt upon one knee. Over the heads of the vast, dull-colored multitude of workers, those witnesses of and participators in the execution of eternal justice, it gazed at him, Richard Calmady, and at him alone. And its gaze enfolded and held him like an embrace. It wooed him, extending its arms in invitation. It was naked and unashamed. It was black as the reeking, liquid lanes between the hulls of the many ships, over which the screaming gulls circled seeking foul provender, down in Naples harbor. And he knew the fair woman it came forth from for Helen de Valorbes, herself, in her crocus yellow gown sewn with seed pearls. And he knew it for the immortal soul of her. And he perceived, moreover, as it smiled on and beckoned him with lascivious gestures, that its hands and its lips were bloody, since it had broken the hearts of living women and torn and devoured the honor of living men. Ernani, Ernani, in Volumistil the air was vibrant with that glorious voice. But the love of which it was the exponent, the flight which it counseled, had ceased, to Richard's hearing, to bear relation to that which is earthly, concrete, and of the senses. The passion and promise of it were alike turned to nobler and more permanent uses, presaging the quick coming of expiation and of reconciliation contained in that supreme event. For he knew that, in a little moment, Helen must arise and follow the soul which had gone forth from her, the soul of which, in all its admirable perfection of outward form and blackness of intimate lies and lust, was close to him, though he no longer actually beheld either, beside him, laying subtle siege to him even yet. Where it went, there, of necessity, she who owned it must shortly follow, since soul and body cannot remain apart, save for the briefest space, until death effect their final divorce. Therefore Helen would come speedily. It could not be otherwise so, at least, he argued, and her coming meant the culmination. Then, time being fully ripe, the bees would swarm at last, labor revenging itself upon sloth, hunger upon gluttony, want upon wealth, obscurity upon privilege, justice being thus meted out, and he, Richard, cleansed and delivered from the disgrace of deformity, now so hideously infecting both his spirit and his flesh. Of this he was so well assured that, disregarding the felt, though unseen, presence of that errant soul, disdaining to do battle with it, he leaned forward once more, looking down into the close-packed arena of the great theater. All those brilliant figures, members of his own class here present, were matter of indifference to him. In this moment of conscious and supreme farewell, it was to the dull-colored multitude that he turned. They still moved him to sympathy. Unconsciously they had enlightened him concerning matters of infinite moment. At their hands he would receive penance and absolution. Before they dealt more closely with him, since that dealing must involve suffering which might temporarily cloud his friendship for them, he wanted to bid them farewell and assure them of his conviction of the righteousness of their corporate action. So silently he blessed them, taking leave of them in peace. Then he found there were other farewells to be said. Farewell to earthly life as he had known it, the struggle and very frequent anguish of it, its many frustrated purposes, fair illusions, unfulfilled hopes. He must bid farewell, moreover, to art as he had relished Ito learning, as he had all too intermittently pursued Ito travel, as he had found solace in Ito the inexhaustible interest, the inextinguishable humor and pathos, in brief, of things seen. And, reviewing all this, a profound nostalgia of all those minor happinesses, which are the natural inheritance of the average man, arose in him happiness of healthy, light-hearted activities, not only of the athlete and the fighting man, but of the playing field and the ballroom, and the river happinesses to him inevitably denied. With an almost boyish passion of longing, he cried out for these. Just for one day to have lived with the ease and freedom with which the vast majority of men habitually live. Just for one day to have been neither dwarf nor cripple, but to have taken his place and his chance with the rest, before it all was over and the tale told. But very soon Richard put these thoughts from him, deeming it unworthy to dwell upon them at this juncture. The call was to go forward, not to go back. So he settled himself in his chair once more, pulling the velvet drapery forward so as to shut out the sight of the house. Bitterness should have no part in him. When that happened which was appointed to happen, it must find him not only acquiescent but serene and undisturbed. He composed himself, therefore, with a decent and even lofty pride. Then he turned his eyes upon the narrow door, there in the semi-obscurity of the back of the box, and waited. And all the while royally, triumphantly, Morbita sang. During that period of waiting, whether in itself brief or prolonged, he knew not sensation and thought alike were curiously in abeyance. Richard neither slept nor woke. He knew that he existed, but all active relation to being had ceased. And it was with painful effort he in a measure returned to more ordinary correspondence with fact, aroused by the sound of low-toned, emphatic speech close at hand, and by a scratching as of some animal denied and seeking admittance. Then he perceived that the door yielded, letting in a spread of yellow brightness from the corridor. And in the midst of that brightness, part and parcel of it thanks to the luster of her crocus-yellow dress, her honey-colored hair, her fair skin and softly gleaming ornaments, stood Helen de Valorbes. Behind her, momentarily, Richard caught sight of the young man whose face had impressed him as a ribald travesty of that of some being altogether worshipful and holy. The face peered at him with, as it seemed, malicious curiosity over the rounded shoulder of the woman of ivory and gold. The effect was very hateful, and with a sense of thankfulness, Richard saw Helen close the door and come, alone, down the 2 steps leading from the back of the box. As she passed from the dimness into the clearer light, he watched her, quiescent, yet with absorbing interest. For he perceived that the hands of the clock had been put back somehow. Intervening years and the many events of them had ceased to obtain, so that, of all the many Helens, enchanting or evil, whom he had come to know, he saw now only one, and that the first and earliest a little dancer, with blush roses in her hat, dainty as a toy, finished to her rosy fingertips and the toes of her pretty shoes, merry and merciless as she had pirouetted round him mocking his shuffling, uncertain progress across the chapel room at Brockhurst 15 years ago. "Ah, so you have come back," he exclaimed, almost involuntarily. Madame de Valorbes pushed a chair from the front of the box, into the shadow of the velvet draperies, beside Richard. "It is unnecessary that all Naples should take part in our interview," she said. She sat down, turning to him, leaning a little towards him. "You do not deserve that I should come back, you know, Dickie," she continued. "You both deserted and deceived me. That is hardly chivalrous, hardly just indeed, after taking all a woman has to give. You led me to suppose you had departed for good and all. Why should you deceive me?" "The yacht was not ready for sea," Richard said simply. "Then you might, in common charity, have let me know that. You were bound to give me an opportunity of speaking to you once again, I think." In his present state of detachment from all worldly considerations, absolute truthfulness compelled Richard. The event was so certain, the swarming of the bees so very near, that small diplomacies, small evasions, seemed absurdly out of place. "I did not want to hear you speak," he said. "But does not it strike you, that was rather dastardly in face of what had taken place between us? Do you know that you appear in a new and far from becoming light?" Denial seemed to Richard futile. He remained silent. For a moment Helen looked towards the stage. When she spoke again, it was as with reluctance. "I was desperately unhappy. I went all over the villa in the vain hope of finding you. I went back to that room of yours in which we parted. I wanted to see it again, Helen paused. Her speech was lotened, soft as milk. It was rather dreadful, Dickie, for the place was all in disarray, littered with signs of your hasty departure, damp, cheerless rain beating against the windows. And I hate rain. I found there, not Yao whom I so sorely wanted, but something very much else. A letter to you from de Valorbs. Once more she paused. I excuse you of anything worse than negligence in omitting to destroy it. Misery knows no law, and I was miserable. I read it. Richard had listened with the same detachment, yet the same absorbed interest with which he had watched her entrance. She was a wonderful creature in her adroitness, in her handling of means to serve her own ends, but he could not pay her back in her own coin. The time was too short for anything but simple truth. He felt strangely tired. These reiterated delays became harassing. If the bees would swarm, only swarm, then it would be over and he could sleep. He clasped his hands behind his head and looked at Madame de Valorbs. Her soul kneeled on her lap, its delicate arms were clasped about her neck black against the lustrous white of her skin and all those twisted ropes of seed pearls. It pressed its breasts against hers, amorously. It loved her and she it. And he understood that in the whole scope of nature there was but it alone, it only, that she ever had loved, or did, or could, love. And understanding this, he was filled with a great compassion for her. And answering her, his expression was gentle and pitiful. Still he needs must speak the truth. Perhaps it was as well that you should read Luigi's letter, he said. She turned upon him fiercely and scornfully, yet even as she did so her soul fell to beckoning to him, soliciting him with evilly alluring gestures. My congratulations to you, she exclaimed, upon your praiseworthy candor. I am to gather, then, that you believe that which my husband advises himself to tell you? Under the circumstances, it is exceedingly convenient to you to do so, no doubt. How can I avoid believing it? Richard asked, quite sweet-temperedly. Surely we need not waste the little time which remains in argument as to that. You must admit, Helen, that Luigi's letter fits in. It supplies just the piece of the puzzle which was missing. It tallies with all the rest. All the rest. Oh yes, it is part of the whole, precisely that part both of you and of Naples which I knew, and tried so hard not to know from the first. But it is worse than useless to practice such refusals. The whole, and nothing less than the whole, is bound to get one in the end. It is contrary to the nature of things that any integral portion of the whole should submit to permanent denial. Richard's voice deepened. He spoke with a subdued enthusiasm, thinking of the dull-colored multitude there in the arena, and the act of retributive justice on the eve, by them, of accomplishment. It seems to me the radical weakness of all human institutions, of all systems of thought, resides in exactly that effort to select and reject, to exalt one part as against another part, and so build not upon the rock of unity and completeness, but upon the sand of partiality and division. And sooner or later the whole revenges itself, and the fine fanciful fabric crumbles to ruin, just for lack of that which in our short-sighted overniceness we have taken such mighty great pains to miss out. This has happened times out of number in respect of religions and philosophies and the constitution of kingdoms, and in that of fair romances which promise to stand firm to all eternity. And now in these last few days, since laws which rule the general also rule the individual life, it has happened in respect of you, Helen, to my seeing, and in respect of Naples. Richard smiled upon her sadly and very sweetly. I am sorry, he said, yes, indeed, horribly sorry. It is a bitter thing to see the last of one's gods go overboard, but there is no remedy. Sorry or not, so it is. Madame de Valorbs looked at him keenly. Her attitude was strained, her face somber with thought. My God, she exclaimed, that I should sit and listen to all this. And yet you were never more attractive. There is an unnatural force, unnatural beauty about you. You are ill, Richard. You look and you speak as a man might who was about to join hands with death. But Dickie's attention had wandered again. He pulled the velvet drapery aside somewhat and gazed down into the crowded house. They lingered strangely in the performance of their mission, that dull-colored multitude of workers. Just then came another mighty outburst of applause, cries, vivas, the famous soprano's name called aloud. The sound was stimulating, as the shout of a victorious army. Richard hailed it as a sign of speedy deliverance and sank back into his place. Oh yes, he said civilly and lightly, I fancy I am pretty bad. I'm a bit sick of this continued delay, you see. I suppose they know their own business best, but they do seem most infernally slow in getting under way. I was ready hours ago. However, they must be nearly through with preliminaries now, and when once we are fairly into it, I shall be all right. You mean when the yacht sails? Madame de Valorbes asked. Still she looked at him intently. He turned to her smiling, and she observed that his eyes had ceased to be as windows opening back onto empty space. They were luminous with a certain gay content. Yes, of course you when the yacht sails, if you like to put it that way, he answered. And when will that be? The shout of the arena grew louder in the recall. It surged up to the roof and quivered along the lath and plaster partitions of the boxes. Very soon now. Immediately, I think, please God, he said. But why should she make him speak thus foolishly in riddles? Of a surety she must read the signs of the approach of that momentous and beneficent event as clearly as he himself. Was she not equally with himself involved in it? Was she not, like himself, to be cleansed and set free by it? Therefore it came as a painful bewilderment and shock to him when she drew closer to him, leaned forward, laid her hand lightly upon his thigh. Richard, she said, very softly, I forgive all. I am not satisfied with loving. I will come with you. I will stay with you. I will be faithful to Yao's, yes, even that. Your loving is unlike any other. It is unique as you yourself are unique. I want more of it. But you must know that it is too late to go back on that now, he said, reasoning with her, greatly perplexed and distressed by her determined, ignoring ofto himself evident fact. All that side of things for us is over and done with. Her lips parted in naughty laughter. And then, not without a shrinking of quick horror, Richard beheld the soul of Herthat being of lovely proportions, exquisitely formed in every part, yet black as the foul, liquid lanes between the hulls of the many ships down in Naples harbor step. Delicately in between those parted lips, returning whence it came. And beholding this, instinctively he raised her hand from where it rested upon his thigh, and put it from him, put it upon her glistering, crocus-yellow lap where her soul had so lately kneeled. Let us say no more, Helen, he entreated, lest we both forfeit our remaining chance, and become involved in hopeless and final condemnation. But Madame de Valorbes' anger rose to overwhelming height. She slapped her hands together. Ah, you despise me? She cried. But let me assure you that in any case this assumption of virtue becomes you singularly 99. It really is a little bit too cheap, a work of supererogation in the matter of hypocrisy. Have the courage of your vices, be honest. You can be so to the point of insult when it serves your purpose. Own that you are capricious, own that you have lighted upon some woman who provokes your appetite more than I do. I have been too tender of you, too lenient with you. I have loved too much and been weakly desirous to please. Own that you are tired of me, that you no longer care for me. And he answered, sadly enough, yes, that last is true. Having seen the whole, that has happened which I always dreaded might happen. The last of my self-made gods has indeed gone overboard. I care for you no longer. Helen sprang up from her chair, ran to the door, flung it open. The first act of the opera was concluded. The curtain had come down. The house below and around, the corridor without, were full of confused noise and movement. Paul, 1000. Disternel, come here, she cried, and at once. But Richard was more than ever tired. The strain of waiting had been too prolonged. Lights, draperies, figures, the crowded arena, the vast honeycomb of boxes, tier above tier, swam before his eyes, blurred, indistinct, vague, shifting, colossal in height, giddy in depth. The bees were swarming at last, swarming upward through seas of iridescent mist. But he had no longer empire over his own attitude and thoughts. He had hoped to meet the supreme moment in full consciousness, with clear vision and thankfulness of heart. But he was too tired to do so, tired in brain and body alike. And so it happened that a dogged endurance grew on him, simply a setting of the teeth and bracing of himself to suffer silently, even stupidly, all that might be in store. For the bees were close upon him now, countless in number, angry, grudging, violent. But they no longer appeared as insects. They were human, save for their velvet-like, expressionless eyes, and all those eyes were fixed upon him and him alone. He was the center towards which, in thought and action, all turned. Nor were the dull-colored occupants of the parterre alone in their attack. For those gay-colored larved men and women of his own class indolent, licentious, full-fed, hung out of the angular mouths of the waxen cells, above the crimson and gold of their cushions, pointing at him, claiming and yet denouncing him. And in the attitude of these, the democratic and the aristocratic sections detected a difference. The former swarmed to inflict punishment for his selfishness, uselessness, sensuality. But the latter jeered and mocked at his bodily infirmity, deriding his deformity, making merry over his shortened limbs and shuffling walk. And against this background, against this enclosing tapestry of faces which encircled him, two persons and the atmosphere and aroma of them, so to speak, were clearly defined. They were close to him, here within the narrow limits of the opera box. Then a great humiliation overtook Richard, perceiving that they, and not the people, the workers, august in their corporate power and strength, were to be his executioners. Nano was not worth that. And for all his present dullness of sensation, a sob rose in his throat. Madame de Valorbes, resplendent in crocus yellow brocade, costly lace and seed pearls, the young man, her companion, the young man of the light, forked beard, domed skull, vain eyes, and peevish mouth, young man of holy and dissolute aspect were good enough instruments for the eternal justice to employ in respect of him. Richard Calmady. Look, 1000. Disternell, Helen said very quietly, this is my cousin of whom I have already spoken to you. But I wish to spare him if possible, and give him room for self-justification, so I did not tell you all. Richard, this is my friend, 1000. Disternell, to whom my honor and happiness are not wholly indifferent. Dicky looked up. He did not speak. Vaguely he prayed it might all soon be over. Paul Disternell looked down. He raised his eyeglass and bowed himself, examining Richard's mutilated legs and strangely shut feet. He broke into a little, bleating, goat-like laugh. Mais c'est étonnant, he observed reflectively. I was in his house, Helen continued. I was there unprotected, having absolute faith in his loyalty. She paused a moment. He seduced me. Richard, can you deny that? Canil, 1000, Disternell murmured. He drew a pair of gloves through his hands, holding them by the fingertips. The metal buttons of them were large, 3 on each wrist. Those gloves arrested Richard's attention oddly. I do not deny it, Dicky said. And having thus outraged, he deserted me. Do you deny that? No, Dicky said again. For it was true, that which she asserted true, though penetrated by subtle falsehood impossible, as it seemed to him, to combat. No, I do not deny it. You hear, Helen exclaimed. Now do what you think fit. Still Disternell drew the gloves through his hands, holding them by the fingertips. Under other circumstances, I might feel myself compelled to do you the honor of sending you a challenge, monsieur, he said. But a man of sensibility like myself cannot do such violence to his moral and artistic code as to fight with an outcast of nature, an abortion such as yourself. The sword and the pistol I necessarily reserve for my equals. The deformed person, the cripple, whose very existence is an offense to the eye and to every delicacy of sense, must be condescended to, and if chastised at all, must be chastised without ceremony, chastised as one would chastise a dog. And with that he struck Richard again and again across the face with those metal button gloves. Mad with rage, blinded and sick with pain, Dicky essayed to fling himself upon his assailant. But Disternell was too adroit for him. He skipped aside, with his little bleating, goat-like laugh, and Richard fell heavily full length, his forehead coming in contact with the lower step of the descent from the back of the box. He lay there, too weak to raise himself. Paul Disternell bent down and again examined him curiously. C'est étonnant, he repeated. He gave the prostrate body a contemptuous kick. Dear Madame, are you sufficiently avenged? Is it enough? He inquired sneeringly. And vaguely, as from some incalculable distance, Richard heard Helen de Valorbes' voice. Yes, it is a little affair of honor which dates from my childhood. It has taken many years in adjusting. I thank you, mon cher, 1000 times. Now let us go quickly. It is enough. Then came darkness, silence, rest. Book 6, The New Heaven and the New Earth. Chapter 1, in which Miss St. Quentin bears witness to the faith that is in her. Honoria divested herself of her traveling cap, thrust her hands into the pockets of her frieze ulster, and thus, bareheaded, a tall, supple, solitary figure, paced the railway platform in the dusk. Above the gentle undulations of the western horizon, splendors of rose-crimson sunset were outspread, veiled, as they flamed upward, by indigo cloud of the texture and tenuity of finest gauze. And those same rose-crimson splendors found repetition upon the narrow, polished surface of the many lines of rails, causing them to stand out, as though of red-hot metal, from the undeterminate gray drab of the track where it curved away, southeastward, across the darkening country towards the Savoy Alps. And from out the fastnesses of these last, quick with the bleak purity of snow, came a breathing of evening wind. To Honoria it brought refreshing emphasis of silence and of immunity from things human and things mechanical. It spoke to her of virgin and unvisited spaces, ignorant of mankind and of obligation to his so many and so insistent needs. And there being in Honoria herself a kindred defiance of subjection, a determination, so to speak, of physical and emotional chastity, she welcomed these intimations of the essential inviolability of nature, finding in them justification and support of her own mental attitude off the entire wisdom of which she had, it must be owned, grown slightly suspicious of late. And this was the more grateful to her, not only as contrast to the noise and dust of a lengthy and hurriedly undertaken journey, but because that same journey had been suddenly, and, in a sense violently, imposed upon one whom she held in highest regard, by another whom she had long since agreed with herself to hold in no sort of regard at all. Since the highly regarded one set forth, she honoring off course, set forth likewise. And yet, in good truth, the whole affair rubbed her not a little the wrong way. She recognized in it a particularly flagrant example of masculine aggression. Some persons, as she reflected, are permitted an amount of elbow room altogether disproportionate to their deserts. Be sufficiently selfish, sufficiently odious, and everybody becomes your humble servant, hat in hand. That is unfair. It is, indeed, quite extensively exasperating to the dispassionate onlooker. And, in Miss St. Quentin's case, exasperation was by no means lessened by the fact that candor compelled her to admit doubt not only as to the actuality of her own dispassionateness, but, as has already been stated, to the wisdom of her mental attitude generally. She wanted to think and feel one way. She was more than half afraid she was much disposed to think and feel quite another way. This was worrying. And therefore, it came about that Honoria hailed the present interval of silence and solitude, striving to put from her remembrance both the origin and object of her journey, while filling her lungs with the snowed purity of the mountain wind, and yielding her spirit to the somewhat serious influences of surrounding nature. All too soon the great Paris Express would thunder into the station. The heavy, horse-like sleeping carno standing on the Culaz Geneva bale sitting would be coupled to the rear of it. Then the roar and rush would begin again from dark to dawn, and on through the long, bright hours to dark once more, by mountain gorge and stifling tunnel and broken woodland and smiling coastline and fertile plain, past Chambéry and Turin and Bologna and mighty Rome herself, until the journey was ended and distant Naples reached at last. But Miss St. Quentin's communings with nature were destined to speedy interruption. Ludovic Keel's elongated person, clothed to the heels in a check traveling coat, detached itself from the company of waiting passengers and blue linen-clad porters upon the central platform before the main block of station buildings, and made its light and active way across the intervening lines of crimson-stained metals. "If I am a nuisance, mention that chastening fact without hesitation," he said, standing on the railway track and looking up at her with his air of very urbane intelligence. "Present circumstances permit us the privilege are otherwise of laying aside restraints of speech, along with other small proprieties of behavior commonly observed by the polite. So do not spare my feelings, dear Miss St. Quentin. If I am a bore, tell me so, and I will return, and that without any lurking venom in my breast, whence I came." "Do anything you please," Honoria replied, "except be run over by the Paris train." The Paris train, so I have just learned, is an hour late, consequently its arrival hardly enters into the question. But since you are graciously pleased to bid me do as I like, I stay, Mr. Keel returned, stepping onto the platform and turning to pace beside her. What a jail delivery it is to get into the open. That last engine of ours threw ashes to a truly penitential extent. My mouth and throat still claim unpleasantly close relation to a neglected kitchen grate. And if our much vaunted wagonlets is the last word of civilization in connection with travel, then all I can say is that, in my humble opinion, civilization has yet a most exceedingly long way to go. It really is a miraculously uncomfortable vehicle. And how Lady Calmady contrives to endure its eccentricities of climate and of motion, I am sure I do not know. In her case, the end would make any sort of means supportable, Honoria answered. Her pacings had brought her to the extreme end of the platform where it sloped to the level of the track. She stood there a moment, her head thrown back, snuffing the wind as a hind, breaking covert, stands and snuffs it. A spirit of questioning possessed her, though notas in the hind's case off things concrete and material. It is true she could have dispensed with Mr. Keel's society. She did not want him. but he had shown himself so full of resource, so considerate and helpful, ever since the news of Sir Richard Calmady's desperate state had broken up the peace of the little party at Ormiston Castle, now 5 days ago, that she forgave him even his preciousness of speech, even his slightly irritating superiority of manner. She had ceased to be on her guard with him during these days of travel, had come to take his presence for granted, and to treat him with the comfortable indifference of honest goodfellowship. So, it followed that now, speaking with him, she continued to follow out her existing train of thought. I am by no means off my head about poor Dicky Comedy, she said presently, especially where Cousin Catherine is concerned. I could not go on caring about anybody, irrespective of their conduct, just because they were they. And yet I cannot help seeing it must be tremendously satisfying to feel like that. 1,000 pardons, Ludovic murmured, but like what? Why as Cousin Catherine feels just wholeheartedly, without analysis, and without alloido feel that no distance, no fatigue, no nothing in short matters, so long as she gets to him in time. I do not approve of such a state of mind, and yet Honoria wheeled round, facing the glory of color dyeing all the West End yet, I am untrue enough to my own principles rather to envy it. She sighed, and that sigh her companion noted and filed for reference. Indeed, an unusually expansive cheerfulness became perceptible in Mr. Keel. By the by, is there any further news? She inquired. General Ormiston has just had a telegram. Anything fresh? Still unconscious, strength fairly maintained. Oh, we know that by heart, Honoria said. We do, and we know the consequences of it, the sweet little seesaw of hope and fear, productive of unlimited discussion and anxiety. No weak letting one stand at ease about that telegram. It keeps one's nose hard down on the grindstone. If he dies, Honoria said slowly, if he dispor, dear cousin Catherine, when can we hear again? At Turin, Mr. Keel replied. Then they both fell silent until the far end of the platform was reached. And there, once more, Honoria paused, her small head carried high, her serious eyes fixed upon the sunset. The rosy light falling upon her failed to disguise the paleness of her face or its slight angularity of line. She was a little worn and travel-stained, a little disheveled even. Yet to her companion she had rarely appeared more charming. She might be tired, she might even be somewhat untidy, but her innate distinction remained gained, so he judged, by suggestion of rough usage endured. Her absolute absence of affectation, her unself-consciousness, her indifference to adventitious prettinesses of toilet, her transparent sincerity, were very entirely approved by Ludovic Keel. Yes, that seesaw of hope and fear must be an awful ordeal, feeling as she does, Miss St. Quentin said presently. And yet, even so, I am uncertain. I cannot help wondering which really is best. Again, 1,000 pardons, the young man put in, but I venture to remind you that I was not cradled in the forecourt of the temple of the Pythian Apollo, but only in the nursery of a conspicuously Philistine English country house. For the first time during their conversation, Honoria looked full at him. Her glance was very friendly, yet it remained meditative, even a trifle sad. Oh, I know, I am fearfully inconsequent, she said, but my head is simply rattled to pieces by that beastly wagonlet. I had gone back to what I was thinking about before you joined me, and to what we were saying just now about Cousin Catherine. Yes, Eyes, exactly, Ludovic put in tentatively. She was going to give herself away, I was sure of it, and such giving away might make for opportunity. In spirit, the young man proceeded to take his shoes from off his feet. The ground on which he stood might prove to be holy. Moreover, Miss St. Quentin's direct acts of self-revelation were few and far between. He was horribly afraid those same shoes of his might creak, so to speak, thereby startling her into watchfulness, making her draw back. But Honoria did not draw back. She was too much absorbed by her own thought. She continued to contemplate the glory of the flaming west, her expression touched by a grave and noble enthusiasm. I suppose one cannot help worrying a little at times. It's laid hold of me very much during the last month or two is to what is really the finest way to take life. One wants to arrive at that fairly early, not by a process of involuntary elimination, on the burnt child fierce the fire sort of principle, when the show's more than half over, as so many people do. One wants to get hold of the stick by the right end now, while one's still comparatively young, and then work straight along. I want my reason to be the backbone of my action. Do not you know, instead of merely the push of society and friendship, and superficial odds and ends of so-called obligation to other people. Yes, Mr. Keel put in again. Now it seems to me that Honoria extended one hand towards the Sunsetty's cousin Catherine's outlook on life and humanity, full of color, full of warmth. It burns with a certain prodigality of beauty, a superb absence of economy in giving. And that with a little shrug of her shoulders she turned towards the severe and somber eastern landscape that, it strikes me, comes a good deal nearer my own. Which is best. Mr. Keel congratulated himself upon the removal of his shoes. The ground was holly-holly to the point of embarrassment, even to so unabashable and ready-tongued a gentleman as himself. He answered with an unusual degree of diffidence. An intermediate position is neither wholly inconceivable nor wholly untenable, perhaps. And you occupy it, yes, you are very neatly balanced, but then do you really get anywhere? Is not that a rather knavish speech, dear Miss St. Quentin? The young man inquired mildly. I do not know, she answered. I wish to goodness I 999. Now was here gauge of an opportunity, or merely a cunningly devised snare for the taking of the unwary? Ludovic pondered the matter. He gently kicked a little pebble from the dingy grey drub of the asphalt onto the permanent way. It struck one of the metals with a sharp click. A blue linen-clad porter, short of stature and heavy of build, lighted the gas lamps along the platform. The flame of these wavered at first, and flickered, showing thin and willithuous-like against the great outspread of darkening country, across which the wind came with a certain effect of harshness and barrenness inevitable concomitant of its inherent purity. And the said wind treated Miss St. Quentin somewhat discourteously, buffeting her, obliging her to put up both hands to push back stray locks of hair. Also the keen breath of it pierced her, making her shiver a little, both of which things her companion noting, took heart of grace. Is it permitted to renew a certain petition? He asked in a low voice. Honoria shook her head. Better not, I think, she said. And yet, dear Miss St. Quentin, pulverized though I am by the weight of my own unworthiness, I protest that petition is not wholly foreign to the question you did me the honor to ask me just now. Oh, dear me, you always contrive to bring it round to that, she exclaimed, not without a hint of petulance. Far from it, the young man returned. For a good, solid 18 months now, I have displayed the accumulated patience of innumerable asses. Of course, I see what you are driving at, she continued hastily. But it is not original. It's just every man's stock argument. If it bears the hallmark of hoary antiquity, so much the better. I entertain a reverence for precedent, and honestly, as common sense goes, I am not ashamed of that of my sex. Miss St. Quentin resumed her walk. You really think it stands in one's way, she said reflectively. You really think it a disadvantage to be a woman. Oh, good Lord, Mr. Keel ejaculated, softly yet with an air so humorously aghast that it could leave no doubt as to the nature of his sentiments. Then he cursed himself for a fool. His shoes indeed had made a mighty creaking. He expected an explosion of scornful wrath. He admitted he deserved it. It did not come. Miss St. Quentin looked at him for a moment, almost piteously. He fancied her mouth quivered and that her eyes filled with tears. Then she turned and swung away with her long, easy, even stride. Mentally, the young man took himself by the throat, conscience-stricken at having humiliated her, at having caused her to fall, even momentarily, from the height of her serene, maidenly dignity. For once he became absolutely uncritical, careless of appearances. He fairly ran after her along the platform. Dear Miss St. Quentin, he called to her, in tones of most persuasive apology. But Honoria's moment of piteousness was past. She had recovered all her habitual lazy and gallant grace when he came up with her. "Nano," she said, "hear me. I began this rather foolish conversation. I laid myself open towel to a snubbing. I got one anyhow." "In mercy, do not rub it in," Mr. Keel murmured contritely. "But I did," Honoria returned. "Now it's over and I am going to pick up the pieces and put them back in their place just where they were before." But I protest, I hailed a new combination. I discover in myself no wild anxiety to have the pieces put back just where they were before. "Oh, yes, you do," Honoria declared. "At least you certainly will when I explain it to you." She paused. You see, she said, it is like this. Living with and watching cousin Catherine, I have come to know all that side of things at its very finest. Forgive me, what? May I recall to you the fact of the Philistine nursery? The young lady's delicate face straightened. You know perfectly well what I mean, she said. That which we all think about so constantly, and yet affect to speak of as a joke or a slight impropriety of marriage, motherhood. Yes, Lady Calmady is a past master in those arts, Mr. Keel replied. Again the ground was holy. He was conscious his pulse quickened. The beauty of it all, as one sees it in her case, breaks one up a little. There is no laugh left in one about those things. One sees that to her they are of the nature of religion, a religion pure and undefiled, a new way of knowing God and of bringing oneself into line with the truth as it is in Him. But having once seen that, one can decline upon no lower level. One grows ambitious. One will have it that way or not at all. Honoria paused again. The bleak wind buffeted her, but she was no longer troubled or chilled by it, rather did it brace her to greater fearlessness of resolve and of speech. You are contemptuous of women, she said. I have betrayed characteristics of the ass, other than its patience, Ludovic lamented. Oh, I did not mean that, Honoria returned, smiling in friendliest fashion upon him. Every man worth the name really feels as you do, I imagine. I do not blame you. Possibly I am growing a trifle shaky as to feminine superiority, and woman spelled with a capital letter myself. I am awfully afraid she is safe for herself and others under slight restraint, in a state of mild subjection. She's not quite to be trusted, either intellectually or emotionally at least. The majority of her is not. If she got her head, I have a dreadful suspicion she would make a worse hash of creation generally than you men have made of it already, and that Honoria's eyes narrowed, her upper lip shortened, and her smile shone out again delightful at that saying a very great deal, you know. My spirits rise to giddy heights, Mr. Keel exclaimed. I endorse those sentiments. But whence, oh dear lady, this change of front? Wait a minute, we have not got to the end of my contention yet. The Paris train is late, there is time, and this is all excellent hearing. I'm not quite so sure of that, Honoria said. For, you see, just in proportion as I give up the fiction of her superiority, and admit that woman already has her political, domestic, and social deserts, I feel a chivalry towards her, poor dear thing, which I never felt before. I even feel a chivalry towards the woman in myself. She claims my pity and my care in a quite new way. So much the better, Mr. Keel observed, outwardly discreetly urbane, inwardly almost riotously jubilant. Ah, wait a minute, she repeated. Her tone changed, sobered. I do not want to spread myself, but you know I can meet men pretty well on their own ground. I could shoot and fish as well as most of you, only that I do not think it right to take life except to provide food or in self-defense. There's not so much happiness going that one's justified in cutting any of it short. Even a jacksnipe may have his little affairs of the heart, and a coxswain his gamble. But I can ride as straight as you can. I can break any horse to harness you choose to put me behind. I can sail a boat and handle an axe. I can turn my hand to most practical things except a needle. I own I always have hated a needle worse than the devil, and I can organize and can speak fairly well and manage business affairs tidily. And have I not even been known low be it Spokento beat you at lawn tennis and Lord Shotover at billiards? And to overthrow my most Socratic father in argument, and outwit my sister Louisa in diplomacified our poor, dear Dicky Comedy's broken engagement, and the excellent, scatterbrained Desai's marriage. But Lady Constance is happy, Honoria put in hastily. Blissful, positively blissful, and with twins too. Think of it, Desai's is blissful also. His sense of humor has deteriorated since his marriage, from constant association with good little Connie, who was never distinguished for ready perception of a joke. He regards those small, simultaneous replicas of himself with unqualified complacency, which shows his appreciation of comedy must be a bit blunted. I wonder if it does? Miss St. Quentin observed reflectively. Whereat Mr. Keel permitted himself a sound as nearly approaching a chuckle as was possible to so superior a person. 1,000 pardons, he murmured, but really, dear lady, you are so very much off on the other tack. Am I? Miss St. Quentin said. Well, you see to go back to my demonstration I've none of the quarrel with your side of things most women have, because I am not shut out from it, and so I do not envy you. I can amuse and interest myself on your lines, and therefore I can afford to be very considerate and tender of the woman in me. I grow more and more resolved that she shall have the very finest going, or that she shall have nothing, in respect of all which belongs to her special province in regard to love and marriage. In them she shall have what cousin Catherine has had, and find what cousin Catherine has found, or all that shall be a shut book to her forever. Even if discipline and denial make her a little unhappy, poor thing, that's far better than letting her decline upon the second best. Honoria's voice was full and sweet. She spoke from out the deep places of her thought. Her whole aspect was instinct with a calm and seasoned enthusiasm. And looking upon her, it became Ludovic Keel's turn to find the evening wind somewhat bleak and barren. It struck chill, and he turned away and moved westwards towards the sunset. But the rose-crimson splendors had become faint and frail, while the indigo cloud had gathered into long, horizontal lines as of dusky smoke, so that the remaining brightness was seen as through prison bars. A sadness, indeed, seemed to hold the west, even greater than that which held the east, since it was a sadness not of beauty unborn, but of beauty dead. And this struck home to the young man. He did not care to speak. Miss St. Quentin walked beside him in silence for a time. When at last she spoke, it was very gently. "Please do not be angry with me," she pleaded. "I like you so much that I would give a great deal to be able to think less of my duty to the tiresome woman in me." "I would give a great deal too," he declared, regardless of grammar. "But I am not the only woman in the world, dear Mr. Keel," she protested presently. "But I, unfortunately, have no use for any other," he returned. "Ah, you distress me," Honoria cried. "Well, I do not know that you make me superabundantly cheerful," he answered. Just then the faraway shriek of a locomotive and dull thunder of an approaching train was heard. Mr. Keel looked once more towards the western horizon. "Here's the Paris Express," he said. "We must be off if we mean to get round before our horsebox is shunted." He jumped down on to the permanent way. Miss St. Quentin followed him, and the two ran helter-skelter across the many lines of metals, in the direction of the Cullah's Geneva Bale siding. That somewhat childish and undignified proceeding ministered to the restoration of good fellowship. "Great passions are rare," Mr. Keel said, laughing a little. His circulation was agreeably quickened. How surprisingly fast this nymph-like creature could get over the ground, and that gracefully, moreover, rather in the style of a lissom, long-limbed youth than in that of a woman. "Rare, I know it," she answered, the words coming short and sharply, "but I accept the risk. 1,000 to 1 the book remains shut forever. And I, meanwhile, am not too proud to pass the time of day with the second best, and take refuge in the accumulated patience of innumerable asses." And behind them, the express train thundered into the station. Chapter 2, telling how, once again, Catherine Calmady looked on her son. The bulletin received at Turin was sufficiently disquieting. Richard had had a relapse. And when at Bologna, just as the train was starting, General Ormiston entered the compartment occupied by the two ladies, there was that in his manner which made Miss St. Quentin lay aside the magazine she was reading, and, rising silently from her place opposite Lady Calmady, go out on to the narrow passageway of the long sleeping car. She was very close to the elder woman in the bonds of a dear and intimate friendship, yet hardly close enough, so she judged, to intrude her presence if evil tidings were to be told. A man going into battle might look, so she thought, as Roger Ormiston looked novery stern and strained. It was more fitting to leave the brother and sister alone together for a little space. At the far end of the passageway the servants were grouped Clara, comely of face and of person, neat notwithstanding the demoralization of feminine attire incident to prolonged travel. Winter, the Brockhurst butler, clean-shaven, grey-headed, suggestive of a distinguished Anglican ecclesiastic in mufti. Miss St. Quentin's lady's maid, Falstitch by name, a north country woman, angular of person and of bearing, loyal of heart. And Zimmermann, the colossal German Swiss courier, with his square, yellow beard and hair en brosse. An air of discouragement pervaded the party, involving even the polyglot conductor of the wagonlets, a small, quick, sandy-complexioned young fellow of uncertain nationality, with a gold band round his peaked cap. He respected this family which could afford to take a private railway carriage half across Europe. He shared their anxieties. And these were evidently great. Clara wept. The old butler's mouth twitched and his slightly pendulous cheeks quivered. The door at the extreme end of the car was set wide open. Ludovic Keel stood upon the little iron balcony smoking. His feet were planted far apart, yet his tall figure swayed and curtsied queerly as the heavy carriage bumped and rattled across the points. High walls, overtopped by the dark spires of cypresses, overhung by radiant wealth of lilac wisteria, and of roses red, yellow, and white, reeled away in the keen sunshine to the left and right. Then, clearing the outskirts of the town, the train roared southward across the fair, Italian landscape beneath the pellucid blue vault of the fair Italian sky. And to Honoria there was something of heartlessness in all that fair outward prospect. Here in Italy, the ancient gods reign still, surely, the gods who are careless of human woe. Is there bad news, Winter? She asked. Mr. Bates telegraphs to the general that it would be well her ladyship should be prepared for the worst. It will kill my lady. For certain sure it will kill her. She never could be expected to stand up against that. And just as she was getting round from her own illness so nicely too. Audibly Clara wept. Her tears so affected the sandy-complexioned, polyglot conductor that he retired into his little pantry and made a most unholy clattering among the plates and knives and forks. Honoria put her hand upon the sobbing woman's shoulder and drew her into the comparative privacy of the adjoining compartment, rendered not a little inaccessible by a multiplicity of rugs, traveling bags, and hand luggage. Come, sit down, Clara, she said. Have your cry out. And then pull yourself together. Remember Lady Calmady will want just all you can do for her if Sir Richard and Honoria was aware somehow of a sharp catch in her throat if he does not live. And meanwhile, Roger Ormiston, now in sober and dignified middle age, found himself called upon to repeat that rather sinister experience of his hot and rackety youth, and, as he put it bitterly, act hangman to his own sister. For, as he approached her, Catherine, leaning back against the piled-up cushions in the corner of the railway carriage, suddenly sat bolt upright, stretching out her hands in swift fear and entreaty, as in the state bedroom at Brockhurst 20 years ago. "Oh, Roger, Roger," she cried, "tell me what is it?" "Nothing final as yet, thank God," he answered. "But it would be cruel to keep the truth from you, Kitty, and let you buoy yourself up with false hopes." "He is worse," Catherine said. "Yes, he is worse. He is a good deal weaker. I am afraid the state of affairs has become very grave. Evidently they are apprehensive as to what turn the fever may take in the course of the next 12 hours." Catherine bowed herself together as though smitten by sharp pain. Then she looked at him hurriedly, fresh alarms assaulting her. "You are not trying to soften the blow to me. You are not keeping anything back." "No, no, no, my dear Kitty. There seried it for yourself. I telegraphed twice so as to have the latest news. Here's the last reply." Ormiston unfolded the blue paper, crossed by white strips of printed matter, and laid it upon her lap. And as he did so it struck him, aggravating his sense of sinister repetition, that she had on the same rings and bracelets as on that former occasion, and that she wore stone-gray silk to a long traveling sack, lined and bordered with soft fur. It rustled as she moved. A coif of black lace covered her upturned hair, framed her sweet face, and was tied soberly under her chin. And looking upon her, Ormiston yearned in spirit over this beautiful woman who had borne such grievous sorrows, and who, as he feared, had sorrow yet more grievous still to bear. For 10 to 1 the boy will not pull through, he said to himself. Poor, dear fellow, he's nothing left to fall back upon. He's lived too hard. And then he took himself remorsefully to task, asking himself whether, among the pleasures and ambitions and successes of his own career, he had been quite faithful to the dead, and quite watchful enough over the now dying Richard Calmady? He reproached himself. For when death stands at the gate, conscience grows very sensitive regarding any lapses, real or imagined, of duty towards those for whom that dread ambassador waits. Twice Catherine read the telegram, weighing each word of it. Then she gave the blue paper back to her brother. "I will ask you all to let me be alone for a little while, dear Roger," she said. "Tell Honoria, tell Ludovic, tell my good Clara. I must turn my face to the wall for a time, so that, when I turn it upon you dear people again, it may not be too unlovely." And Ormiston bent his head and kissed her hand, and went out, closing the door behind him while the train roared southward, through the afternoon sunshine, southward towards Chiusi and Rome. And Catherine Calmady sat quietly amid the noise and violent, onrushing movement, making up accounts with her own motherhood. That she might never see Dicky again, she herself dying, was an idea which had grown not unfamiliar to her during these last sad years. But that she should survive, only to see Dicky dead, was a new idea and one which joined hands with despair, since it constituted a conclusion big with the anguish of failure to the tragedy of their relation, hers and his. Her whole sense of justice, of fitness, rebelled under it, rebelled against it. She implored a space, however brief, of reconciliation and reunion before the supreme farewell was said. But it had become natural to Catherine's mind, so unsparingly self-trained in humble obedience to the divine ordering, not to stay in the destructive, but pass on to the constructive stage. She would not indulge herself in rebellion, but rather fashion her thought without delay to that which should make for inward peace. And so now, turning her eyes in thought from the present, she went back on the babble of, the child love which, notwithstanding the abiding smart of Richard's deformity, had been so very exquisite to her, upon the happier side of all that she had not dared to dwell during this prolonged period of estrangement. It was too poignant, too deep-seated in the springs of her physical being. To dwell on it enervated and unnerved her. But now, Richard the grown man dying, she gave herself back to Richard the little child. It solaced her to do so. Then he had been wholly hers, and he was wholly hers still in respect of that early time. The man she had lost, so it seemed, how far through fault of her own she could not tell. And just now she refused to analyze all that. Upon all which strengthened endurance, upon gracious memories engendering thankfulness, could her mind alone profitably be fixed. And so, as the train roared southward, and the sun declined and the swift dusk spread its mantle over the face of the classic landscape, Catherine cradled a phantom baby on her knee, and sat in the oriel window of the chapel room at Brockhurst with the phantom of her boy beside her, while she told him old-time legends of war, and of high endeavor, and of gallant adventure, watching the light dance in his eyes as her words awoke in him emulation of those masters of noble deeds whose exploits she recounted. And in this she found comfort and a chastened calm, so that, when at length General Ormiston incited thereto by the faithful Clara, who protested that her ladyship must and should dine return to her, he found her storm-tossed no longer, but tranquil in expression and solicitous for the comfort of others. She had conquered nature by grace conquered, in that she had compelled herself to unqualified submission. If this cup might not pass from her, still would she praise Almighty God and bless his holy name, asking not that her own, but his will be done. It followed that the evening, spent in that strangely noisy, oscillating, onward-rushing dwelling place of a railway carriage, was not without a certain subdued brightness of intercourse and conversation. Catherine was neither preoccupied nor distrait, or unamused even by the small accidents and absurdities of travel. Later, while preparations were being made by the servants for the coming night, she went out, with the two gentlemen and Honoria St. Quentin, on to the iron platform at the rear of the swaying car, and stood there under the stars. The mystery of these last, and of the dimly discerned and sleeping land, offered penetrating contrast to the sleeplessness of the hurrying train with its long, sinuous line of lighted windows, and to the sleeplessness of her own heart. The fret of human life is but as a little island in the great ocean of eternal peace. So, she told Herselfan, then bade that sleepless heart of hers both still its passionate beating, and take courage. And when, at length, she was alone, and lay down in her narrow berth, peace and thankfulness remained with Catherine. The care and affection of brother, friends, and servants was very grateful to her, so that she composed herself to rest, whether slumber was granted her or not. The event was in the hands of God, that surely was enough. And in the dawn, reaching Rome, the news was so far better that it was not worse. Richard lived, and when, some 7 hours later, the train steamed into Naples station, and Bates, the house steward, marks of haste and keen anxiety upon him, pushed his way up to the carriage door, he could report there was this amount of hope even yet, that Richard still lived, though his strength was as that of an infant, and whether it would wax or wane wholly none as yet could say. Then we are in time, Bates? Lady Calmady had asked, desiring further assurance. I hope so, my lady, but I would advise your coming as quickly as possible. Is he conscious? He knew Captain Vanstone this morning, my lady, just before I left. The manservant shouldered the crowd aside unceremoniously, so as to force a passage for Lady Calmady. Her ladyship should go up to the villa at once, sir, he said to General Ormiston. I had better accompany her. I will leave Andrews to make all arrangements here. The carriage is waiting. Then, Honoria beside her, Catherine was aware of the hot glare and hard shadow. the grind and clatter, the violent color, the strident vivacity of the Neapolitan streets. As with voice and whip, Garcia sprung the handsome, long-tailed black horses up the steep ascent. This followed by the impression of a cool, spacious, and lofty interior, of mild diffused light, of pale, marble floors and stairways, of rich hangings and distinguished objects of art, of the soft, green gloom of ilex and myrtle, the languid drip of fountains. And this last served to mark, as with raised finger, the hush, bland, yet very imperative which held all the place. After the ceaseless jar and tumult of that man-a-day's journey, here up at the villa, it seemed as though urgency were absurd, hot haste of affection a little vulgar, a little contemptible, all was so composed, so urbane. And that urbanity, so bland, so, in a way, supercilious, affected Honoria St. Quentin unpleasantly. She was taken with unreasoning dislike of the place, finding something malign, trenching on cruelty even in its exalted serenity, its unchanging, inaccessible, mask-like smile. Very certainly the ancient gods held court here yet, the gods who are careless of human tears, heedless of human woe. And she looked anxiously at Lady Calmady, penetrated by fear that the latter was about to be exposed to some insidious danger, to come into conflict with influences antagonistic and subtly evil. Wicked deeds had been committed in this fair place, wicked designs nourished and brought to fruition here. She was convinced of that. Was convinced further that those designs had connection with and had been directed against Lady Calmady. The thought of Helen de Valorbes, exquisite and vicious, as she now reluctantly admitted her to be, was very present to her. As far as she knew, it was quite a number of years since Helen had set foot in the villa. Yet it spoke of her, spoke of the more dangerous aspects of her nature. Honoria sighed over her friend. Helen had gone, latterly, very much to the bad, she feared. And as all this passed rapidly through her mind, it aroused all her knight-errantry, raising a strongly protective spirit in her. She questioned just how much active care she might take of Lady Calmady without indiscretion of overforwardness. But even while she thus debated, opportunity of action was lost. Quietly, a great simplicity and singleness of purpose in her demeanor, without words spoken, without looking back, Catherine followed the house steward across the cool, spacious hall, through a doorway and out of sight. And that singleness of purpose, so discernible in her outward demeanor, possessed Catherine's being throughout. She was as one who walks in sleep, pushed by blind impulse. She was not conscious of herself, not conscious of joy or fear or any emotion. She moved forward dumbly and without volition towards the event. Her senses were confused by this transition to stillness from noise, by the immobility of all surrounding objects after the reeling landscape on either hand the swaying train, by the bland and tempered light after the harsh contrasts of glare and darkness so constantly offered to her vision of late. She was dazed and faint, moreover, so that her knees trembled, her sensibility, her powers of realization and of sympathy, for the time being atrophied. The house steward ushered her into a large, square room. The low, darkly painted, vaulted ceiling of it produced a cavernous effect. An orderly disorder prevailed, and a somewhat mournful dimness of closed, green-slatted shutters and half-drawn curtains. The furniture, costly in fact, but dwarfed, in some cases actually legless, was ranged against the squat carven bookcases that lined the walls, leaving the middle of the room vacant save for a low, narrow camp. The bed stood at right angles to the door by which Catherine entered, the head of it towards the shuttered, heavily draped windows, the foot towards the inside wall of the room. At the bedside a man knelt on one knee, and his appearance aroused, in a degree, Catherine's dormant powers of observation. He had a short, crisp black beard and crisp black hair. He was alert and energetic of face and figure, a man of daredevil, humorous yet kindly eyes. He wore a blue serge suit with brass buttons to it. He was in his stocking feet. The wristbands and turned-down collar of his white shirt were immaculate. Catherine, lost, trembling, the support of the habitual taken from her, a stranger in a strange land, like the man. He appeared so admirable an example of physical health. He inspired her with confidence, his presence seeming to carry with it assurance of that which is wholesome, normal, and sane. He glanced at her sharply, not without hint of criticism and of command. Authoritatively he signed to her to remain silent, to stand at the head of the bed and well clear of it out of sight. Catherine did not resent this, she obeyed. And standing thus, rallying her will to conscious effort, she looked steadily, for the first time, at the bed and that which lay upon it. And so doing she could hardly save herself from falling, since she saw there precisely that which the shape of the room and the disarray of it, along with vacant space and the low camped in the center of that space, had foretold for all her dumbness of feeling, deadness of sympathy must assuredly see. All these last 24 hours she had solaced herself with the phantom society of Dicky the baby child, of Dicky the eager boy, curious of many things. But here was one different from both these. Different, too, from the young man, tremendous in arrogance, and in revolt against the indignity put on him by fate, from whom she had parted in such anguish of spirit nearly 5 years back. For, in good truth, she saw now, not Richard Calmady her son, her anxious charge, whose detour that she had brought him into life disabled held herself eternally to be, but Richard Calmady her husband, the desire of her eyes, the glory of her youth saw him. Worn by suffering, disfigured by unsightly growth of beard, pallid, racked by mortal weakness, the sheet expressing the broad curve of his chest, the sheet and light blanket disclosing the fact of that hideous maiming he had sustained saw him now as on the night he died. Captain Vanstone, meanwhile reassured as to the newcomer's discretion and docility, applied his mind to his patient. "See here, sir," he said, banteringly yet tenderly, "we were just getting along first-rate with these uncommonly mixed liquors. You must not cry off again, Sir Richard." He slipped his arm under the pillows, dexterously raising the young man's head, and held the cup to his lips. "My dear good fellow, I wish you would let me be," Dicky murmured. He spoke courteously, yet there were tears in his voice for very weakness. And, hearing him, it was as though something stirred within Catherine, which had long been bound by bitterness of heavy frost. Vanstone shook his head. "Very sorry, Sir Richard," he replied. "Daren't let you off. I have got my orders, you see." The bold and kindly eyes had a certain magnetic efficacy of compulsion in them. The sick man drank, swallowed with difficulty, yet drank again. Then he lay back for a while, his eyes closed, resting. And Catherine stood at the head of the bed, out of sight, waiting till her time should come. She folded her hands high upon her bosom. Her thought remained inarticulate, yet she began to understand that which she had striven so sternly to uproot, that which she had supposed she had extirpated, still remained with her. Once more, with a terror of joyful amazement, she began to scale the height and sound the depth of human love. Presently the voice, whether that of husband or of son, she did not stay to discriminate, gripped her very vitals, reached her from the bed. She fancied it rang a little stronger. "It is contemptibly futile, and therefore conspicuously in keeping with the rest, to have taken all this trouble about dying only, in the end, to sneak back." "Oh, well, sir, after all you are not so very far on the return voyage yet," Vanstone put in consolingly. Richard opened his eyes. Catherine's vision was blurred. She could not see very clearly, but she fancied he smiled. "Yes, with luck, I may still give you all the slip," he said. "Now a little more, sir, please. Yes, you can if you try. But I tell you, I do not care about this business of sneaking back. I do not want to live." "Very likely not, but I'm very much mistaken if you want to die, like a cat in a cupboard, here ashore. Mend enough to get away on board the yacht to sea. There will be time enough then to argue the question out, sir. Half a mile of blue water under your feet sends up the value of life most considerably." As he spoke, the sailor looked at Catherine Calmady. His glance enjoined caution, yet conveyed encouragement. "Here, take down the rest of it, Sir Richard," he said persuasively. "Then I swear I will not plague you any more for a good hour." Again he raised the sick man dexterously, and as he did so, Catherine observed that a purple scar, as of a but newly healed wound, ran right across Dicky's cheek from below the left eye to the turn of the lower jaw. And the sight of it moved her strangely, loosening that last binding as of frost. A swift madness of anger against whoso had inflicted that ugly hurt arose in Catherine, while her studied resignation, her strained passivity of mental attitude, went down before a passion of fierce and primitive emotion. The spirit of battle became dominant in her, along with an immense necessity of loving and of being loved. Tender phantoms of past joy ceased to solace. The actual, the concrete, the immediate compelled her with a certain splendor of demand. Catherine appeared to grow taller, more regal of presence. The noble energy of youth and its limitless generosity returned to her. Instinctively, she unfastened her pelisse at the throat, took the lace coif from her head, letting it fall to the ground, and moved nearer. Richard pushed the cup away from his lips. "There's someone in the room, Vanstone," he said, his voice harsh with anger. "Some woman I heard her dress. I told you all whatever happened I would have no woman here." But Catherine, undismayed, came straight onto the bedside. She loved. She would not be gainsaid. With the whole force of her nature, she refused denial of that love. For a brief space, Richard looked at her, his face ghastly and rigid as that of a corpse. Then he raised himself in the bed, stretching out both arms, with a hoarse cry that tore at his throat and shuddered through all his frame. And as he would have fallen forward, exhausted by the effort to reach her and the lovely shelter of her, Catherine caught and, kneeling, held him, his poor hands clutching impotently at her shoulders, his head sinking upon her breast. While, in that embrace, not only all the motherhood in her leapt up to claim the sonship in him, but all the womanhood in her leapt up to claim the manhood in him, thereby making the broken circle of her being once more wholly perfect and complete, so that, carrying the whole dear burden of his fever-wasted body in her encircling arms and upon her breast, even as she had carried, long since, that dear fruit of love, the unborn babe within her womb, Catherine was taken with a very ecstasy and rapture of content. "My beloved is mine, I's mine," she cried, "and I am his." Captain Vanstone was on his feet and halfway across the room. "Man alive, but it hurts like merry hell," he said as he softly closed the door. Chapter 3, Concerning a Spirit in Prison. Upon those moments of rapture followed days of trembling, during which the sands of Richard Calmady's life ran very low, and his brain wandered in delirium, and he spoke unwittingly of many matters of which it was unprofitable to hear. Periods of unconsciousness, when he lay as one dead, periods of incessant utterance no violent in unavailing repudiation, now harsh with unavailing remorse alternated. And at this juncture, much of Lady Calmady's former very valiant pride asserted itself. In tender jealousy for the honor of her beloved one, she shut the door of that sick room, of sinister aspect, against brother and friend, and even against the faithful Clara. None should see or hear Richard in his present alienation and abjection, save herself and those who had hitherto ministered to him. He should regain a measure, at least, of his old distinction and beauty before any, beyond these, looked on his face. And so his own manservant's Captain Vanstone, capable, humorous, and alert and Price, the red-headed Welsh first mate, a varied and voluminous gift of invective continued to nurse him. These men loved him. They would be loyal in silence, since, whatever his lapses, Dicky was and always had been, as Catherine reflected, among the number of those happily endowed persons who triumphantly give the lie to the cynical saying that no man is a hero to his valet de chamber. To herself, Catherine reserved the right to enter that sinister sick-room whenever she pleased, and to sit by the bedside, waiting for the moment should it ever commune Richard would again recognize her, and give himself to her again. And those vigils proved a searching enough experience, notwithstanding her long apprenticeship to service of sorrow, which was also the service of her son. For, in the mental and moral nudity of delirium, he made strange revelation, not only of acts committed, but of inherent tendencies of character and of thought. He spoke with bewildering inconsequence and intimacy, of incidents and of persons with whom she was unacquainted, causing her to follow Hema rather brutal pilgrimage into regions where the feet of women, bred and nurtured like herself, but seldom tread. He spoke of persons with whom she was well acquainted also, and whose names arrested her attention with pathetic significance, offering, for the moment, secure standing ground amid the shifting quicksand of his but half-comprehended words. He spoke of Morabita, the famous prima donna, and of gentle Mrs. Chifney down at the Brockhurst racing stables. He grew heated in discussion with Lord Fallowfield. He petted little Lady Constance Keel. He called camp, coaxed and chaffed the dog merrily, whereat Lady Calmady rose from her place by the bedside and stood at one of the dim, shuttered windows for a while. He spoke of places, too, and of happenings in them, from Westchurch to Constantinople, from a notch at Singapore to a country fair at Farley Row. But recurrent through all his wanderings were allusions, unsparing in revolt and in self-abasement, to a woman whom he had loved and who had dealt very vilely with him, putting some unpardonable shame upon him, and to a man whom he himself had very basely wronged. The name, neither of man nor woman, did Catherine learn. Madame de Valorb's name, for which she could not but listen, he never mentioned, nor did he mention her own. And recurrent, also, running as a black thread through all his speech, was lament, not unmanly but very terrible to hearth lament of a creature, captive, maimed, imprisoned, perpetually striving, perpetually frustrated in the effort to escape. And noting all this, Catherine not only divined very dark and evil pages in the history of her beloved one, but a struggle so continuous and a sorrow so abiding that, in her estimation at all events, they cancelled and expiated the darkness and evil of those same pages. While the mystery, both of wrong done and sorrow suffered, so wrought upon her that, having, in the first ecstasy of recovered human love, deserted and depreciated the Godward love a little, she now ran back imploring assurance and renewal of that last, in all penitence and humility, lest, deprived of the counsel and sure support of it, she should fail to read the present and deal with the future errative. Indeed, any future still remained for that beloved one other than the yawning void of death and inscrutable silence of the grave. The better part of a week passed thus, and then, one fair morning, winter, bringing her breakfast to the anteroom of that same sea-green bedchamber sometime tenanted by Helen de Valorbez disclosed a beaming countenance. Mr. Powell wishes me to inform your ladyship that Sir Richard has passed a very good night. He has come to himself, my lady, and has asked for you. The butler's hands shook as he set down the tray. I hope your ladyship will take something to eat before you go downstairs, he added. Mr. Powell told Sir Richard that it was still early, and he desired that on no consideration should you be hurried. Which little word of thoughtfulness on Dicky's part brought a roundness to Catherine's cheek, and a soft shining into her sweet eyes, so that Honoria St. Quentin, sauntering into the room just then with her habitual lazy grace, stood still a moment in pleased surprise, noting the change in her friend's appearance. Why, dear cousin Catherine, she asked, what's happened? All's right with the world. Yes, Catherine answered. God's very much in his heaven today, and all's right with all the world, because things are a little more right with one man in it. That is the woman's creedal ways has been, I suppose, and I rather hope always will be. It is frankly personal and individualistic, I know. Possibly it is contemptibly narrow-minded. Still I doubt if she will readily find another one which makes for greater happiness or fullness of life. You do not agree, dearest. I know nevertheless pour out my tea for me, will you? I want to dispose of this necessary evil of breakfast with all possible dispatch. Richard has sent for me. He has slept and is awake. And as Miss St. Quentin served her dear friend, she pondered this speech curiously, saying to herself, yes, I did right, though I never liked Ludovic Keele better than now, and never liked any other man as well as I like Ludovic Keele. But that's not enough. I am getting hold of the appearance of the thing, but I have not got hold of the thing itself. And so the woman in me must continue to be kept in the back attic. She shall be denied all further development. She shall have nothing unless she can have the whole of it, and repeat cousin Catherine's creed from her heart. Richard did not speak when Lady Calmady crossed the room and sat down at the bedside. He barely raised his eyelids, but he felt out for her hand across the surface of the sheet, and she took the proffered hand in both hers and fell to stroking the palm of it with her fingertips. And this silent greeting and confiding contact of hand with hand was to her exquisitely healing. It gave an assurance of nearness and acknowledged ownership, more satisfying and convincing than many eloquent phrases of welcome. And so she, too, remained silent, only indeed permitting herself, for a little while, to look at him, lest so doing she should make further demand upon his poor quantity of strength. A folding screen in stamped leather, of which age had tempered the ruby and gold to a sober harmony of tone, had been placed round the head of the bed, throwing this last into clear, quiet shadow. The bed linen was fresh and smooth. Richard had made a little toilet. His silk shirt, open at the throat, was also fresh and smooth. He was clean-shaven, his hair cropped into that closely-fitting, bright brown cap of curls. Catherine perceived that his beauty had begun to return to him, though his face was distressingly worn and emaciated, and the long, purplish line of that unexplained scar still disfigured his cheek. His hands were little more than skin and bone. Indeed, he was fragile, she feared, as any person could be who yet had life in him, and she wondered rather fearfully if it was yet possible to build up that life again into any joy of energy and of activity. But she put such fears from her as unworthy. For were they not together, he and she, actually and consciously reunited? That was sufficient, the rest could wait. And today, as though lending encouragement to gracious hopes, the usually gloomy and cavernous room had taken to itself a quite generous plenishing of air and light. The heavy curtains were drawn aside. The casements of one of the square, squat windows were thrown widely open. The slatted shutters without were partially opened likewise. A shaft of strong sunshine slanted in and lay, like a bright highway, across the rich colors of the Persian carpet. The air was hot but nimble, and of a vivacious and stimulating quality. It fluttered some loose papers on the writing table near the open window. It fluttered the delicate laces and fine muslin frills of Lady Comedy's morning gown. There was a sprightly mirthfulness in the touch of it, not unpleasing to her, for it seemed to speak of the ever-obtaining youth, the incalculable power of recuperation, the immense reconstructive energy resident in nature and the physical domain. And there was comfort in that thought. She turned her eyes from the bed and its somewhat sorrowful burdened handsome head, the broad, though angular, shoulders, the face, immobile and mask-like, with closed eyelids and unsmiling lips, reposing upon the whiteness of the pillow sand, fixed them upon that radiant space of outer world visible between the dark framing of the half-opened shutters. Beyond the dazzling, black and white checker of the terrace and balustrade, they rested on the cool green of the formal garden, the glistering dome and slender columns of the pavilion set in the angle of the terminal wall. And this last reminded her quaintly of that other pavilion, embroidered with industry of innumerable stitches, upon the curtains of the state bed at home that pavilion, set for rest and refreshment in the midst of the tangled ways of the forest of this life, where the heart may breathe in security, fearless of care. The pursuing leopard, which follows all too close behind, owing to her position and the sharp drop of the hillside, Naples itself, the great painted city, its fine buildings and crowded shipping, was unseen. But far away, the lofty promontory of Sorrento sketched itself in palest lilac upon the azure of the sea and sky. And, as Catherine reasoned, if this fair prospect, after so many ages of tumultuous history and the shock of calamitous events, after battle, famine, terror of earthquake and fire, devastation by foul disease, could still recover and present such an effect of triumphant youthfulness, such, at once august and mirthful, charm, might not her beloved one, lying here broken in health and in spirit, likewise regain the glory of his manhood and the delight of it, notwithstanding present weakness and mournful eclipse. Yes, it would come right, Catherine told herself, thereby making one of those magnificent acts of faith which go so far to produce just that which they prophesy. God could not have created so complex and beautiful a creature, and permitted it so to suffer, save to the fulfillment of some clear purpose which would very surely be made manifest at last. God Almighty should be justified of his strange handiwork, and she of her love before the whole of the story was told. And, stirred by these thoughts, and by the fervor of her own pious confidence, Catherine's fingertips traveled more rapidly over the palm of that outstretched and passive hand. Then, on a sudden, she became aware that Richard was looking fixedly at her. She turned her head proudly, the exaltation of a living faith very present in her smile. "You are the same," he said slowly. His voice was low, toneless, and singularly devoid of emotion, deliciously the same. "You are just as lovely, you still have your pretty color. You are hardly a day older." He paused, still regarding her fixedly. "I am glad you have got on one of those white, frilly things you used to wear. I always liked them." Catherine could not speak just then. This sudden and complete intimacy unnerved her. It was so long since anyone had spoken to her thus. It was very dear to her, yet the toneless voice gave a strange unreality to the tender words. "It's a matter for congratulation that you are the same," Richard went on, "since everything else, it appears, is destined to continue the same. One should have one thing it is agreeable to contemplate in that connection, considering the vast number of things altogether the reverse of agreeable which one fondly hoped one was rid of forever, and which intrude themselves." He shifted himself feebly on the pillows, and the flicker of a smile crossed his face. "Poor dear mother," he said, "you see again, without delay, the old bad habit of grumbling." Grumble on, my best beloved," Catherine murmured, while her fingertips traveled softly over his palm. "Verily and indeed, you are the same," Richard rejoined. Once more he lay looking full at her, until she became almost abashed by that unswerving scrutiny. It came over her that the plane of their relation had changed. Richard was, as never heretofore, her equal, a man grown. Suddenly he spoke. "Can you forgive me?" And so far had Catherine's thought journeyed from the past, so absorbed was it in the present, that she answered, surprised. "My dearest, forgive what?" Injustice, ingratitude, desertion, Richard said, neglect, systematic cruelty. There is plenty to swell the list. All I boasted I would do I have done and more. His voice, until now so even and emotionless, faltered a little. I have sinned against heaven and before thee, and am no more worthy to be called thy son. Catherine's hand closed down on his firmly. All that, as far as I am concerned, is as though it was not and never had been, she answered. So much for judgment on earth, dearest. While in heaven, thank God, we know there is more joy over the one sinner who repents than over the 99 just persons who need no repentance. And you really believe that? Richard said, speaking half indulgently, half ironically, as if to a child. Assuredly, I believe it. But supposing the sinner is not repentant, but merely cowed? Richard straightened his head on the pillows and closed his eyes. You gave me leave to grumble. Well, then, I am so horribly disappointed. Here have life and death been sitting on either side of me for the past month, and throwing with dice for me. I saw them as plainly as I can see you. The queer thing was they were exactly alike, yet I knew them apart from the first. Day and night I heard the rattle of the dice. It became hideously monotonous and felt the mouth of the dice box on my chest when they threw. I backed death heavily. It seemed to me there were ways of loading the dice. I loaded them. But it was not to be, mother. Life always threw the highest number. Sand life had the last throw. I praise God for that, Catherine said, very softly. I do not, unfortunately, he answered. I hoped for a neat little execution, a little pain, perhaps, a little shedding of blood, without which there is no remission of sins, but, I suppose, that would have been letting me off too easy. He drew away his hand and covered his eyes. When I had seen you, I seemed to have made my final peace. I understood why I had been kept waiting till then. Having seen you, I flattered myself I might decently get free at last. But I am branded afresh, that's all, and sent back to the galleys. Lady Calmady's eyes sought the radiant prospect green of the garden, the slender columns of the airy pavilion, the lilac land set in the azure of sea and sky. No words of hers could give comfort as yet, so she would remain silent. Her trust was in the amiable ministry of time, which may bring solace to the tormented human soul, even as it reclothes the mountainside swept by the lava stream, or cleanses and renders gladly habitable the plague-devastated city. But there was a movement upon the bed. Richard had turned on his side. He had recovered his self-control, and once more looked fixedly at her. Mother, he said calmly, is your love great enough to take me back, and give yourself to me again, though I am not fit so much as to kiss the hem of your garment? There is neither giving nor taking, my beloved, she answered, smiling upon him. In the truth of things, you have never left me, neither have I ever let you go. Ah, but consider these last 4 years and their record, he rejoined. I am not the same man that I was. There's no getting away from fact, from deeds actually done, or words actually said, for that matter. I have kept my singularly repulsive infirmity of body, and to it I have added a mind festering with foul memories. I have been a brute to you, a traitor to a friend who trusted me. I have been a sensualist, an adulterer. And I am hopelessly broken in pride and self-respect. The conceit, the pluck even, has been licked right out of me. Richard paused, steadying his voice, which faltered again. I only want, since it seems I have got to go on living, to slink away somewhere out of sight and hide myself and my wretchedness and shame from everyone I know. Can you bear with me, soured and invalided as I am, mother? Can you put up with my temper, and my silence, and my grumbling, useless log as I must continue to be? Yes, everlastingly, yes, Catherine answered. Richard threw himself flat on his back again. Ah, how I hate myself, me God, how I hate myself, he exclaimed. And how beyond all worlds I love you, Catherine put in quietly. He felt out for her hand across the sheet, found and held it. There were footsteps upon the terrace to the right, the scent of a cigar, Ludovic Keel's voice in question, Honoria St. Quentin's in answer, both with enforced discretion and lowness of tone. General Ormiston joined them. Miss St. Quentin laughed gently. The sound was musical and sweet. Footsteps and voices died away. A clang of bells and the hooting of an outward-bound liner came up from the city and the port. Richard's calm had returned, his expression had softened. Will those two marry? He asked presently. Lady Calmady paused before speaking. I hope so for Ludovic's sake, she said. He has served, if not quite Jacob's 7 years, yet a full 5 for his love. If for Ludovic's sake, why not for hers? Dicky asked. Because two halves do not always make a whole in marriage, Catherine said. You are as great an idealist as ever. He paused, then raised himself, sitting upright, speaking with a certain passion. Mother, will you take me away, away from everyone at once just as soon as possible? I never want to see this room, or this house, or Naples again. The climax was reached here of disillusion, and of iniquity, and of degradation. Do not ask what it was. I could not tell you. And mercifully, only one person, whose lips are sealed in self-defense, knows exactly what took place besides myself. But I want to get away, away alone with you, who are perfectly unsullied and compassionate, and who have forgiven me, and who still can love. Will you come? Will you take me? The yacht is all ready for sea. Yes, Catherine said. I asked this morning who was here with you, and Powell told me. I cannot see them, mother, simply I cannot. I have not the nerve, I have not the face. Can you send them away? Yes, Catherine said. Richard's eyes had grown dangerously bright. A spot of color burned on either cheek. Catherine leaned over him. My dearest, she declared, you have talked enough. Yes, they are beginning to play again. I can hear the rattle of the dice. Mother, take me away, take me out to sea, away from this dreadful place. Ah, you poor darling, how horribly selfish I am. But let me get out to sea, and then later take me Hamido Brockhurst. The house is big. Nobody need see me. No, no, Catherine said, laying him back with tender force upon the pillows. No one has seen you, no one shall see you. We will be alone, you and I, just as long as you wish. With me, my beloved, you are very safe. Chapter 4. Dealing with matters of hearsay and matters of sport. One raw, foggy evening, early in the following December, the house at Newlands presented an unusually animated scene. On the gravel of the carriage sweep without, grooms walked breathed and sweating hoarse the steam from whose bodies and nostrils showed white in the chill dusk slowly up and down. In the hall within, a number of gentlemen, more or less mud-bespattered, regaled themselves with cheerful conversation, with strong waters of unexceptionable quality, and with their host, Mr. Cathcart's very excellent cigars. They moved stiffly and stood in attitudes more professional than elegant. The long, clear-colored drawing-room beyond offered a perspective of much amiable comfort. The glazed surfaces of its flower-patterned chintzes gave back the brightness of candles and shaded lamps, while drawn curtains shut out the somewhat mournful prospect of sodden garden, bare trees, and gray, enshrouding mist. At the tea table, large, mild, reposeful, clothed in wealth of black silk and black lace, was Mrs. Cathcart. Lord Fallowfield, his handsome, infantile countenance beaming with good nature and good health above his blue and white, bird's-eye stock and scarlet hunting coat, sat by her discoursing with great affability and at great length. Mary Ormiston stood near them, an expression of kindly diversion upon her face. Her figure had grown somewhat matronly in these days, and there were lines in her forehead and about the corners of her rather large mouth, but her crisp hair was still untouched by gray. Her bright, gypsy-like complexion had retained its freshness. She possessed the same effect of wholesomeness and good sense as of old, while her honest, brown eyes were soft with satisfied mother-love as they met those of the slender, black-headed boy at her side. Godfrey Ormiston was in his second term at Eton, and had come to Newlands today for his exit. The little party was completed by Lord Shotover, who stood before the fire warming that part of his person which by the lay mind, unversed in such mysteries, might have been judged to be already more than sufficiently warmed by the saddle, his feet planted far apart, and a long glass of brandy and soda in his hand. For this last he had offered good-tempered apology. I know I have no business to bring it in here, Mrs. Cathcart, he said, and make your drawing-room smell like a pothouse. But you see, there was a positive stampede for the hearthrug in the hall. A modest man, such as myself, had not a chance. There's a regular rampart, half the county in fact, before that fire. So I thought I would just slope in here, do not you know? It looked awfully warm and inviting. And then I wanted to pay my respects to Mrs. Ormiston too, and talk to this young chap about Eton in peace. Whereat Godfrey flushed up to the roots of his hair, being very sensibly exalted. Since what young male creature who knew anything really worth knowing that, was Godfrey's way of putting it at least did not know that Lord Shotover had been a mighty sportsman from his youth up, and upon a certain famous occasion had won the Grand National on his own horse. Only tea for me, Mrs. Cathcart, Lord Fallowfield was saying. Capital thing tea. Never touch spirits in the daytime and never have. No reflection upon other men's habits. He turned an admiring, fatherly glance upon the tall, well-made Shotover, other men know their own business best. Always have been a great advocate for believing every man knows his own business best. Still stick to my own habits, like to be consistent. Very steadying, sobering thing to be consistent, very strengthening to the character. Always have told all my children that. As you begin, so you shall go on. Always have tried to begin as I was going on. Have not always succeeded, but have made an honest effort. And it is something, to make an honest effort. Try to bear that in mind, you young gentlemen, this, genially, to Godfrey Ormiston. Not half a bad rule to start in life with, to go on as you begin. Always provided you start right. My dear fellow, Shotover observed, patting the boy's shoulder with his disengaged hand, and looking at the boy's mother with a humorous suggestion of self-depreciation. Now, as formerly, he entertained the very friendliest sentiments towards all good women, yet maintained an expensively extensive acquaintance with women to whom that adjective is not generically applicable. But Lord Fallowfield was fairly under way. Words flowed from him, careless of comment or of interruption. He was innocently and conspicuously happy. He had enjoyed a fine day's sport in company with his favorite son, whose financial embarrassments were not, it may be added, just now in a critical condition. And then, access of material prosperity had recently come to Lord Fallowfield in the shape of a considerable coal-producing property in the north of Midlandshire. The income derived from this amounting to from 10 to 12,000 a year was payable to him during his lifetime, with remainder on trust in equal shares to all his children. There were good horses in the Whitney stables now, and no question of making shift to let the house in Belgrave Square for the season, while the amiable nobleman's banking account showed a far from despicable balance. And consciousness of this last fact formed an agreeable undercurrent to his every thought. Therefore was he even more than usually garrulous according to his own kindly and innocent fashion. Very hospitable and friendly of you and Cathcart, to be sure, he continued, to throw open your house in this way. Kindness alike to man and beast, for which my son and I are naturally very grateful. Lord Shotover looked at Mary again, smiling. Little mixed that statement, is not it, he said, unless we take for granted that I am the beast. I was a good deal perplexed, I own, Mrs. Cathcart, as to how we should get home without giving the horses a rest and having them grueled. 14 miles. A precious long 14 too, put in Shotover. So it is, his father agreed, a long 14, and my horse was pumped, regularly pumped. I cannot bear to see a horse as done as that. It distresses me, downright distresses me. Hate to overpress a horse. Hate to overpress anything that cannot stand up to you and take its revenge on you. Always feel ashamed of myself if I have overpressed a horse. But I had not reckoned on the distance. The pace was too hot to inquire, quoted Shotover. So it was. Meeting at Grimshot, you see, we very rarely kill so far on this side of the country. Breaking just where he did, I would have bet on that fox doubling back under Tailpenny Wood and making across the vale for the earths in the big Brockhurst warren, Lord Shotover declared. Would you, though? Said his father. Very reasonable forecast, very reasonable indeed. Quite the likeliest thing for him to do, only he did not do it. Do not believe that fox belonged to this side of the country at all. Do not understand his tactics. If it had been in my poor friend Denier's time, I might have suspected him of being a bagman. Lord Fallowfield chuckled a little. Ran too straight for a bagman, Shotover remarked. Well, he gave us a rattling good spin whosever fox he was. Did not he, though? Said Lord Fallowfield genially. He turned sideways in his chair, threw one shapely leg across the other, and addressed himself more exclusively to his hostess. Have not had such a day for years, he continued. And a very pleasant thing to have such a day just when my son's down with Mevry pleasant indeed. It reminds me of my poor, dear friend Henniker's time. Good fellow Henniker, I liked Henniker. Never had a better master than Tom Henniker, very tactful, nice-feeling man, and had such an excellent manner with the farmers. Ah, here's Cathcartan not. How d'ye do, not? Always glad to see you. Very pleasant meeting such a number of friends. Very pleasant ending to a pleasant day, Shotover? Mrs. Cathcart and I were just speaking of poor Tom Henniker. You used to hunt then, Cathcart. Do you remember a run just about this time of year? It may have been a little earlier. I tell you why. It was the second time the hounds met after my poor friend Aldborough's funeral. Lord Aldborough died on the 25th of October, John Knott said. The doctor limped in walking. He suffered a sharp twinge of sciatica, and his face lent itself to astonishing contortions. Plain man, not, Lord Fallowfield commented inwardly. Monstrously able fellow, but uncommonly plain. So's Cathcart for that matter. Well-dressed man and very well preserved as to figure, but remarkably like an orangutan, now his eyes are sunk, and his eyebrows have grown so tufty. Then he glanced anxiously at Lord Shotover to assure himself of the entire absence of simian approximations in the case of his own family. Oh, ah, yes, he remarked aloud and somewhat vaguely. Quite right, not. Then of course it was earlier. Record run for that season. Seldom had a better. We found a fox in the Grimshot Gorse and ran to Water End without a check. And Lemuel Image got into the Tilney Brook, Mary Ormiston said, laughing a little. So he did, though, Lord Fallowfield rejoined, beaming. And then suddenly his complacency suffered eclipse. For, looking at the speaker, he became disagreeably aware of having, on some occasion, said something highly inconvenient concerning this lady to one of her near relations. He rushed into speech again, loud-voiced, blustering kind of fellow, Image. I never have liked Image. Extraordinary marriage, that of his, with a connection of poor Aldborough's. Never have understood how her people could allow it. Oh, money'll buy pretty well everything in this world except brains and a sound liver, Dr. Knott said, as he lowered himself cautiously onto the seat of the highest chair available. Or a good conscience, Mrs. Cathcart observed, with mild dogmatism. I am not altogether so sure about that, the doctor answered. I have known the doubling of a few charitable subscriptions work extensive cures under that head. Depend upon it, there's an immense deal more consequence money paid every year than ever finds its way into the coffers of the Chancellor of the Exchequer. So there is, though, said Lord Fallowfield, with an air of regretful conviction. Never put it as clearly as that myself, not, but must own I am afraid there is. Mr. Cathcart, who had joined Lord Shotover upon the hearthrug, here intervened. He had a tendency to air local grievances, especially in the presence of his existing noble guest, whom he regarded, not wholly without reason, as somewhat lukewarm and dilatory in questions of reform. I own to sharing your dislike of Image, he remarked. He behaved in an anything but straightforward manner about the site for the new cottage hospital at Parsons Holt. Did he, though? Said Lord Fallowfield. Yes, I supposed it had been brought to your notice. Lord Fallowfield fidgeted a little. Rather too downright, Cathcart, he said to himself. Gets you into a corner and fixes you. Not fair, not at all fair in general society. Oh, ah, cottage hospital, yes, he added aloud. Very tiresome, vexatious business about that hospital. I felt it very much at the time. It was a regular job, Mr. Cathcart continued. No, not a job, not a job, my dear fellow. Unpleasant word job. Nothing approaching a job, only an oversight, at most an unfortunate error of judgment, Lord Fallowfield protested. He glanced at his son inviting support, but that gentleman was engaged in kindly conversation with bright-eyed little Godfrey Ormiston. He glanced at Mary, remembered suddenly that his unfortunate remark regarding that lady had been connected with her resemblance to her father, and the latter's striking defect of personal beauty. He glanced at the doctor. But John Knott sat all hunched together, watching him with an expression rather sardonic than sympathetic. There was culpable negligence somewhere. In any case, his persecutor, Mr. Cathcart, went on. It was obvious Image pressed that bit of land at Water's End on the committee simply because no one would buy it for building purposes. His affectation of generosity as to price was a piece of transparent hypocrisy. I suppose it was, Lord Fallowfield agreed mildly. A certain anonymous donor had promised a second £500 if the hospital was built on high ground with a subsoil of gravel. It is on gravel, put in Lord Fallowfield anxiously. Saw it myself distinctly, remember seeing gravel when the heather had been pared before digging the foundation's bright yellow gravel. Yes, and with a 10-foot bed of blue clay underneath. Most dangerous soil going, this from Dr. Knott grimly. Is it, though? Lord Fallowfield inquired, with an amiable effort to welcome unpalatable geological information. Not a doubt of it. The surface water, and generally the sewage, for we are very far yet from having discovered a drain pipe, which is impeccable in respect of leakage, soak through the porous cap down to the clay, and lie there too, rise again, not at the last day by any means, but on the evening of the very first one that's been hot enough to cause evaporation. Do they, though? Said Lord Fallowfield. He was greatly impressed. Capable fellow, not wonderful thing science, he commented inwardly and with praiseworthy humility. But Mr. Cathcart returned to the charge. The hospital was disastrously the loser. In any case, he remarked. As a matter of course, the conditions having been disregarded, Lady Calmady withdrew her promise of a second donation. Oh, ah, Lady Calmady, really? The simple-minded nobleman exclaimed. Very interesting piece of news and very generous intention, no doubt, on the part of Lady Calmady. But give you my word, Cathcart, that until this moment I had no notion that the anonymous donor of whom we heard so much from one or two members of the committee heard too much. I thought, for I dislike mysterious, foolish, unprofitable things, mysterious always, turn out to be nothing at all in the finisho. Ah, yes, well, that the anonymous donor was Lady Calmady. And thereupon he shifted his position with as much assumption of hauteur as his inherent amiability permitted. He turned his chair sideways, presenting an excellently flat, if somewhat broad, scarlet-clad back to his persecutor upon the hearthrug. Sorry to set a man down in his own house, he said to himself, but Cathcart's a little wanting in taste sometimes. He presses a subject home too closely. And if I was bamboozled by image, it really is not Cathcart's place to remind me of it. He turned a worried and puckered countenance upon his hostess, upon Dr. Knott, upon the drawing-room door. In the hall beyond, one or two guests still lingered. A lady had just joined them, notably straight and tall, and lazily graceful of movement. Lord Fallowfield knew her, but could not remember her name. Oh, ah, Shotover, he said, over his shoulder. I do not want to hurry you, my dear boy, but perhaps it would be as well if you would just go round to the stables and take a look at the horses. Then, as the gentleman addressed moved away, escorted by his host and followed in admiring silence by Godfrey Ormiston, he repeated almost querulously, "Foolish things mysteries. Nothing in them, as a rule, when you thrash them out. Mares' nests generally. And that reminds me, I hear young Lord Fallowfield's air of worry became accentuate young Calmady's got home again at last." "Yes," Mrs. Cathcart said, "Richard and his mother have been at Brockhurst nearly a month." "Have they, though?" exclaimed Lord Fallowfield. He fidgeted. "It's a painful subject to refer to, but I should be glad to know the truth of these nasty, uncomfortable rumors about young Calmady. You see, there was that question of his and my youngest daughter's marriage. I never approved. Shotover backed me up in it. He did not approve either. And in the end, Calmady behaved in a very high-minded, straightforward manner. Came to me himself and exhibited very good sense and very proper feeling, did Calmady. Admitted his own disabilities with extraordinary frankness, too much frankness, I was inclined to think at the time. It struck me as a trifle callous, do not you know. But afterwards, when he left home in that singular manner and went abroad, and we all lost sight of him, and heard how reckless he had become and all that, it weighed on me. I give you my word, Mrs. Cathcart, it weighed very much on me. I have seldom been more upset by anything in my life than I was by the whole affair of that wedding. I am afraid it was a great mistake throughout, Mrs. Cathcart said. She folded her plump, white hands upon her ample lap and sighed gently. Was not it, though? So I told everybody from the start, you know, commented Lord Fallowfield. It caused a great deal of unhappiness. So it did, the good man said, quite humbly. He looked crestfallen, his kindly and well-favored countenance being overspread by an expression of disarmingly innocent penitence. It weighed on me. I should be glad to be able to forget it, but now it's all cropping up again. You see, there are these rumors that poor, young Calmady's gone under very much one way and another, that his health's broken up altogether, and that he is shut up in 2 rooms at Brockhurst, because it's a terribly distressing thing to mention. But that's the common talk, you know, because he's a little touched. Harith speaker tapped his smooth and very candid forehead. A little wrong here. Horrible thing, insanity, he repeated. At this point, Dr. Knott, who had been watching first one person present, and then another from under his shaggy eyebrows with an air of somewhat harsh amusement, roused himself. "Pardon me, all a pack of lies, my lord," he said, "and stupid ones into the bargain. Sir Richard Calmady's as sane as you are yourself." "Is he, though?" the other exclaimed, brightening sensibly. "Thank you not. It is a very great relief to me to hear that. Only a man with a remarkably sound constitution could have pulled round. I quite own he's been very hard hit, and no wonder. Typhoid and complications." "Ah, complications? inquired Lord Fallowfield, who rarely let slip an opportunity of acquiring information of a pathological description. Yes, complications. Of the sort that are most difficult to deal with, emotional and moral, beginning with his engagement to Lady Constance. Oh dear me, this, piteously, from that lady's father. And indeed his satanic majesty knows where? I do not. It's no concern of mine, nor of anyone else's in my opinion. He has paid his footing, every man has to pay it, sooner or latter, to life and experience, and personal acquaintance with the thou shalt not, which, for cause unknown, goes for so almighty much in this very queer business of human existence. He has had a rough time, never doubt that, with his high-strung, arrogant, sensitive nature and the dirty trick played on him by that heartless jade, Dame Fortune, before his birth. For the time this illness had knocked the wind out of him. If he sulks for a bit, small blame to him, but he will come round. He is coming round day by day. As he finished speaking, the doctor got on to his feet, somewhat awkwardly. His subject had affected him more deeply than he quite cared either to own to himself or to have others see. That plaguey sciatic nerve again, he growled. Lord Fallowfield had risen also. Capable man, not, but rather rough at times, rather too didactic, he said to himself, as he turned to greet Miss St. Quentin. She had strolled in from the hall. Her charming face was full of merriment. There was something altogether gallant in the carriage of her small head. I was so awfully glad to see Lord Shotover, she said, as she gave her hand to that gentleman's father. It's an age since he and I have met. Very pleasant hearing, my dear young lady, for Shotover, if he was here to hear it. Lucky fellow Shotover, the kindly nobleman beamed upon her. He was nothing if not chivalrous. Mentally, all the same, he was much perplexed. Of course, I remember who she is, but I understood it was Ludovic, he said to himself, made sure it was Ludovic. Uncommonly attractive, high-bred woman, very striking-looking pair, she and Shotover. Cannot fancy Shotover settled, though. Say she's a lot of money. Wonder whether it is Shotover, uncommonly fine run, best run we have had for years, he added aloud. Pity you were not out, Miss St. Quentin. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Cathcart. I must be going. I am extremely grateful for all your kindness and hospitality. It is seldom I have the chance of meeting so many friends this side of the country. Good day to you, not goodbye, Miss St. Quentin. Wonder if I would better ask her to Whitney? He thought, on the chance of its being shot over. Better sound him first, though. Never let a man in for a woman unless you have very good reason to suppose he wants her. Honoria, meanwhile, thrusting her hands into the pockets of her long, fur-lined, tan, cloth, driving coat, sat down on the arm of Mary Ormiston's flower-patterned, chintz-covered chair. I left you all in a state of holy peace and quiet, she said, smiling, and a fine show you have got on hand by the time I come back. They ran across the 10-acre field and killed in the shrubbery, Mrs. Ormiston put in. John Knott limped forward. He stood with his hands behind him looking down at the two ladies. Some months had elapsed since he and Miss St. Quentin had met. He was very fond of the young lady. It interested him to meet her again. Honoria glanced up at him, smiling. Have you been out too? She asked. Not a bit of it. I am too busy mending other people's brittle anatomy to have time to risk breaking any part of my own. I am ugly enough already. No need to make me uglier. I came here for the express purpose of calling on you. You saw Catherine? Mary asked. Oh yes, I saw Cousin Catherine. How is she? An embodiment of faith, hope, and charity as usual, but with just that pinch of malice thrown in which gives the compound a flavor. In short, she is enchanting. And then she looks so admirably well. That 6 months at sea was a great restorative, Mary remarked. Yet it really is rather wonderful when you consider the state she was in before we went to you at Ormiston, and how frightened we were at her undertaking the journey to Naples. Her affections are satisfied, Dr. Knott said, and his loose lips worked into a smile, half sneering, half tender. I am an old man, and I have had a good lot to do with women at second hand. Feed their hearts, and the rest of the mechanism runs easy enough. Anything short of organic disease can be cured by that sort of nourishment. Even organic disease can be arrested by it. And what's more, I have known disease develop in an apparently perfectly healthy subject simply because the heart was starved. Oh, I tell you, you are marvelous beings. And yet I feel so abominably sold, Honoria declared, when I consider the way in which we all Roger, Mr. Keel, and I acted bodyguard, attended cousin Catherine to Naples, wrapped her in cotton wool, dear thing, sternly determined to protect her at all costs and all hazards from I am ashamed to say I had no name bad enough at that time for Richard Calmady. And then this very person, whom we regarded as her probable destruction, proves to be her absolute salvation, while she proceeds to turn the tables upon us in the smartest fashion imaginable. She showed us the door and entreated us, in the most beguiling manner, to return whence we came and leave her wholly at the mercy of the enemy. I was furious, Miss St. Quentin laughed downright furious, and Roger's temper, for all his high mightiness, was a thing to swear at rather than swear by, the morning he and I left Naples. With the greatest difficulty we persuaded her even to keep Clara. She had a rage, dear thing, for getting rid of the lot of us. Oh, we had a royal skirmish and no mistake. So Roger told me. Honoria stretched herself a little, lolled against the back of the chair, steadying herself by laying one hand affectionately on the other woman's shoulder. And John Knott, observing her, noted not only her nonchalant and almost boyish grace, but a swift change in her humor from light-hearted laughter to a certain, and as he fancied, half-unwilling enthusiasm. But today, she went on, when cousin Catherine told me about it, I confess the whole situation laid hold of me. I could not help seeing it must have been finely romantic to go off like that, those two alone caring as she cares, and after the long separation. It sounds like a thing in some Elizabethan ballad. There's a rhythm in it all which stirs one's blood. She says the yacht's crew were delightful to her, and treated her as a queen. One can fancy that stately, lovely queen mother and that strange only son. They called in at the North African ports and at Gib and Madeira and the Cape de Verdes and then ran straight for Rio. Then they steamed up the coast to Pernambuco and on to the West Indies. Richard never went ashore, cousin Catherine only once or twice. But they squattered about in the everlasting summer of tropic harbors, fringed with palms and low, dim, reed-roofed, tropic house just sampled it all, the color and light and beauty and far awayness of Itan then, when the fancy took them, got up steam and slipped out again to sea. And the name of the yacht is the Reprieve. That's in the picture, is not it? Honoria paused. She leaned forward, her chin in her hands, her elbows on her knees. She looked up at John Knott, and there was a singular expression in her clear and serious eyes. I used to pity cousin Catherine, she said. I used to break my heart over her. And no, upon my word, I believe I envy her. And see here, Dr. Knott, she has asked me to go on to Brockhurst from here. It seems that though Richard refuses to see anyone, except you of course, and Julius March, he fusses at his mother being so much alone. What ought I to do? I feel rather uncertain. I have fought him, I own I have. We have never been friends, he and one. He does not like me. He's no reason to like me anything but, what do you say? Shall I refuse or shall I go? And the doctor reflected a little, drawing his great, square hand down over his mouth and heavy, bristly chin. Yes, go, he answered. Go and chance it. Your being at Brockhurst may work out in more of good than we now know. Chapter 5. Telling how Dickie came to untie a certain tag of rusty, black ribbon. Yet, as those gray, midwinter weeks went on to Christmas, and the coming of the new year, it became undeniable there was that in the aspect of affairs at Brockhurst which might very well provoke curious comment. For the rigor of Richard Calmady's self-imposed seclusion, to which Miss St. Quentin had made allusion in her conversation with Dr. Knott, was not relaxed. Rather, indeed, did it threat to pass from the accident of a first return, after long absence and illness, into a matter of fixed and accepted habit. For those years of lonely wandering and spasmodic rage of living, finding their climax in deepening disappointment, disillusion, and the shock of rudely inflicted insult and disgrace, had produced in Richard a profound sense of alienation from society and from the amenities of ordinary intercourse. Since he was apparently doomed to survive, he would go home, but go home very much as some trapped or wounded beast crawls back to hide in its lair. He was master in his own house, at least, and safe from intrusion there. The place offered the silent sympathy of things familiar, and therefore, in a sense, uncritical. It is restful to look on that upon which one has already looked 1,000 times. And so, after his reconciliation with his mother, followed, in natural sequence, his reconciliation with Brockhurst. Here he would see only those who loved him well enough in their several stations and degrees to respect his humor, to ask no questions, to leave him to himself. Richard was gentle in manner at this period, courteous, humorous even, but a great discouragement was upon him. It seemed as though some string had snapped, leaving half his nature broken, unresponsive, and dumb. He had no ambitions, no desire of activities. Sport and business were as little to his mind as society. More than this, at first the excuse of fatigue had served him, but very soon it came to be a tacitly admitted fact that Richard did not leave the house. Surely it was large enough, he said, to afford space for all the exercise he needed. Refusing to occupy his old suite of rooms on the ground floor, he had sent orders before his arrival that the smaller library, adjoining the long gallery, should be converted into a bedchamber for him. It had been Richard's practice, when on board ship, to steady his uncertain footsteps on the slippery or slanting plane of the deck by the use of crutches, and this practice he in great measure retained. It increased his poor powers of locomotion. It rendered him more independent. Sometimes, when secure that Lady Calmady would not receive visitors, he would make his way by the large library, the state drawing-room and stairhead, to the chapel room and sit with her there. But more often his days were spent exclusively in the long gallery. He had brought home many curious and beautiful objects from his wanderings. He would add these to the existing collection. He would examine the books too, procure such volumes as were needed to complete any imperfect series, and, in the departments both of science, literature, and travel, bring the library up to date. He would devote his leisure to the study of various subjects, especially natural science regarding, which he was conscious of a knowledge deficient or merely empirical. I really am perfectly contented, mother, he said to Lady Calmady more than once. Look at the length and breadth of the gallery. It is as a city of magnificent distances, after the deck of the dear, old yacht, and my 12-foot cabin. And I am not a man calculated to occupy so very much space after all. Let me potter about here with my books and my bibelots. Do not worry about me, I shall keep quite well, I promise you. Let me hibernate peacefully until spring anyhow. I have plenty of occupation. Julius is going to amend the library catalog with me, and there are those chests of deeds and order books and diaries, which really ought to be looked over. As it appears pretty certain I shall be the last of the race, it would be only civil, I think, to bestow a little of my ample leisure upon my forefathers, and set down some more or less comprehensive account of them and their doings. They appear to have been given to rather dramatic adventures. Do not you worry, you dear sweet. As I say, let me hibernate until the birds of passage come and the young leaves are green in the spring. Then, when the days grow long and bright, the sea will begin to call again, and when it calls, you and I will pack and go. And Catherine yielded, being convinced that Richard could treat his own case best. If healing, complete and radical, was to be effected, it must come from within and not from without. Her wisdom was to wait in faith. There was much that had never been told and never would be told. Much which had not been explained and never would be explained. For, notwithstanding the very gracious relation existing between herself and Richard, Catherine realized that there were blank spaces not only in her knowledge of his past action, but in her knowledge of the sentiments which now animated him. As from a far country his mind, she perceived, often traveled to meet hers. There was a door to which she found no key. But Catherine, happily, could respect the individuality even of her best beloved. Unlike the majority of her sex, she was incapable of intrusion and did not make affection an excuse for familiarity. Love, in her opinion, enjoins obligation of service, rather than confers rights of examination and direction. She had learned the condition in which his servants had found Richard, in the opera box of the great theatre at Naples, lying upon the floor unconscious, his face disfigured, cut, and bleeding. But what had produced this condition, whether accident or act of violence, she had not learned. She had also learned that her niece, Helen de Valorbes, had stayed at the villa just before the commencement of Richard's illness, merely passing his days there, and spending his nights on board the yacht in the harbor, where, no doubt, that same illness had been contracted. But she resisted the inclination to attempt further discovery. She even resisted the inclination to speculate regarding all this. What Richard might elect to tell her, that, and that only would she know, lest, seeking further, bitter and vindictive thoughts should arise in her and mar the calm, pathetic sweetness of the present and her deep, abiding joy in the recovery of her salon gloss delight. She refused to go behind the glad fact that Richard once more was with her, that her eyes beheld him, her ears heard his voice, her hands met his. Every little act of thoughtful care, every pretty word of half-playful affection, confirmed her thankfulness and made the present blessed. Even this somewhat morbid tendency of his to shut himself away from the observation of all acquaintance conferred on her such sweetly exclusive rights of intercourse that she could not greatly quarrel with his secluded way of life. As to the business of the estate and household, this had become so much a matter of course to her that it caused her but small labor. If she could deal with it when Richard was estranged and far away, very surely she could deal with it now, when she had but to open the door of that vast, silver-tinted, pensively fragrant, many-windowed room, and entering, among its many strange and costly treasures, find him a treasure as strange, and if counted by her past suffering as costly, as ever ravished and tortured a woman's heart. And so it came about that, to such few friends as she received, Catherine could show a serene countenance. Shortly before Christmas, Miss St. Quentin came to Brockhurst, and coming stayed, adapting herself with ready tact to the altered conditions of life there. Catherine found not only pleasure, but support, in the younger woman's presence, in her devoted yet unexacting affection, in her practical ability, and in the sight of so graceful a creature going to and fro. She installed her guest in the gun-room suite, and, by insensible degrees, permitted Honoria to return to many of her former avocations in connection with the estate, so that the young lady took over much of the outdoor business, riding forth almost daily, by herself or in company with Julius March, to superintend matters of building or repairing, of road mending, hedging, copsing, or forestry, and not infrequently cheering Chifney, a somewhat sour-minded man just now and Pricklightbird, since Richard asked no word of him or of his horse-spy visits to the racing stables. I had better step down and have a crack with the poor, old dear, cousin Catherine, she would say, or those unlucky little wretches of boys will catch it double tides, which really is rather superfluous. And all the while, amid her very varied interests and occupations, remembrance of that hidden, twilight life, going forward upstairs in the well-known rooms which she now never entered, came to Honoria as some perpetually recurrent and mournful harmony, in an otherwise not ungladsome piece of music, might have come. It exercised a certain dominion over her mind, so that Richard Calmady, though never actually seen by her, was never wholly absent from her thought. All the orderly routine of the great house, all the day's work and the sentiment of it, was subtly influenced by awareness of the actuality of his invisible presence. And this affected her strongly, causing her hours of repulsion and annoyance, and again hours of abounding, if reluctant pity, when the unnatural situation of this man young as herself, endowed with a fine intelligence, an aptitude for affairs, the craving for amusement common to his age and class and the pathos inherent in that situation, haunted her imagination. His self-inflicted imprisonment appeared a reflection upon, in a sense a reproach to, her own freedom of soul and pleasant liberty of movement, and this troubled her. It touched her pride somehow. It produced in her a false conscience, as though she were guilty of an unkindness, a lack of considerateness and perfect delicacy. Whether he behaves well or ill, whether he is good or bad, Richard Calmady invariably takes up altogether too much room, she would tell herself half angrily find herself within half an hour, under plea of usefulness to his mother, warmly interested in some practical matter from which Richard Calmady would derive, at least indirectly, distinct advantage and benefit. This, then, was the state of affairs one Saturday afternoon at the beginning of February. With poor Dicky himself, the day had been marked by abundant discouragement. He was well in body. The restfulness of one quiet, uneventful week following another had steadied his nerves, repaired the waste of fever, and restored his physical strength. But along with this return of health had come a growing necessity to lay hold of some idea, to discover some basis of thought, some incentive to action, which should make life less purposeless and unprofitable. Richard, in short, was beginning to generate more energy than he could place. The old order had passed away, and no new order had, as yet, effectively disclosed itself. He had not formulated all this, or even consciously recognized the modification of his own attitude. Nevertheless, he felt the gnawing ache of inward emptiness. It effectually broke up the torpor which had held him. It made him very restless. It rewoke in him an inclination to speculation and experiment. Snow had fallen during the earlier hours of the day, and, the surface of the ground being frostbound, it, though by no means deep, remained unmelted. The whiteness of it, given back by the ceiling and pale paneling of walls of the long gallery, notwithstanding the generous fires burning in the two ornate, high-ranging chimney-places, produced, as the day waned, an effect of rather stark cheerlessness in the great room. This was at once in unison with Richard's somewhat bleak humor, and calculated to increase the famine of it. All day long he had tried to stifle the cry of that same famine, that same hunger of unplaced energy, by industrious work. He had examined, noted, here and there transcribed, passages from deeds, letters, order books, and diaries offering first-hand information regarding former generations of comedies. It happened that studies he had recently made in contemporary science, especially in obtaining theories of biology, had brought home to him what tremendous factors in the development and fate of the individual are both evolution and heredity. At first idly, and as a mere pastime, then with increasing eagerness in the vague hope his researches might throw light on matters of moment to himself and of personal application, had tried to trace out tastes and strains of tendency common to his ancestors. But under this head, he had failed to make any very notable discoveries. For these courtiers, soldiers, and sportsmen were united merely by the obvious characteristics of a high-spirited, free-living race. They were raised above the average of the country gentry, perhaps, by a greater appreciation than is altogether common of literature and art. But as Richard soon perceived, it was less any persistent peculiarity of mental and physical constitution than a similarity of outward event united them. The perpetually repeated chronicle of violence and accident which he read, in connection with his people, intrigued his reason and called for explanation. Was it possible, he began to ask himself, that a certain heredity and incident in external happening may not cling to a race, that these may not by some strange process be transmissible, as are traits of character, temperament, stature, coloring, feature, and face? And if thesis matter of speculation merely was the case, must there not exist some antecedent cause to which could be referred such persistent effect? Might not an hereditary fate in external events take its rise in some supreme moral or spiritual catastrophe, some violation of law? The Greek dramatists held it was so. The writers of the Old Testament held it was so, too. Sitting at the low writing table, near the blazing fire, that stark whiteness reflected from off the snow-covered land all around him, Richard debated this point with himself. He admitted the theory was not scientific, according to the reasoning of modern physical science. It approached an outlook theological rather than rationalistic, yet he could not deny the conception, admission. The vision of a doomed family arose before him, starting in each successive generation with brilliant prospects and high hope, only to find speedy extinction in some more or less brutal form of death, a race dwindling, moreover, in numbers as the years passed, until it found representation in a single individual, and that individual maimed and incomplete. Heredity of accident, heredity of disaster, finding final expression in himself, this confronted Richard. He had reckoned himself, heretofore, a solitary example of ill fortune, but mastering the contents of these records, he found himself far from solitary. He merely participated, though under a novel form, in the unlucky fate of all the men of his race. And then arose the question to him, under existing circumstances, of vital importance, who had stood behind all that blind chance, cynical indifference, wanton and arbitrary cruelty, or some august, far-reaching necessity of, as yet, unsatisfied justice. Richard pushed the crackling, stiffly folded parchments, the letters frayed and yellow with age, the broken-backed, discolored diaries and order books away from him, and sat, his elbows on the table, his chin in his hands, thinking. And the travail of his spirit was great, as it needs must be, at times, with every human being who dares live at first, not merely at second-hand who dares attempt a real, and not merely a nominal assent who dares deal with earthly existence, the amazing problems and complexities of it, immediately refusing to accept with indolent timidity a tradition, custom, hearsay, convenience as his guides. Oh, for some sure answering, some unimpeachable assurance, some revelation not relative and symbolic, but absolute, some declaration above all suspicion of cunning glide-vised opportunism, concerning the dealings of the unknown force man calls God, with the animal man calls man. And then Richard turned upon himself contemptuously, for it was childish to cry out thus. The heavens were dumb above him as the snowbound earth was dumb beneath. There was no sign, never had been, never would be, save in the fond imaginations of religious enthusiasts, crazed by superstition, by austerities and hysteria, duped by ignorance, by hypocrites and quacks. With long-armed adroitness, he reached down and picked up those light-made, stunted crutches, slipped from his chair and adjusted them. For a long while he had used them as a matter of course without criticism or thought, but now they produced in him a swift disgust. His hands, grasping the lowest crossbar of them, were in such disproportionate proximity to the floor. For the moment he was disposed to fling them aside. Then again he turned upon himself with scathing contempt. for this too was childish. What did the use of them matter, since, used or not, the fact of his crippled condition remained? And so, with a renewal of bitterness and active rebellion, lately unknown to him, he moved away down the great room-past bronze athlete and marble goddess, past oriental jars tall as himself, uplifted on the squat, carven ebony stands, past strangely painted, half-earful lacquer cabinets, past porcelain bowls. Filled with faint sweetness of dried rose leaves, bay, lavender, and spice, past trophies of savage warfare and, hardly less savage, civilized sport, towards the wide mullion window of the eastern bay. But just before reaching it, he came opposite to a picture by Velázquez, set on an easel across the corner of the room. It represented a hideous and misshapen dwarf, holding a couple of graceful greyhounds in a leash, an unhappy creature who had made sport for the household of some Castilian grandee, and whose gorgeous garments, of scarlet and gold, were ingeniously designed so as to emphasize the physical degradation of its contorted person. Richard had come, of late, to take a somber pleasure in the contemplation of this picture. The desolate eyes, looking out of the marred and brutal face, met his own with a certain claim of kinship. There existed a tragic freemasonry between himself and this outcasted being, begotten of a common knowledge, a common experience. As a boy, Richard hated this picture, studiously avoided the sight of it. It had suggested comparisons which wounded his self-respect too shrewdly and endangered his self-security. He hated it no longer, finding grim solace, indeed, in its sad society. And it was thus, in silent parley with this rather dreadful companion, as the blear February twilight descended upon the bare, black trees and snow-clad land without, and upon the very miscellaneous furnishings of the many-windowed gallery within, that Julius March now discovered Richard Calmady. He had returned, across the park, from one of the quaint brick and timber cottages just without the last park gate, at the end of Sandefield Church Lane. A laborer's wife was dying, painfully enough, of cancer, and he had administered the blessed sacrament to her, there, in her humble bedchamber. The august promises and adorable consolations of that mysterious rite remained very sensibly present to him on his homeward way. His spirit was uplifted by the confirmation of the divine compassion, therein perpetually renewed, perpetually made evident. And it followed that coming now upon Richard Calmady alone, here, in the stark, unnatural pallor of the winter dusk, holding silent communion with that long-ago victim of merciless practices and depraved tastes, not only caused him a painful shock, but also moved him with fervid desire to offer comfort and render help. Yet, what to say, how to approach Richard without risk of seeming officiousness and consequent offense, he could not tell. The young man's experiences and his own were so conspicuously far apart. For a moment he stood uncertain and silent, then he said, "That picture always fills me with self-reproach." Richard looked round with a certain lofty courtesy by no means encouraging. And, as he did so, Julius March was conscious of receiving a further, and not less painful impression. For Richard's face was very still, not with the stillness of repose, but with that of fierce emotion held resolutely in check, while in his eyes was a desolation rivaling that of the eyes portrayed by the great Spanish artist upon the canvas close at hand.